All right. I'm starting this because I'm hijacking this. Because this is all Lance who's going to start this, and he wasn't here. So I'm just jumping on and just hijacking this thing. I have no idea. He's in the background, pumped up now. I have no idea what the plan was. But I want to hear from you, Lance, when you get the chance, because apparently it kept going on Twitter. YouTube cut it off and Twitter kept going. I don't know. That thing is wild. It's unbelievable. It's such a weird. I have no idea. That's got to be the longest corner live stream. Also, it's interesting because the thing with live streams, I often think, I was thinking this yesterday as it was going. I'm like, the ideas that I started it with are going to be just completely flooded and like covered up, which is fine after 12 hours. Although I do care about that topic a lot, obviously. And people, it almost, like, it came up on Chad's live stream this morning. It almost got the vibe of like a Discord unrecorded chat because it's so long. Who's ever going to watch it?
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, it. So yeah. So and by the way, if you want to delete it off your channel, absolutely, right? But no, it was a thing. See, it was organic, right? It just had gone on, and Sherry had time yesterday, so she's like,
Yeah.
I'm here. So she wanted. It was a great way for her to kind of do that. And then once it hit the ridiculous level, there just became this. It just became this thing, and this is kind of who I am. Like, okay, we're going for it. We're going for the world record, right? And so yes, YouTube only allows up to 12 hours, but Twitter, I think, has the full 15. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip that down and create a part two, and for the missing, if people really want to. By the way, Hezi showed up. Hezi, because the people in Europe started waking up.
Weird.
So then Cassidy and Hezi started showing up. But here was the thing that was beautiful about it. Jacob's talked about, like Hezi mentioned this. Jacob is kind of wanted a 24-hour, like where this stuff was kind of going on. And so, yeah, it was very organic. What it did feel like to me, Luke, what that kind of ended up being was kind of like where you would sit in the open studio all day.
Yeah.
People would cycle in and out. There was some period of time, particularly COVID and post-COVID, where there were people talking virtually 24 hours a day on the Discord.
Oh yeah.
And so I do think that very first part, like you and Sam's conversation, like I thought that was really good. One of the things Hezi noticed, which I did too, was because when it kind of came this thing and we were basically letting people know we're going for it, like we're gonna. And if I didn't have to work this morning, I would have done the 24 hours. I just would have stayed up. You know me, right, Luke?
I could see you just so excited, grinning from ear to ear, happy. This is the addict in you, man. You're just like, we're going to go. Let's go hard.
Exactly. So, but what Hezi noticed was, because there was a few moments, like, there were some ebbs and flows, but because there was such length, there were some times where people really got to share like a lot of their story, and then something really got drawn out. And there were some really, like, within those hours, there were some amazing nuggets and some spaces where some things really, like, you got to really go in depth about a conversation because it wasn't rushed.
Yeah.
So and there were parts that I'm sure were crap or whatever, but it was just us talking, right? So and then there were, like, so when Hezi came on, he just started spitting nuggets of Kabbalistic Jewish sage wisdom on stuff, and it was crazy. This was after, so part of it is, which I knew, even if we don't post part two, part of it was, it's like, hey man, you had to be here live to see it. If you don't,
That's right, man. That's there is something to that. They talked about that a little this morning in Chad's live stream, which I actually clipped part of it. That's what you need reapers for this kind of thing. If you're going to have these giant live streams, people need to go through. Grim was a prophet with this. He saw the need before it even arose, the need of reapers to gather all these nuggets. Because McMo was laying down some gems. McMo was preaching this morning in Chad's live stream. It was good. And so I already clipped part of that because I was like, this is too good. Threw it up on my channel. Because it's I don't know. There are some things about it, you know, and there is something to, yeah. I think that freedom of when you live stream for 15 hours, it almost becomes the hesitancy, I suppose, that lurkers or certain introverts would say. Because at some point in there, I don't know who said it, Jeremy, or no, it was Steve McGee, and isn't that his last name, McGee? Steven? And he was saying that, and Mandy was saying it only took him like 3 years to their introvert to come out of the lurk to get onto a screen, because that is a big, you know, that's a big struggle, I think, for people that aren't like you and me, just like the most ridiculous extroverted puppies they are, the golden
Oh, we had
retrievers
some
of
lurkers.
PLC.
Here's the other thing. It actually brought some lurkers out yesterday, and there were 3 and 4 first timers. Just the ridiculousness of it was like, okay. And I kind of was calling the lurkers out. And gosh, I'm forgetting his.
Yeah, who came on? The new guys. I saw somebody.
Raine. I'm so disappointed. I don't remember his name, but he came on and it was the perfect and it was beautiful. He hasn't come on yet, but he's been in this little corner thinking and processing this stuff for years. And then he was coming in and like all the things, you know, and he had all the things going on and all that integration that's helped him happen. And he just got the free flow. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm going on and on. And we're like, no, dude, like,
Yeah.
come. And the good invitation is like, I hope he shows up more. He's a really cool dude, and this is the place to have it. So no, I think yeah, it was the thing that I liked about it is we didn't set out, which is fine. Like actually, it might be cool to try and do a 24-hour telethon, like because people really did enjoy it to a certain
If you
extent.
set it up, yeah, it was fun. It was like it feels like one of those spirit kind of caught on moments in TLC lore, you know, when we get there someday. But so I don't even. You were saying at some point there was, what was the high streamer point? And was that all from Twitter?
Well, so like what really was happening, Luke, is most of the people were watching on your person pod account. Because like,
so weird.
Can you see now in the studio? Can you see the live viewers? Is it showing for you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, if you just click on the viewers, yeah, you can see that. Because like right now, yeah, I mean right now it looks like, oh, because we're streaming to Grail Country.
On X.
Oh, you are.
I
Yeah.
actually just started since you jumped on. I started streaming it to your YouTube channel too.
Okay.
I mean, this isn't going to be. I actually shouldn't say this. The spirit moves as it will. Luke, we might be in a moment of revival, and people might show up, and this might be another 15-hour deal. I don't know. We'll let the spirit move as it wills. But I didn't.
While PBK's away, you know, we're getting a revival.
Well, because I set it up, I didn't. So here's the deal: like whenever I set these up, I don't post to your channel because that's your channel. So,
yeah.
You know, Nate's given me permission to do this with Grail, so I didn't set it up for your channel. But since you jumped in, I just pushed it out to your YouTube channel.
That's fine since I'm here. Part of it is and I might even go back and just clip the beginning of my thing and put it up as just a regular video on my channel. That way, it's not.
Do you want me to? I'll do that for you. So I'll do, and I'll clip the portions to the point to where you leave, and I'll just give you that.
Oh, cool.
Clip, and then you can delete the 15-hour, and you can just leave the one you want.
Do you have some? You must be more technologically savvy to me. The only thing I know how to do is screen record on my phone.
No, I'm an idiot. I just dropped the video into iMovie on my Mac, and I drop the video in, and I cut it where I want to cut it. It's like super easy.
That's probably a much more efficient way to do it. But
I was a pastor, dude. So also I'm an evangelical, charismatic pastor. So you know what I did, Luke? I had awesome PowerPoints and I created videos and I mashed things together. I had this multimedia experience. Dude, you should have seen a Lance Holy Spirit, fully evangelical PowerPoint with video mashups and music mashups and bringing it home and getting the crowd going into the emotional highs.
That's great. That's what I was thinking. Who was talking about boring sermons in the stream? Somebody was talking about boring sermons, and I made the comment they need to learn from these young, restless, and reform guys on how to preach a solid, just 2-hour sermon. You know?
Well, I'll tell you, still one of the things I love. There's this little video. I might post it out there, but it's this guy said a music video to John MacArthur preaching on some out of the Psalms. He was reading the Psalms about how wondrous are your works. You know,
Yeah.
basically talking about we're created, not made. So he's reading Psalms, and Piper is then just coming over the top in this just exhortation way. I mean, it's incredible. It's moving. Like Piper can bring it when he wants to bring it.
Dude, there's not. I mean, I've said this in my testimony when I first, because when we were in Minneapolis, church shopping, going around all these places, like we went to a lot of the different big churches around the community. I went to Greg Boyd's church. We went to Bethlehem because my mom had heard of Piper. I was floored. Like I really was floored. I'd never heard preaching like that in my life. I was like, holy cow. This guy, there was something. I mean, Piper just appeals to the zealots, man, to the hardcore people. That dude is as earnest as the day is long. He is absolutely fantastic.
I always had. Here's my problem with Piper. So if you were in the mid 2000s and you were in, evangelical, Protestant, it doesn't matter. Piper, Keller, John MacArthur actually was in that group that have, if you were watching YouTube, that stuff was there. And I would love Piper. And then my Wesleyan sensibilities, when he would bring out anything about election or depravity or something, like I would just be with him. It'd be like you're there, and all of a sudden I'd have this, like I can't go with you there, John.
Yeah, I just watched the algo serve me up this young mom who, I don't know, she has like 400 some subs that I watched this morning. So I'm like, and I watched her whole video, and it was something about how just an anti-Calvinism screed about how she doesn't want her kids to grow up in like a world where Calvinism exists. And I was like, oh man, the algorithm knew me, and I had to watch that, and I sent out some comments. I'm trying to lure her into the corner. Get in here.
Well, and so here's the thing that I like, which is one of the things I'm realizing, like Paul during one of his Friday live streams when Colton was around, had about, and I think the clip is still out there, where he talked about talking about what in his view as he was expressing Calvinism for him, right? Paul said it in the most beautiful of ways. It was beautiful, right? Like you can take a Driscoll bent, right? But there is room within Calvinism to tell a beautiful story about it, right? Like Paul, like I actually watched Living Stones. Like when you listen to Paul preach, Paul doesn't preach total depravity and this other stuff towards people.
Yeah.
Like he sees it, but the way Paul would describe it in again, there's freedom within, right? And so, like, if you would have grown up in Paul's church,
yeah,
and you listen to his sermons, and then you would go listen to other Calvinists, like you would hear Driscoll, you would go, that's not the Calvinism I'm used to.
Well, and that's something we've kind of learned. I think I haven't gone deeply into this yet where I would be able to talk about it well, but this is something I've kind of learned from the whole Dutch Reformed strain and Roy Clauser and Duivert and all those guys, is that there's definitely like who's the guy on that CW was having on talking about Duivert when CW came in at the end. What is that guy's name? He's some Dutch guy. Recently in one of Paul's live streams, I think it was his last Friday live stream. Laramie, whatever that guy.
Laramie, that's it.
But he was that kind of Calvinism I had no idea existed. Really, honestly. Like that stream of Calvinism I didn't know anything about. Like I would probably still quibble at POS theology stuff within it. Like certain original guilt stuff. Like I'm still gonna have a problem with that. But like it's fundamentally non-dual. It doesn't have a linear progression of time. Like I have bulleted points of like things that are my beefs with Calvinism. There's 2 of them. Doesn't exist within that strain of Calvinism. Well, cool. And like if you're talking about Karl Barth or Tom Torrance or a lot of these other guys, a lot of my problems with Calvinism go away. Then that's why I've said Calvinism is kind of the tell me about the Calvinism you don't believe in. I probably don't believe in it either. Well, maybe. Unless you came from the more from the British Isles, Scottish Calvinism. But then you got, George MacDonald. I don't know if George MacDonald would have identified as a Calvinist. I have a hard time believing he would have. But anyhow. Yeah, what do we... Oh, saying Calvinism like saying Orthodoxy. Yeah, true. Too low res. We'll see. I sent my my beginning thing that I read from Steve Robinson to one of my local buddies who's a deacon, because I'm always, every once in a while when I think I'm saying things that are gonna like get me in trouble or too close to the edge, I'll send it to him to see if he like gets fired up about it and is just like, I think you need to be reprimanded or discommunicated. Here we got our boy S.
No,
S.
I was that too low res is that is it, right? So to be fair, to give to not straw man, to steel man Calvin.
Yeah.
That there is, well, and again, like Robert Perry, where he goes through everything and talks about, universalism, he noted a number of Calvinist universalists.
Well, right. But that's like you remove, like, let me try to list my bullet points. If you remove original guilt from the POS theology thing, so like if total depravity is more of like a Orthodox way of understanding it, which is a blemished icon, but really the fundamental core is the imago Dei, the image of God, the divine spark, the core of man is really good, that thing that everybody's freaking out with Pope Francis right now versus bad. So if you take away that, if you take away punctiliar salvation, that it just happens at this moment in time. If you say like we were saved before the foundation, we are being saved, we will be saved, all of that, and you say, or the Orthodox thing of like everyone will be saved and I alone will be condemned, or Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, the publican and the Pharisee. Remove that punctiliar salvation, justification, I suppose, and then you get around the linear progression of time. You get around like either or zero sum election, like I'm choosing the arbitrary election of this and not this based on nothing except the arbitrary divine will of God or whatever. If you remove all those things, you've removed all my problems with Calvinism, and then Calvinism is no longer Calvinism, and it's just like what I believe.
Well, but I think, what happened though is Paul would challenge back and say, no, that is Calvin. Like I think in the good faith sense, like I think, but again, like when I hear Paul talk about total depravity, it sounds very different than Mark Driscoll talking to me about total depravity.
Well, yes. Well, that's what I mean. Like if you, by total depravity, this is why I try to clarify and narrow it down. Do you mean original guilt? Like you're born bad? Is that what you mean? Because I don't believe that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. Like one of the things, so as my wife is, we've been talking a lot about the things, which is right out of the gate, this idea that we need healing and we're not guilty of Adam's sin. That's such and then if you take that and move through the rest of the Bible, I mean, if you take that from Genesis and move that through the rest of it, it really changes everything. And I do think one of the things that I really loved, and by the way, this is not non-existent in Protestantism. Yeah. We know he's the physician. We know he's the healer. We know that he's come to heal. And so I do like there was some terminology that I kept using because it was just the terminology that came to me. And then I shared one time here, there's this Orthodox priest who went and taught at this Missoula, Montana Zootown church that's going ortho evangelical. Mm-hmm. And he was actually teaching them some St. Basil stuff. And he talked about what was happening on the crosses. He said, it was a rescue mission, guys. This, you know what I mean? And I had that picture because you see the icon grabbing by the wrist. Like I've been using this as what the incarnation, Jesus' life, what was happening on the cross and everything else wasn't some retributive justice and wrath being poured out. Mm-hmm. This was the rescue mission for us all, So those sorts of things are different viewpoints. And I don't want to get into ortho good, pro bad, or bad or whatever, but I will just say what
what resonated deeply in me, and then I think scripturally and everything else I see it or whatever, like that, just that fundamental change. So for example, for my wife, where some orthodoxy looks weird, those shifts, like, and then when I'm showing her where this is at in the scriptures and everything else, she's like, oh my God, because she always felt like my wife struggles with, and she won't hear this, my wife struggles with thinking that she's a piece of shit. That a lot of people, I mean, that's part of her kind of, her struggle. She's been public, like she was
Mhm.
on a mental health counselor or whatever. So she has this natural inclination. And to actually think that, wait a minute, I just need healing. Like that's what this was about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it
Here,
totally changed things for her.
let's get biblical, Lance. Let's get biblical. What do we want to do? Let's do this one first. Let's go 1 Corinthians 15.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm not dismissing it, Anselman. I think the scriptures clearly and plainly refute your position. It's okay. I know you're persuaded somewhere else. I'm not dismissing scripture. And here Luke's going to come and talk to you about some things.
So now Christ has been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. For since death came through a man, Adam, and the resurrection of the dead also comes through a man. So if you want to go federal headship, if you want to go all and total with federal headship, this is the all does not mean all thing that, people always talk about. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ all will be made alive, but each in his own order. Christ the first fruits, afterward it is coming, those who belong to Christ. And you'll say, well, those who belong to Christ. But who is that? Who are those that belong to Christ? All.
Yeah.
All that have died.
People want to. So here's the thing. Here's the fallacy. So here's the scripture thing. It's so obvious to me now. We all believe that all, right? Mm-hmm. So everyone say, "Oh yeah, it means all in the first part," but the second part doesn't really mean all, guys. Like, no. That's just to say whatever. Like, no, you can't do that. It means all and all.
Yeah. And then let's go with this one. So this is Romans 11, which I always tell the Romans 9 Calvinists to just keep reading. Go to 10 and 11. But so regarding the gospel, they are enemies for your advantage. But regarding election, they are loved because of the patriarchs. Since God's gracious gifts and calling are irrevocable. As you once disobeyed God, but now have received mercy through their disobedience, so that they too have now disobeyed, resulting in mercy to you, so that they also now may receive mercy. For God has imprisoned all in disobedience, that he will have mercy on all.
And scroll down to the hymn of praise. So here's the great doxology that he says right after that. So we go 8, 9, 10, 11. Like Paul's not, there's these things where it says he lays these arguments out, and then people will build systematic theologies around that. But then he comes right back and says, but I don't mean that at all, right? And by the way, Sovereign Love, Wayne does a wonderful job on this. But when you look at what he's doing here, so after he basically discloses that he's going to have mercy on all, he's referring back here to Job and to Isaiah, and he's like, guys, this mystery, oh, how unsearchable are his ways, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the depths of the riches, for who has known the mind of the Lord, or who has been his counselor? All these things, and for from him and through him and to him are all things, to him be the glory, that gathering up into himself. But he jumps right into this, like, so what's being referred to is Job's speech after the whirlwind comes, and Job's like, oh my God, I had heard of you, but now I see you. You have things too wonderful and beautiful for me to even understand. Teach me. So when you look at where Paul stuck the landing after all the Romans wrote, it comes out with that he's going to have mercy on all. And then he goes into this wonderful, guys, this stuff is beyond, it's amazing what God is doing. We can't even believe how merciful he is.
Laura's bored. She wants us to go back to talk about the live stream. Doesn't want us to talk about God redeeming everything. Bored.
All right. Hey, Anselman's with us here. Thanks, Anselman.
Sweet.
Cool. Listen, so at any rate, you got me going on that. By the way, the reason why I was that, Jess is doing Romans. He's going through Romans with his dad. And so he hadn't got to that part yet. So I was like, hey, Jess, look at what happens after all that when he says the mercy on Job and then or mercy on all. And I said, then he brings in that Job. So I was showing that to Jess. So I'm like, look at what Paul says after all that when he sticks the landing in Romans. I was trying to put that connection together for Jess.
Right. Because that's the whole thing in Romans. It's just like, you know, well, whatever. I don't want to talk 9. That's a different live stream, I guess, where I talk about election.
Well, no, here's the deal. This is what the TLC is. We go down rabbit trails. We get fired up about certain things. And by the way, I would just say this to my fellow brothers and sisters. Everyone is free to be persuaded and to read the scriptures as you would like. God bless you. And we all have to just find our place and, go where we're persuaded and pursue that in our own lives.
Yeah, what else are you going to do? You can't, I mean, my belief can't be your belief and vice versa. Except, I don't know, the Bible's funny even on those regards, you know, like being saved by someone else's piety. Bible has verses about that kind of thing too. So
the prayers of what is it? Is it the prayers of a faithful woman availeth much? Love covers a multitude of sins.
Ooh, man, this is a good one. Yeah, I would.
Ooh, that's a third rail.
How is the Bible the perfect word of God? I mean, there's a lot of things coming up in that. That's like inerrancy, infallibility discussions, what that means. Chicago statement on inerrancy. There's a lot of different. Which actually, the Chicago statement on inerrancy isn't that bad. Because I remember at one point, Gavin the other day hasn't been around, but he recently committed and signed some statement of faith from his church and sent it to me and was wondering what I thought. And I'm like, I don't know how you want me to respond to this, Gavin. I know that everything that I say about confessions and statements of faith, like, you know what I think about that. And I'm like, there's a lot in there I couldn't sign in good conscience. But if you can, that's fantastic. But that's the, a lot of it is, I take all this stuff so seriously. So I remember when I was having discussions about inerrancy. And so I was like, I'm going to read the Chicago statement then. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through it and read it. And so I did. And I still have all these screenshots saved on my phone from reading through it. And it's actually, I mean, I haven't gone back and revisited them in years, but it's pretty nuanced. Like, what you wouldn't think. It's, again, like, tell me about the God you believe in. I probably don't believe in him either. Tell me about the inerrancy you don't believe in. It's probably not what the Chicago statement is saying either. Like, it's fairly nuanced in what it's saying. It's not kind of the platitude level understanding of inerrancy.
Yeah. And
they clarify those things pretty well.
So for example, like if you look in orthodoxy, there's a preeminence to scripture. Like that's the preeminence. So if you think about hierarchies, there's a preeminence. And it's easy. The thing is like if you actually truly get into sola scriptura, right, and the nuance of it, and not the this is a term, but the low resolution view of it, or whatever it is, or I would say the Sunday school understanding of sola scriptura. To be fair to Steelman sola scriptura, is it's if you really get into it, they like that's a tradition and people understand that other stuff, so on and so forth. And so we all kind of get into things. But we have these nuanced conversations, but then I'm like, come on, guys, we know what the natural masses believe it says and it means around inerrancy and how it gets used. And then, some non-nuanced pastors or whatever, how they will then use that or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know about that, but God bless. God bless us all, Luke.
That's right. I want to play this other video just as fodder for the discussion, because it made me think of this. Are we fundamentally good? Because there was a Gavin Ortland. He circles around in these corners a little bit, but he had this video. Dude, we should look, we should talk about this sometime, because I would like to do it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I would have a conversation with you talking about these things sometime. We need to figure it out. But all right, let me play this video, and then I'm gonna probably get going, Lance, and let you just rock and roll, because I just wanted to come on because yesterday, did I do it? No. Yes. Okay. Well, here we go. You can see my search history and things I watch. Okay, let's go.
Are those two old guys in arm wrestling?
Yeah. So what that was that's Lucas Van Os and his dad, which is awesome. It just made me think of me and my son so much because it's just him going like, it's just them being playful. They don't even start, and he's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna. He's like, I'm not gonna try. He's like, no, you have to try. And I'm just thinking, oh, that's so funny. All right, let's get back here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let me turn it up.
That we're all fundamentally good. Everyone's been talking about this. My wife was asking if I'm going to make a video about this. I don't like making videos about Pope Francis and the latest thing he said. It feels sort of opportunistic. You know, he says something that goes out there. Everybody, it's easy to seize upon. I watched a lot of the interview. I think the thing with him is he's just so unclear sometimes and clumsy in his language. But so kind of leave that aside. It's an occasion to reflect upon a broader need. And that is the importance of being clear about sin. The gospel is such good news. We want to bring the gospel, the happy news of the gospel to our friends. To do that, we have to start with the bad news. And that's that we're alienated from God. We are sinners. We are broken. That's, we all know that deep down, but it's so important to start there. Then we get to the good news, which is that Jesus has solved all of that at the cross. But you have to start with the bad news to get there. About Pope Francis.
All right, that's it. All right, that's it. Yeah, it's a and even then it doesn't that's not answering the point. Like Pope Francis isn't saying that we're not alienated from God, that we're not sinners. Like he's not saying all that. There's a lot of assumptions baked into that. It's kind of like the hell thing. Like when I remember that liminal moment of hell when I got the rug pulled out from under me when I was just like, oh, hell, because you just read eternal conscious torment into the text. Or at least I grew up doing that, having no idea there were alternate understandings of that. And so it's like the fish knowing you're wet. That who's the writer? David Foster Wallace, who used that illustration of that one thing about, the fish, the young fish swimming by the old fish, and the old fish says, how's the water? And they look at each other and they're like, what's water? You just read it automatically into the text, not even realizing you're wet. But you can do that with certain understandings of total depravity and that man is bad because that language has been so reinforced that you read it and you eisegete it into the Bible thinking you're exegeting it, and you're just not doing that.
Yeah, I didn't even care about that. Like when I first heard it, I'm like, yeah, like we're all bear the image. Yeah, like it seemed so, I don't know, unoffensive to me. But like the other thing is, which I love, which is like, it's not my rodeo and not my circus because I'm not Catholic, so I don't have to worry about it.
Well, right, yeah, and that's whatever that. Yeah, that's a Protestant Catholic thing, I suppose. So, all right, well, Lance, you got get in here, people. How's Lance gonna take us for another 12-hour joyride? Okay.
So Luke, here we go. Here's Aaron. So Luke, you know what I really appreciate you? This is perfect, Luke. He comes in. You throw the red meat out against certain picadillos, get people all fired up. So now, potentially, instead of talking about the beautiful thing that happened in a 15-and-a-half-hour live stream yesterday, people are going to want to come in and talk about Sola Scriptura and original guilt and stuff like that. So, Luke, I really want to appreciate you for setting the tone for the rest of this chat.
Well, it's so weird. I don't know how I do it. I think this is probably true. Somebody said this in a live stream about me, but they said, oh, it was Foxman, which I haven't seen him in a while, but he was saying something like, in this whole TLC, people say there's a couple characteristics that are most people, is that we're all highly contrarian. And it tends to be people that are also highly open to ideas and very contrarian. And he said Luke is maybe the most contrarian of the contrarians, because I kind of am. I mean, I'm very naturally that way. If I get around a bunch of people that all start thinking like me and using all the same language, I immediately start going like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
What are we not seeing? What's happening? Like it starts to bother me. And that's like even that orthodoxy thing. It's just fun. Like that's why Sam's response to it baffled me so much. I'm just like, it's a personal story about a guy's just heartbreaking journey with his conversion to orthodoxy and all of that struggle. And Sam's just like, I'm sick of this Orthodox triumphalism. I'm just like, What? That's not what the article was about at all.
Yeah.
Well, but we're people with relationships, and there's a lot of stuff baked in, to so on and so forth. And I think one of the things that you and Sam really deeply can connect on, Luke, is that you've both been excommunicated, right? Effectively,
Well,
right? And
effectively,
have
I
outcast
yeah.
in some way. You know what I mean? But I think there's this thing where I think you guys can both connect, although it's different, but there's a certain level which, you were asked to basically not come back to a church, if I understand your story correctly. Is that right?
Sorry, I was trying to mute myself because the cops are coming for me. What did you say?
Where you were effectively kind of kindly asked to hey,
Well,
Luke, it'd probably be better if you just either quit asking your questions or go somewhere else. Is that
that's the thing that's so funny. I mean, that's when my worst church experience, that's exactly what happened. Is they were like, we think you maybe should go to a different church, or we can help you find a different church. And I was like, I don't want to find a different church. That's not my goal. My whole goal. And I mean, what's so funny is when I first started going to that church, I met with the pastor before I ever moved to that town. I told him all my convictions regarding hell. I said, this is an issue I'm working through. This is where I'm at with it. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I got here. I believe in sola scriptura. I believe the Bible is our authority, but I also believe we need to work out these things in community. And so that's something I want to do. I told him all that before I ever moved to the town. And then I continued having those conversations, but trying to do it. I wasn't demanding I do it from the pulpit. I wasn't talking to everybody about it, emailing everyone. I was just having conversations with people.
They can't handle it. They can't handle it. A lot of churches view any diversity of thought as literally like a superficial thing. They think it's just like a frilly. They prioritize stories of people who went out and then returned. I don't know how many people, when I was kind of deconstructing my faith, were like, yeah, I had a period of some really fundamental doubts. And then one day I just came right back to the same bullshit. They didn't say it like that, and I realized that they were right all along. And those stories get rushed to the microphone.
Right.
Luke, you were talking about Boyd before.
Mm-hmm.
Boyd was going to a church at one point, and he was having some doubts and expressed it to the pastor. And do you know what the pastor said to him?
I can guess.
Are you struggling with pornography? Is because the only explanation that he could think of as to why you would be questioning things is sexual sin.
One of my best buddies went to his pastor. He has been pretty much an anti-Christian Christian for a long time. And the reason is he went to his pastor with a bunch of stuff because he'd been a zealot, and he was like, I can't handle some of these dissonances. And he was handed a book on being possessed by demons. And he was like, well, fuck this. See you later.
You know what? And
He's been gone ever since.
What's so hard for me is I don't even necessarily completely disagree with Greg Boyd's pastor or what you're just saying. Those things can be true sometimes too, but they're not always true. And just because someone disagrees with you doesn't mean that they are just possessed by demons. They went out from us because they were not of us, right?
Well, some of that stuff I found so fascinating because our actions really do affect how we believe and how we feel. You will change what you think based on what you have done, even if all the facts have remained exactly the same.
Well,
yeah. I don't think it's crazy. It's just kind of funny because when it's not true, it's the stupidest thing to bring up.
But I think, yeah, exactly. And I think we're all in that boat where we don't want to be completely skeptical about things. I'm there. I don't want to be like, oh, there's no demons. It's all bullshit. But I'm just saying that I think the biggest sin in the evangelical style church right now isn't even their theology. It is the fact that they don't think they need to know people before they diagnose. They're diagnosing from 100 yards away exactly what's wrong with people because people are cardboard cutouts of people.
Well, and it's also the problem with confessionalism, because what I've often talked about is people are willing to work with you, my pastor for a while. But the assumption is always until you get on until you come to the truth, which is where I am right here, because this confessional understanding that I have is this static thing that cannot ever evolve and grow and change. Like, you can change to our thing, but we're not going to like learn anything from you.
You shuffle into the shadows and disappear.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the things I think that one of the things I've noticed, and so I was out in non-denominational, and one of the things I've realized is I never should have been a house church pastor. I wasn't properly trained, right? I went through a seminary, I was apprenticed, and, you know, like, my heart was sincere. The people that came around us were sincere or whatever, but it's looked like one of the things we've lost with the vocational pastor, like Paul would talk about this, but, you know, I grew up in the Methodist church, is that there was a lot of training and pouring in, more than just learning Bible stuff, that was pouring in to put someone into that vocation, right? And so one of the things is like, part of that is the pastoral care piece. And I think on Paul's live stream, or on his videos, he's talking about Clay Leibel. One of the comments is one of the guys who went to Clay's church, what he really appreciated about Clay is Clay allowed him to ask difficult questions. See, you know, because Clay wasn't afraid that a difficult question couldn't be handled by, right, the church and Christ and everything else. And so I think some people get so afraid in confessional boundaries, like, ooh, you start asking those hard questions, and maybe they don't have the answers to them, and so they give you the Sunday school answer because they just don't know, because they're not trained well enough. And then the other thing is there's a fear you're going to lose someone, and I think I have found, for me, the people I respect would be like someone like Paul. Like, if you would have went to Paul's church, Aaron or whatever, and like you had asked some of those hard questions, Paul would have let you ask the question.
Oh, for sure.
You know,
we're not thinking he's a typical pastor, though, are we?
Yeah, I mean, because if you could, here's the deal: if you're a charismatic person and you can put butts in the seats, you will become a head pastor, whether you should be a head pastor or not, and there will be a lot of people that will come around you.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad. Hey, Steve.
What's up? Hey, what's up? So we're thinking that he's not a typical pastor, but I believe when he says that he is. We just have a lot of caricatures in our mind about stories that we've heard, and I think that we will sell ourselves. I think that we will sell ourselves.
Who do you think's Who do you think's typical?
I think PBK is a typical pastor.
I absolutely, there are a lot that are like that. But Chad, people are telling you through their deconstruction stories, and I've experienced there are people that are not like that.
I'm not saying that there aren't people. I'm not saying that there aren't people that are not like that. I think the atypical pastor is probably more like the nightmare that we have in our head.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I just have 43 years of the opposite experience. I like, you know, my dad was a pastor, is a pastor, I would love it if that were the case. I do think there is a fundamental truth embedded in Christianity that a lot of pastors, pastors are usually really emotional and caring, at least at the beginning, and so there is a core of decency and Christianity and genuine faith that I think is there in probably like a large percentage of pastors, but there's some weeds that are choking that out, and those weeds are growing, I think, in this day and time. Personally, I don't want to, you know, I think it's good to give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Well, I also think like that I probably disagree with every pastor I encounter on some level. And so it's just a matter of, like, I can be a hard person to communicate with, and I'm sensitive, and so that's big part of what my problem is. And I'm not trying to speak for everybody. I'm just sharing my experience where I think, let's see, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 pastors, and 2 out of the 4 were pretty good, and they had a job to do. And I noticed that the pastor I have now, he's very he has disclaimers for almost every statement he makes, which I think is really interesting and annoying.
And Chad, one of the things I want to say through this, what I have done, and having actually been kind of in the community in Kansas City and seeing how the sausage was made behind the scenes and having conversations with people who were leading churches, the vast majority of men who are doing that have a sincere heart. Like, they're really trying to serve the Lord, but there's a reason why they're there. I mean, Yeah, there's always the occasional shyster or whatever, but most people are doing it out of the sincerity of their heart and doing the best they can with what they got.
Well, my former pastor that is really responsible for I was in ministry for 2 years under this guy, and he's pretty much he was responsible for me thinking I wasn't a Christian for a couple of years. Was he had a shit car, like his car was a piece of shit, and that was indicative of the fact that he wasn't. It was a fairly big church. He was not ringing the church for money, and I think people thought that was a sign of character. But he had also become obsessed with a certain kind of biblical authority that he was wielding in a terrible way. So it's like this weird combination of like a servant heart, and in his mind, like he was not abusing. I don't think there was any sexual scandal or anything like that. At the same time, some of this, like he was just a toxic person who was leaving a trail of broken dreams in his wake. So both things are kind of sometimes true. I mean, he had extremes, but I think that is the direction a lot of churches are headed, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm talking too much.
No, I think I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I was in professional ministry for a short period of time as well, and one of the things that I saw is that I believe that within a pastoral system, it rewards someone who is a workaholic. Having proper priorities is actually, it's like being a CEO. Like there was a joke that a comedian made recently, which was, what do you call an athlete with good mental health? Assistant coach. Is like you could hypothetically be in ministry and be healthy, but there's a lot of situations where it's rewarded. Like Paul, there's a kind of pastor that Paul is typical of, but Paul's church, remember, is struggling, right? He does seem to be this healthy, kind of open kind of person, and he's not the pastor of a megachurch. He's not wildly successful.
Yeah, it doesn't sell. What he's doing doesn't sell in an increasingly fundamentalist society.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't scale. Like they do want maximum number of converts, and Paul isn't going to produce that.
That's why I love him, though. He was literally the only Christian person I was engaging with online for a period of time. Him and Esther Meek, who is a Christian philosopher lady. I was like, thought I was done with Christianity. I was like, shit, I guess I got to listen to these people just to at least convince me that I wasn't crazy to be involved in this for 37 years or whatever it was, 35 years.
All right, so this is where I jump in and say Paul Vanderklay and I have been vindicated in this Staying Orthodox article that the vast majority of, and Luke said this too, the situation in Orthodoxy in America is basically Protestants coming to Orthodox through Protestant means and imposing Protestantism on Orthodoxy. And I just look at this as late stage non-denominational decline. You know, the non-denominational movement came out of this collapsing, deconstructing mainline tradition. And then you have these children and maybe adults of non-denominational churches that go to Orthodoxy because, whoa, it's got this really robust theology. Whoa, it's got this really profound spiritual life. And, it has all the right facts and it has the beautiful liturgy at some places. And I guess what I'm just trying to stir up now in the pot, maybe I'm late to the party on this because I wasn't able to join yesterday, but it really feels like the big I guess elephant in the room is what will the children of these Protestant Orthodox converts do? Because I look at someone like Paul Vanderklay as somebody who's kind of being more orthodox than a lot of these Orthodox converts, and that may be scandalous to say. I don't know, but what are your guys' idea about, you know, coming to Orthodoxy with this over concern of the presuppositional? Okay, they have the right facts, they have the right arguments, they have the right liturgical you know, proposition. Oh, liturgical art should be beautiful. Okay, well, you know, am I making sense here? I don't want to hog.
Yeah, I'm the only other Orthodox person on here, so I don't know.
You're making sense to me. And by the way, there's some kind of like static sound.
I think that's Chad.
I thought it was me. I was trying to.
Chad. I muted him.
Computers. Sorry, Chad. But yeah, it makes sense to me. And so I've like been looking into this as a church, and the message I keep getting is stop thinking about stuff. Stop evaluating with your logical criteria of what's good and what's bad or right and wrong, and do the stuff and experience it. And that, which speaks quite a bit to me, because as somebody who became disinterested in God and Christianity, and then eventually became an atheist, I joined a fellowship where they said, doesn't matter what God is. It could be a doorknob. Doesn't even matter. You just need to like turn your will and your life over to it, which is like ludicrous to me. Ludicrous. It came up yesterday. But you need to do the stuff. Do the stuff. And I did the stuff, and it totally worked. It said, you do this, this is what will happen to you. I did that. That's what happened to me. And so, you know, I go to a church, and, you know, I listen to like, not everybody online, but I listen to some online, usually guys who wear black. And they say things like, you know, don't bother trying to get the theology right. Don't get your arguments right. Don't like realize which part of your formation in the past wasn't correct, so that you can let that go and then embrace our one. I mean, they talk about what they believe, which sounds kind of, it's difficult for me to accept some of it. But what they're all definitely saying is there's things you need to do. You do those things. And then you will experience it. And, you know, they use other language than that too, that I don't want to try, because I'll bastardize what they're saying, but it's like you will experience something, and because of what you're doing and where you're doing it, how you're doing it, who you're doing it with. And again, I'm like, I feel like I'm being warned. Maybe it's because of, you know, I'm new to this. So, you know, Joseph, you've been seeing a trend for a while. It could be a reaction to what you're talking about, that they're warning, like, hey, dude, don't try to like be the top of the class PhD in this stuff in order to win in orthodoxy. That's a sin even.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And Joseph, here's
sorry,
what I would
sorry.
say is like, I'm the only other person who actually is in orthodoxy on this stream right now, I believe, right?
Christ is
risen.
So
I don't know that.
Are you actually though?
That still feels awkward to me.
I thought that you actually weren't in it, that you were holding off because your family.
Well, my priest has already told me if I die, he'll give me an Orthodox funeral. He told me to consider myself Orthodox, and I'm just waiting for my wife and I to be baptized in together. So, and I'm living the life. But I know the thing you're talking about, Joseph, which is really interesting. So I've experienced Orthodoxy in Kansas City and Houston, and you and I have a different experience because you're not close, right? But this kind of
I used to be.
This sort of thing you're talking about, like that's not the young people I'm experiencing when I'm meeting. You and I are having a very different real life in the church kind of experience. But I would just say this: I've been banging this drum quite a bit. There's this and this is not Orthodox only. There has been a shocking shift that's happening, and you could even hear it on PVK's live streams when he's talking to Clay Leibel. I think it was Kent. They're noticing in the CRC, you're noticing this move towards more traditional forms, which is shocking when you went through this whole seeker model rock and roll church. So there's a depth that people are seeking. Now, if you would have listened to,
Yeah.
I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the beginning of the live stream yesterday, which
I did.
loved,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
got
That's
emotional
why I
about it.
joined this one.
Yeah, orthodoxy is not perfect, but no church is perfect.
Yeah.
So we all know that. So I just think like, oh, this church isn't perfect and there are people. I'm like, yeah, that's
Right.
people, and that's every church.
And I don't want it to be confused that I'm against propositions or confessions, or obvious. I'm Orthodox for a reason. I believe the Orthodox confession of faith to be true. But here's what I have to say about that matter is, this is just I don't think it's just that people are seeking traditional forms of Christianity. I think obviously that's a component. I think what you're seeing more of is people are turning away from, I guess that we call it the seeker model, and the future of religion is just going to be it is not going to be vague and diluted, and people are going to look for precision and conscious awareness of theological positions and liturgical practice. The disintegration of the main line in the Protestant America turned to just we can turn to this mere Christianity. We don't need denominations. We just need to show. And this is the straw man that a lot of Orthodox converts make fun of Protestantism. Really, they're just pointing to like an uneducated, parochial, non-denominational community, which it's probably better to be going to that non-denomination community than living an hour and a half away from your Orthodox church where you are not interacting. Yeah, where you're not. Sure, maybe. I mean, yeah, I'm going to say go to the Orthodox church, and receive the body and blood of Christ. But
But I think what people are rejecting is this, and this is the case I'm making. It's the reason why all these people are here in this little corner. I think what people are hungry for is depth.
Oh, totally. And that's what I mean by vague and diluted is not going to.
And I think if, for example, like if you were someone who were Reformed, right, and you lived in Sacramento, you could have depth conversations with PBK. You could literally have depth conversations there, right? And now he's got an estuary going on at his church, and now you could have depth. Like, I think you can find depth in a lot of spaces. It's actually why I think estuary is a genius idea, because that's the place. Because again, I would say this: I'm not an ecumenist in any way, but I totally understand people have the God of their own understanding and need to follow their own path and need to do that, right? And so, what I love about estuaries, we come together is. It allows us to talk at depth about these issues and at length.
Estuary is not ecumenism, by the way, because ecumenism is let's just ignore these disagreements and let's have a superficial unity just for the sake of the niceness of it.
And the beauty of estuaries is not church, so it doesn't have to be that, right?
I have a question for everybody here. If you were pressed to have to share a bit of wisdom with somebody, with all who are listening, what would be the best wisdom that you could offer as it relates to, let's say, moving forward in their life?
I would just regurgitate what I've heard from my spiritual father, who is a monk of 52 years or so, and that is Christianity is it is not it's a craft. It's a craft. It's an artful craft, and he related it to Babe Ruth hitting a baseball. Someone asked Babe Ruth, well, how can you hit a baseball so well? What's going through your head before to identify a ball you can hit and, where to hit it and all this stuff. And he's not even thinking about any of that stuff. He's not consciously, he's consciously gripping the bat and standing and looking at the pitcher and all this stuff. But, he said to the reporter, I just see a ball that I think I can hit and I hit it. And sorry if the baseball analogy is not hitting with you, literally hitting with you. it's kind of like a violin player performing at a concert. He knows he knows stuff about notes and tempo and the song and all this stuff, but the real performance is just in the muscle memory of it and the organic formation that has gone on in all these years. And sure, you can pick apart the pieces of why this beauty is arising out of this, or this proficiency is occurring, but really it's just this natural formation that is really undergirded the Christian life of faith, hope, and love, and just not saying that in a platitude sense, but saying that in a truly organic a sense of just the daily life, the daily mundane, humble Christian life that is culminates in this lifelong journey of proficiency in the craft of salvation, basically.
Yeah, the way I've been developed before, like recently, and obviously is biasing me, but it seems like you can have brain injury and not be capable of understanding theology, or not even be able to understand a sentence that somebody's, when they're confessing their faith to you, and you can be like the most based Christian in the world, So maybe I'm wrong about that, but it seems to me that's, especially being an over intellectualizer, and I know it better than you, so you should pay me money to explain it to you kind of person. And that's not just for income, it's for my pride. Coming from that to realize, like, I've been in this abstract intellectual realm, and I've missed the world, and I've missed my life. And of course, I would reject God from that position, because I never, I guess, knew him, or whatever would be the word for it. I thought about him, and I thought those thoughts are kind of stupid. But if I can live my life in a way, which I feel like, devoting myself more to this fellowship I joined years back, kind of reconnecting with that and reapplying that way of life, I've started to experience things in a very different way in my life. And that's like made it so when I hear people, I hear guys in black robes say, don't, it's not about your proposition. It's like, what do you do all day? How do you live your life? It makes sense to me, because in my experience before listening to those people, that's what was happening to me. And so, again, I'm not saying this is the right way. It could, how much heresy can you handle from a newcomer like me? But the whole thing could be like Satan distracting everybody. We should all just have our individual yoga mat and pray to God by ourselves. And that's true Christianity. Everything else is just some big human construction that's trying to take us off track. I don't know.
I mean, there's a middle ground. There's a middle ground
exactly,
where you need a frame, but how rigid that and how narrow that frame is makes the world a difference. And I think where the Satan element comes in is there can be a lot of bad faith communication. There can be a lot of idolizing of one's own intellect. But basically, just to get to your original point, Steve, is in a very practical way, I can just say this simply. I know Orthodox Christians with Down syndrome. I know Orthodox Christians with that are deaf. I know Orthodox Christians that are blind. And what is the deep common understanding and devotion that they share is the same, but it's manifested in different ways. Just as I know incredibly intellectual, truly scholastic scholars of the faith, and yeah, sure, there's different there's different outpourings of this, just like in an orchestra, there's different instruments that are playing, but it's still the same cohesive, you know, mind, I guess.
Look for the fruits of the Spirit. This is what I when I think of questions like what Chad asked, I'm assuming because of my situation in life that I'm talking to people who may never darken the door of a church. But I would say, look at the fruits of the Spirit and let the fruits of the Spirit be alive. Like don't ever assume you know what love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control are in some kind of simplistic way. Always allow your understanding of those fruits of the Spirit to grow, and look for those fruits of the Spirit in everybody, and don't settle for anything less. That I guess.
So I just got reminded of somebody asked, not you guys, but asked this other person. Well, how about if people don't like commune with us and don't join our church, are they going to hell? And it was not the first time I heard this question and being answered by these kinds of people. And he was taken aback by, like, kind of offended by that thought. And it's like, how would anybody know? How would you know? Like, we don't, like, we know, because they believe, we know that this is a way, but how can we say the Holy Spirit isn't able to do anything? And how do we know, like, what somebody else is doing isn't exactly what they should be doing? And so I felt like that was a very not vague, not like avoiding the answer, but a different, at least straw man that I thought all churches put forward was like they drew a line in the sand. It's like, you cross this line by confessing this cluster of sentences, or it's hell for you. I always felt like that's what was happening, that was being put forward. It's like sentences and agreeing to believe in some.
It sounds more like Islam.
Well, and I mean, it sounds a lot like the way television portrays Christianity, or at least it did in the 80s and 90s.
Well,
But
it's also how
like
Christianity displayed itself in the 80s and 90s too.
Yeah. I don't think it's ever been that case, or maybe only a few really lost kind of sociopathic people would be like that, but generally no. And yeah, so that it just made me think of that, like, the people who have, like, maybe the most things to do and the most things to buy and put on the wall and stuff like that. They are not saying, like, this is the only way and you got to do it right or you're screwed. But at least the ones that I've heard, they're not trying to claim that. And so on the opposite end, it could be like, all you got to do is, like, even if you don't even want to stand up and raise your hands when we're playing music, that's okay. Your lack of obedience or compliance to fit in with everybody else in this giant church doesn't mean you're screwed. I think that's their take on it. Nobody seemed to care that I wasn't standing up and waving my hands during the music when I went.
Someone said, I don't know if it's Nate or if it's Lance, people are seeking depth and embodiment. I also think people are seeking institution. More, and people are going to find that in different, and people are going to find that at different levels. But, like, in the last 4 years, science, government, like, and we don't have to talk about those things by knowing that those institutions have, like, failed a lot of people. And so,
Christian, sorry. Also, let's not forget what has happened in the last 50 years with the destruction of the main line, basically.
I agree. I agree because it's putting, because they forgot their own telos. Even if their telos was Protestantism, which you could say it is, but even in their own confessions about, say, in the main line about communion, they lost that as a telos. They made politics or modern culture, secular culture, the telos. And I think so. I don't think it's just, and I don't think people are looking for things that do and say what they say they are going to do and what they say they're going to do, or and these church, even Protestant churches have confessions that they're not holding themselves to, and I think that becomes evident, and that's why that's part of it. And I'm interested not only in and maybe it's just because of my experience of working at churches, but helping them to look back to their own form of institution as opposed to everything else around them. And I think that's also a path forward, because what if, again, I guess, but you can do orthodoxy anywhere, but then you're doing it by yourself. And that doesn't make sense for me in a framework of hierarchy within, like, an embedded hierarchy in your family, in your community, in your religious life, in your work life. Like, there are holy places, there are sacred places that I don't know, need help, need vision that they've lost. So that's
Yeah, well, Christian, I think a big problem happens when you have recent Orthodox converts that think we can play the same, that Orthodoxy in America can position itself like a Vatican I Catholicism, that we have the right Shahada, we have the right
I would say
hierarchy.
some of that already, that's why I say some of that already exists within the structures, like physically with Protestantism in every town. You have, like where I live, First Baptist, First Methodist, First Episcopal. They're all right there.
Yeah.
Right downtown, surrounded by neighborhood.
Yeah. And Christianity assumes locality.
Yes, it's a physical, that's a part of the manifestation of value and hierarchy within our life, is physical reality. And so I think that ideal is not bad, but I think it's not misplaced in the sense that orthodoxy is bad or wrong. Misplaced in the sense that that doesn't make sense with deserts and deserts of non-orthodox space within the world, with dots of oases of these physical places,
which are largely just, are you in close proximity to a diaspora community? That's basically, that's the criteria. Are you going to have an Orthodox church near you? Well, is there a Russian or Greek diaspora? Yeah, sure, you will. I mean, there will be outlier cases, but
that's the same thing as in some ways as Dutch Reformed churches.
Yeah, totally.
It's like that's the same thing. That's why I think it's. I mean, there are reasons to value the historicity, the iconography, the architecture of a new place, but those are pieces. They're not the whole, and that ideal of a locality exists already in every place. That's been broken, and we've been told that reality is what we see on our TVs or on our screens, and that is where we exist, versus helping foster and develop the kingdom where we are. And not every bit, but I will say, if the phenomenon is that a lot of people are new to the faith and they are in a locality, and that makes the most sense, and that seems the most right, and it's a call back to this institution or this ancient faith, and that is there, go for it and dive in, and that is good. I'm just saying that's not everywhere.
Yeah.
So this is like back again to the question that I was hoping I'd get everybody to answer, because there wasn't a trend. The question is, if you had to offer a bit of advice to just an average Joe on on how to best seek wisdom, what would you tell them? And I'm interested in your answer, Christian, and I'm interested in Tayo's. I know it sounds like a stupid question, but
No.
so far I've not heard anything personal.
What was the specific question? And then I gotta go.
The question is, if you had to offer to just somebody you met new who's looking for advice around trying to find wisdom, what would you tell them?
Yeah. I would try to tell them wisdom is in truth, like being a truthful person. There's wisdom in that. Seeking that wisdom is in scripture. There's wisdom within scripture. Things like Proverbs are wisdom. And then, do you know any wise people? And seek them out. And if you don't, am I the wisest person you think you know? And sometimes, like, I mean, if you're in a situation, if I don't think that I don't think that a lot of good preachers are wise, but they're good preachers. And I think that's a problem. Is the sacred office of wise, of protecting people to be wise people within our community. So I think there's a pretty big problem there. And yeah, I don't know, but I've got to go, guys. I just had a few minutes, so it's good to see everyone. All right.
Good to see it. Tayo, I'm really interested in your answer, Tayo.
Well, okay, I can I double dip real quick, Chad? I said something earlier, but what I will say is, I think the biggest thing is you just need to dive into something, and you need to be, I'll contextualize it in my Orthodox frame real quick, but it's universal. I think I say to people, you won't fully appreciate Orthodoxy until you do all of Holy Week services, which are a lot of services, and conversely, you won't fully understand Orthodoxy until you do like a Greek fest or something, right? You need Holy Week and you need Greek fest. You need this embodied, deep, liturgical, theological setting, but then you also need this very practical, mundane, greasy, dirty embodiment of active service. And if you aren't fully embodied in a community in a very deep theological, liturgical, spiritual way, as well as just a very base, practical, mundane way, it's not gonna, the worlds won't be bridged, and you won't learn anything. You just need to dive into something, and you'll learn the more as you go on. So
yeah, and I think, Chad, we've heard the answer to that over the years. And g'day, by the way, I was your tent neighbor in Chino.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing? But yeah, the 3 simple words: go to church. I mean, I think it can start there. And one thing I've noticed since going through my ortho conversion is like the people who are coming in that just wander in, like each Sunday, it seems like there's someone new. I think that's exactly what they're asking the question you're asking. Can I find wisdom here?
Mm-hmm.
And I think for us, then whether it's an Orthodox church or whatever, the encouragement would be just keep coming. Just keep coming.
Keep coming back.
yeah, and so that's the problem. Is
not to
there?
You, it's an inside joke.
There is this kind of exclusivistic right side of history. Go to church, but only if it's an Orthodox church. and I believe Orthodoxy is for everybody, but I don't believe that it's realistic for everybody at this point, and that's unfortunate. And what's even more unfortunate is I don't believe there's really a vision or an incentive of hierarchs within the broader Orthodox world that are concerned about that. And it's because orthodoxy, you can't orthodoxy as it is now is basically the product of thousands of years of Christendom. And Orthodoxy, unfortunately, I think in a civilizational setting has kind of lost that sojourners of this world kind of mentality that was present in the pre-Constantinian Christian world, which is, you know, a difficult, that's what I think is the big savior father from the belly of the whale right now that I think all Christians are kind of facing is we no longer live in Christendom. Christendom is gone. We live in the ruins of it. And this is, I guess, where Tom Holland is useful. But it is really, how do we recapture that sojourner of the world in an undiluted, embodied, deep way? So,
Tayo, what do you think?
I don't disagree with anything that's been said so far, but I would say I would give the advice that I was given, which is to read a book of Proverbs every day and pray. Meditate on that. And the book of Proverbs happen to line up with the days of the month, so just whatever date it is.
so true.
Huh.
So true.
I didn't know that.
31 chapters in, well, yeah.
So in February, you're screwed.
Yeah, you got to double dip.
You do have to.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know
So
that.
many people stop being Christians in February just because they just can't get through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of this stuff, for me, it's going to boil down to I can recognize I'm in the belly of the beast, and I'm, you know, maybe they're saying I should go rescue my father from the belly of the beast, but the problem with that is it'll have me distracted by looking at the belly of the beast, and it's, I think it's the wrong place to start. I have to be willing to discover where my perceptions are completely, whether they're my actual experience or not. And so I think it's a matter of discovering what are my prejudices and what is it within me. Where did I get these things? Have I really, am I looking at Christianity through the eyes of a scared and fearful, resentful teenager?
Yeah.
Or do I get to re-examine through a new lens something different and how it relates to my life right now, and possibly how my lack of connection with that relates to my disintegrating life over a period of 20 years.
Yeah.
So I have to really examine where are my mistakes, and because I won't be able to see accurate anywhere near accurate, even though I'll probably never be able to see fully accurately, but I'll never be able to come close to the zip code of accuracy if I'm still looking at the belly of the beast. And
well, zip codes are a hierarchical view, so you can get the first 3 digits and you're in a pretty good ballpark.
Yeah, so it's a matter of I really and I'll just say it, probably hopefully I'll say it to not only say it, but hopefully I'll live it. Excuse me, until the end. That where are my sardines?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I'm the kind of guy where I believe that sardines were disgusting, though I never tried them.
They're
And
great.
I went around,
They're great.
and I would go around. See, but I don't believe you. I have to have my own experience with it. So they might be great.
Have a
And they
dill
might be
pickle with
horrible.
it.
And they might be horrible, but the thing is, the whole point of that is I have an attitude that plays out in the world. So an attitude which is a horizontal, the world. I have an attitude that's operating completely built on prejudices. Things like sardines are stupid or gross.
Yeah.
Or whatever, Game of Thrones is shitty or whatever it is. But I don't have my own experience with these different things. And I know it sounds so elementary because it is. Because everybody should already thinks that they know this. Of course I examine my prejudices, but I don't think we actually do.
Yeah,
No.
you
And-
need to know where they come from.
Right.
Well, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm sitting next to people eating sardines, and I'm looking at them eat the sardines. And sometimes I'll walk down the aisle where they stock them in the grocery store. And I've kind of like given up on the variety of brands, and there's like a brand that kind of eyeing a little bit more, probably because it has the coolest graphics on the package. But it's like I really relate to. I know I reject things because I create a false description of it, and I put, a straw man, and I point at it like, no, that's dumb, or that's wrong. I disagree with that, but I don't even know what I'm talking about. And I have a great imagination, and so I use it to keep me from having to do anything like repent, and so actually the reality is I kind of been tasting some sardines recently, and they're a little weird, and I think it's going to take some time to get used to them. But I can almost see myself like having a diet including sardines. So.
Well, if you try to fast like the early Christians did, and don't eat meat on Wednesdays and Fridays, sardines are a great way to supplement that.
Yeah, just drink the juice.
I just have one more thing to add to this. What wisdom would you give to people? And it's kind of a conviction that I've been feeling in my life, being raised evangelical and being sort of taught to see every interaction as a chance to transmit a life-changing truth to this other person. And I have just been really convicted that like radical presence with whoever you're talking to is the best wisdom there is. It's kind of it's a putting aside of your, I mean, obviously this is not a possible thing to do, but it is setting an intention to be to have as few preconceptions as you can. And I just realized that for myself, there were pivotal times in my life where feeling really seen by somebody else would have done more for me than anything they could have said. Like at a certain point, a friend of mine, because I low key believe in astrology, and a friend of mine sent me 2 pages based on my birth chart, which birth chart astrology is the most eerie of all. And all it was a description of me based on my geographical location and when I was born. So I had no reason to believe this thing, except it was so right. It was so right. It expressed some things about me that I hadn't put into words. And in a 2-page document, I wept like a baby. And then I laughed. I giggled like I never do that while reading anything. And I'm not making a thing for astrology. I'm not making a pitch for astrology. I'm literally saying that a fucking piece of paper made me feel seen and was revelatory because it was just it felt like it saw me. And how much more so a human being. Like I feel like preparing a quiver of wisdom is a good thing, but a really good thing too is to be like, to know when to put your quiver away, to put your smart guy. And I'm not Chad. I think you're the opposite of the smart guy vibe. You know what I mean? No offense.
They called you stupid.
No. You know what I mean, though? Do you know what I mean? Like the smart guy points, the smart guy, like, like the thing that tries to get people to go, wow, you just turned me right around. Like, and maybe those possibilities exist. We got to be ready. But those arrows get dusty. If we, you know what I mean? They probably should get dusty, like waiting for us to shoot them, because we have to see the exact target and really know from God, like through grace, that is the target for that arrow. And that's not to discount anything. Everybody has good answers to this, but I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, I appreciate you letting me just express my silly little thing that I was railing on. It's not a them problem, and it never was.
Not silly. It's good.
I'm gonna go and listen right now and eat. Look at this sandwich. So I gotta tell you guys real quick. So this sandwich, this is a prime rib sandwich. I know it seems weird, but that sandwich changed my life. I met my wife at this place.
Huh.
This is where I met her, and this is the sandwich she served to me. And I would go on to marry her, and I proposed to her in the place where I got
That's
the
awesome.
sandwich. And it's if you're ever in Wisconsin, in Delafield, go to the Picnic Basket. They have the best sandwiches on the planet.
Nice.
Life-changing.
Okay, Chad, before you leave, go to Boscobel, Wisconsin.
Boscobel. Why does it sound so familiar?
It's in the Driftless region. Go.
Oh,
You need
yeah,
to go to Boscobel and see Father Manas at St. Paul's Monastery.
Oh,
He's a great guy.
Okay. I love the Driftless region, Matt. Over at Viroqua, near that
Yep,
area.
Yep. It's south of Viroqua. Boscobel's south of Viroqua. So
Sweet. Well, thank you
Check it
guys
out.
for all you do, and don't burn yourselves out on here, man. Toodles.
hi, Chad.
well, now what?
Can somebody let Jed in?
Lance was at the back, but I think he's taking a little break now. So,
Oh shit, there's nobody to let him in. I love that guy.
but Johnny, I wanted you to speak on the sardine metaphor a little bit, as Steve was mentioning his experience with sardine. It tracks a little bit some aspects of your story.
Am I muted? No. The experience with sardines, you said?
Yes, Steve's experience, the way he described his experience with sardine being a metaphor for Christianity or God or something like that.
Oh, sure.
So
Yeah,
the
I mean,
attempts prior to investigation thing, like those look gross. I think they're going to be gross. I've never actually tried to eat them, so I don't like sardines. You know, but
right.
that's Chad's metaphor, and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like that with food, let alone theology or righteousness or management theory. I judge everything as inferior by constructing some interest, like creative alternative universe to like compare it to. It's like, it's not right. I'm just trying to keep myself from having to do stuff that I know I should do in the whole world. Talking about wisdom, it's like the whole world has been saying this stuff. It has been conveying wisdom to me my entire life, and I've been closing my eyes and plugging my ears as much as possible. And whenever I feel like I've learned something, a lot of it, the times it's like, that's what they were saying, or that's what that character in the movie, that's what that was about, like it's the message, the truth is in front of me all the time.
Yeah, but there's no shame in that game.
I don't feel too ashamed about it. I feel humble.
Good.
Which to me is pretty different, because shame I might try to avoid. And hopefully I could get away from everybody who saw it and just hang out with the people who didn't see it and pretend it never happened. But with humility, it's like, I actually gain a lot from humility. I'm motivated to be humbled,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know how much this is going to track. This is my first time on a stream. I've been in the Discord and that kind of thing with Tayo and Lance. So I don't feel like too much of a lurker, but this is kind of me coming out of lurkerdom. But what I was mostly just, like I said, just taking that first step and, being like, okay, what's it like to be on a live stream? And so, but one of the things I think at the beginning of the stream that was like, okay, this might be a good one to jump in on, just was it's this Ortho-Protestant tension that came up again yet yesterday, Sam's idea of, rescuing your father and things like that. And I think, being that this is my first time on, I'll try and give a really short rando history. And it's your typical fundamentalist to evangelical to deconstruction. Then down the hall, Sam Harris, Matt Dillahunty, rabbit holes. I was also involved in, back before the deconstruction, I was also involved in the Christian music industry. With a really popular Australian band. That may be all the information you need to know to which band that might be. But it eventually led, to going to, when I was down the more the New Atheist trail, going to retreats like, it was called Recovering from Religion. And it was something that the atheist experience would made available. And then the next step was, going to the Amazon on a 10-day retreat with 6 ayahuasca sessions. That's what turned me around. and I want to put that short background in, because one thing I think that does trigger me sometimes is when we think we know what deconstruction is, over a period of over a decade, and what that looks like. And it's like, oh yeah, we see the pattern, but I think everyone's experience and history of that is so unique. And so sometimes I've been even hesitant to share the deconstruction story, because it's like, okay, you fit in this box. Okay, we know who you are now. It's like, oh man, I don't think it's that simple. But,
I don't understand what deconstruction is. So this
I don't think I do either. It's just a label that seems to fit, right?
This could all be exactly me. Every single word except for the ayahuasca.
Right. And the only thing I wanted to respond to with, Sam's, insistence on people going back to where they came from, is that I tried 3 different evangelical churches, the small groups, the things like that. And I don't know what it was about orthodoxy that is, when I walked in, I was the only person there. This was right in the beginning of the COVID time. And I don't know, that's the path that ended up sticking with me. But beyond that is this long story that I don't want to go into now, and I've already, I think, done enough. But my response to rescuing your father is, sometimes you go down that road and it's just like, there's no going back. When I was in Chino, Paul spoke at I believe it was where the event was held. It was an evangelical church, and I was sitting with Tayo and Jacob, who made some kind of investment that Paul wore when he preached at that church. And I sat through that whole service, and then I met John Viveki for the first time, and he had talked about this trauma, and I haven't even talked about my version of the trauma, but I know he has in his experience in I think he labels it fundamentalism. And I bumped into him on the way out and shook his hand. I was like, so you and I have kind of similar stories. I like, how did you deal with the service? And his response, I will never forget. And I keep telling the story. He said, I actually sang a couple of the songs, and that really blew me away. I'm like, wow, you're a lot further down the road than I am, which made me realize that part of this process, yes, initially us new converts from Protestantism, all we want to talk about is being anti-Protestant. And we get over that eventually. But there's a process, I think, that needs to happen. It's going to take different amounts of time for different people. But you got to get over that eventually, and it's just whatever you need to go through, whatever you need to heal from, you know, will just take time. And I feel like I've mostly gotten through that point where like Sam and PVK, where they would trigger me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it's like, oh no.
Yep. Johnny, if I may just butt in real quick.
Yeah.
That's such a profound thing you said. If I could just give some unsolicited advice, you already know this, but learn the songs of the church. Learn, you know, everyone should know the Paschal, you know, Apologetikion, the Christ has risen from the dead, trampling down death by death. But the Pentecost, Nativity, Annunciation, you know, the songs. This is the thing, is we're not Orthodox because we're anti-Protestant. You shouldn't be anti anything, because and I'll agree with Pope Francis on this, when your identity is formed around negation, disillusion is inevitable.
Yeah.
And I think the best way to be anti, I guess, is to sing and to learn something like that, be actively participating in that. So
right.
Good on you, mate.
And
yeah,
thanks, mate.
That's really fascinating, Joseph. I would love to jump in on that after Johnny. I don't want to interrupt you at all, but that's
and I want to finish with this too, and that is that what Joseph just mentioned. I think over time, now that, you know, I was catechized just over 2 years ago, but that continual, there's so much to learn. And like you said, whether it's what you're singing in the liturgies, how you're responding, that also has its effect on the healing that needs to happen. So you're not just anti, you know. So.
And that's why John sang some of the songs. It's because sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Joseph. I haven't met some of you guys, but some of you have. So, Aaron, good to see you again, buddy. Steve, but you know, you brought up a really interesting point there, Joseph, and I think that even in the context of anything deconstruction like or ish, you know, I think the antidote for that is actually liturgy.
Yep.
And one of the challenges, you know, I grew up in a Protestant background as well, is that when you step into a liturgical church, a lot of it can seem very impenetrable, right? Like, why are we sitting? Why are we standing? Why are we singing? What does this mean? But when you get into the roots of what the liturgy is signifying, and just how truly ancient this is, because these liturgical forms stretch back actually well before the Christian era, all the way back into the temple worship in Jerusalem.
Yep.
And there's, I don't know. I mean, I find that I'm far more progressive than most here. Maybe Aaron's the only guy who's neck and neck with me on that. But I do think that, you know, finding those liturgical communities, that's where a lot of the formation happens, and the ability to, even when you're going in and reading scripture, you're going to read that through a new set of eyes, right? If you're being
totally.
liturgically.
If I could just totally echo you there, I couldn't appreciate the beginning of Luke's gospel until I was standing in church for the feast of the Annunciation and actually singing and listening to the priest read the dialogue between Gabriel and the Mother of God, Mary. It opens up different pathways or something of appreciation. I'm not trying to sound new agey there, but you know, there's a deeper
biological.
Yeah. It literally different pathways in the brain, I guess. But you know, there's a new appreciation for the source material then. So, and that's what kept the Christians together when you know, they were being brutally persecuted and mauled and tortured and ridiculed and disenfranchised. It wasn't, we got the best polemics against these pagans.
Right.
You know, it's we're going to sing "Oh Gladsome Light," you know, which is a song that we still sing in Orthodox Vesper services. That is straight up from the 2nd century. It's one of our oldest hymns, and it's like that's what, you know, that's what kept them going. You know,
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's partly what I'm seeking is, you know, to be falsely accused and imprisoned or ostracized by everybody, or, you know, persecuted, or at least like, you know, people like stealing from me and talking behind my back, all that kind of stuff, and be totally faithful, totally at peace, not welcoming it, but, you know, forgiving everybody. And through the way I am, maybe give them a chance to also repent and transform. I'd like that. And to a degree, I feel like this non-denominational fellowship I've been a part of for a long time, the way they've written what they wrote, it seems like it's encouraging me to do that. Like, that's the solution. Of course, none of us do it because it's a tall order. And then I feel like I'm finding it, at least, you know, maybe because YouTube is just looking at what I've clicked in the past. And so the stuff it's showing me, I feel like that's the message I'm getting. That's the offer I'm getting from the Orthodox Church is, you know, we want you to be like that, and we're going to help you. And that's what we're all trying to do. And again, as like a little kid in Sunday school and Presbyterian, I was mainline, by the way. Somebody asked, is there anybody mainline? I was mainline, but just as a little kid. And then I went to Catholic elementary school for a while, which, you know, we were like learning about Gilgamesh and blah, blah. Wasn't church. It was elementary school. But I just never felt like anybody was asking me to be, you know, asking me to have the faith. Not just like, oh, it doesn't matter if they're going to burn me alive because I'm going to have like 72 virgins once I get to heaven. Not like a deal like that. And to believe like, yeah, it's a good deal. No matter what happens to you, you're going to be able to drive a golden car around the city of, you know, past the pearly gates, you know.
Valhalla, basically.
Yeah. It's not like, you know, like, like it doesn't matter what happens now because it's going to be great in the future. But to be like, it doesn't really matter what happens now as far as like you being disappointed in the way your life is turning out. What matters is you can be holy, and it would make anything happening totally amazing. And that sounds great, you know. But I also know I'm a total chicken shit. I don't even eat sardines. So I mean, I really don't even eat sardines, actually.
You just have some dill pickles to go along with it.
Oh God, no way. So like I know I balk at this stuff, but I'm
and it's an intimidating thing, Steve. That's something that is really annoying, that people just act like just go to a divine liturgy in an Orthodox church. That's a very intimidating thing, especially because these things are tied, and they should be tied, you know, ethnically to, you know, some expression. And these are scary things.
Pretty it felt foreign.
Yeah.
Not like, you know, I've been in a foreign country before, and, you know, I've lived there, and that is I'm the foreigner, right? But it was also different to me. This didn't seem like that. It just seemed like, you know.
Yeah.
I've been in Episcopalian and Catholic churches before, and so like the way they're not just reading things with a monotone voice, they're like kind of singing it as they're reading it. I've seen that, you know, and you know, but it was just definitely, it was still very like, this isn't what I've been exposed to, but it didn't seem inaccessible because it was in English.
Steve, and what you're describing there, I think, is kind of what Sam is getting at too. And I agree with Luke. There is some projection there with Sam, but what Sam is ultimately getting at is, you know, there has been a historical civilizational expression of Christian liturgy and piety that has essentially been cut off because you have these people who grew up in the main line or their parents did, and then this movement to non-denominationalism and this kind of an impromptu, diluted, vague, superficial liturgy. And then it's like, well, what am I supposed to return to? Am I supposed to just pretend that I can overlook certain things and go to this place or that place? It's a tricky question.
I don't think.
I get,
so.
I play the rescue your father from the belly of the beast. There's 2 points I want to make about that. The first one, so rescuing, it also means like pulling him out of the beast, not just hanging out in the beast with him, right? So that to me should mean like if I'm going to rescue my father from the belly of the beast, it's not just like me being a prodigal son going back to this church. That metaphor, if you're going to invoke that one, it's like get the church that you left to repent. That might mean like undoing Protestantism. I mean, I'm sure that's like so offensive for me to say something like that. So I don't know if that's the right metaphor, but the other, what was the other point about? So if Peterson is like the prophet we're using to talk about which church he should go back to, rescuing the father from the belly of the beast, one of the things he talks about. But there's also Abraham, the way he describes that is like, hey, bucko, get out of the tent, have your adventure, and because the truth isn't in the tent. And so I think maybe that's the whole deconstruction thing. I don't really understand what deconstruction is, but if I'm spinning my wheels, yeah, I'm spinning my wheels, and maybe I just need to get over myself and like sing the worship songs in the big church and duck when the laser is coming at my eye, and I'll be okay. But and that's all I need to do is get over myself. But maybe it's like I need to get out of my tent and like leave my father, because that's also a Petersonism. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Sam, so I've heard his name invoked a lot, but I haven't seen a lot of him, what he has to say. So I may be biased in misreading what he's trying to get across. But I do feel like I understand one point about that article. It's like, so this guy's like struggling with his faith in his church and all that, and it's foreign. There's this weird Russian dude smoking cigarettes outside or whatever. It's like, why doesn't he just go back to his normal church and like fit in culturally? Why does he add this layer of challenge to himself? I can completely understand where he's coming from that. But it's like, if you feel like you're getting closer to the truth, hanging out with these babushkas and like cigarette smoking lollygaggers in the parking lot, then maybe that's the right place to be, and you need to get over it. I don't know.
I think just feel the need as a Protestant.
Yeah, I really apologize.
No, I'm joking. I take no offense.
Offensive bombs.
I take no offense whatsoever to what.
I don't know how to be sensitive enough about this stuff yet.
I think part of the problem is that there seems to be a need to walk around eggshells around each other nowadays, which is sort of bizarre. And I do agree with as it relates to Sam's latest outburst. Maybe it might have been either a misreading of what Luke was trying to get at or projection. But I'm now going to do.
I don't think Luke was clear enough. My friend talks the way that Luke was talking, where he just suddenly gets into this mode of like acting out a dialogue between two people. And Sam was like, "Are you fucking saying that to me?" He's like, "No, this is theoretically this two people talking to each other, and this is what they would be saying to each other." And I know a lot of people don't follow that kind of stuff when people do that. So
yeah, I don't know that this has been
what Sam was reacting to though was the fact that and I felt it just in this conversation now. There's a dismissal, and it's not based off nothing. It's based off the real stories of real people who some of them are in their streams, of the impossibility of going back for some people. That seems to be the prescribed posture across the board, from the frequency of how it's being said. So to a Protestant here, who's a Protestant paying attention to this corner of the corner particularly, it can seem like it's impossible to go back, which then we can infer as, wait, does that mean we're wrong to stay at all? Now, that's not what's being said, but it's very easy to go from it's impossible to go back to for us to then bring to the table. Does that mean this is the wrong place to be? And I don't think that's what the Orthodox or the Orthodox sympathizers, myself included, are saying. I think what Sam, I think that's what Sam was reacting to, because even in that article, like towards the end, there was a little part of it that seems the guy he's struggling with his faith. He sort of left Orthodoxy, but then he said he returned back home, and the only return back to was Orthodoxy, not that is Protestant beginning. That was like a no-go. Not said, but can be inferred. And if you're already viewing from that lens, you can easily pick that up.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that's what any of you guys are saying. Yet, I do think that what us Protestants can do is, okay, firstly, I need to bring up what's the guy PVK speak to, the young guy that's trying to rebuild the part of the main line.
Redeemed Zoomer.
Redeemed Zoomer. He's doing exactly what Sam's saying should be done. Is saying, okay, yes, it's a mess. Yes, there are loads of things not right. The little name a list where we can probably agree on most of them. But can we not wrestle together through with this? Can we not try to? Is it impossible? Do we all have to just abandon ship? And I don't think we do. And I'm with someone. We don't all have to abandon ship. Now, what I think, again, going from the other side, when Sam says that what can be picked up by Orthodox is like, wait, are we wrong for leaving? Like, is that? And I don't think that's what he's trying to say either. He just wants to create room for dialogue of, okay, there are Protestants still here working things out, and even some of the reasons some people left Protestantism might be some people are staying and remaining Protestantism. Now, that dialogue will always be contentious because they're opposite. So I don't think we should be surprising that it gets a little bit fake. I think I was just going to say it's silly that we get so emotional about it, but we're talking about the most important thing. So I guess it's not that silly.
Well, I think one of the things that's really interesting, Teo, you bring up is like a lot of excellent points. I'm Protestant. I'll stay Protestant. I'll probably die Protestant. I mean, I can't give that 100% guarantee, but I don't feel inclined to leave Protestantism. Also with an understanding of the profound problems and contradictions that exist within Protestantism across the board. But I think one of the things that I've learned in years of dialogue with other Christians, especially Catholics and Orthodox, is those conversations across communion lines are really, really important. And for me, it's, I don't feel inclined to make a bunch of conversion moves at this point in my life. But to understand the value that these traditions bring to the Christian community as a whole. And it's hard to, what I've noticed, and I don't know how long all of you guys have been in the Christian world and that kind of stuff, but I remember there was a huge influx, and I was a part of this. I grew up evangelical, made the move to Reformed Christianity in the early 2000s, but there was a huge influx of evangelicals into Reformed and Presbyterian churches at the time. And then a lot of, organizations like Gospel Coalition, and there was a big reform push within the Baptist churches and those kinds of things. And I'm watching a similar trend happen within evangelical and Protestant Christianity into Orthodoxy, even more so than into Catholicism, which is a tough pill for a lot of Protestants to swallow. And what remains to be seen for me at this point is this an isolated trend for a generation of people that tend to be spiritual nomads, or is this a real homecoming for people? And I think that the next 10 to 15 years will kind of flesh that question out.
Yep. And Jed, the thing is, I think Catholicism is a hard pill for the Protestant world to swallow, precisely because Catholic. Let's not pretend like Catholic and Protestant is the same dynamic as Protestant and Orthodox. You know, I think a lot of people going to Orthodoxy do that because they don't want to become Catholic, but they don't want to stay Protestant, and they look at it like it's some Hegelian synthesis of some kind or whatnot. You know, Protestantism and Catholicism is this divorced house of Latin Christendom, and it's like Latin Christendom is gone now in the remnants of it, and it's like, well, what do we do about this? And you know, I feel like the ball is probably in the Protestant court more so, following Vatican II theology and whatnot. But anyways, it's a complicated issue, but I can totally sympathize and understand why there would be, you know, reservations just to say, oh, I guess we'll just go back to Rome or something.
Right.
You know?
And I think that like you know, my journey with some of those things, where Protestant, I think Protestantism it's the agency of deconstruction within the church. And I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, by the way. We kind of framed the idea that we could distill all doctrinal and theological truths into what Scripture says. Right, that was the major movement within Protestantism, but that also gave rise to higher criticism and questions about the Bible that really ended up from within within a communion or a group of communions that were trying to establish divine authority through Scripture. It became in it were the seeds of its own undermining, right?
Yeah.
And you can kind of go one of two routes with that. And the route that I was more attracted to was like, I think critical scholarship has a lot of important things that they point out about the dynamics of Scripture, what's actually happening, how it was composed, what the historical cultural settings actually were, where it is at least, I will say, apparently inconsistent, right? Depends on how people want to look at that. But what I found with the older sources is that the church fathers didn't seem to have a problem with this, right? They were reading Scripture in a much different register. And I found that they allowed me to re-engage from a Protestant framework that meant that like whatever critical scholarship is throwing out there, whatever, you know, the kind of the Protestant impulse to undo everything, there was this kind of this centralizing point of there is a different way to read Scripture, and that secondary Protestant impulse of back to the sources of ad fontes, right? If you go back to the sources, all of a sudden, a lot of the Protestant axioms kind of, you have to reframe them. Let's just put it that way.
The same thing happens in Orthodoxy too, by the way, because there's various canons of how church, you know, polity and functions and pastoral issues, and there's things that become no longer relevant, or they need to be reconfigured for a more, you know, up-to-date model. You know?
Well, do you think this? I'll throw this question out to the group because it's something I think about pretty often. I think I'll put it in Hegelian terms. I think we're in the middle of of the great sublation, right? Where all these contraries and antitheses are surfacing. Is what happens after that. I don't think that this is a permanent state of affairs for the church, but what happens after?
After what?
After we're kind of in the middle of, I would say, a major historical inflection point.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
In general,
the meta meeting,
right?
Whatever.
A lot of things are back up for grabs that haven't been up for grabs in a very long time. And
well, hopefully Donald Trump will be restored as the emperor of
God Emperor.
No, holiness will reign for eternity.
Yeah, I haven't seen a reason to vote for so long.
I don't think we'll be able to figure that out in this lifetime. I think it's going to fall upon the subsequent 2 generations to see how this plays out. But I kind of look at it like we're sitting before the Renaissance, and Erasmus is, you know, figuring out, oh, hey, there's some problems between the Vulgate and the Septuagint, or the Greek sources. But it's really just, this is why I think it's a critical point to be in a mode of establishing oneself in a community that is local and that is enables individuals who are seeking Christianity in a good faith manner to be empowered to have strong families, build an ark, I guess, for whatever is coming.
Isn't that the Benedict option?
No, the Benedict option is like, let's go build a commune, basically. Like, I'm straw manning it, but it's really
I never read it. I've heard him say, like, that's not what I'm saying in a bunch of interviews, but I never read it.
There's been something floating around in my head this whole time to throw in there. Let's see if I can. I always start with saying, let's see if I can make this make sense. First of all, I think the concept of people seeking Christianity is totally insane to me, and I don't think it will be the search that people enter our churches thinking, like, searching for. I think that they're seeking. Sorry, and this feels so semantic, but I think that they're seeking, like, the Christ spirit. You know what I mean? And that, like, so one of the things that I have, Jed's laughing at me. No,
I'm laughing at Luke.
Oh, your kids are dumb. So one of the things that's been really encouraging to me in a weird way is seeing the way that sort of some of the Gen Z people are approaching spirit and spirituality. And I have really been encouraged by watching occult YouTubers. I really like occult people because there are a lot of intelligent people involved in the occult. And when you listen to them talk about it, it sounds like really basic and helpful Christianity, because they are people who go out and they fucking believe in the spirit world for real, like in a way that is humbling to me. And they say, when you go out into this spirit world, you are naked in front of these beings. You are vulnerable to these beings, and you have to make yourself like, and I understand all of the weirdness about, forming yourself into anything and too much independence and too much whatever. But they're saying you have to prepare your heart. You have to prepare your mind. You literally can't be harboring evil in yourself when you encounter actual evil, an evil spirit. And so it's not like I'm saying, I always have to give so many disclaimers. I'm not saying go join the occult. I'm not saying go become an astrologer, but I am saying I think that you can see in the way that these and they are typically younger people having these YouTube channels, that what they're seeking is something really close to the ground. Well, like they're seeking journeying.
Oh, go ahead.
That's okay. And for these people also, these places in the world, these magical places in the world, various places with increased magic, are like cathedrals, and they are holy places, and they believe in a spiritual spiritual presences in a way that I think is kind of inspiring. So I guess I hear a lot of tunneling in on traditions in this conversation. And like, I think there is going to be some weird overlay of like the future of spirit is this weird overlay of tradition and absolute freshness. Like if we keep silent, the rocks and the trees will cry out. I don't think that verse is saying that it's a bad thing to let the rocks and trees cry out. It's just saying that this stuff saturates reality, that God is saturated into reality. And so Aaron, somebody make it make sense. Yeah.
This is what in the conversation, I don't know if you've seen it, but I recently watched a conversation with Rick Beato and Ted Gioia.
I've watched a lot of him. I don't remember who Ted.
Ted
second
Gioia.
guy is.
Anyway, it's recent, so I would highly recommend it. But it's about what AI is going to do to the music industry, but it's about way more than that. And one of the things that Ted Gioia said was that he's finding himself going back to the Romantics to read them, because, and I'm probably not going to summarize this very well, but there's something about an unreal world meeting the real world, which forces people back to the real world, right? Because like McGilchrist makes the point about symmetry and perfect symmetry in the face, and how that actually creeps people out.
It's off-putting.
Right? It's off-putting. Yep. That's the word. And so let me just gather my thoughts, because I've got like 4 of them at the same time here. Martin Shaw has talked about the importance of animism and how Christianity is going to have to make amends with it. Okay.
Yes, this is right on target.
And then in my conversation with Martin Shaw, I read a portion out of Emil Book's Apocalypse, like Book of Revelation, and in there he talks about love of the earth, and it's the first letter, I can't remember to who, but Jesus says that they've lost their first love, and Emil Book posits that is love for the earth, right? And you even use the word, I think you said grounded, or they have their feet on the ground or something like that. And I'm just tying in all my random thoughts while you were talking.
No, keep going.
And then George MacDonald, in several of his writings, talks, like fictional writings, he talks about people having their feet on the ground and their eyes to the heavens. And I think that's an image of that marriage, right? Between, we can say animism and Christianity, or we can say heaven and earth, because they're both the same thing. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Back to spinning.
I'd like to hear.
I'm curious what Tao has to say that, but I want to jump in after that, because I know he had something he was jumping in with.
Genuine Basin. I see why Luke called you Bay. You are Bay. He's but just I do have to, I've got to work in an hour or so. But I was Sherry and both Sherry and Aaron touched on a lot of the things I was going to say, referring back to your question about what happens next past this thing. And I don't know about what happens next, but I think during it, the next stage that I see coming through is just re-enchantment of everything. And Christians might feel encouraged by that, but I think things are going to get very, very fucking weird.
They haven't started.
Can we talk about the weird that's coming?
Most of my friends don't have nothing to say about Christianity, but talk to them about Ifa, Oshun, any of the gods that I grew up, because I'm Nigerian, I'm familiar with, but they are knee deep in like a lot of the occulty type things, and I see that being something that has to be wrestled with by Orthodox, Catholic. We all have to get our demon theology in order, because and that also tags into what PVK said about therapists confessing that some of their clients are speaking to demons. So I just see all of this as part of like a re-enchantment of just everything. But we have to go.
I love that because it's like I think we can't approach it with an all or nothing mentality in terms of the spirit world anymore. Like we cannot look at it like there's nothing to be learned from these other enchanted traditions, and there's nothing to be seen in them. Like we have to have more, in a weird way, more openness, while also a stronger belief in real evil. Sorry, keep going.
Well, and I think that like being able to distinguish the baby from the bathwater, right? So I just listened to David Bentley Hart he just posted one of his lectures that he delivered at Oxford, and a supplementary introduction to that I think it was Catherine Pickstock who did that. But one of the things that he talks about in that discussion is that Christ is merging together the mythic and the historical. Right. So as the dying and rising God, the God who invades the underworld, the God who comes from on high, these are all, and enters into the mortal realm. These are all deeply mythic concepts that show up in world mythologies all over the place. And I think that actually some of these doors of really opening up and investigating and seeing, where these historical, traditions maybe have a point of contact with Christianity happens in Vatican II. I know that's a mixed bag, and people have different opinions on Vatican II. But I think when we're looking at the question of specifically the occult, is Christians will have a huge problem with that, but then also at the same time be huge fans of. Sorry about that. But Christians will have a huge problem with that, but then we'll be big fans of like Lord of the Rings, and not
I just can I just add one more thing, and then I'll go back to my womanly task.
Yeah.
That's sexist.
It totally is. What Ted Gioia mentioned was the Romantic period was a response to the Enlightenment. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that in there because I remembered it. And
well, and Romanticism, I think, is also a Twilight feature, right? So Twilight, it shows up at the edges of a passing age.
Yeah, but it's not nostalgic.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's nostalgic, but it's definitely a Twilight dynamic.
Right.
But I mean,
there was something else I had, but I lost it because my thoughts are just like.
I mean, we're standing on the. I think we're standing on the precipice of something relatively unprecedented in human history, where we have kind of developed in a rational way since the Enlightenment, and are going to be confronted with just how deeply enchanted the world is.
Okay, I got it. Got my thought back. Dominating and tending. I just have to throw those out there so I don't forget. I listened to a great talk by a rabbi, and he was talking about the 2 commandments for Adam in the garden, that he was to dominate, right? Or not dominate, but have dominion over. And then he was also to tend. And those are seemingly opposing things if they don't work in service to one another. And I think the Enlightenment, I'll just be really general. The Enlightenment was this aspect of dominion, right? Because it was about utilizing resources, things in the world for yourself. So it was almost like it was kind of inwardly looking, if I can put it in those terms. Whereas when you are tending a garden, you're not looking inward, you're looking outward, right? You're concerned about the whole and the health and welfare of everything in that garden. And so it's more kenotic. And that seems to be a fairly good, I don't know, in my mind, a fairly good description of what the Enlightenment was versus Romanticism, where the Enlightenment is trying to, figure out how it can use the thing for its own gain, whereas the Romantic period is more of a tending. And that's why you get all the back to the land stuff happening in the Romantic period, right? With Thoreau and, those guys. That tends to be the direction that people go into. So anyway, those are just my thoughts again.
But making me think of like, you know, what the king is supposed to do. He's supposed to rule, but also make it flourish, you know. So the king is supposed to be a servant, not just like a spoiled baby who gets whatever he wants whenever he wants it from everybody. And yeah, it occurred to me while you know, your description, Sherry, that it's not necessarily enlightenment is like, how can I get the most cobalt out of the ground here so I can make the biggest bucks with my Tesla? It I think it came directly from the enlightenment, but it's like because this has been like a thing in my mind. It's like faith is scary. We're smart enough now. We have the scientific method, so we can know things to be true. So let's go with this for a while, and then so for example, I'm gonna fund people sailing a ship across the world, maybe off the edge of the world. But we have dual entry accounting and risk hedging and the concept of insurance now, that the risk is gone. I've mastered risk. You know, I don't even have to worry if I put all my eggs in one basket and sail across the world and it sinks or never returns for whatever reason. I'm still okay. And I think that was so seductive to be like, I don't need to worry about what happened to me in this temporal, like the imminent current world. You know, how cold it is or how hot it is. I don't need to worry about weather anymore. I just have machines to take care of that for me. That's such a seductive and attractive thing. It's like I can be like, you know, that serpent promised, hey, I could kind of get what I want. I don't need faith anymore. I can master things. And I think that's what the Enlightenment is. And I think maybe its biggest building block is materialism. And it seems like materialism has sort of exhausted itself and proven that, well, there's more to material than material.
It seems like the old all the Aesop's fables, you know, like the rabbit and the hare and the tortoise, and you know,
even
where everybody gets,
you know, flying too close to the sun, you know,
really comfortable in their you know, in the fat season kind of thing.
Yeah,
where then you have the other animal that is always preparing for the future, right? And I think these are the two things that we're constantly wrestling with as humans. You know, we have this tendency. Like I've always thought that procrastination was actually an evolutionary benefit. Because what's that?
It makes me feel better.
Well, me too. That's why I thought of it. I had to make myself feel better about it.
It's the whole reason Steve's even here, I think.
I know.
You got stuff to do.
But the reason I think that is because this is what my animals do. They naturally preserve energy. And they only move out when they absolutely must. Right?
I'm going to hang on to that and put that in my back pocket the next time I get criticized for procrastinating.
Do it, Jed. It's enlightened.
Yeah. Conservation of energy.
But hey, I wanted to kind of throw this out there, since we kind of touched on this a little bit. We've kind of been going there. And I think that this relates to some of the things I was just watching. So last night I was watching a major release. It was the SALT conference. Are you guys familiar with SALT?
No.
It's like big banking convention stuff. Well, they just had a colonel from the United States Army get on and talk about the reality of UAPs and alien presences with a bunch of Wall Street investors, which I found to be very interesting. First of all, that they're basically going to be trying to monetize weaponize these technologies and reverse engineer them.
Of course they are.
I find that to be almost more terrifying than government secrecy. But,
Maybe it is government secrecy.
Well, but we're looking at these really interesting consequences, right? We have that thing is happening right now. We have AI happening right now. We have massive global tensions happening right now. We have major what we could say disagreements within Christianity that have been, I think, as pitched as I've ever seen it in my lifetime. It's hard to give much further context beyond that, but I think I was listening to this podcast on the 30 Years' War in Europe, and I started to just kind of think about the it's all money laundering. I think that there's something to it, but I was listening to a podcast on the 30 Years' War. And I was thinking about that in the context of our own time, and realistically, like as an American, I haven't known, a day of real peace in America since 9/11. Right? We basically have been at war, involved in some sort of conflict for like the last 30 years. I think part of what we're watching is the dynamic of modernity itself is in the process of dying.
What?
Modernity is in the process of dying.
Yeah.
Like we're in the death stages of a present epoch.
Postmodern.
Yeah, and there's something following modernity. We want to call it postmodernity, but that's just an interval.
Well, we already got a word, postmodernity.
Yeah, postmodernity. My fiance works as a chaplain. It reminds me of like hospice care, right? That's what postmodernity is like. Is modernism on its on life support essentially.
Yeah, it's like postmodernism takes some of the skills and tricks learned by modernism to prove itself wrong, to prove modernism's wrong,
right?
And that's about it. So it's basically, so I kind of agree. It's like, well, the modernists, it's true. 2 + 2 = 4. And if you use this math, you can fly around the moon and come back theoretically. But that's not all there is. And so the claim that that's all there is, like the truth claim that modernism makes is actually false. And so I feel like I agree with you that the postmoderns have like begged the question, if there is no God, or if there is no objective truth in this and that, or whatever. I'm not a postmodernist either, but like they're saying it's all nothing, it doesn't mean anything. It turns out, well, that's not true. So there will be something afterward, and that will be difficult. It would also mean a whole lot of people's lives are totally counterproductive and not meaningful, and we're gonna have to admit that. It's gonna be fought. People will fight that.
If that were true, if postmodernism, or if the statement that there's no objective truth and none of it means anything, then that would mean then I would beg to ask, well, why are you even saying that?
Well, I don't think that
I think that they know they're wrong.
I think that the postmodern position is it's a critical position, right? Of modernity basically devouring itself. And like one way or the other, I think that I don't think that we're going to move beyond like rational thought, just like there was a rational thought before modernity. For sake, Plato and Aristotle were pretty rational dudes, right? So I don't think rationale is going to disappear. But I think that we've basically been looking at the world in modernity through a certain keyhole. And all of a sudden, the door is going to open. And it's an apocalypse. Is it the apocalypse or is it an apocalypse is the question. But it is certainly an apocalypse that we're going through right now.
Postmodernism. Sorry, go ahead.
And so I think that the apocalypse is, is itself the unveiling of the question is what becomes unveiled? Do we find ourselves in a position like William Butler Yeats' poem, The Second Coming, where what he's foretelling is not something particularly good? The rough beast slouching out of Bethlehem to be born is not a friendly figure. So he sees the future with a certain sense of foreboding and terror. or is what follows this period, this interval period that we find ourselves in, is it something better? And I think that part of like the millennial hope of Christianity that has been kind of lost, the chiliasm, the idea that there's an earthly kingdom to be gained, is something that may be important for Christians to reconsider, is to start thinking through what is that age to come going to look like? How do we occupy that space? And how do we begin to embody some of those realities here and now? And I think that, to me, that's how we get through some of the turbulence of our contemporary time. Is, I think it's actually, we need to become more eschatological, not less, more apocalyptic, not less, and need to understand like what it is in the tradition that we're carrying forward into the future.
You know, George MacDonald says that we, in Fantastes, he says that we went into a room in the castle that we were not supposed to go into. And when we came out with our shadow.
Yeah,
and
that's
and the shadow has a life of its own, right? Like it's like a Peter Pan shadow. And it whenever it crosses over anything, it disenchants it completely. So what you see as fairy just becomes something totally explainable and reducible to, you know, the mundane. And I mean, I think we all know what that story is pointing at, but yeah, you know, we've fallen into duality. This is how I would see it. We've fallen into duality, good and evil, and somehow, in order to re-enchant the world, we have to synthesize those things.
If I stay quiet long enough, Sherry just says what I'm thinking.
Sherry, can you grab Steven's comment, his 11 a.m. comment?
Steven?
11 a.m.
Yes. Oh,
there
the
we
other
go.
Steven.
Yeah. So this is the fundamental issue in our time, I believe.
It's always been, though.
But and I believe that this is because we are existing in an age of high polarity. The impulse is to essentially is the other becomes the easy outlet for attack, one way or the other.
Right. So that's what I mean about synthesizing good and evil, Jed, because what is evil people? People?
I mean, they do and they don't exist, right? I mean, the evil exists within all of us, but then, yeah, see, David's got a good point there. The idea is, hey, I'll be your friend anytime, dude. But we tend to think, and I think this is where both the conservative and progressive elements in society are very, very in a very precarious place.
That's the push.
We both want a society that doesn't include the other, right? We both want a world that doesn't include each other. And one of the things I think is important here in TLC and with Grail Country especially is you have some wide and diverse voices that we sit here, and most of us are bound by a common, love for Christ or a common journey to seek for the truth. And we can have differences and we can embody a different way. Mm-hmm. But I think that the problem we're going to run into is that the pressures are going to be for further polarization, and I fear further violence. And I think that's the one thing that we have to avoid most in this time is the impulse towards justifying, some sort of justifying.
Is that avoiding the unavoidable, though?
Well,
like
I think
somehow something has to erupt.
I think we've passed the Rubicon. I think that those things are coming. I don't think there's much that can be done about it in terms of at the macro level. I think that how we respond and how we hold presence in the world is all the more important in light of that. Do we participate in that or not?
We've already got the violence, and
right.
And like it was said within somewhere in that 15 hours yesterday, that you defeat or conquer the Roman Empire by repenting,
Yeah.
not by grabbing swords.
Right. 100%. And so I think that commitment to like the nonviolent or ahisma, right? The principle of nonviolence is, to me, that's one of the things that's standing out is like one of the most important axes of resistance that we can have is simply to say no. You know, even if it's with somebody I profoundly disagree with, I would not endorse violent action or force being taken to this person just because we disagree. All right. And I think that that's a really important component of, like, if I were to write a book of how to survive and thrive in the apocalypse, you know, it would be, don't lose your head and keep your hands to yourself. You know,
Well, find common ground.
Can I?
It's, you know, go ahead, Mark.
No, I just it's when you say the real test is when it becomes state violence. So you we're talking about this. You mentioned, you guys were talking about historical movements of the modern era. So you have early modern, and that leads us to Enlightenment, the Enlightenment period. The Enlightenment period is early modernity is all what used to be called the Renaissance. That's early humanism that matures into the Enlightenment, which is mature humanism. Mature humanism kills itself through the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. Say again?
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Can you hear?
They dissected themselves. That's what they did.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, you can go in depth. I'm just trying to big sweeps just to kind of paint a picture here for a second. It's just it's like the war. That was actually the Napoleonic Wars is what ended the Enlightenment. All right, that drove this. That was a trauma to European culture and somewhat America, and that trauma resulted in Romanticism. Romanticism split into two: dark Romanticism, light Romanticism. Light Romanticism, dark Romanticism would be Melville. Out of that comes, that develops. All of this is on modernity, by the way. Okay, so we're one big umbrella is modernity, and these are the micro movements within, or fragments of modernity moving through it as it matures. Then you have all of that dark. So the dark romantics kind of mature into Nietzsche, and it all collides in World War I. That culture, then, Romanticism dies in the trenches of World War I. You see where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah.
World War I and World War II, guys like Niall Ferguson. Sorry about my dog; she's a complete maniac right now.
Wonderful dog.
Niall Ferguson combines World War I and World War II into a single movement, like a 30 Years' War.
Yeah,
which is probably a good way of looking at it. And all of that collapses. That period, that 30 Years' War, is an interregnum between two phases of modernity, which would be two phases, you might say, of middle and late modernity. That ends in Hiroshima and Auschwitz. That's the big trauma of that period. Then we enter into the early rumblings of postmodernity that take shape in the 60s, fully, and we are still in that. That's probably dying. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, does postmodernity not also include communism, like Russian Stalinist Russia? Mao?
I look at communism as kind of a failed Chiliasm. It's failed millennial thinking.
Okay.
Well, Marxism is probably seen as a romantic movement. Keep in mind, Marxism is pure romanticism. I don't know where it falls, whether it's light or dark. It's a kind of light
Pretty
romantic
dark.
vision that's very optimistic, but turns into Stalinism, right? So that's a really tricky one.
Marx is an interesting guy.
Well, it becomes dark.
If it's totally idealistic and it puts all of its faith in its own reason and its own will, that's dark.
Did you guys watch the 60 Minutes interview with Pope Francis?
No.
Did any of you see that?
No.
So I
No.
heard Pope Francis say something that Vladimir Putin says, which when they're saying the same thing, that's very interesting, right? So one of the things that it was an interesting interview. I mean, I'm sure people, it's just going to reinforce your opinions of Francis one way or the other, right? But he talked about one of the things he was very adamant on is the danger of ideology in general, right? Is basically like with a lot of like what we're seeing in our conflict in our world today are kind of coalescing around different centers of ideology, and he found it to be a very dangerous thing. I found that to be very interesting because you hear the same things out of Putin that you're hearing out of Pope Francis.
Well, Marx aspired to building a humanist heaven. So I mean, at the beginning, that's why I'm saying it's one of those that just goes from light to dark, and it clearly becomes dark in the Gulag. But let me finish one more movement. There's one more movement in history that I'm thinking that where we're at now, and I think the point at which we face the cataclysm that you're speaking of is probably seen on October 7th in Gaza, the Hamas, and the war in Ukraine. Whether or not these explode into global catastrophes is yet to be seen.
I think they already did.
But then go ahead.
Yeah, I think that they already did. I think that
not yet. You got to see. But don't remember what the mobilization looked like in World War I and World War II. I mean, it's 20 million men, 20 million Americans at arms, in uniform, ultimately served in that war. 20 million out of a population of 130 million.
It's going to be a profoundly different. It's going to be a profoundly different war, but I think that we're talking about a cake that the recipe of this cake has been baking for 30 years. And I just don't think that we can unring the bell. I think the question is, how catastrophic does it get? Not that it's terrifying. I mean, I hate to be like such a pessimist on this stuff, but
you are.
I think that we have to be realistic that the antecedents to this war have already been seeded in the soil, and we're going to have to reap it.
Yeah.
What's this? Pope Francis, I think it was in
I'm not sure
2012. He talked about one of his major papers that he came with was, I just did a video on this. It was talking about the technocratic paradigm shift, and he mentioned a lot of things you're talking about with ideologies and all this different stuff. And so he talks about basically there's no running away from this. So we're going to have to integrate this technocratic paradigm. And I think we're all downstream from that. A lot of stuff happened that accelerated that and pushed us kind of back in our seats in this so we could talk about wars and all that kind of stuff. I think this is more of being that, and I've said this before, so the radio and television are a family medium. They were a family medium. The internet is not a family medium. It's an individual medium. It's a medium for the person. And so
good point.
It grabs our attention. This is like kind of how all this is working now. This is going to have to go. This is going to go. That could completely backfire on the powers that be, because it could either completely smash us together in a unifying way or in a destructive way. And I'm thinking about, especially once like more of the transhumanist stuff starts to kind of pop up, if we have more, if we start to move more into virtual reality or hybrid cyborg stuff, there's going to be who knows how God's going to work with that sort of thing. And so I keep bringing this up because it's really interesting to me. I'm completely floored by this Carlos Erie book of They Flew. And like, I would not be surprised if at some point we start kind of moving more into that sort of those kinds of realities start to manifest on a more rapid basis. And
watch out for the Antichrist.
Yeah, that's always a danger, right? And but I was thinking of and the weird question I brought up about yesterday about what does right brain autism look like? It looks like Peter walking on water, and
Did you talk about that, by the way? Did I miss something?
No,
Okay,
nobody
nice.
talked about it, but it's something that I wanted to share because, like, then the left brain autism, from my understanding, my really dumb understanding is autism is a symptom of left brain unbalanced left brainedness, and it has to do with facts and kind of like all these different things. I'm not doing that any justice, but now imagine if there was the pendulum swing on that was you went from this complete left brainedness into this complete right brainedness where you don't even, your right brain can't even, like, let's just say, again, I'm not doing a good job of explaining this, but let's just say for fictional reason or a fictional story, let's say your brain moves into or a right brained autism is an extreme where it cannot recognize rational or logical, and there's such power inside of the human body and the human spirit that we start to see all sorts of different miracles manifesting. And maybe that's what all this push out of, in this individual medium that we're in, is to push us into realignment of some sort. And I'm not excited about that, but I don't know.
You know, like I just keep saying that in order for things to be synthesized properly, whatever that is, people, ideologies, philosophy, science, religion, we have to be willing to accept paradox. That's the thing. And that's the one thing that people, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I ran into my first paradox, my brain almost caught fire. Like I was just like, what? Because it's the problem you can't solve. And that's what we want to do. We want to solve problems, right?
Well, it's the Guardian knot that you just take your sword and chop it.
But the paradox requires you to sit within a tension that is almost unbearable. Unbearable. You know, and I just keep thinking of the burning bush because that's what it is. It represents paradox. It's the bush that's on fire that is not consumed, right? And the interesting thing is Moses has to take off his shoes. And I heard, it must have been a Debbie Slavin conversation. This guy was talking about coming to his faith with no presuppositions, and he called it coming barefoot to God, in light of that story from the burning bush and when Moses took his shoes off. So that opened up that whole scene for me even more so, right? Because Moses takes off his shoes and he stands barefoot before the paradox, which means he has no presuppositions about it. And then Jed, this gets back to our no images conversation, right, with Meister Eckhart. So, and when Chad was talking, I just kept thinking, we're going to end up in a mystical age, and that mystical age has two sides to the coin, right?
Adversity, yeah.
Adversity. There it is. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just as an aside, Mark, at some point, just in hearing your discussions here, in some of your background, I think you and I will definitely have to get together and do some chatting in the future.
I'm afraid I'm on a really small screen and I can't see your name. Who's talking to me? I'm on my phone, so I can't.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Jedediah or Jed. Or just
Send me a. Okay, Jedediah. Yeah, send me an email. Just ping me. I've got it on my channel. It's just my address is right
You
there.
guys have so
Okay.
much in common. You have so
Awesome.
much in common, Jed and
Okay.
Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun. That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, and I see that trajectory. I see an apocalyptic trajectory within Christianity that I've dabbled a lot in studying and incorporating Eastern forms into my practice, right? So meditation forms, and kind of learning the metaphysics of the East, where Buddhism does not have really, it's not as metaphysical. But I think that there's an element of what Christianity has always done is incorporated older cultural forms. It happened to do so in the West in the context of Western paganism, right? And so the pantheons were replaced with the saints and the angels. But there's a transformative work within Europe. But I think that where Christianity's horizons, part of the horizons of Christianity, I think are learning how to draw the truth out of any tradition where it is. So Aaron, to your point on occultism and those kinds of things and the more enchanted world, I think that like one of the things that's remarkably unique about Christianity is its adaptability to speak to these various forms that arise in cultures throughout history. And I think that's part of what's happening now, especially with these younger generations, where it's the astrology TikTokers and the tarot TikTokers. And it's like, I mean, there's excess there. And I think some of it's kind of silly, but I think it's an emergent element of the zeitgeist that's where there's an element of collective consciousness is heading in that direction towards a more enchanted and a more mystical future.
I just want to say that I think Chad was really resonating with me when he was speaking, and then Sherry kind of put the icing on the cake when she talked about the burning bush and taking off your sandals because you're on holy ground. And I think the answer to what you foresee as an inevitable historical catastrophe, say of the likes of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, World War II, and all that. Or the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, some big epoch-changing catastrophe. I think the answer is for the church to be the church, to get back to for us. We can't. What does Christ say in John 3? I didn't come to I didn't. He doesn't condemn the world. The world already. There's certain. Whatever's going to happen is mostly out of our control in terms of big sweeping movements, but it's for us to know to have our ethical center in place, to have our hearts in the right. It's like in Joshua, Caleb says, "As for me and my house, I'm going to follow the Lord. I don't care what you guys are going to do. You can follow after the old gods, or you can follow after the Lord that brought you out of Egypt. But as for me and my household, we're going to serve the Lord." And maybe that, and see, that's what I took from what, I don't know if that's what you meant, Chad and Jerry, but that's what I got from kind of synthesizing your two statements as a response to the apocalypse.
I think if shit were to hit the fan right now, in an unimaginable way, like a way that we couldn't really begin to imagine it. Like if it just went
like Terminator.
Yeah, just went wild. Like right now, we woke up at 3:00 in the morning. We were awoken at 3:00 in the morning with some unbelievable situation. I think it would go a lot better than we can imagine. I actually think that and I've said this before, I don't think our resentments are kind of they're way up there. We're not really in touch with the truth about our resentments with each other. They're just kind of like these surface level nagging at each other, even though they are, some of them have made their way out into the streets but a lot of that is mostly amplified by broadcasting. But I think what would really happen is if the shit hit the fan in an unbelievable way, we would probably get along a lot better than we're imagining. mostly because we haven't been really tested.
Right. That's interesting, Chad, because my sense is like, and I know I sound like a prophet of doom on this stuff, but I think that, that you're 100% right. Is that as we see like kind of this amplification of evil in the world, I think that we are going to see its necessary corollary is incredible goodness. And I'm pessimistic about the near term and very optimistic about the long term because of that. Right. Is that I think that a lot of us, doesn't matter what our perspective in the vantage point, we have very different vantage points sitting here right now, is I think there's a lot of us that want to genuinely help people and want to see them grow and flourish and survive and get through a tough time together. And a lot of that is just remembering at some level, like our basic humanity and the basic goodness of God. And Mark, like what you're talking about, just saying, look, I can't control what happens out there in the world, but I can say, here, this is who I am. And this is what I am going to do. And this is what I'm not going to do. And I think that gives me a lot of hope. And I think that that's the seeds of hope that are present in the world. And Chad, you're right. Like that stuff doesn't make the news. That's not a big splashy headline. Hey, people are getting along in Des Moines, Iowa. There's not we're not going to see it. Not going to see that on CNN or, on the top of your Google News feed.
Not without it.
But that's what we just, in a way, that's what we just did 15 hours worth of last night, right? Or yesterday of us as a small group in society that we call ourselves the TLC, and we fellowshipped in the Lord for 15 and a half hours in some kind of first.
Did you know
of a first?
Oh, did you notice that Terrence Howard's organization is called TLC?
Hilarious.
Copyright claim.
Really small microcosmic example of what I was describing of when the shit hits the fan. One of my favorite examples is it took place in the basement of Ravenbrook, which was a concentration camp. And this story takes place in Corey ten Boom's hiding place. And obviously, it's apocalypse for those people. All out apocalypse.
Yeah.
And people of every walk of faith, whether they were Jewish or various Christians, from Catholics to Orthodox to Protestant, they were all worshiping in the same room every night. And they weren't concerned about, theological differences or liturgical differences. They were forced in a position where they were in a desperate position, one that is hopeless and impossible to deal with, and they worked with what they had. And I think that's probably more like what would happen.
It's like when your house is on fire, you don't grab everything out of your house.
No.
And so it makes perfect sense that, people who will maybe even like start throwing stuff at each other because the heated argument about what's true, what's not true, they'll all stand together and like, well, we know at least, you might be familiar with this phrase, but it's like, I know that there is a God and it's not me. And maybe it's not this dude I'm standing next to praying, but there is a God and we need him because holy crap, look what's happening.
Yeah.
But, I wanted to mention, like you talked about, like, so when an apocalypse or whatever, a collapse of things happens, I remember September 11th, I drove through Fresno, California, and there's whatever. It was pretty crazy day, but there's like these punk rockers in the center median of like a large road with these Mexican dads, like 35, 40-year-old guys. They probably work in the farming industry. The punk rocker probably just does heroin. That's my bias. But anyway, they were holding this giant flag, like a 6-foot tall flag, American flag, waving it in the parking lot. And, there's some other people there, like, club girl kind of wearing lady, like just a total motley crew. but they were all rallied. Maybe that was like the evil guys like rallied us all together to go get that oil. I'm not trying to say politically what was going on, but emotionally what was going on, or at least personally, is they could look past all these constructed differences they had about themselves. And that's partly, where people say like, it's just a social construct or all this and that. And it's like, yeah, punk is a social construct, so is, being a dad in the way that you think you're being a dad. Because there's like this icon, or I shouldn't say that word, but there's a archetype of what that stuff is. And that's what you actually are. And you're also just like child of God who's like not doing a good enough job of emulating him. That's what you really are. And so it's easy to just like let go of all that stuff. And it's like, well, what are we? Well, we need unity, we need each other today. I mean, because who knows, is September 11th going to last for a year? We don't know that. And yeah, that's what I saw. I saw people who would never look at each other, never talk to each other, holding the same flag together, like Iwo Jima, and yeah, it was really surreal to me. And I would imagine it would be the same thing. So in other words, all the, from the river to the sea kind of crap going on now, and all the, let's venerate the icon of George Floyd stuff going on a few years ago, that's all LARPing. I don't believe it at all. I think they know that they're fine. They're totally fine. There is no crisis. Maybe they're afraid something's coming, and that's why they're swept up in the moment.
Yeah.
But some guy in a parasail comes flying towards them. They're running to their parents and the people that they know for safety, and they might even tell them that they're sorry before they die. You know what I mean? So I think that's what will really happen, and all the turmoil we've got is just
Well, I think like there's an element of, if you think about the world as a series. I mean, this is one way. This is not the way I view the world in general, but this is a series of interlocking and interdependent systems.
Mm-hmm.
And realistically, there's a problem of control. That is a crisis of control in these world systems, whether that's supply chain or military, and I would say that what we're watching is really the erosion of the Westphalian Agreement, the Westphalian peace, and the modern nation state is no longer a very adequate system of governance in the world we live in, because you've got these massively powerful nation states.
Mm-hmm.
I would say primarily China, Russia, United States are the three biggies in the world today. And we can't stop bumping up against each other, because the interests of those states actually have, in a lot of ways, eclipsed the interests of the people who are citizens of them.
Yeah.
Right? And we see those tensions in our own society. I can't really speak to Russian or Chinese internal tensions, because I don't have a good visibility on that. But within our own society, we see the profound disconnection between those that stand in power in those systems and those interdependent systems, and the people who are, find themselves lower in the hierarchy. I don't think there's ever been a wider disjunction. We saw a lot of unity after 9/11, but that opportunity was a spent force.
Yeah,
like,
it didn't last.
We collectively lost our minds, and we found ourselves in basically decades of war in the wake of that. And I think it's, in some senses, those wars that was when those wars started. I think we'll look back on this period as like another 30 years war.
Yeah.
Not like there's some war awaiting in the future. It's just that it hasn't reached its conclusion.
Well, it started in 91.
Right. It did.
We bombed Iraq every day for those 10 years.
Right.
And then we had American troops on the ground in Kosovo, in Africa. There's the ones that we know about, and then there's all the there's fighting in the Philippines. There's a tremendous amount of combat infantry badge wearers who were not in a Jeep in Baghdad.
Right.
For from the 90s through today. So all over the place.
But we lived in the illusion. I think the 90s gave us the illusion that we lived in a, we lived after history, like the Francis Fukuyama book.
Yeah.
Like we
We
were
had
post
cable, but not
historical, that the liberal democratic order was the new order for the ages.
right.
And we found ourselves in the 21st century sucked back into history. Like we still haven't
Yeah.
escaped it. We're still prisoners of history. And I just don't think that we've grappled with the full implications of, essentially, like, my thesis here would be that we're watching the death of the modern nation state. I don't know what comes after that necessarily, but I think that, like, the tensions that we're seeing are largely a byproduct of a 500-year-old historical cycle that began in the Protestant
Well, the only thing
Reformation.
that can replace, historically speaking, the only thing that could theoretically replace the nation state would be empire. So,
Or like,
so
or
you
like the
either see a
spiritual
revival. I beg
We
your
have an
pardon?
There's also the
economic
feudalism
empire.
option too. The techno-feudalism, I think, is a live option that we're looking at.
Well, no, I don't see it. Because it's everything. It's like the whole business with Bitcoin. Everything's reliant upon the presence of a sound state-backed financial system. You lose so you have to have a very big. I mean, unless you have a nuclear war that takes out, say, 95% of the population, global population, and then you could go back to some kind of techno-feudalism. And all this sounds really horrible and nightmarish when you talk about it. Then these.
Oops. Ooh, we're losing you, Mark.
I know.
Either must.
He's getting too close to the truth.
There. Did I lose you?
Yeah,
for a second there. But I mean, to your
Okay,
point, Mark,
sorry.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive as far as empire and feudalism. I think, like, the Holy Roman Empire kind of functioned in that way. Historically speaking, there's kind of a centralized and a decentralized elements of structure and authority.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
do
yeah.
think-
No. How you organize and how you run your empire, it can be be quite varied. But
you could let
keep
the
in mind
Jews
too
rebuild the
that.
temple or not,
Well,
right.
just keep in mind
empire,
that.
like biblically, as I understand, like the empires kind of took over big regions, and then there's like Herod and like the temple, and so those are like governing people. But there was this meta governance, and it may not even really be interested in what those people are doing, but it just wants its money, and it wants, like, no, don't give us any trouble at the very least. And that could happen with, like Apple, Google, they're doing that right now in like France and the United States and China. They kind of have to comply with that stuff, or and maybe Apple's not.
Yeah.
One, it's like, who makes the microchips in Apple, Samsung, things like that. Like, they matter quite a bit, and
Right.
so there's
Along those
overlapping.
lines. Yeah, along those lines, Steve, I think you can look at the reference probably where the Western Bloc would evolve, could evolve, would be along the lines during the Delian League of the what became the Athenian Empire before basically the Spartan Athenian War, the Peloponnesian War. So initially, the democratic city-states were a league. They were allies. They were an alliance with Athens at the center, being the kind of super city of Greece, of the democratic Greeks. Then you had the Peloponnese, and that was Sparta and its allies. And Sparta, as we all know, Sparta was Sparta. But ultimately, that confederation fused into the Athenian Empire. Unfortunately for the Athenians, they lost that war, so we don't know much about it.
So don't you think, though, that
the United States?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark. Oops.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Abs. They needed better abs. they would have won.
I just.
Well,
I'm
the
just
funny thing
wondering.
is they're the ones we remember culturally. I'm
Oh
going to switch
yeah,
to my
cool
computer
helmet.
for the rest of this, guys, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Yeah, the fancy urns. So Sherry was. What,
You were saying something, Sherry?
my joke cut you off. What were you saying?
I was just. I was just like when I'm listening to this, I'm thinking a lot of the reasons that these empires were able to overwhelm other empires was because their technology was better,
Oh yeah.
for one thing. So that's always what gave people the advantage. And but the other thing is, like at this point in time, as a homesteader, I just see how more and more people are putting all their eggs into this one basket. And
Literally.
there is an interesting resource that powers that basket, and that's electricity.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Nobody's talking about that. Like, what happens when there's no electricity? Like, and
That's
this is the phenomenon that we live in when we've never lived without, right? Like every time I switch on a light switch, I'm like, "Whew, it's still working," because I live in a place where sometimes it doesn't work, and I've lived without it, right? So it's always a luxury to me. It's never like presupposed in that sense, and yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are.
This is something like people. It's my rebuttal to people like, oh, I can't afford to have kids. It's like cavemen had kids. Peasants had kids.
Lots of them.
Slaves
They
had
died.
kids. So like you can afford to have kids, and the same thing with like what will happen if our monetary system collapses? It's like, well, it's definitely going to be a very painful adjustment, but when it comes to like electricity, it wasn't that long ago nobody had it.
Yeah.
And like you look, so I'm a furniture maker. You look at the furniture made before high powered machinery. So like maybe a belt driven by a windmill type of machinery, maybe, but like maybe no machinery really. You look at the quality of swords that came from people who like hammered them by over hot coals. The kinds of like the buildings built in like 790 that are still standing. They're made of wood. They're not even stone.
Yeah.
Like so without what we've got, which is tremendous power and convenience and stuff like that, but without that, we were doing some pretty. I mean, Notre Dame, like holy moly, that's what a building, And so we were able to do that kind of stuff. We could make, my dad calls it Big Dave, the statue of David in one of those Italian cities. Like that's a dude with a chisel. That's not whatever, some machine doing that. And so we'll be fine. It's just, I won't get to.
Can you pull Stevens
all over the world?
Sherry, or somebody who I'm not logged in under the Grail Country account. Can somebody pull Stevens 1141? They were absolutely dependent on the machine. We've always been dependent on the machine. Like it's the civilizational element. Like they were just dependent on much simpler machines.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying they were able to make them without electricity.
Right. And I think that this is part of that apocalyptic thread, though, is
without electricity and without international shipping routes and international monetary.
But
they didn't need any of that to build Babylon.
Yeah,
I can't even buy an item at the grocery store if the code on the the barcode doesn't scan.
Well, this is where
really
I think
painful to lose it all because we'd have to readjust. Yeah. But the fact
and here's the other thing: if for some reason the internet is down in a store, and I'm standing there with cash in my pocket, I still can't pay for it.
To me.
That's what the pandemic exposed us to, or exposed the vulnerability of our systems. The just-in-time delivery of goods and parts and whatnot, I mean it because it just unveiled to us our weaknesses, and I think that's partly why you see manufacturing coming back to the United States slowly, as a response to that, because it exposed that weakness. And I don't know, I don't see how we fix it. We still have a global food chain, and you can't support 8 billion people on this planet without a global food chain, or you're going to have regional
Not when it's
famines.
difficult, but where
And the
it's
only reason
like
for
they're
that,
all
Mark,
moving,
is because
we're good.
localism is dead. That people have stopped producing food.
Well, this is my theory about migration. Like the enabled migration. It's like, well, this is going to be the fertile areas. Africa and South America are not going to be fertile. I believe why else would they be doing it? I mean, voting, yeah, maybe, but I don't think so. I think they don't want billions to die.
Well,
yeah, I don't think anybody wants to. I don't think anyone wants that. As however sinister you see the leadership being, I don't think anybody wants
They'll
that.
be able to grow food up there.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you pull Marcus's comment as well?
Yes, sir.
So I think this is the fundamental point that I was driving at. Is there's always been a symbiotic relationship that we have had with our technologies.
Yes.
And whether that's, cavemen flint knapping, stone tools,
spinning,
to writing, to spinning, these are all technological, right? And we develop and evolve symbiotically with our technologies. So we're deeply dependent on them. But when people, like I had a conversation, I think, with Jason and Luke Johnston and a few other guys, and we had a long conversation about this, because there's this impulse towards like the Luddite impulse away from technology. And I just pointed out, I'm like, look, at some level, like even at biological level, we're all artifice of some kind here. Right. So there's no way to escape the fact that there's mechanism at the very heart of creation. Right. It's a part of it's a feature. And so I think that the deeper question, and this has always been the anxiety around technology, is the fear that it will in some way overtake us. Right. And that's the current fears with AI and these kinds of things. Is there an enlightened, or I would say, from a Christian perspective, a spirit-led way to look at how we use and interface with technology? Because let me use a basic technology, writing. Writing is a technology, but the church has essentially been built with that technology in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Right? For good and for ill.
This is going to, oh, sorry.
And so I think at the heart of it is like the anxieties, part of the apocalypse is, we're reaching a new technological threshold. Now, will we crawl back into some sort of dark age? Like, I think that's possible, but not probable. But we're going to have to frame our relationship around technologies. And I think that the deepest impulse that we have to avoid is worshiping the work of our hands, right? And entrap. That's how we become entrapped by technology, is when we worship what we make.
Aaron, you got a thought?
Oh, yeah, and it's probably way too goofy, so shoot it down right away. But what came to mind was that, you could almost make an argument that after the fall, after the fall, thought and language kind of became a technology even. Like, just the fact that all of a sudden there was this element of our own choice and creating our own structures, that, because we were outside the will of God now. So it wasn't just that we weren't all marching on the same wavelength. And so to even unite together, we needed to figure out the right ways to say things in a way that we wouldn't have had in this sort of simpler form of existence. So, like, I'm not trying to, say that necessarily make a strong stake in the ground that language is a technology, but that there became a technological element at least to it as soon as we were outside the will and communion with with God.
Even,
So in
even
other words,
inside of it, we named the animals.
in other words, to Jed's point, we have to reframe our relationship to technology in kind of a much more open way. It's almost like when people talk about religion, should we do away with religion, as though we could possibly do that. You know, can we do away with technology? Well, no, we have to recognize that we're saturated in it. It's the same exact, like yesterday Sherry was saying that when she knits a sweater, we were talking about how that's kind of an artificial version of the natural warmth that an animal grows on its body. We take that and through technology, we kind of harness that warmth in kind of a less perfect way, but in a way that we try to add some beauty to, and that is technology. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, you're right about language. Like is technology. The naming of the animals was perhaps the first instance from a human to do it, and I think that kind of backs up what you were saying about we can't escape technology. Like we've always been attached to it. We've never been without it. It's built into us, I think, and yeah, I so I'm not saying like, you know, we lose electricity and that. I don't believe that's going to be a paradise. I just think it's not going to be a big deal. We'll adjust. Like children have their toys exploded in a war, and then they pick up like the rubble of the house they used to live in and play with that. You know, it's like so
I would encourage you to look at how bad. There's an old line it's an old line that he's a famous old journalist. I think he's now dead. He did the interviews with Joseph Campbell. I cannot Moyers.
Oh yeah.
And he said he came from West Texas, and he said it can always get, was an old West Texas saying, you can always get worse. And and when you think about that and go say, look at a place like Haiti right now. Okay, compare that to our worst day since 1776. Compare that to Haiti today.
Well, if you lived in Atlanta in like the 1862 or 3, it was pretty bad.
Yeah,
So-
that's fair enough. Good point.
Yeah.
So
But
I want
that was a long.
I want to come back here because there was a comment from Marcus that I highlighted and I wanted to comment on because he's bringing up something really important and clearly he's read his Elul. He says he's pointing that it's not just mechanical technologies but explicit rules and bureaucracies. So he's trying to draw the discussion toward a larger idea of technique.
Yeah.
And I think he's precisely right. And then Stephen Schwartz says, we have a machine to protect us from inconvenience. Cavemen had a machine to protect them from death. I would say that's not quite. I mean, I see the sentiment that you're going for there, and it's obviously like our machines can be much more frivolous, but ultimately, what we are still doing is trying to stave off death with our technology, which is what corrupts it. Which is the very cause of why it becomes corrupted.
Let me give you a yeah, but there, Nate.
Sure, go for it.
So
I was trying to give Stephen a yeah, but
and you're in the criticism. I'm not trying to take the force out of your criticism there. My son was born with a heart condition. He would have been dead 5 or 6 years ago without technology, right? And so I think that the question is the redemptive use of technology, and I've used this in the past, and I'll use it here. Technology was redeemed at the cross. The cross was a technology. Right.
That's actually where I was trying to direct it because
the wood was.
This is where Elul is different from, say, Paul Kingsworth, right?
Mhm.
Elul doesn't like. Elul says that the key is to be aware of the operation of technique,
right?
So that you can be free from its grasp.
Yeah.
Like Elul says, he specifically says he actually uses this example. It doesn't mean that you don't use a telephone or a computer.
Right.
You still use the telephone and you still use the computer. You just have to be aware of the way that technique is trying to work on you.
Yeah.
And obviously there's always the potential. I believe in the potential for Holy Spirit technologies 100%.
Yeah, and I think
sure.
that's 100% of like what the in the enchanted age will be like. What I think the millennium looks like is a lot like Lord of the Rings and Star Trek.
Nice.
Right. Yeah. So and I think that the question of technology is an important one, but back to the point about bureaucracies, I think that this is where it's the closest analog that we have to the ancient concept of archons. Like in a sense, the corporation is kind of
Yes.
an archon is kind of hypostasizes an organization, right, with some
Yes.
sort of CEO at the top, but it's a
Yeah.
body of bodies essentially.
Okay.
And so I think that when we're looking at kind of how the world gets governed archonically, I think we need to start looking at really those structures are functioning in our society, maybe in a demystified sort of way, but they're exerting control over these technologies oftentimes in ways that are not necessarily in our
Yes,
interest.
and because they're still invested in technique or game A, if you want to use, like we actually talked about the conversation that got obliterated by StreamYard not being able to recover a recently deleted file with Jordan Hall. But one of the things that Sherry and I talked to him about was the way in which his game A, game B work actually ties directly to Tomberg's idea of the closed world, the closed circle world of the serpents, and the open world of the spiral.
By the
And
way,
so,
Jordan had some videos up on Jubilee on his channel. We need to talk with him about that.
let's do it. Yeah, we definitely need to talk to him again. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But yes, and actually one of the things we also talked about is right what we're about to hit on right now, which is like, so here's the difference. It's like the game A or technique are completely driven by a scarcity mindset. And that's which drives the survival of the fittest world of this, the closed survival of the fittest world of the serpent, and closes us off from the potential of vertical evolution through a cooperation for existence. But scarcity is a lie. Yeah. This is like Sherry and Luke and I had a conversation a long time ago about
fishes.
The loaves and the fishes.
Yeah.
And specifically about the part where Jesus is with the disciples after he's performed the miracle and he's in the boat. Yeah, see, good to see you, Aaron. We haven't talked in a while, but it was good to see you,
bud. We need to connect again here soon, Aaron.
Yeah, genuine love. I mean it for real. This is love to me. This is life giving. And I'll talk to you all soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. But he laments that the disciples did still not understand, and I really think what he's driving at is that they understand that a miracle was performed. What they're failing to understand is that the kind of plenitude and non-scarcity that Jesus demonstrates in the performance of the miracle is accessible to us. That's what he's lamenting, is that we cannot see that.
That's the lilies of the field thing, isn't it? I think that's
yes.
Like the bird is like, looking for food all day, but he finds it all day until he doesn't, and then he dies. But you know what I mean? It's like I think like earlier we were talking about modernism, and the Enlightenment especially, and I feel like that's kind of like maybe that's plan A. Is it called plan A and plan B? Game A.
Game B. Yeah.
It's like this Enlightenment thing of like, let's master everything. So, we don't have to rely on faith, which is too scary. And then, and we can only think in terms of what's materially real and maybe statistics on top of that. So like it's a zero-sum game. But if you can have faith, it's not a zero-sum game. And then like the certainty you are gifted by the technology of philosophy from the Enlightenment, you don't necessarily need it. I mean, it's certainly helpful. I want to fly to see my dad before he dies, which is really cool. I can do that. Otherwise, probably take me so long to get there by foot that he'd probably die first. So that I think it's rad. I think it's great. But I don't need to rely on that. I can rely on God instead. And who wants to do that? So let's get AI to accelerate how quickly we can figure everything out.
What part of the country are you in, Steve? Your backdrop looks very much like where I live.
It might be. I'm in North Idaho.
Oh yeah, so you're still in the Pacific Northwest then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's actually a drier area with the ponderosas, but the other direction it's all firs and cedars.
Well, what I'm really interested in the Jedediah's, it'll look like a mix between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to know if there's going to be the seashells or toilet paper. That's what I want.
That's Demolition Man, right? Isn't that
seashell?
Yeah.
Seashell? How about leaves? They work great.
Well, this brings up actually a really good question. In all the Star Wars movies, except for the newer ones, there is no paper.
Oh, interesting.
So that's
well, they had the Force.
Oh, hey! Oh, shit! My bad. Makes sense. Yeah. See, now we're talking. The Force is that's that right-brained autism I was talking.
There you
about.
go. There you go.
I just want to. The Jedediah. He was the one who came up with. Was he the one who mentioned more Lord of the Rings than Star Trek?
Yeah.
Okay, I love that insight because he's so doomer. He was so doomer for a while when I first dipped in.
Interesting.
And that seems very optimistic, and I like that. And I think that it's so easy to tear down, and that's the thing that this generation I think doesn't understand is it's much easier to tear down than it is to build, and we've not built a lot in this generation. We've done a lot of tearing down and very little building.
If you feel powerless, the easiest way to feel power is to tear things down. That's why I broke up the radio in my dad's like 1960 radio. When I broke up with some girl, smashed it to pieces. There's no other reason for me to do that.
But did you say you're a furniture builder, Steve?
Well, when I'm not on the phone with you guys.
Well, that's got to feel powerful in a way. It's a more evolved power.
Oh, yeah.
When you complete something beautiful, and
that's quality, not quantity. It's expedience, not that's the difference. That's why big power is so dangerous. It's merely quantity. It's not quality power.
Yeah, there's a huge movement in woodworking of hand tools.
There is.
So Luddites, just as I learned this from a guy who posted info about Luddites on his website called Alpine Luddites. He hand sews mountaineering backpacks and stuff. Anyway, Luddites were not anti-technology. They were anti-technology used to make crappy stuff. Like the technology should be used by craftsmen to make excellent stuff. So Sherry's got her rolly things, whatever those are called. A better rolly thing is going to be better for her to do a better job of the craft she's doing, as opposed to machines that make it so you get a $5 shirt for an H&M that falls apart in a week.
Right.
The
spinning wheel. Huh? The spinning wheel was a disputed technology when it came out. Because before that they had drop spindle. And that's how they did everything. And so the fiber was going through a human hand at all times. And they could make it, they got masterful at it. But now suddenly it was passing through this machine. It was only going through your hand at the one time, right? So
like the cotton gin, I'm sure everybody was very excited about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, my old world craft that I mastered was shoemaking. And I apprenticed in my teens, and so I no longer do it. But it's very rewarding in a similar way. There's
a Druid guy that does it. He has a website actually. He makes shoes. I really want to order a pair.
Gary Gygax, the inventor of Dungeons and Dragons, was also a shoemaker.
No way.
Yep.
So between us all, we can build a new world.
Yep.
Yeah.
The question is,
I'll teach you how to knit, Mark.
Awesome. My son already knows. He taught himself how to knit when he was in college.
Nice.
Isn't that funny?
That's great.
This you guys? This is going in my woods. In the woods where I live. It's it's an icon of my patron saint, and
who is it?
Saint Seraphim.
Oh, Seraphim.
Seraphim.
With the bears.
He loves the woods.
Yeah, the guy who likes the bears.
Now, will that become like a place will that become like a kind of altar spot for you, Sherry? A place of meditation? Or is it just you put it there for whoever runs across it?
and I'm just debating where to put it, because where I want to put it, it's really wet and it's going to be absolutely mosquito ridden at certain times of the year,
Mm.
and I won't be able to go there. And I'm not sure if St. Seraphim wants to be there either. So we're in constant discussion about it, but
Where to put it.
But yeah, you want to re-enchant your world?
Yeah.
Could start with that.
Yeah, to me, just the thought of that would have repulsed me not that long ago.
Right.
I'm trying to, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to put a finger on when I start to be less repulsed by that. Somewhere after Paul's analysis of Jordan Peterson's speech.
Well, like I find it really interesting why a person would be repulsed by that. They don't mind if children play with dolls.
Fear.
Yeah, but what else? Reality?
Uncertainty. So fear is, I like this psychological model where fear is always related to loss. So,
Yeah.
I will not get something. I will lose what I have in the future. So fear is always about the future, and it's always about loss of some sort, including loss of life, loss of loved ones, loss of power, loss of prestige, loss of
Maybe
what you
loss of
think you have, you actually don't
rationality.
even have. What's that?
Like, I wonder if people are afraid they're losing their rationality if they were to throw a icon in the woods and go there and pray.
But
and
rationality
meditate.
is like this technology, so it's like losing your electricity. I don't want that. I'll be bumping into things in the dark. I'm not prepared for it at the very least. But also, it's like, hey, I don't want to take a pay cut to protect my business from bankruptcy. I don't want to lose what I already have. What am I going to do in that circumstance? And so to me, like to be like, oh yeah, so there are such things as demons moving around, and there's angels moving around. It's like, holy crap, that means I'm not. What I'm seeing, what I can control, is less. Right now, I think I can control pretty much everything. And if there's these other things that can control things, I don't like that, because that means I've just lost some control, which I didn't. I'd lost an illusion of control. But that's the same thing.
This reminds me of, I have this 2,500-pound draft horse named Merlin, and he'll like to try to get away when you want him to do something. Like if you show up with the halter or the harness or whatever, and he'll go hide behind a poplar sapling about that big around, right? and he'll do this. He'll peek around it, and I'm like, Merlin, do you think I can't see you?
Oh man.
I think people there's so much danger, there's so much anxiety and depression in society. I wouldn't be surprised people aren't afraid of losing their minds. The idea of it's part of the reason why I am the way I am, because I have naturally bent towards flights of fancy. So as Ram Dass used to say, I want to keep track of my zip code. I don't ever want to lose my zip code. I always want to know, don't want to get too far out where I can't find my way back home again. And in some Indian religious practices, you have people who actually do lose their minds, so to speak, in practice. They lose their zip codes. And I think some people stay with the materialist worldview for kind of that reason. It's grounded in a sense. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can smell it, taste it.
Oddly enough, though, Mark, it's totally detached. Like, this is why
I didn't say it's healthy. I'm just saying it is that's the reaction.
Most worldviews are designed to simplify reality for you, so that you're not overwhelmed by the complexity.
Right.
Yeah.
Says he doesn't want to leave.
So it's just it's not just materialism. It's like all kinds of worldviews. Like that's their function.
I mean, here's some heresy, but I think the description of the Trinity and all this other stuff, I don't think it's much different. Like I'm not convinced we know that. It seems to me like people investigated what stuff we got, what we know. Like, these are the things that have been said, and we kind of reconstructed this thing. And maybe I'm fucked because I think that. I don't know, but
there's an Orthodox priest, he's gone now, and I can't remember his name. Lance, you might remember. He did a thing on the Jewish roots of early Christianity. Anyway, it doesn't matter who he was, but he said when he went to seminary, he wanted to prove the Trinity from the scriptures, and he couldn't. Like, it's not there. Like, it's not in black and white, right?
Yeah, other people have proved it in the scriptures. Apparently, I'm no scholar at all, but my point wasn't like, is it true or is it not true? This is my perspective, and I could change that for sure. But I think like we cannot know, but we're satisfied with that, unless you want to have a 30-year war about it. But like we could be satisfied. Well, this makes sense to us, because again, it's like well, if the consequences for being wrong about this stuff are like eternal, we really want to get it right, and so we're scared. And I think that's where all this the 4-hour lectures about owning the other denomination stuff comes from. It's like it's this desire to escape the fear. And it's like, I thought faith would be the solution to that. And so far in my case, it has been. And, and I like the idea,
Well, you're certainly pouring forth. I mean,
really know what I'm talking about.
I see the streams of living water coming out of you, Steve. So, I mean, it's really happening. I mean, that's not sarcastic at all. I mean that seriously. I mean, you're transforming before our eyes.
I just wanted to, hey, Sherry, I had David's comment pulled up. I wanted to just address that. Really
sorry.
Yeah, it's like I understand what you're saying, but it depends on what you're meaning. How you're defining knowledge actually will determine whether that's true. But I would say that there are actually things that you can come to know, and perhaps I'm using the knowledge in a slightly different register than you are here, that actually do the opposite of that. That they actually greatly complexify your world, but allow you to be at peace with that complexity.
Until you keep thinking about it and have new questions.
And you always have new questions. Like,
right.
This is
that's why, maybe that's all I'm trying to do, is to stop thinking about things. Go listen to this guy say stuff and be like, okay, I won't fight against that, and see how that works for me.
Well, there's this principle, I think, like, and I do this
to myself,
Yeah, like I do this personally. Like, there's a principle, where you have to let the plant thoroughly dry out, and then you deeply water it, and then you thoroughly dry it out, and then you deeply water it, right? Sometimes if you consistently water something too much, it dies, it gets moldy or rots, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, for myself, I know that I need some input. I need to be deeply watered, and then I go out and I let that seep in and dry out, and then I come back for another deeply watering kind of thing.
Would you call yourself an introvert?
Totally.
Okay.
A total introvert.
Yeah.
Can't you tell?
I'm an extroverted introvert, though.
Whatever,
Yeah.
but I makes sense.
You're a social introvert. My best friend, who's the chaplain of the Kansas City Fire Department, it's about where you get your energy, and he's a total introvert. But he's one of the most social guys I've ever met. But what he does in social gatherings is he'll get around, but he'll find that one person, and he'll go in and have this super deep conversation. Right. And then he'll come out and he'll know like all these things about them, and he'll know the kids' names, and he'll have all these ideas how he's going to connect with them. And it's like, but then he's wiped out after being in a social situation. He's exhausted.
I operate that way.
I can get energy from social situations, but then it does tip into energy sucking too. So, but yeah.
So for like myself, if you put me in a social situation, even if I'm tired after work or whatever, but you put me in a social situation, I'll come out of that event even if I'm tired, talking real fast, I'm rocking and rolling. Like it takes me some time to come.
I could barely stand to be alone, Lance. I totally
have like
it's like, yeah.
Really? Were you
I've
being
got friends.
sarcastic or serious, Nate?
Oh, I'm being deadly serious. I am absolutely like I always want to be around people.
Huh.
I have
My
some.
idea of
This
a
is
hard-
weird because I'm an extrovert who does have some social anxiety. It takes me a while to warm with the new people, but I just like I have a very hard time. I mean, I do it in order to get my reading done, right, and my and that kind of thing. But I much prefer to be in the company of people.
Now, the older I've gotten, I've really started to enjoy my alone time. And then the other thing that I've noticed is now that I've had some more meditative practices, like I crave that quiet time that I didn't have. So we go through that. So I don't want to disjoint because Michael wants to do it. But did you see that DBH just dropped a new video this morning? The Light of Tabor notes towards a monistic
did.
Christology. He's going to
Yeah.
have a lecture series, so I figured you might dig into that, Nate.
I just watched it this morning and I tagged Jordan Daniel Wood on Twitter because there was like he's kind of like he opened with a not very subtle shot across the bow directed at Jordan Daniel Wood. He's like really he spent Jordan wants to wait and see where he goes with the rest of the lectures. I would love to get him and Jordan together to dialogue.
I would hate to be in DBH's sights.
What is the? I don't know.
Jordan's got some horsepower now too.
David Bentley Hart.
Yeah.
Who's DBH? Who's DBH?
David
Bentley Hart.
Oh, thank you.
Michael Sartori.
Michael Sartori. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I've been listening since the beginning, and I just haven't had a chance to jump in until now. So, I mean, I have thoughts on the whole thing, but it was tracking a lot of things that have just been the areas that I've been studying and thinking about deeply. I think there's definitely like anxiety about society and whatever our response is to church is due to the fact that we're looking for some sort of a refuge from the broader world, and I think that's kind of driving a lot of the things. But
There we go. I hear you.
okay, somebody tried to call me. So, I don't know what this one's doing. But the redemptive aspect of technology, I think, is a big thing. But I think because there's this fear. Well, the way I see it is that anytime you fear some technology, like if people really fear that like technology is going to actually dethrone God from His place, that's a very telling thing. And I think that not to say there isn't something to the kind of dystopian science fiction, because a lot of times it is the more evil people that have been driving the progress of technology for their wicked gains. But then they only go so far, and then the technology's there, and then it can be used in a better way. And I was just thinking, it's interesting, hearing all the evangelical people and people in reform circles or whatever freaking out about Elon Musk and his Neuralink thing, and they have that one guy that has it, and it's okay, well, so far the one guy that has it, it's allowing a quadriplegic person to use a computer and probably pretty soon be able to use a electric wheelchair, something like that. That is a good thing. But we're just as far as I can see, I don't see why God's going to stop it at that point. Now, if the first goal of Neuralink was to shape the thoughts of the people with implants and, you know, be this centralized force, then, you know, I think you're going to have that hideous strength Tower of Babel kind of thing, and God's going to come in and put a stop to it. But you know, but these things, like, you know, you can't dethrone God from his place, and technology can't do it. You know, people can't do it. So
I hate to leave, but I gotta go. God bless everybody. Thank you.
bye.
Have a good day.
No, I agree, Michael. And like you say, you point out there are good, like, again, the internet and YouTube is allowing us to do what we're doing, which is incredible, right? There is a lot of healing that's happened by people coming into this little corner, right, and participating in it, and they're going out and they're becoming better wives, husbands, sons, daughters, you know, parents and stuff. So that's all good stuff. Yeah, the only thing I think is, like, as I look at it, which is, I agree with you. God, I think it was it St. Paisios, I think he said, as I look around the world, I'd be scary. I'd be very scared if I didn't know who had the last word, right? And that's the point you're making.
Yeah.
What it doesn't mean, though, is that you can go through. I mean, there was a Bolshevik revolution in communism, which tens of millions of people had died. I mean, technology, even though it's not going to win in the end, could wipe out a bunch of people too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's, you know, so that's like in the writing that I've been doing for my whole project. It's really important of finding this balance, I think, you know, because, like, you know, because I would say, like, I kind of got freed from the latent, you know, dispensational view of, like, the coming end times, and realized that that whole system is so fear-based that, well, that means it's not really God behind it, but the enemy, as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, healthy fears, but you know, so, but the thing is to say that there can be a lot of local apocalypses. That is to say, America could very well come to an end, even though the whole world will survive, you know. And, like, I think there's going to be a big, well, there's also, you know, there's Pentecostal movements booming in Africa and parts of Asia, and I think that there's going to be a Christian revolution in the Islamic world. I think that because they're, well, the thing is that they're already, there is from I've heard some research where basically that the younger generations don't believe it. They want to be secular, or they want to be Western, and they're just at this point compelled by the inertia of their parents' generation. This is, like, you know, on the whole, or like in large segments, you know. Obviously, like, there's some people that are really all in, but the kind of the most important part of this thing is that we all have such limited views. Like, we have this illusion of global knowledge, but it's so filtered to us through the algorithms and through the sources that are available to us that we really have no clue what's going on. So, and it tends to be towards doom, the message that we receive. So,
right.
But,
and who does that serve? Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
some famous Wilco lyrics are, every generation thinks it's the end of the world.
Yeah.
No, you know, it's funny. I have my little niece was over here a couple weekends ago, and I was going out to the grill to grab food for you know, the party, and she wanted to come outside with me while I went to the grill, and she's talking to me while I'm getting the food off the grill, and she's talking, like, it was hot out that day, and she says, someday it's going to be hot all the time, and then all these things will die. And it's like, you know, when I was your age, they said we were going to have an ice age. So it's like, don't be so sure about the end of the world, because it usually turns out to be bullshit. Like, that's what, if there's anything we've learned from history, usually warnings about the end of the world turn out to be bullshit.
I remember.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because like my kind of response to all this stuff that happened with COVID and all that, and this is kind of like was going in the middle of like a crisis, with all this stuff. This is which ultimately led to me kind of finding the corner and all this stuff. Because like Jordan Peterson was one of the only people that had like a positive outlook on like life. But I was thinking like, okay, if you're gonna do like the prepper thing or something, like you can't do it unless if you're like massively wealthy. And then like even there was like some guy in like Kentucky or something who somebody broke in and shot him and his family because they knew that he had this like survival bunker, and they were like, well, I'm gonna take it by force,
Yeah, it's
but
common name.
so it's like I can't do everything. I can't rely on myself to do everything. But
That's
we
right.
have these local institutions. We have the whatever denomination it is, doesn't matter. Your local church. If it's probably good to have some familiarity with the church that is literally physically closest to you, because at least if it's a halfway decent church and stuff is like going bad, that's probably a place where other people will meet that you can help figure stuff out, and so my thought was like, okay, well, I can get some extra food, some dry goods and canned goods and things like that, and then if something happens, and like we had a power grid thing that wasn't a big deal to me because I grew up in New England, but for everybody else in Texas, they thought that was the end of the world. So like, like there's stuff like that, and it's like, okay, well, have being prepared for like a week or something. That's just sensible. Like that's smart, But my thought is always like, if I have this stuff and I'm going to take it and it's going to be my loaves and fishes that I bring to my neighbors, then that's just, a wise application of faith, and put my trust in God that, he'll take care of the rest.
Right.
But
well, and also the thing you said about the church is important too, because it's like, if a crisis like that were to happen, I mean, it might be the push that we need to move out of the survival of the fittest scarcity mindset, and toward a cooperation for existence plenitude mindset. Counterintuitively enough, like,
and the way I see it is that the more people prepare for those scenarios and think about them logically through like this, the less likelihood that they will happen on a massive scale, like because then it's just because what's gonna you're gonna have something where it's like, oh, the power grid fails in like one localized area, and people are compassionate towards that, and then we use that as the impetus to actually fix our problems instead of putting resources into the stupid stuff that we end up doing with it, like and then it can bring a change. But really it's like that flexible mindset, like you take your cloak and your walking stick and that's and that's what you do, and just be flexible, be expecting God to do something, be open to the unexpected,
which is a completely different mode of attention. So that's like that's a really radical change, even though it sounds really simple.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the answer to this, right? And I think that's what this little corner, and I think it comes down to your integrity. And you can point to Sherry, saw a smartphone and said, "Not gonna do that," right? Like, we all need to just have a little, like when you think about this technology, have some discernment about it, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna start engaging with this thing. What is this thing gonna do to me and my family and my kids? Like, trying to have some sense of, before you dive into something, spend a little time ruminating on it a little bit, because I'll raise my hand. Like, some of this was age, but one of the things that I would think Pajot, JVP, this little corner, just hearing stories, is like, I was a cultural person, and I get swept up in a new thing, and I would just dive into it, whether or not I was, oh sure, that's kind of the addict in me. Like, if you got one, I'll take three. It's like, oh, bring the new thing on. I'll throw myself fully into it without thinking whether or not it's good for me or not.
Yeah. I was a late cell phone adopter too. I mean, I didn't resist it permanently like Sherry did. But you know when I first got my first smartphone, Lance? When I started selling cell phones. Like that's
Well, I worked for Sprint. And so
Okay.
that was our business. So I had them, you know what I mean? I got my first Motorola in 1998, but those were just phones. You weren't texting, and it wasn't the smartphone thing. It wasn't the
Yeah.
same attention thing, right?
Yeah. So my estuary group, we've planned a electronic device free camping weekend together sometime this summer. So we'll see how that goes. Slacarius is dreading it. He's just like he keeps bargaining. He's like, "What about a Nintendo Switch that's not connected to the internet?"
Well, I was glad. Hey, by the way, Nate, I wanted to say this while you're on. I'm very appreciative that you were so generous with your channel and letting people broadcast on it and allowing idiots to go on for over 15 hours yesterday and jump
It's
on.
amazing.
Hopefully we're driving some of the algo stuff, like maybe that'll help the channel, but you are very generous. And also your spirit is not every conversation that happens would be a conversation you would maybe appreciate or not, but you have enough faith in the corner to know that someone will stand there and say something hopefully decent. And over the course of time, there'll at least be some good faith conversations. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Well, I got to get back to work, but I was glad to get to pop in.
I just want to say it was good to get to talk to you again, Michael. And every time I hear you talk, it's like that's a mensch right there. Like,
thank you.
Totally respect you.
Good man.
All right. God bless you all.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless.
And we are helping to pick up the slack. PBK has a marriage going on this weekend, so he's very busy. So I told him on Twitter we got his back. We're picking up the slack on the content.
Yeah, I woke up wondering where it was, and I saw this one posted, and it did say live, but for some reason I thought it was saying it's coming soon, or maybe it did say coming soon or something. I don't know.
It was scheduled. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And then like later on, I watched a couple things and did some stuff, and I looked again. I'm like, oh, it looks like it hasn't started yet, but I'm pretty sure it had. It was an hour into it.
Yeah. Well, my plan is that I knew because I had some people reach out to me via DMs. They're like, wow, something was going on. Like, because yesterday was organic, right? And then it became fun or whatever. And what my intention was just to say, hey, come on in. What do you guys think about yesterday or whatever? I was going to kind of do that. And then Luke came in, and Luke is really good about just so unintentionally just throwing some bombs out of thoughts, and then he blitzed.
That's his whatever you call it, his avatar.
And the thing is he is such a he totally wants you to just be you because that's all he thinks you can be. So like Luke at his core, as you know, Nate, like he's very passionate about these things, and of course he wants people to maybe see things, but at the same time he's such a personalist that he really doesn't want to dictate to you anything in your life, but yet he just has a way of just
I think this is my vision of him is he just wants to hug everybody deeply, and he's going to poke you till you're there so he can hug you. That's I don't think he's trying to knock people down. I know people who are like that. They just want to push you down, but that's what always doing, even though he's definitely a provocateur, but it's because he just wants reality,
Yeah.
No pretense.
I've been known to say a provocative thing or two as well, so I won't.
Well,
I mean, because he's another one of those guys who's smiling all the time.
Well, I say this because I know this. I am an acquired taste that not everyone acquires. But one of my faults in my life has been I was a people pleaser. I was trying to please everyone. And with that, I would sacrifice a lot of integrity to try and please people. And I had a sponsor that told me, he's like, he says, now you should be known as a man of integrity and a man of your word, and all those things are important. But if everybody likes you, I'd be concerned that you're being a fake because you're unwilling to actually be who you really are.
I recently
And he said
posted
that
it.
to me, and I was just like, "Oh, dang, bro! Like, right to the heart."
I recently posted a meme. I think the image on the bottom was Homer Simpson, but anyway, it was just like a screen capture of a tweet. You call Europe, so you're a people pleaser, huh? Name 2 people who are pleased with you. And then like a response to the tweet was a Homer Simpson, like, why are you doing, oh no, it was Hank Hill. Like, why are you doing this to me? I posted that in a 12-step.
Well, Steven was participating yesterday in the world. I did confirm, by the way, I went and did some research. That was a world record TLC live stream that everyone participated in. It's officially the longest by far. So congratulations to everyone. You can now tell your family and friends that you are a world record holder, and you can wear that with that badge of honor with just a lot of pride.
I timed my entry like once the wave was catchable, man.
So, Steven, if you can talk, what did you think? I know you were popping in and out. I loved your comments.
There's a lot of machinery in the background here. I hope it's not annoying.
I can't hear it.
Okay, good. Well, actually, my thought this morning about it was, even speaking of technology, there's so many things we have to do that substitutes the way, let's just say, normally or ideally things should be. But it was actually kind of nice to be at work all day long, having people talking in the background. Because like we weren't supposed to be alone at our desk in our cubicles, not having a conversation going. So it was one of those ways in which internet provided an old world feel that I could do my job and then have people telling stories or arguing or bickering or something back and forth. So that was actually kind of nice.
Now, CW, you're not sure that's how world records work. I actually fact checked it, and it fact checked true. So I'm sorry you're wrong on that.
But did Zuckerberg's team fact check it? That's all I
fact checked it. It's fact
Well,
checked.
you did qualify it as a TLC world record, but apparently the actual world record for a live stream is over 624 hours and change.
I bet. Was it on Twitch or something?
No, it wasn't. It was actually like it was an electric vehicle company, so it probably wasn't even a human. It was probably just live streaming the car.
Oh,
okay.
that counts.
We have the human. I know we didn't hit the human logo.
Everybody's doing that all the time. If you have an account on a phone, you've been live streaming since then.
Yeah.
No, if I had, once it got in and it got to be fun or whatever, if I didn't have to, I had something I had to get done this morning at work. If I could have missed that, I would have powered through, drank the coffee, and I'd have made sure we hit the 24 hours come heck or high water. I would have done it.
Yeah.
It was too fun. And it was interesting, like the ebb and flow.
Yeah, I think I came back on at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, when Hezi showed up, when the people in Europe started waking up, like that little bit, like Hezi coming in and bringing in that stuff, like that was some electric stuff. I'm going to try to, it didn't get saved in the StreamYard, but Twitter had the full version. So I'm going to pull down the part 2 that got cut off on YouTube, and I'll share it with you, Nate, if you want to upload the part 2. You may or may not, but that was when you were there. And I do think some of that stuff Hezi started talking about was spectacular.
Yeah. So Twitter actually keeps the whole thing, huh?
It looked like it. Yeah, I haven't gone back, but it appeared that it was there. Yeah. Well, and I get it. Why? I mean, YouTube, it's just the cost of storage is, crazy for them. They have to have some sort of limits, to
right.
That makes sense. So I thought StreamYard would have kept it all, but I downloaded it. It only pulled 10 hours worth. It says 15 hours.
How much did it actually do?
I need to redo it again. I tried to pull it down, and it said in iMovie when I was going to just cut it, it said there was only 10 hours there, and I'm like, well,
oh, interesting. Maybe StreamYard has a cutoff too, so we lost the.
Well, yeah. So I think, but we knew potentially we were running that risk, and that's why it was. That's why.
Yeah,
that
you're
portion
right.
was
It's 10 hours. They only have 10 hours on StreamYard.
Yeah. So that's why I called it the secret sacred portion of the world record TLC live stream.
And there was storage space for it, so it's not clear why they. It must just be a hard cap.
Yep.
Oh, Lance, the other thing I thought about it too, because when you've been watching well done YouTube programs for 5-6 years, I've actually come to the point where it's actually pretty boring. Like a lot of the very professional, well done interviews are just kind of for some reason lost their charm with me. They're just not as interesting.
Oh,
as
they're
they
all the
used to be.
same.
Yeah.
And and it's starting to feel that way. And it is funny. Like there were some moments where you're like, oh my god, I can't. I've learned so much, or I've been introduced to a novel idea, and it was very exciting. And lately, it's just me. It's just been boring. But even just like when they say go back to church, and it's because you're just going to meet real people again.
Huh.
It was actually fun being on YouTube, just listening to random people talk and deal with each other. And it wasn't as, it's not going to be exciting like some of the well-produced videos we're used to watching, but it was actually real people talking.
Right.
You had to deal with the boring moments or the uncomfortable moments, and then you get some fun bits, and then people go away and come in. It was actually just kind of organic for once on YouTube, so it was pretty nice.
And sometimes it's things expressed in a not a very good way. It's like a pretty poor way to try to say something, which I have to do quite a bit of thinking to interpret. Whereas when it's sound bit, it can kind of go right through me, and I don't even catch it. You know what I mean? It's more like a programming of some sort, perhaps. But people here are struggling to put their thoughts together in real time, and I'm listening, and I have to really reflect and kind of, it's maybe it's a co-creation or it's a bastardization of what people are saying, but I'm much more engaged. And
well, it's a totally different kind of conversation too than the kind of polished conversations that Stephen is talking about, because usually those are I have some really cool information, let me tell you about it and persuade you that my vision of reality is correct. It's some variation on that 100% of the time. Whereas what goes on here is none of us really know what's going on, but let's talk to each other and see what we can figure out. It's completely different.
What is going on?
And Hezzy noted when he came on, he said one of the things he liked was because we knew it was going to be really long, it actually gave people some time to not feel like they had to rush through certain things, and people got to tell their story. So there was a depth and length that happened at moments that really allowed a conversation to, because sometimes we realize when we're on these, we're kind of hammering around something a little bit, and then people want to move on to something else, and they kind of well, we'll take this thing out to its end, even if we probably talk about it 20 minutes longer than maybe technically should have, because you never know, a nugget might come in or someone shares something, and yeah.
Well, one thing I was going to say is, and I've seen Nate do it a lot, is jump in on a conversation that's going on and being the guy that says, wait a little bit, that was a little offensive what you just said there. And it always occurs to me when I listen to the prepackaged YouTube interviews, I'm debating people in my head that never get offended. Right. So when I'm arguing and thinking things out of my head, nobody ever gets offended at the ideas I have. But you come on a place like this, and all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, oh crap, somebody got offended. Now, they could be wrong, but you still have to deal with the fact that you offended somebody, and you need to sort that out, And that's a thing you don't get inside your head on YouTube intellectual discourses. Is
right
here you can offend people.
Yeah,
you can offend people.
Experience,
and they can,
people, and I end up at least they're okay with it. That's been interesting to me. Just the tolerance for my ignorance.
Yeah. And if you're offending in good faith, if you're offending, like that's that whole opponent processing is good. Like I like one of the things I really liked where, Jeremy grew up in the Mormon church and was a Mormon missionary. And then so he was talking about Mormonism, and then that kind of offended Mark. And they had this opponent processing going on, which is good. You know what I mean? And so and then sometimes that I know, which is like, I need to step back when I offended sometimes. Sometimes I need to learn something about it. And sometimes it's that other person's issue and I don't have to worry about it. I mean, they are taking offense, but that's okay. That's their thing. It's not my thing,
Well, I mean, sometimes it's easy. Like if somebody gets offended at something you say, and let's just say they're way off base, it still puts you in that paradigm of how much am I willing to sacrifice of myself to address the concerns of somebody else,
Yeah.
Like even if they're way off base, it's still like, okay, I either have to be the person to say, oh, I don't give a shit what he thinks, or he's so off base, I don't even need to regard it. Or you can go, I wonder what it's like to be that person for 5 minutes, because
Well,
you
it
could
also-
ask, wait a minute, hold on, I know we're having an argument. What is actually your perspective, and can I actually, ask questions to the other person? Like, wait, how do you see things? And like even get that background. But a lot of times that takes a lot of vulnerability and patience that we don't have sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, and we often say things like just sort of automatically, right? We just run our scripts, and when
Okay.
someone's offended, it gives us an occasion to like reflect on, like, well, okay, why did I say that? Do I really mean what I said? Could I have expressed myself in a better way? It also may be that the person is being oversensitive or misunderstood what you said, but it affords an opportunity for both of you to learn something if you can just like work through it, which I see happening more often than not.
In this fellowship or period?
No, in TLC.
I've been a part of a fellowship for a long time, and like one of the axioms is to go to meetings, and I go there, and a lot of times I hear the same crap. I've heard it already. So it's like maybe the same person saying the same thing, or it's just like another person saying a thing that everybody always says. But they do say it in their own way most of the time if they take more than 30 seconds to a minute. And what I found is if I listen very carefully to what they're saying, and I consider what do they mean by that, like not just what they're saying, but why are they saying that? So there's a purpose it's coming out. Maybe it's in response to what somebody else had just said, something in their life. But anyway, I'm thinking and I'm listening and I'm trying to understand them. It's not boring, because I got bored and was like, this is dumb. I'm not going back. And I stopped going for a long time. And I started going back again with this different technique that I had learned through work, I guess. And, like interacting with foreign people, meaning like not native English speakers, and I don't know their language. And we're talking about the business stuff, like the theories. And I learned, like, if I just listen very carefully, this guy with a thick accent doesn't seem like a stupid person who doesn't know anything he's talking about, because, usually people who can't express themselves as eloquently as you can seem stupid. But when they're speaking a foreign language, like they don't have, there's no way they're going to do that. Anyway, so I learned that. And then I go back to this fellowship and people are going, blah, 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 saying the same old stuff. But it's like, well, why? There's a lot of things to say. They're saying that one. Why is that? And what's the belief they have behind the thing they said? Do they believe
Exactly
what I
right. Yeah.
believe? It's made it so like I listen to this crowd and I'm not like, oh, well, okay, these are the guys on my team. I'll just like tune out when those other guys are talking. I'm not doing that. I've been attracted to this entire conversation in the corner and broader on the internet on these topics for a while because I'm like, somehow I learned to listen, and I'm like the worst. I cut people off, blah, blah, blah. I've learned a lot and I've improved a lot, but man, I never used to listen to anything, including I didn't even listen to myself, So anyway,
Well, I think one of the things that Estuary has in the materials that were put together and that Jess and I grabbed, but it's like listen to try and seek understanding, like not just to get your response. And understanding doesn't mean you're going to agree with that person. That's not what that means, right? but really try and seek to understand instead of just, which again, this is something that I have a problem with. My mom said I was born arguing out of the womb, right? So I'm listening to respond all the time, right? Okay, I got this argument, got this argument, got this argument, whatever. It's like, oh no, try and understand someone. Like, for me, one of the things was like for Sam, I just couldn't wrap. I got it, but I couldn't wrap my head around Unitarianism versus Trinitarianism, right? But then I finally was listening or whatever, and then I figured out, and then we were in a voice chat on Bridges of Meaning. I said, okay, Sam, let me try this out. So with the incarnation, you think this is just kind of like God breathed the new Adam sort of thing, but as a human, like, yeah. And I said, okay. And then I was able to map to all these different things that were happening. And I said, okay, this is what happened on the cross. And after that, that's when the fully God thing. He's like, yeah. So I could understand all this stuff, right? And I was putting it too. And so now that I could understand exactly, I was like, oh, I get why Sam's taking at all these instances, like this is where he's going to go. So I totally understand it now. I'm still heavily persuaded for Trinitarian, but I understand where he's at, right? And then the other thing about Sam, which is wonderful, like we can have fun and we can talk about things because there's good nature there or whatever. But Sam is a sincere, earnest, really smart guy. I'm not going to argue Sam. I'm not going to argue Sam off of Unitarianism, right? And I've prayed and thought and studied and pursued and whatever, and I'm very convinced for myself on Trinitarianism. We can just let that topic go between us.
Yeah.
We can have some fun barbs back and forth, but I'm not going to. Who's going to convince me of Unitarianism or Sam of Trinitarianism? Christ,
right,
and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, no, that's all well said, Lance. It is such a very different mode of listening when you're listening to someone and you're thinking about what they're saying as you're thinking. When you're thinking in that mode where you're thinking of like what counter arguments you're going to make for what they're saying. Yeah, exactly. And so it's been hard for me to learn to turn that off too. Right, exactly. And here's the thing: it's like you're actually not fully listening when you're doing that because because you're not actually trying to see what you're not trying to see through their perspective at all.
Right.
You're not. All you're doing is just to try to find where the weak points are in their argument as they presented it, so that you can defeat the argument.
Mm-hmm.
And with what you said about Sam, like that's very well said. I think with Sam and I, when it comes to the Trinitarian Unitarian thing, I think like Sam just kind of shrugs at my arguments for the Trinity because they're not scriptural. Right? So for him, like the reason he's a convinced Unitarian is that he is also like very much devoted to using scripture as his authority, like in a far more exclusive way than I do. And I think and the historical art, and I'll just concede to him because the historical argument is pretty obvious that like the doctrine of the Trinity developed in Christian history. It was not there from the beginning. But that doesn't matter to me because it doesn't make it any less true. Because my reasons for believing it are not dependent upon scriptural proof.
Well, Christ was the mystery hidden, right? So Christ was the mystery hidden, and then we see these. That you can see then, these hints or these things, and it's the things that are written between the lines, and then one of the things like when Jacob says clearly the Messiah hasn't come. Have you looked around? Yeah. And so for me, like that's exactly what the disciples said. So after they met, like in Acts, like right after they spent time with the risen Christ, and then they're like, "Hey, Jesus, are you gonna go like kick these Romans out now?" And he's like, "Okay, guys, just wait. Go wait in the room, okay, until the Father's
right.
So he's reacting exactly naturally.
So I want to I'm gonna say something. I want to say something about that. So. Why do you think that was? Because I think we still like, and who was it? It was Michael. When Michael was on, he was talking about how he has like gradually moved away from his kind of like previous like dispensationalist frame, right? And if you were to really, really like ultimately at the end of the day, the dispensationalist frame believes that the eschaton is brought about exclusively by God's action in history. But if the eschaton was going to be reached fully by God's action in history, what possible reason could there be for Christ not doing what was expected of him by the disciples? So that actually can't be what the actual case is, because if it were,
No,
then
because think about Job.
Go ahead.
Think about Job, right? So I had seen you, but now I have heard of you, but now I've seen you. And then he goes into this is like the end of Romans 11, which is amazing. Where after he says, "He disobedience for all, so I'm going to have mercy on all," and then he has this amazing doxology after Paul sticks his landing in Romans, right? And then he just after Paul discloses all that, he's referring back to Job after the whirlwind and everything else. He's like, "Oh my God, you have things that are too wondrous for me to like. We can't even fathom what you're doing." Okay,
right.
Like this stuff is just so out there. Glory to you. And like Job's reaction to the whirlwind was just like, just teach me. Okay, oh my gosh. And so I just think that that God's revelation, what he's doing in you can even see it is how unsearchable are your ways. Like it's just like the ineffableness. Christ came in and breaks in this way that obviously, and I could certainly can say I'm biased. I see all the precursors and this stuff, and it makes total sense to me. Also, I've had what I would deem as a real experience with Christ, right? And so, for me, that just that naturalness, like of that, as he kept telling them over and over, and they're like, okay, how have we seen this now? Like again, like we're hard on the disciples, but come on, like that was hard stuff. Like also, like when they couldn't stay up praying with him at night. Could you imagine following him around in the crowd all day, and you've been up all day walking around, and if you've been to Jerusalem and you're walking all the way up there, it's the middle of the night, and he's asking you to stay awake, you might fall asleep too, But I just think that his revelation ultimately is so wondrous. Just look at that Romans 11. Like, I mean, how unsearchable are your ways? Like, oh my gosh, I had all these thoughts. I saw you in the whirlwind, and all the Job's really response, all of that is just like, you are God.
Yeah.
Like
you're reminding me of and I barely know the Bible at all, but there is a psalm that was depicted in the TV series The Chosen. I think it's 70 something, but it's pretty much my enemies are all around me. I'm totally screwed. My life is going to hell, but holy cow, you're like the lightning and the thunder. I saw the waves crashing. You say something and everything moves and it ends. So it's not like, oh yeah, thank you for like taking care of me. It's just more like, at least this is my take on it as a total amateur. It's like, my life is like undescribably and inexplicably difficult and challenging and not the way I wanted it to be. But, I have to admit, you're not some like loser God who's just playing with me. I can't even comprehend what you are. I get a glimpse, and I'm totally blown away. And that sounds a lot like the Job reference from Romans to me.
It's all further up and further in, right? And so he did disclose, and the prophets did speak, and my Jewish brothers and sisters are communing with the Father. There's no doubt, right? Like all that stuff's happening, and so, but I also just think like this, and so the Trinity is there. We're reacting to this wildness that happened. That for us in this chronos space of the resurrected Messiah, the crucified Christ, it is just mind-blowing that God would condescend. Like, I mean, it's just, dude, it's wild. It's amazing. And so if you're going to go down just to the rational exegetical or whatever, I think it, what happened in the incarnation and the resurrection and all the stuff is just, whoa, whoa.
Yeah. See, if you come at things from a faith by necessity standpoint, I think it renders the whole Trinitarian debate moot. And so what I mean by that is, if you're choosing your faith, then you can have the Trinitarian debate argument for 2,000 years, and that's what we've had. But if your faith chooses you, and then all you have is the acceptance or the denial of whatever, then it, I don't know, like just I am not smarter than my 2,000-year-old tradition. That's a good way of putting it. There is no way I'm going to get to the Trinitarian base, or really any foundational basis of my belief that's stronger than whatever the 2,000-year-old tradition can come up with. Now, I might come to a better understanding through time, but like that better understanding comes first from the subordination of myself to that tradition, not the other way around. I guess there's some that has to happen first. Like I have to basically give it the benefit of the doubt. Like I have to make that initial leap of faith into a particular tradition, I guess. But like, I don't know, for many people, I find that their threshold for making that leap of faith is very high. And for me, it's just like, no. If I don't do it, if I don't do these things, I'm a far worse person, Christian, whatever. Like if I don't, and it's just a way of measuring that in my own life across time. Like I'm just worse if I don't, let's say, go to church weekly. If I don't go to Eucharistic adoration and do a weekly examen, like I'm just worse. So then it's like the necessity of trusting in my tradition simply because I need to. Anyway, I don't know.
So I've been
Jedediah,
following.
you jumped back in. Now you had to
I
come.
did. I've been following this.
I'm actually curious. I want to say less on this and hopefully ask just a good question here. So, kind of hearing a little bit about the Unitarian Trinitarian debates and some of the interactions with Sam. To what degree, when we're thinking through these things or anything else where it touches on dogma, right? Is how do those dogmas mediate our actual encounter with God? Do they? And how do we prioritize the encounter? And then, like the way I like to look at dogmas is I look at it in the similar way in science as theory, like well established, well tested. It hasn't risen to the point of law, right? So it's not the actual description, but it's what we feel like is a good working description of it, of something, right? So I look at dogma and theory as the kind of the same thing. So I'm just curious to see how that mediates, how the role that plays. Let's say a belief in upholding the Trinity in some way. How does that mediate and inform your experience of God?
Well, that's why I was interested in watching Sam's video he posted today about the Unitarianism and the relationship between the divine and the human, because that's something I haven't heard from him yet, and I'm curious to hear, because that's one thing
Where is that posted?
He posted it on YouTube. Yeah.
He has a channel.
His channel's called Transfigured.
Oh, that's him. Okay.
Because that's one thing for me that's lost in debates between Protestantism or Orthodoxy or whatever is for me when people discuss the Mother of God, that's not a truth claim in the way people want to argue about facts about Mary or what facts can you prove. Because at least in the Orthodox mindset, when I think of the Mother of God, it's what does 100% dedication to Christ look like? And how does that manifest in reality? So you can say that, God forbid, Mary wasn't ever virgin. You could say something like that. But also what you're losing by saying that is, what does 100% dedication to Christ look like? Because her being ever virgin is a part of her dedication. So for me, if that's the height of a human born from a mother and father, if Mary is ever virgin and was completely dedicated to the temple and Christ, I lose that ideal if she's not ever a virgin. You know what I mean? So when we say things about dogma or theology, it's like, for me, the Mother of God is what an example of pure dedication is. And to lessen that dedication lessens my ability to participate in what full dedication looks like.
So let
It's
me
the
ask
same
you
thing
this.
when we.
Yeah. So let
Sorry.
me dive into that. Let me drill into the question here. And I'm speaking strictly in a hypothetical sense. Like, I agree with you on the ever virginity of Mary, by the way. So, but let's say like 25 years from now, there's some like incontrovertible document that, you know, or some sort of, if it was possible, like a genetic test that would prove that Jesus was the son of Joseph and that Mary, he was not conceived virginally, right? Or at least some heavy body of evidence there. Would you still believe that Mary's the ever virgin in the face of that kind of evidence?
It
Like,
still doesn't lose. It still doesn't lose the human potential afforded by the dogma.
Right.
Because,
So, and that's
I
kind of
mean,
what I'm
like you
thinking.
can. I mean, I know what you're getting at, like empirical evidence.
Right.
And
So
I understand the argument, but you can almost look at it as the imaginary. It's
okay,
like,
so like Theotokos, right? So that encounter with Theotokos, that spiritual encounter, that's the question I'm driving at, is how much of that is mediated by, I think it's a two-way street. I think it's going both ways, is to tip my hat, but how much of that is mediated by like that understanding or that confession of Mary as Theotokos and as ever virgin?
the actual dogmatic propositions.
Yeah, so the dog, like, obviously, like, we're apprehending these things through that membrane of dogma, right? But I think it's signifying an encounter that's much deeper, a spiritual reality that's deeper than what the dogma itself can even put into.
Yeah, and that's why I get to practice, and even on the further conversation or earlier conversation with Lance about an apocalyptic scenario that happens in the locale where the energy goes out or food supply is scarce, yada yada yada.
What you're
Fasting
describing? I was going to say, what you're describing, Jedediah, strikes me as the difference between idol worship versus faith.
Right. So, and in what way, Neil?
So, at base, let's say I was presented evidence, very strong evidence that our life is completely meaningless. So you know, you can take any one particular proposition of the church and trace that all the way back to say, you know, all of this is just random luck. It all goes away. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. And in college, I was at that point where I was thinking to myself, like, what's the point of anything? And then I had this sudden epiphany, which I thought was quite important. I think it was quite important. Whereas I basically said to myself in college, I said, I choose it to be meaningful to me. I choose it. And so, okay, so even if nothing, so let's say Jesus didn't die for our sins, or he's just a normal dude, or, you know, whatever, all that stuff. The question is still, what is going to allow me to pursue my ideal to the best of my ability? And so it's almost like if I take on the mantle of, oh, the truth, then, like, so-called truth allows me to be less than who I should be in some way, shape, or form, whatever that truth is, you know, that so-called truth, then I'm subordinating my responsibility to I'm subordinating my responsibility to the ideal, to some external truth claim, however strong the external truth claim is. And so, like, what flipped within me is I actually did the postmodern thing, which is I put the subjective first. I put my subjective experience first. And what was remarkable about that is if my subjective experience of the ideal comes first, then what that means is what ultimately matters is, for lack of a better word, how I love. And so anything that diminishes my capacity to love or have outward relationality in a better way is what's the word I'm looking for? is the thing to be avoided or or at least the yeah. Am I making sense? Like,
Yeah, you are.
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And then I'll drill in a little bit further with this, because what I think you're describing is like there's something like a resonance that is kind of the precondition for whether you're going to believe something or not. Like there has to be something deeply resonant there, right? So otherwise, you're
that thing comes before propositions.
Right. Okay. So it's pre-propositional.
So you can think of it like in Christian terms, that's called grace. So grace is something is presented to you in your field of phenomenological experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a choice as to whether you take that thing by the hand or you slap it away. The best approximation that I have for grace is when something happens to me that I know is right and yet makes me feel deeply uncomfortable or deeply like if I have a dream. I had a dream once where this was the case, where I woke up, I gave myself I tried to interpret it, and I hit on an interpretation within a couple of hours, and the interpretation made me so deeply uncomfortable. And I was like, that's right. That's the right interpretation because it was an involuntary response to the realization, meaning my propositional deconstruction of that dream came second to the phenomenological experience of that thing. And then it was up to me whether I adhere to that dream or whether so yeah, anyway, I'm trying to reflect my worldview now, which is which is very weird.
Well, it's that dynamic of, and I was thinking about this because Nate, have you seen Hart's recent lecture he posted up on his channel?
I watched it this morning.
Yeah. So in his insistence that Christianity is the fusion of the historical and the mythical, right? And so he used the mythical tropes of the dying God and the rising God, the God who invades the underworld, the God who descends from heaven. Like the pagan expectations or the base expectations of these pagan mythologies are actually brought up into the person of Christ, and he's fulfilling even those, is essentially what I was taking as far as how Hart's seeing the scope of how Christianity functions in history. And so the historical or the factual, I'm not trying to decouple the truth from the fact here, but to draw the distinction between one versus the other so you can see them in their own light, is if I think this is where like apologists go wrong, is they're so concerned on establishing and maintaining the factual that they lose the fact that the truth exceeds the fact. Right. So the virgin birth exceeds the fact, it exceeds its historic event. It has magnitude to it that goes beyond the actual occurrences in history. And so what I'm trying to figure out is like, what is that balance point? Maybe it's a little bit different for everybody, but when we what must be factual? For me, it's like the death, the passion, the death, resurrection, and ascension of Christ. And then, and I hold to the virgin birth in a similar light. I see these things as necessary facts, but that doesn't mean that my relationship to those facts, that I'm trying to relate to a historical event. I'm actually trying to relate to the mythical truth that it embodies, and that it was incarnated in that. And so I think one of my struggles within like a lot of like conservative communities is not that they care about the facts, but it seems to me that there's a whole encounter with this whole truth that those facts are signifying that's being missed because they're hung up on, A, B, or C point in the Bible that's a contested reality. Did the walls of Jericho really fall, or was there a global flood or a local flood? These kinds of questions that occupy us. Right. But then beneath that or above that is, what did the flood mean?
Right.
What did the fall of Jericho mean? And so to me, that's more of the side that I find myself more drawn to at this point in my life. Well, as a younger man, I was probably more drawn to the factual aspect. But But I just find that facts are difficult to relate with once they've been established.
Do you mind if I share like a couple of my favorite paragraphs from Catherine Pickstock after writing?
Oh yeah, please do.
Jed, you might anticipate the bit that I'm going to read.
Yeah.
The words of consecration which Christ pronounces over the elements, bread and wine, this is my body, this is my blood, uttered in the context of ecclesial repetition of the historical sacrifice and essential signification of its ecclesial repetition, of its ecclesial repetition of the historical sacrifice and the essential signification of its effective unity, invite us to question the distinction between absence and presence, continuous and discontinuous, sign and reference, death and life. First, for example, they reveal that it is possible for presence and absence, or the maximum of continuity and the maximum of discontinuity, to coexist without collapsing into nihilistic nothingness. One can look at the bread in a mode of equal uncertainty and certainty, an uncertainty which results from an absolute empirical discontinuity between body and bread, blood and wine, and an absolute certainty of faith which judges that the body of Christ is present and completely continuous with the bread and wine. This is not to suggest that faith forces an absurd conflict with the evidence of the senses, which would assign the qualities of roundness and whiteness to the substance of bread, but instead that the Eucharist might lead us to consume a doxological brand of skepticism when regarding all things, so as never to assume, nor to claim to know securely, that the way a thing appears is the way it substantially and exhaustively is. Does this suggest the Eucharist genuinely stands at the extreme of Cartesianism and nihilism, deconstructing the certainty of even the most certain-looking aged sign? But it is not a nihilism of dereliction, which heralds a crude annihilation of bread, and yet persists as an illusion, whilst making the way for another but elusively absent presence, as Derrida might think. Rather, it is an epistemological nihilism which approaches everything in an optative stance of open expectation, and which says that any substance is what it is only through its participation in divine being. Oh.
Yeah, Jedediah, there's one thing that you said. So, what are the axioms that remain absolutely unshaken? And I think you're right that it's the death and resurrection, and this gets to what Nate was just reading. I think one of the ways I can describe what happened to me is I began to believe that Jesus died for me, and I don't mean that in a possessive way, but that so the way I framed it to Chad was like, if you believed, if Jesus had to individually die just for you, would he do it? Would he do it if it was just for you? And I think the answer is yes. And if you believe that, then for all intents and purposes, he has died for you. And so that what that means is that everything you do is contingent on that sacrifice. And what that means is that the sacrifice of the bread and the wine at the Mass that Nate is talking about, that's why it's continuous and it's always and forever. It's when Jesus says, God made the Sabbath for man, not man for the Sabbath. That's the same meaning of the sacraments, and it's all so that we can best follow him. That's what it and so instead of thinking, am I checking the right check boxes, or no, sometimes it's useful to personally think, am I checking the right check boxes personally? But instead of thinking, are others checking the right, so are others checking the right check boxes? The question is, am I abiding as best I can according to my Father in heaven's will, our Father in heaven's will?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And then what I started realizing is that with all the sacraments, they're all there. I mean, I realize this sort of individually, one at a time, but they're all there to help us. Like why do we have to constantly pray, or why do we have to worship God? Is it for God? Obviously, it's not for God. It's for the relationality of us to move in that direction. We have to, and so I don't know. Peterson talks about, if you see something from multiple angles and it's true, you see it from the propositional and it's true, and you see it from the and then as you get better and better at practicing those things, yeah. So if it smells true and acts true, and then all the stuff that happens before Christ, so all the stuff that's symbolic versus historical, it's largely irrelevant if the whole purpose of history was the incarnation, because then all of history is in God and through God, and it happens, whether it's symbolic or physical. And then the incarnation is where the symbolic and the physical completely collapse and are one and the same.
Well, I mean, for Maximus, it's not just the purpose of history. It is the very act of creation itself. I mean, creation and incarnation are one and the same movement.
So, yeah, and what's interesting, to build off of that, I could tell you like a psychedelic experience I had that reinforced the idea of the incarnation in a way that kind of blew my mind. So I dabble in psychedelics maybe once or twice a year, and in last year I had an experience where I saw the incarnation. We typically think of the incarnation as God coming down to us, right? And I was just seeing it coming from the other direction, right? And so what I was seeing was kind of like the growth and the development of the world through time. Was I was kind of watching it grow, the continents move with continental drift and life appearing on the land surfaces. And so it was this really beautiful unfolding thing. But as life developed and human life develops and civilizations develop, is like out of like this virgin earth, the world is offered her best son, right? And so it was like kind of accompanied the sense of there was like this anointed sense to it. So it was actually like kind of, I saw this seed come out of the earth as this anointed son, and it had like oil coming over the top of it, and that this was the earth offering to God her very best. And so I saw the incarnation kind of from the ground up, and it was being met with this thing coming from heaven. It was just meeting Jesus, right? Which was really fascinating to see that it was like incarnation seemed in that experience to be like this bi-directional reality that's coming from both ends, which, for all of the knocks that are, I think, legitimate against materialism, it was this material world in a sense stretching upward toward God, and God reaching down, touching us at the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean, later, I was just reading from Pickstock, and like later in that book, she talks about the theme of the altar, right? So it's like we're going up toward the altar, but God comes down to meet us. Otherwise, we couldn't close that distance.
Yeah,
and, which is what I was actually hinting at earlier when I started to turn when I was trying to talk a little bit about eschatology, and like why I think that precise movement toward the altar is why I don't think that the eschatological story is God does it all. I don't think.
And that's what I was going to.
If the story where God does it all, then I think the eschaton would have already arrived. He's waiting for our response.
That's why in an Orthodox church, it's supposed to be steps. You're supposed to come, leave, and then you're supposed to be taking steps up into this. It's that sense of, and we are taking the things of this earth, right, and bringing the things up. It is that thing. And so you're supposed to, Father Schmemann talks about this so beautifully, and for the life of the world, is that you're on your way. Like the Eucharistic movement actually starts with like taking a shower and getting ready, and you're going, but there is this, this elevation, that's up, and
and that's what I was going to. Sorry, that's why I was going to bring up the church's understanding of the Theotokos, and even our late Bishop Dimitri talked about the whole point of the Torah was so that somebody like the Theotokos could come into being. And so some people see kind of what Nate was talking about, that God just acted on a random woman to bring in the incarnation. But at least the Orthodox understanding is no, the creation finally became, through a real person, what it always meant to be, a pure chalice that can contain the divinity without losing their personhood and their, humanity. So it wasn't so it wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't just God acting. It was that was the whole point of the Torah, was that somebody might, in the feminine form, arise. You can actually talk about it like what the Tower of Babel was supposed to be.
Right. Yeah.
She's the real Tower of Babel, the one
that's
that can
what,
write to the height of God.
Jordan Wood said.
And
Jordan Wood said something that reinforces that. Is that I remember it was like a tweet or something he said where it was just like one of his offhanded comments. It was just insane. It was like one of those explosive comments. I was like, he's right. He says the universe owes its existence to a teenage girl that said, "Let it be unto you. Let it be unto me as the Lord has spoken." The whole universe exists because Mary said yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Precisely. Well, that's really, really deep to me and really important, because I think that the reason that God creates the world through his word is that the structure of the creation that he intends is dialogical. And Mary's "Let it be" is the response to the word that was spoken at the beginning, which is the beginning of the completion of creation that comes through the word that is born in her. I think, it's just so many thoughts. And then, Tomberg in his in his myth of the closed circle of the serpent, he says it is the woman who kept alive the memory of the open world that is open to Sabbath. And of course, he's speaking of Mary. And you have this enmity between the woman and the serpent. And I think it's pretty clear that that the serpent, the prince of this world, is kind of like he represents like the world soul having become fully corrupted, right? And Mary is like she's the redemption of the world soul. She's so I mean, through her, and her son, the entire world is reborn
or made,
given a new soul.
It's kind of like, I think, to kind of loop back to some of those things that Hart had pointed out, like it makes me think of this creation as kind of, my son's a very good artist. So I watch him put together, he likes to work with pen and ink, but he's using pencil sketching underneath. Right. And so he's sketching the piece of artwork out, and then he's going in and doing his fill and all that kind of stuff. And oftentimes the pencil sketchings get erased, right? They fall away. They cease to be relevant to the overall completed work, even though they were absolutely essential in its development. And I look at that kind of, is that with Mary and Jesus, it was the completed work of art. Everything was a sketch to that point. And by everything was a sketch to that point, I mean that not in linear time. I mean that in the omnidirectional sense of time, where all time centered on that moment.
But you can also think about it in linear time. And I think because when I was a little kid, one of my deconstructing questions was, okay, if Jesus was the Son of God, why didn't he save us sooner? Why didn't he come 2000 BC? And why didn't he go to China or the Native Americans or India or Africa, and why in this little corner, and it took this long and all of that? And the answer, the secular materialist answer that I am right now is he came as soon as he could. And now everything you just said about Mary, I couldn't agree more. But in our, let's say, chronological physical time, he came as soon as he could, and he only did as much as he had to and no more. And it is finished. He did exactly what he needed to create the world and to bring about everything. And so, there's this vein in Christianity early on that said, well, we don't need the Old Testament now. But it's like, no, we need the full journey of how much failure occurred up to that one woman and Christ. We need to see that journey. You save the best wine for last. Like, we need to see everything that went wrong and appreciate that. Now a lot went right too, but the history of evolution is 99.999% of species going wrong, and it's like the history of world religion is 99.999% of world religions go wrong. Either die out or don't persist. But you see that in the Old Testament. You see that pattern over and over and over again. They're humbled. And what always strikes me, what struck me reading through the Old Testament for the first time, with the remarkable thing about the Jewish people and the Israelite people, is when things went poorly, no matter how badly they went, it was always they tear their clothes, they're naked before God, it's our fault. It's our fault. No matter how bad things got, it was always them taking responsibility in the end. And that, anyway, like seeing that pattern over and over and over and over again, it simultaneously gives me so much faith and so much hope, because no matter how many times we mess up, it's like, come on, it's our fault. Let's keep going. And anyway, so here's I guess what I'm trying to do is relate in chronological time and in physical reality the same pattern that is in God's reality, because for those who are not yet in our world, they can't see that pattern. Sorry if I derailed the conversation.
No. I've also.
No, you didn't derail anything.
That was actually excellent, Neil. I think when we look at the that relationship with time, like its development and its flow, I really agree. Like, when did he come? When he had to? What did he do? What he needed to do? And then that is kind of it. And I agree. And I think time before and time after, though, is completely and radically shaped by that moment, right? So I think that, in a sense, if you want to say time is linear, I look at it as almost like chiastically linear. So chiastic structure in literature is kind of a dog leg. It's half of the axe or the chi, right? Is that there's a hinge point of history, and that's the hinge point. And even if we consider that in the linear sense, that's the pivot of history, is the cross, or just Christ, his advent on earth, right, in its totality. So we don't have to isolate it to one single aspect.
Yeah, it's like the Jensen line, that time is a double helix with Christ as its center.
Right. That's an even better way of looking at it. And
I'll add something about the timey-wimey thing. Have you read Timothy Batista's book, The Ethics of Beauty?
I should have. I should have. I've been recommended it like dozens of times, but I haven't.
It's a beautiful book, but it's a different book.
Yeah.
You can read it in separate chapters. It's not linear, speaking of time. But in it, he says something very shocking about the Adam and Eve story.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not based on scripture or anything. This is just something that he meditates on. And what he talks about is what
Well,
what have you.
midrash has always been part of our understanding of scripture.
Yeah.
So that's
But and I'll try my best to replicate what he talks about in the book as best I can. But one thing that he imagines that Adam and Eve saw when they fell that was so shocking to them was Christ on the cross.
yeah, yeah.
That
So that actually
that
it may
they
not be in scripture, but that is in patristic sources though. That's not unique.
yeah, something to the effect is like they saw firsthand what sacrifice really means. Like, of course, they found out that they were going to die a death, but they also had that vision of the cross. It's like this is what the Creator does to restore humanity and divinity, and they couldn't accept it at the time.
Right.
It's just too shocking, you know.
Stephen, I was
And so that's why the timey-wimey thing is fun to surmise, is because it's really weird to think that Christ is a divine human and always has been. You know.
The whole lamb slain before the world. But I was thinking, as this conversation was going on, Stephen, I was thinking of that exact same thing that Dr. Kimmy says. And he said it's speculative. Like there's hints of it. There are people talking about it. But again, it's
he does have sources for that.
Yeah, but as a good Orthodox, I mean, that's a mystery. We're not going to put that down as dogma or anything else like that. But it's kind of out there thinking about that. And and that ties into then if you think about so they see it, and what they're scandalized of is when they see the knowledge of like good and evil. This is what it's taking to create everything. Like this is what creates everything. Is this you've been walking with Jesus in the garden, and wait a minute, you're going to be hung on a cross. Like it's just scandalous. But the other thing that Father Baird talks about a lot, where he's mirroring John with Genesis, and it is finished is that's the ultimate. That's when the human beings. That's the full creation. And that whole idea of the cross being this Genesis moment, and again, we think so linearly and chronologically, is actually the cross is the Genesis moment of everything. Is just I had never been exposed to that thinking prior to coming to this little corner and coming to Orthodoxy and reading things like that. I mean,
but it's an Acts, Lance. Peter addresses the apostles and say when they hung Christ on the tree. Yeah, when they hung him on the tree.
Well,
I see
this
it now,
becomes
but
like,
that wasn't natural to my
but
that wasn't talked about a lot.
Lance, that perspective though, I think is actually at no point in history is that more of a relevant perspective than it is now. Is that creation is taking place from the cross, like John Bear likes to say. So you can imagine, I mean, this realistically could happen at some point in our future. Aliens land on the White House lawn and, pull out the smoking gun evidence that they have been involved in our evolution as a species and claim, somebody claims that they are our creators, right? Well, if we take the idea that Jesus of Nazareth was crucified, which is pretty much a well-established fact of history, and that he was raised from the dead, which is a reasonable response of faith, and that he ascended into heaven, then the question of who is our creator and when and where did that happen has actually already been answered. Yeah. Regardless of whatever our material manufacturer was, and I'm not trying to negate the Genesis story here, I think it's profoundly relevant as well. But whatever our manufacturer is, whatever that demiurgic principle is, is almost irrelevant to the fact that we were created at the cross, and that I find that also to be kind of somewhat emancipatory in the face of those kinds of possibilities in the world. Is that what the cross says is that humans have the future has been opened to us, and that we have some say in it and some value in it, that God would make himself one of us. And then, so anyway, I don't know. I find it to be, I'm not, yeah, the fall, I mean, that's,
I understand why you say this, Anselman, because I lived in this milieu that almost Christ was plan B. Had we not fallen, right? Like somehow God had to go to plan B with the resurrection or whatever. I mean, there's that sense there. And no, I mean, if you realize, that's the thing that you start to contemplate, whatever, is that Christ wasn't plan B, it was plan A all along.
So Yo's got even a more interesting question here. We need to pull Yo's question here because I think he's
and I'm interested in, but we can do it in whatever order, but I'm interested in exploring something Nate said earlier, which was about how, you know, God is not doing it alone. Like it requires our participation.
1 second. I want to I do want to talk about that for sure. But I'm not quite sure what that's like. What was that a response to?
I think that it's in response.
Oh, to the creation. Well, yeah, but okay. So I think Yosef, I think I'm sorry. I understand how that would sound like that from your perspective, but when Jed and I are both fully egalitarian Trinitarian, so like the action of Christ in creation is not separate from the act of the Father.
They're one of the same.
And I started to mention when you were doing that, I think M.L. Bach's reading of the of Revelation of 5 is essentially correct. That is actually a New Testament creation story, which is and the book that the lamb that was slain is opening is the book of time and becoming
story of creation.
Yeah, the story of creation itself.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers it, but it's not a Marcionism is just a complete rejection of the Old Testament as important or inspired scripture for Christians, which I do not do. However, I do read the Hebrew scriptures through a Christological lens unapologetically.
Well, and I think even if we were to back it up into Genesis, so let's just take the Genesis 1 creation, leave Eden aside for a moment. Like I take those as realities that are also impinging on all of time, right? So to speak of, you know, the beginning is still intimately connected to this moment, and the days of creation are intimately connected to this moment. So they're like, their force on time is not just it's not just a past event in the way that I've come to see it. So I'm not saying like God is not the origin or the creator of the world, right? I'm definitely not saying that. I just think that in the face of, you know, some very real possibilities in our future, the question of, you know, how humans came to be and what that means at maybe a broader cosmic scale may come to light. There may be new kinds of evidence that may be as tumultuous for us as the Copernican revolution. But the question the question of where did we come from for the Christian, at least. 100%, Joseph. So I'm not saying it, you know, like I agree. But yeah, so anyway, I lost my train of thought.
I would just say that the initial event is the generation of the sun. Like, there's not
S-O-N, not S-U-N.
Yes, correct. The generation of the sun is.
Although in Orthodox liturgy they talk about the Son of Righteousness, S-U-N, rising from the east. They play with that.
Oh yeah, they'll play with the sun for sure.
And is it?
I do want to get to Neil's point because I think like that might be a line of conversation that might be a little bit more. Since we have some of our Jewish friends listening, that might be something that I think might lead us to a direction of where we could find some commonality with our Jewish friends, because I do think that like I think Jewish religious thought seems to have a much more developed sense of the necessity of our cooperation with God in order to bring about the world to come. And I think that's right. And I think that the eschatological thinking of Christians, where it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna wait around for God to do it all, is just fundamentally wrong. and I think that we're misreading. I think we're misreading the parousia. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. It's certainly not what it's certainly not what a dispensationalist evangelical expects. I don't think you're going to see a dude riding on the clouds. That's not what it's going to look like.
There's absolutely.
I think that dude riding on the clouds. First of all, clouds are always like clouds. Opening and closing of clouds is always a metaphor for something, for revelation, right?
I don't know, Nate. Part of me thinks it would be pretty funny of God to just hit that one right on the nose.
Well, the thing is that this gets back to Sherry's thing about the choose, right? The let it be. We're, of course, we can't save ourselves, right? We didn't bring things into being, right? All this stuff. We're not saying that, but we participate. We mediate. We take the things of this earth, right? And we absolutely play this role. And there is this. We do participate in the choosing, and how I'd say that in a 12-step world is like you make a decision to tune your will and your life over the care of God, as you understand. Like there's these like we participate in this stuff, and then there's lots of other participation. But I think that's why the let it be, when you were talking so beautifully about that right there, like the let it be is an important participation in the overall salvation of humanity.
And that's what initially. So when I grew up in the Church of Christ, and I immediately somehow I know exactly how, and that's why I'll bring it down to practices is what eventually led me into the Orthodox Church. Minus the that and the fact that my tradition Catholic bashed. But like when I found out Orthodoxy wasn't Catholic, I was like, oh, okay, I can do that. But a lot of it went down to practice. But even as a person in the Church of Christ, I started reading popular Jewish thinkers because being a faithful Republican conservative, we listened to Dennis Prager in our house, which introduced me to popular figures in the Jewish world, Rabbi Kushner and whatnot. But on Nate's point though, one of my favorite phrases that I heard or sayings that I heard is, there's one instance where it's okay to be an atheist. It's when you see a man on the street that's hungry. It's okay to act like God doesn't exist and you're the only one that could feed that person. And so that, as a Protestant Christian, really attracted me because I knew that our actions had to matter somewhat. What we do matters, and and rabbinical Judaism understands that, and that's why I was attracted to that, because like it has to be what we do matters. And even when I was talking about the Theotokos in practice, when I became Orthodox and started reading the Old Testament, one profound point, and even I'll get to your point, Lance, too, about making choices, but even in 12-step programs, the reason why you join the program is you have to situate yourself in a position to make good choices. And that touches on the free will thing. But anyway, when I was reading Deuteronomy, it explicitly says, men, you're supposed to teach your kids throughout the day, all day long, the Torah. You're supposed to you're supposed to tell the stories. You're supposed to talk about God. You're supposed to, all day long, you're supposed to tell your family about all the works that God has done. And when I looked at my good, upright Christian conservative life, again, not disparaging my family or my father, but we listened to talk radio in the morning and sports, and my dad went to work every day and we were involved in school stuff, and so it's like, as an Orthodox Christian, I look back in my childhood and we didn't have the practices, and So it's nothing to say about my conversion to Orthodoxy wasn't a theology debate. It was like I knew, of course, at the stage of my life, I knew I need better practices. And I knew I couldn't rely on myself because I was really fucking everything up royally, with my own ideas of what's right and wrong. So I needed to put myself in a situation that I can even have the ability to choose.
Well, that's
better,
interesting. So,
better
Stephen,
practices.
with that sense of practice, because I think that, like, I come maybe from something similar to what you're describing background wise. We're still very immersed in the evangelical church, but there wasn't practices, right? Practice was not a part of, I mean, you read your Bible and pray. Those were the practices, right? But how they connect into the spiritual life was always it was something I was always very confused about growing up in those traditions. So I'm curious, was it like, because like what you're describing is like a conversion, not because of like a doctrinal debate, but there was something different driving that. Like, what could you drill into that a little bit more and just describe a little bit more of like what you're talking about there?
Well, I mean, like, I mean, personally, at the time, I mean, I was the punk rock kid listening to Jordan Peterson, Jonathan Joe, thinking I was unique, and then I find 10,000 other people that are doing the same thing. But Peterson was very influential for me. McGilchrist was highly influential for me, just on some personal reasons. But I remember in my original thinking, I would just wanted to be a good person. And I thought if I was just a good person, things would be fine. Even theologically speaking, it's like, I'm here in the South in America, and I'm a good person. I don't do a lot of the bad things other people are doing. And, I was living a very, American way of thinking with a Protestant Christian background. And it's like, I believe in God. And I was just hoping that I'd just be, in the end, be able to be labeled a good person. But one thing that Peterson, I think, helped me realize, amongst others, is I didn't understand myself fully. I didn't really know who I really was. So while I was thinking with my, mind that I was a good person, there was a lot of my behavior that I didn't totally fully understand that was not acting in my benefit. So yeah, when I look at some of the people I was involved with, or I could say that I was better than them. I wasn't doing a lot of the bad things that other people were doing. But I just realized that for me, there was a lot of subconscious things, or you can call it childhood traumas, or all sorts of stuff that I was completely oblivious to, that was causing me to behave in ways that I wasn't aware of. And so when all of a sudden, all those things from the background came to the fore, it's like, oh, the decisions I was making were logical. They weren't illogical. And then you can probably back them up as being mostly okay or right. But they were operating, I was operating on again, everything's practice, everything's habit. You can't get away from it. And when it came down to it, I was practicing a habit and a liturgy and a ritual that was constantly fucking my relationships up and not in my benefit. So when I found out about Orthodoxy and started attending services, I guess, and talking about Nate, talking about veils, finally something about me was unveiled that I hadn't seen before. And even though I had childhood traumas and a lot of stuff in my childhood, that wasn't my story. it didn't have to be my story. I could adopt a new story and not hide those things or act like they didn't exist, but incorporate them into a new story that can actually not only benefit me but benefit people around me and that kind of jazz. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I tell you what.
More. Sorry.
No, that was awesome. I was just, I kept thinking, like, as I was listening to you, here's what struck me was how very personal that was. How, like, because, and the reason you felt that inadequacy of the just being a good person is that just being a good person is just it's a generic standard. It's not personal. There's no freedom in that. You're just following rules or following a code for the sake of following a code. It's not free. But what you discovered is a personal response to that. So instead of being a good person in a generic sense, it was like, how can I be the best version of me, Stephen Schwartz? And what does that look like? And you started to get a sense of that. And the practices helped you to get through that, and they opened you up to what I would say is real freedom.
Well, I'll tell you one just brief thing is, and I think I think y'all can identify with this with how we generally work, at least in Western culture, is the fact that just because something's consensual doesn't mean it's right or moral. And I think somebody in the group was talking about this the other day, or maybe I was hearing from somewhere else. No, it was an interview with that actor with Jordan Peterson, where he talked about his
Dennis
relationships with. No, it was the younger guy. The guy was in Entourage, but he was talking about some of the relationships he had with women.
Adrian something.
Yeah, and he discovered the same thing that I discovered, that even though, and it doesn't have to be like, a sexual relationship or romantic relationship, any relationship we have, just because it's consensual doesn't mean it's okay. And even though, like, let's just say him and his interactions with women, he was a good person. I discovered that our responsibility we have a responsibility for other people. Full stop.
Yeah, that's right.
And even if even if you go in with somebody to rob a gas station, you're both responsible morally for robbing a gas station. But it's like, how about I try to say it? Like, let's just put it in the romantic phase. If you're unmarried and in a relationship in which let's just say you don't have any intent on marrying a woman, or you think you're just going to have a fun time before you eventually marry somebody, so you're having sexual flings with women and having a good time, and you might be a good guy. The whole time, you still had a responsibility to that woman, not to engage in practices that are demeaning to humans.
Right.
Even if everybody thought that they were having a good time.
Right. Because you're still ultimately using a person merely as a tool to satisfy your desires, and you're not treating them as a full person.
And that's just a microcosm of how we treat reality in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I joined the Orthodox Church, it was fully orbed. It was it put me in a place where I am personally responsible.
Well, I think that responsibility piece it's empowering, right? Where when you haven't processed through those traumas, and you're the perpetual victim of the trauma, and a lot of times you'll reenact it in different ways to try to come to peace with it. Like we tend to do that. I think that like it essentially, I just lost my train of thought. Goodness gracious, Stephen. I'm still like reeling from some of the things you said. Like the thing
No, it's okay. I'll say it this way too. It's because even when we talk about chastity in the Orthodox Church, a lot of people will hear that as, oh, Orthodoxy doesn't want you to have any fun. But that's why, again, it's theological statements we make, dogma statements we make, moral statements we make. The reason why we're chaste is so we can see reality the way it is. Like you won't even begin to understand what a woman is until you have your sexual compulsions under control. Because if you're not in control of lust, even if you have it somewhat,
if you're in the mode of lust all the time, you can't even have a real relationship with a woman.
well, you won't actually know what a woman is. There's no way. You can never discover what truly a woman is if you haven't controlled your sexual desires. You know? And so that's why Orthodoxy's been so powerful for me, is because that goes for everything. If you see reality differently when you have yourself under control. Like, you don't know what traffic looks like if you're angry all the time. You know,
Brian
you don't know.
Ortiz, when he puts this comment here, like after listening to you tell this deeply personal story and why it's valuable, you know that meme that says missing the point where it just shoots over the guy's head? Brian, if I could send a GIF right now, I would send this GIF to your comment. Just
but that's what I was talking about. Practice and reality is you're chaste so that you can experience reality in its fullest.
Well, to loop back on that though, there was something you said earlier that was just like, it really popped in my mind. By the way, I'm jealous of that cigar. But you were talking about like how whatever your past was, that's not your story. You have a new story now. And so I'm curious, like in some sense, like what, like in embracing Orthodoxy and becoming Orthodox, like what is your story now as an Orthodox Christian? What's your story now, since you have a new one? What does that mean?
Kind of what the bar was set higher than I ever imagined. And that's why I was talking about the Theotokos earlier, is what does it mean to be fully committed? Mm-hmm. What does it mean to be a pure chalice that can contain divinity itself? And then even Neil's comments about going through the story, the Old Testament stories are our story, like he was talking about. We go through all the same things personally. And then honestly, to answer your question in a simple way, that's my story, is the story of the Torah, of God's work in humanity from a people that he created out of Egypt. And what's my place in that, in the works of God, basically. I mean, in the Orthodox Church, the Holy Spirit and God are constantly acting and doing things. And my mission, at least in the Orthodox Church, is to try my best to participate in that work. And you unfortunately find out that it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with you and nothing to do with you at the same time.
Right, yeah, because it causes you to be directed away from yourself entirely, but the response that you're going to be called into is personal, and you will not know when it's going to happen. Which is why having your attention properly directed is so important, because if your attention is not properly directed, you won't notice when the moment has arrived. This is why in my tradition, in our general confession, like we confess not only the things that we have done, but the things that we have failed to do, or the things we have not done. And so, and this ties directly to my point about the necessity for our cooperation of God. It's like,
and Nate, that's what I was trying to get at with my past, is that was part of my awareness, is I was so focused on the things that I did and whether they were good or bad. But when the veil was lifted, I realized, oh, I could have done so much more if I knew what I knew now. There was a lot I could have done that I didn't do. You know?
Yeah.
And that was a big part of it. It was like, wow, I not only when you convert to Orthodoxy or you get very intimate with your sins. You get intimate with how you hurted people, and it wasn't even your fault per se. You just didn't know any better. But now you know better, and you're like, oh crap, that's a lot of responsibility. That's a lot of responsibility. You know.
Yeah. So what's up with the contraception questions? I mean,
because he mentioned chastity. So the being chaste, for example, there are periods of fasting within your relationship. There's periods of fasting within your marriage relationship. Some people, and even I think John Heers talked about this, that he and his wife, their first year before the Lent before they came in, is they ended up doing a full fast from sexual relations for Lent. He wasn't really excited about that. But then after having gone through that, the gift that, basically the feast and what that was. And so when we talk about this chast, it's not about contraception or anything else like that. It's the fact of learning to control your passions and going through some periods of abstinence and fasting from sexual relations is actually better for you, right? And so whether you use contraceptions or divorce or whatever, I mean, that's not the point. He's talking about the practice between you and your wife to learn things about each other, right?
Yeah,
like you said,
it seemed like a bit of a non sequitur to me too.
But I think we also have like a. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Lance. I'm interrupting.
So Tayo makes fun of me, but part of it is because I do come out of a 12-step group, and so, but I'm also practices guy. Tayo makes fun of me, but when I try to explain that's the reason why for me, a lot of other things happen. But I tried so hard, the theology of try harder. I tried so hard just within my contexts, right? To try to live the way in the life or whatever. And Orthodoxy very simply introduced me to things that I was never introduced to. So for example, what was pretty popular in the milieu I grew up in was, once you're married, have at it. You're free. Just have as much fun as you can have, as much, and pleasure each other as much as you want. You're free. Go to town. Which again, we are supposed to do that. But there's this sense of trying, like what he talked about, this deeper thing, which is I had never heard about this practice that's fairly normative about fast. Like, for example, you fast on Saturday night because you're getting ready to go to the Eucharist on Sunday, right? Then you have these longer periods and during these other things that, now I will tell you, not every Orthodox person does this. The stuff is available to you for transformation, but you're not going to get kicked out of the church. So I had never been introduced to that practice. Also, just even fasting, the Wednesdays and the Fridays and then the Lent, and then there's the Apostles' Fast. And then, you know what really stinks in the United States? We fast before Thanksgiving until Christmas. So when everyone else is pigging out and going to party time and putting on 30 pounds, we're stinking fasting, right? So that would be a real
young God,
thing
you don't know the right women.
Yeah.
And so any rate, but I had been introduced in a Protestant sense. For example, there's a real gift to be abstinent before marriage. Like there's this gift that you can't quantify in your relationship and those other things. So this would just be little things, and then just again, like Jesus prayer and liturgical prayer, which then turned into me having words when I didn't have words, and meditation now came into. I know you got your prayer rope, Jedediah, and now I've got in my pocket at all times. I have something I can turn into. So, like Stephen, when you were talking to me, when you talked about those those practices, which all of a sudden started illuminating all this stuff that I mean, I was a seeker. I was an all-in guy and as a Methodist, and then as a non-denom guy, and then as a house church guy. And I was never exposed to these things. And all these things were part of the natural, normal, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly life in Orthodoxy. And so now, here's what I'm trying to do. And I know this is bad, and a lot of Orthodox people get mad at me or whatever. I'm trying to take some of these practices and I'm sharing them with my friends who are Protestants because I'm an exhorter and like these things have been helpful to me. And so I try to bring some of those beautiful things out just so people can experience it in them, and what they do with them in their tradition is fine. So anyway, Stephen, when you were talking about that, which is, I very much was resonating with you. And I also know, just again, through my recovery circles, is that it's a program of action. Like, you have got to participate in this and do things and learn how to do things you don't want to do, and all these, abstinence from drinking and all that. I'm just like, there's all these things, and that worked for me. And then Orthodoxy took that to another level for me. Like, it took these things that I knew, and then I had these other things that I could do that I didn't get previously. So anyway, Stephen, I really resonated with your story, and I wanted to share.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to tell you earlier about even just the practice of fasting. The guys were earlier talking about apocalyptic scenarios, and let's just say something happens to the grid or food supply, yada yada. You'll have a group of Orthodox Christians in a local parish somewhere that hopefully, because of their practice of denying themselves food, won't freak out when something in their locale crumbles. Because, I mean, it doesn't take you but going to the airport to see people freaking out and going berserk over a flight delay, or something in their world crashes and they can't handle it because they're not used to either not getting their way or something. But I mean, even the practice of fasting teaches you to keep your cool, because while you're fast, you're supposed to be increasing your prayer life. So even when you're in pain and suffering and you're not getting your way, you're supposed to be able to maintain a peace and a quiet about you. And those are even as terrible as us Orthodox Christians are, we still have those years of practices that will matter when society crumbles around us. Hopefully we do it enough that it's built into us and we just do it reflexively. We keep a quiet and a peace about us. We don't let things disturb our inner peace. And that's the practice that have also helped me, is just to remain. I've never been an angry person, but I have my own issues. But just to have the ability to remain peaceful and calm when things don't go my way has been profound.
Yeah, I was thinking
The other
about
thing that one other thing that I never knew until I recognized it, I did it enough. Fasting before I hit my meditative, do my morning prayers, and I hit my meditation time, I realized if I'd eat breakfast before that, and if I did it at work or whatever, there was this vast difference. Like, it was like totally different. Like, I'm like, oh, this stuff is like when Jesus says this only comes out with prayer and fasting. Like, there's something about marrying those two together that does things that I'm like, oh my God, I never knew that existed. And I can't explain it. Like, I can't explain it, but I've lived it, and now I know it. And so these are some of the things. By the way, like, you can do these things in wherever you're at. Like, I know, Jedediah, you practice fasting, and you're on your prayer rope, so you're taking some of these things and you're learning some of these things on your own. I know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that there's something interesting too that kind of connects to some of the things that we're talking about here. So Tom Berg's book, Nate and I, for both Nate and I, very influential, and he has very extended discussions on the concept of virginity and like what that is. And and I mean, I think I've, being kind of a bipolar recovering addict myself, I've always been more of the kind of like Augustine, give me chastity, just don't give it yet kind of guy, on any range of issues in my life, and as you just eventually you exhaust yourself in those lifestyles, whatever that is. And so like what I've found though is that Tomberg talks about virginity as like nature, it's nature fully receptive and open to God, right? And so in a sense, it's not just nature as God created it, but it's nature calling nature into itself, right? So it's true nature in that sense. And so that true, like when we have that kind of that virginal focus in our lives, and I think that it's not just about some ontological status of are you a virgin physically, or somebody who's an addict. Like you can look at my number one mistress was always the bottle, right? So it is to be chaste is to return to a natural state that is receptive to God, and chaste not just pertaining to sexual matters. It's the ability, Stephen, like you said, which is so like right on, is that it is the ability to see things as they are, right? And then in Tomberg is the force card is this. It's modeled after Virgin Mary, and she's holding the lion's mouth wide open with no effort. It's just this effortless thing. And he talks about how virgin nature calls nature into itself, and so into cooperation with the infinite and into the cooperation with God. And in this sense of like, I think it connects into some of those concepts in Revelation, especially chapter 14, where the army of the 144,000 are described as virgins, and their warfare weapon is a song. It's the new song is what they're doing is they're calling the new creation into itself. And it's through this virginal receptivity to the work of God in creation. And so anyway, I just was thinking about that and thinking, man, that connects to maybe even a lot more than you were just saying. It's like it's a way of seeing and a way of being in the world. Progressive guy with a relatively progressive ethic, but even me coming around to like, oh yeah, this virginity and this chastity stuff is actually
yeah. People tend to think of chastity as a negative, like you're losing something, not gaining something in our culture. We and that's the point of pleasure, like that we fast from in Orthodoxy during Lent, is it's not really you're not really losing something. You're not losing anything. And so like take the life of Saint Mary of Egypt, who was in her story, you'll hear about her life of fornication. And she can't even go into the church because there's something barring her from entering the church. But then she goes off into the desert and lives a life in the desert and repents of her fornicating ways. And the point I'm getting at is it is truly amazing how Christ can completely transform somebody who was in filth and is actually a renewed person. Like actually a renewed person. Just somebody like Saint Mary of Egypt. He allows somebody in that state or in my state to retain that virginity, to view the creation anew in virginity. But one of the cross of that, like I was telling Nate, is then you discover your life. but you hurt people, they're your sin. So I mean, that is the cross. Like, I hurt people, and it wasn't even my fault. But I hurt people because of things that were done to me and things I did to others. And of course, we Orthodox, we talk about. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm about to get into some exclusivity, but it is true that Christ can transform us into the creatures we are supposed to be. But the beauty of the Mother of God is her purity was from the get-go. We call her parents Saint Joachim and Anna. She was raised the right way. They dedicated her to the temple of God, where the presence of God was. She dedicated her life to that. So fortunately, she didn't have to hurt people the way I did. You know, she didn't have to suffer in the ways that I did because of my sin. And it's just, I mean, so when I talk about exclusivity, that's why we honor Mary. It's because she's the pure vessel of creation that creation was always supposed to be. You know, and that's not, she didn't lose out on anything. You know, when people say, oh, she started having sex after she was, after she had Jesus, she started having sex again. You know, now she can have pleasure. It's like, no, you fools. She has Christ. She has God. You know, it's like she wasn't losing anything by dedicating her life completely to the temple or the presence of God.
So
she had everything.
Yeah.
But
Well,
sorry,
I
you get emotional.
Oh,
No, I entirely get you. I think anybody's listened to Girl Country for any length of time knows that I'm a huge fan of Mary. If anything, people would accuse me of being too big a fan of Mary. You know, that was just very, very powerful and moving, Stephen. Thank you for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
It definitely gives me a different perspective on. I went through steps and looked at that stuff. I know I'm coming up to. I'll be doing confession at some point too. It just gives me a different perspective on that. I appreciate what you said.
Well, what's interesting too, like, and this is something that so Mary and Anna and Joachim are important to me, very important in my own practice of meditation and devotion. I have their icons in my home, and they become, there's like the, like in all great iconography, the saint comes through, and what is divinized in the saint is coming through in those icons. And realizing, like, it was what you were saying made me think about in John 1, that we're not born of blood or of the human will, but we're born of God. But also that means that we're born into that family. So Mary is mom in the most excellent and superlative sense of the term, and Joachim and Anna are grandparents in the most superlative sense, and we're drawn into this family. I think that we're supposed to look at, as we look at the saints and we look at, the Holy Family as well, is I think that we see them as these towering figures that are reflected in our iconography, and they're so important to us. But it's that intimacy of the familial relation that I think is like the most miraculous side of that, is that we're, it's not like we're being converted just to, save our souls from some kind of perdition. Like we're being brought into and adopted into a family. And I find that to be, and that's something that within, I think, Orthodoxy actually, not being an Orthodox Christian, but Orthodoxy, I think, has a much deeper sense of that than probably any of the other Christian traditions that I've been exposed to.
Mm-hmm. It matters now. Like all this stuff has real tangible matters now. And if Joseph there, one of the things, Stephen, when you were talking about, when you said you had a new story and it was very personal, right? When you were talking about that, Joseph has a story, and I looked it up, and there's this great Hasidic rabbi called Zusia. And on his deathbed, he began to cry uncontrollably, and his students and disciples tried hard to comfort him. They asked him, "Rabbi, why do you weep? You are almost as wise as Moses. You are almost as hospitable as Abraham, and surely heaven will judge you favorably." Zusia answered them, "It is true. When I get to heaven, I won't worry so much if God asks me, 'Zusia, why were you not more like Abraham?' Or 'Zusia, why were you not more like Moses?' I know I would be able to give answers to these questions. After all, I was not given the righteousness of Abraham or the faith of Moses, but I tried to be both hospitable and thoughtful. But what will I say when God asks me, 'Zusia, why were you not more like Zusia?'"
Yeah. So my friend Evgeny Terekin, the Russian translator of the Inklings, who actually I noticed was on the stream yesterday at one point, he shared that same story on his Substack a while back in one of his articles. So I love it. I absolutely love it.
When you were starting at the beginning, Stephen, as soon as you, like you said, you found your story, and it's like you came alive.
I gotta pop out.
Okay, you came alive into Stephen, in the fullness of what God wanted Stephen to be. Like Stephen, your story, you matter and participate in that. And so anyway, as soon as you were talking about that, I was thinking about that, because I had this sense, telling your story beautifully. It's like this very much called you into who you are, and like the fullness of who you were created to be, is what I was feeling when you were talking about that. And I really appreciate you. I love all the sorts of conversations we have, but I think what we all probably appreciate the most is when people come on here and they don't plan to have those things happen, but all of a sudden real vulnerable, just good stuff starts coming out. And I think so anyway, you blessed me by being so honest and vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think Lance, I don't know if you were in. It was maybe before you had jumped in, but I posed this question. It was just kind of trying to probe at why we believe the things we believe, and if this is an encounter with these bare facts or these doctrines, or if there's something more. And I think, Stephen, when I'm hearing what you're saying, I think that there's more that was drawing him into that space of the space that orthodoxy provides for people,
mm-hmm.
which is.
Well, and I think when you were talking, what I was thinking about is that question, and I know it's a question that cuts to the core of, quite frankly, of the entire Christian story in my book. Like if you take, that's how much the incarnation matters to me, and that's I think it's that important or whatever.
Right.
But the thing I came back to is I've been blessed, and I know that not everyone gets this. Okay, I know that not everyone gets this. I've been blessed with real concrete, undeniable experience in the presence of Christ and the Holy Spirit, right? So, and so I would say, but that didn't happen. It's not like all of a sudden I thought about Jesus and that thing happened overnight. Like that happened when I was 39 years old, okay? And I had pursued hard and done all this stuff, and tried to do all this stuff and did my best, and I'm in and out of addictions and stuff. It lived it. It was hard won. But when I was reading in the big book, I was reading this portion that kind of just opened you up to the idea that there was just this creator. And it was a very tearful day, because I knew God was either everything or nothing, and I could never have the full faith, or whatever. but I was very calm and peaceful reading. So it wasn't like I wasn't all charged up, and like I was calm and peaceful and reading after going to 3 meetings in one day. And but so there were a lot of things, like, so there were steps that were taken, right? And I was pursuing this thing, and then I had this moment. And so for me, and one of the things I've told my sons, and I was very blessed to have this, which was, guys, I don't know, because one of the things I knew, because I studied so much, and I would look at this commentary versus this commentary, and the Westminster Confession versus this. Man, if you try and make sense, and if you think, you know what I mean, if you try to make sense of it all and try and find the right one, it kind of drives you a little batty, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you're honest with yourself, and I was pursuing it hard, but what I was able to tell them was, guys, I don't know. Like, the beautiful thing about me coming to Orthodoxy is because I've said this stuff over and over. They knew I had a problem with mega seeker stuff. Like, that's been a decade of me saying, like, whatever. But I just said, guys, all I know is this: follow after Jesus. Ask all the hardest questions. Don't be afraid. Like, I know if you go deep there, you're just gonna run right into him. Like, that's all I know, right? Mm-hmm. Seek it. And all this other stuff, like, and I would say, like, whether it's Reformed or whatever, I'm like, I don't know. I don't. Because as a father, you want to lead your sons to. So the only thing I could say is, like, man, if I die, the one thing I do is just, no matter what, just seek after Jesus, and he'll get you where you need to get, Yeah. So I've had this real tangible, undeniable, and it's, confirmed and reconfirmed and all this other sort of stuff. So, like, so many of the things could, I don't know, historicity, was no ark or literal ark or something like that. Sorry, Paul said literal, actual. Let's be actual, whatever.
Physical.
That stuff. That stuff doesn't bother me anymore, right? Mm-hmm. Now, you brought up the big one, which is, although I would be highly suspect, to be honest with you, I'd be highly suspect. Hypothetical. Right. Now, that's a big one, but what you threw out there was a massive one, right?
Right.
And so, but I've been blessed enough to the point to I know that my faith is not a dogma, and my faith is not a theology, right? And so when I finally actually started getting exposed to Orthodoxy, and my pump was primed for Orthodox theology because I was a Wesleyan kid.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I got to be honest about that, right? I always rejected this idea that there was no free will. And I portions of Reformed theology, I really, I like, whatever, some of it we can all be in agreement on, but there are some parts that just like, I can't go all the way there. But the friends of mine who were Reformed, I love them. They're amazing men. So that's cool. Whatever. So what I did, though, is I immediately got out of my head, and this is and people have said me say it over and over because it's true. I said, I'm going to go down and see if this works. I knew that if Orthodoxy was it, I needed to put myself in that church and start doing the things and see if it worked. That's the exact way I think. And I went down, and I had lots of stuff going off, like I was home, and I would describe that as all this stuff. But I immediately knew within 10 minutes, I'm home. Like, I'm home. And then I started doing all the stuff, like the prayer rules and the Jesus prayer and the fasting and then participating in the festivals and all the stuff and seeing the thing and then seeing how much scripture you actually read. If you read the daily lectionary, I mean, you're reading a lot of Bible, but all the stuff. And so anyway, and then things I struggle with my whole life in living out my Christian life. Mm-hmm. Because of just the natural, normal things that you do, I was like, my gosh, some discipline for a guy that has absolutely no discipline. Mm-hmm. Easy things. Like, I don't have to even do a million things. Like, some easy things I can just do. And so, getting back to you, like, all my stuff is practice and world-based. Like, and I'm not doing it for the transformation, but my gosh, if I'm not being more transformed, and if the things I'm doing is not making me a better husband or looking at myself and stuff, then why the heck am I doing it? Like, there has, like, because if I'm the same asshole doing those things that I am without it, what's the point of doing it?
Yeah.
Right. because it's not about whether I'm going to heaven. It's Jesus doesn't like, what are you today? What are you in this moment? Like, dude, what are you like right now? Like, I'm here for you now. Like, you do these things because I care about you today in this moment. And so to me, it's very much real practice, personal stuff. Also, my pump was primed because I saw people work a spiritual program of action,
Me too.
and I saw transformed people.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm realizing it's not about the stuff that's in here.
Yeah.
You can just even go with it. It's not about the stuff you're in here. If you start pursuing and seeking, and by the way, it's all based on the path of repentance, but in Christian stuff.
Oh yeah.
So to me, it's all real world practice, doing it. Not that you can earn your salvation by doing it. Not that God's going to zap you to hell because you didn't pray this morning, or none of that crap. But that stuff actually is good for you, the same way you want your sons or your daughters to do certain things because you know that's good for them.
Yeah.
So anyway, that boy, you got me.
I get
You got me on the
confused.
whole thing. I'm sorry.
I get confused by the earning your salvation. You don't earn it, and maybe I just need to read a ton of books to learn what they mean by that. But it's like, I mean, yeah, it's not like I worked harder than everybody else, so I get the first place trophy. I know that that's not salvation, but it's like if I turn and look at the sun, I see the sun. I didn't earn the sun, but if I don't turn and look at it, I'm not going to see it. And it's sort of like, I feel like it's participation, and I like the concept of hell that I know I don't fully understand at all, but like hell is not it's not like a super prison for all the criminals who the lawyer wasn't good enough to get him out of it. It's I reject God, and God's love burns, and because I experience that on a daily basis, that I know what I could do, I know what I should do, I know what there's something wanting in me to do it, and I still refuse it for whatever reason, and I'm suffering because of that. And then the moment I stop that, like a person in distress calling me, I know the only reason that person's calling me is because the person's in distress, and I just don't want to deal with it. It's like 9:30 and I'm watching my show on YouTube or whatever, and he's calling, and I just know it's gonna be like, poor me, and these other people are bad, and blah blah. I know that's all that's gonna happen, and I'm like angry, and then these moments where I've been like, I'm ready for that call, and I'm gonna listen, and what's happening is like I'm listening to myself, and I tell myself what I need to hear because I disobey it constantly, and then the guy, he's transformed by maybe it's like what somebody said probably 2 hours ago, like being seen or being heard or whatever. And I'm not like some guru or anything like that. It's just I'm just finally like on my knees listening to myself confess to this guy blaming everybody else. And I'm like, that's me. And I've been doing that for 52 years, and I know what that is, and I know, like, I don't even want to say it to you because you're not going to like it, and I don't like it. I don't want this to be true. I wish it was true some other way, but this is what it actually is. And it's like this tremendous peace, like a few other things that are in that instruction book that I followed, where I get this total peace from it, which I would never expect. It seems like I should be feeling terrible if I do that stuff, but I feel the opposite. And so I've been inside one of those churches, and I didn't feel like, oh, I'm home and all this kind of stuff. I felt like I was, like in some control center in DC, looking through the eyes of my UAV in there, like I experience a lot of the world like that, actually, especially when it's new. But I know from my personal experience, I'm going to get one of those funny looking ropes that's not a rosary, and I'm just going to start doing stuff. I'm going to be talking to some other dude and who probably didn't do the things that I've done, and I'm going to tell them all that stuff. And I know what will happen. I know I think that's I think I'll be saved. And if that's what earning salvation means, then maybe I think you do earn salvation. But I don't think so. I think it's like it's already there. And it's just, it's like I'm at a Vegas smorgasbord. What do you call those? Buffet, a Vegas buffet. And I'm like, I keep walking past it and we put nothing on my plate. If I suddenly start putting on my plate, it's not like I earned it. It's like I just stopped being dumb. So
Joseph.
Anyway.
Joseph, how are you, sir? I think this is the first time that you and I have actually been in a live chat together.
You're muted, Joseph.
There you go. Hey guys.
How are you?
Good. Nice to meet you, Steve. I'm good. I'm getting ready for Shabbat, so I'm just dropping in briefly. I couldn't believe 15 and a half hours and now another, whatever this is, 6.5, and I still hadn't shown my face. So I decided before you guys go into a whole day where I won't be able to come on, I might as well try. Yeah, it's been interesting listening to. Well, I've been dropping in and out. There's no way I'll ever catch up on all this, but that's fine. Now I'm waiting for. I saw yesterday PVK's commentary video on this, and he's and he wants 3 hours and every 1 hour of us talking. See how long that takes.
I thought that's what he was working on. I didn't know he was in a wedding.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's his kid's wedding. I forgot. Yeah. No, it's been good, but it's been interesting. I have to say, so Lance, I dropped you. Oh, you saw here the comments. I also dropped you on Voxer. There's a lot of this practice stuff is very closely related. So we don't eat before we pray in the morning. And I mean, unless you have trouble concentrating without food, so whatever sugar crash type thing, you're not supposed to eat, because before you can fulfill your own needs, you have to thank God for who provides for those needs. So it's kind of a part of the gratitude acknowledgement practice of morning prayer, and literally the first well, depending on which liturgy you use, but usually the first word you say in Jewish prayer is I thank you, like is thanks. Like that's literally the first word we wake up with. Yeah, so it's definitely, and that's definitely part of it. And then also the sexual fasting stuff. I'd never heard that term before, but we definitely have that. Like we just have it, and we have it in a very different way, right? So it's not it's tied to the woman's menstrual cycle, because we still have the purity laws. We don't have a lot of purity laws because of the temple being destroyed, but there's 2 sets of purity laws that still remain in effect after the temple is destroyed. One is purity around the women's menstrual cycle, and 2 is priests with dead bodies that aren't their family members. So those are the 2 that, because there's specific verses that actually say like those are always, or those are for always, so they don't change with the temple not being around. So yeah, so like we have obviously cycles have different lengths, but like for about half this 2 weeks of the cycle or so, not quite, but like 11, 12 days, like we are sexually fasting. That is just part of the like, right, it's very much embodied life, and it's very much tied to biology, but at the same time it spiritualizes that biology in a really meaningful way. There's a couple exceptions where,
to me,
sorry,
like what a respectful attitude and orientation to have to women.
Right, and it's a part of the discipline, but it's just like it's there. I mean, it's right. It's just part of our lives, and there's beyond that. Like, we don't have anything that's like what you were saying with Lent. Like there are 2 exemptions, which are Yom Kippur and on Tisha B'Av, which is the anniversary of the destruction of both temples. I don't know if Christians are aware that they were destroyed on the same day on the Jewish calendar, which is a very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird coincidence.
Most Orthodox don't do whole Lent. Like that's recommended to some people decide to do that, but that's like that length is not normal for everyone, although some do it. But like there are certain times where, like you talk about, where it is. Like no, not everyone does it. Like you're not going to get zapped into hell if you don't do these things, or whatever. But those things are there for you if you want to embody them to help you.
Can I ask a question with this, just as it pertains to practice, and then again the just because I come at it from the context of probably some of my own neuroses and pathologies here, right? So, like, in what way, like, how do especially for something, I mean, as old as Judaism, right? I mean, you're talking about like a historical legacy that it's stretching back into the Bronze Age, right? Well, before that even, right? So,
probably not before Bronze Age, but Bronze Age, late Bronze Age is probably fair.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm talking about the stories that go back to the beginning.
Yeah, no. Like Abraham is probably late Bronze Age. I think that's
Bronze Age, right? So we have like the emergence of this encounter with God that then has informed those practices. But one of the things that, even as somebody who I have a fairly rigorous spiritual practice, but I'm always aware that it's not the practice that it's about, right? Is like when you, or Lance, when you're at the Orthodox Church, when you're engaging in these practices, how do the practices, going back to the question that we asked earlier about dogma, but how do the practices shape and inform your experience of God?
Oh, there's lots of ways. Gosh,
yeah.
That's hard. It's even hard to approach because, right, there's like 613 commandments, and then there's that's just commandments, right? There's lots of parts to all of those. Like the Sabbath is 2 commandments, but like then it has all these parts. So that's a really hard.
Or just take a practice as like an exemplar.
It's okay. I mean, so. I mean, there's easy ones. Like, there's easy ones to translate, I think, into modern language. So like a gratitude practice that you do every morning is obviously like an easy one to translate that people will understand today. Or a discipline practice, I mean, it's a little bit harder, but as you've had this conversation the past couple hours, it's very clear that you get that. Now, how that translates to your relationship with God, I think, it's the same thing, right? So like, God did not talk to Jacob all the days that Joseph was in Egypt, right? Until they meet again, like those 22 years. And like the type of discipline and hope and persistence that he had to go through and his, to think about this, if we're going to frame it in that type of mindset, we can do it lots of different ways though, right? These practices, they build into you these habits and these ways of thinking. And they're not, on any given day, they may not be perfect. I mean, that's not the point. You can't, like, no human is perfect. Right. So, but they build into you this thing where God's there even if he doesn't talk to you every day. You know that there's something to rely on. There's this rock. And then when he is there, I mean, obviously it's like that. I really like. Here's one. I'm gonna switch a little bit. It's related though to the sexual fasting practice to some extent. So on Passover, you read Song of Songs. Okay, because Passover is understood. There's many different ways to understand it. One of the ways to understand it is that it's basically God's engagement to the Jewish people, and then they get married on Mount Sinai at the Pentecost Shavuot, and then it kind of, the honeymoon is Sukkot in a sense. I mean, there's one way to think about the year. So we read Song of Songs, which is this whole courting. It's very loving, also potentially erotic, book. That we read about Passover. And it's also about the springtime, right? So it fits in many different ways. So one of the big things in Song of Songs is that you're playing hide and seek with God, right? God is peeking through the window lattice. You get to the door, he isn't there. You go look for him. You hear him, or you hear of him, and you're in this constant mode. I know I've used this a lot with Shari and I've talked about this before. Is that you have this constantly seeking relationship, and the goal, when God is turning away from you, it's not because he's rejecting you. It's because he wants you to chase after him, right? Right. It's this game, but that's not game in a trivial sense. It's like this. More maybe in a Vervaekian, like this like serious play sense where God is constantly drawing you after him, and sometimes you do get those peaks, and sometimes you do see him peeking through the window, or even like have those moments like Lance has described, like on this stream, or you feel God's presence, or whatever. You really have that kind of. But most of the time, it's not like that, and it's not going to be like that. But you also the practice of reading Song of Songs, for instance, the practice of going through these liturgies of these disciplines, is you're constantly willing to play that game and in the chase and committed to it, and understand that there is that there's something you're not right, that you're not being led on, right, that there's something there, and it's in that process basically that you're getting this whole new type of thing, this whole relationship with God.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So
and I think, and from a
something
Christian
you said,
standpoint,
though.
Jedediah, on the prayer stuff, so like, so a lot of songs. So if you want to actually follow some of the prayer rules, like the Psalms are a big part of that, right? So the same way in the Jacob shared that stuff. So, but the other thing is that, like, if you follow like your morning prayers, the first thing is you grateful. The first thing is gratitude and thankful to God for giving me, waking me up, and all this stuff. So you start off in that sense. Then also, like I say the creed, and there are some other things that are in there, and there are some psalms. And then at the different hours of the day, you remember different things. So for us, it's upon awakening. You know, it's like gratitude, thank you, all this other sort of stuff. And then you remember, for us, it's kind of remembering John the Baptist, and then Jesus on the cross at noon, and then it's the taking down the cross. So you do these things, and then there's like bottomless powers on Monday, and then you go through. So if you go through these things, you say, how does that connection? So when you think about, let's just say dogma or whatever, it's just giving me this right direction. And there are certain songs that go along with certain parts of the day and certain days of the week. And if you start working through that, you know, and some of them are like, you know, you'll get, like Jacob shared, like you get the full taste, like, because in the Psalms you get everything. Like, I mean, like, you know, sometimes it's like Song of Songs, like some songs are amazing and they make you feel good and spine and tingly. And in other Psalms, you know, you're being gnashed between rocks, and, you know, your enemies are surrounding you and you're like, ah. So, but at any rate, so I would say those practices just keep you in. And I know that it's different, but it's the same. Like, you get these patterns that, you know, again, where our festivals closely mirror these Jewish festivals. Obviously they're different, but you get into, but there are these rhythms of, like, there are things that happen in spring and there are things coming here, and you just know where you're at. Like, I know it's different, but somewhat the same, Joseph, like where you're at in the year and your liturgical calendar and what you're doing, it just kind of reminds you of, like, you're working these fundamentals of where you're at, you know, and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Jed was gonna talk, I think.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, it was interesting. There was just one thing that you had touched on that kind of struck a little bit of a chord, is describing those times where it seems like God turns his back or God's absent. And it was, as I was thinking about that, just because, you know, often, like, our conversations, we'll talk about the Psalms, and there's a commentary by a German scholar named Hans Joachim Kraus, and he had a commentary on the Psalms, and then he wrote a theology of the Psalms. And one of the really interesting aspects of the theology of the Psalms that he wrote on was the absence of God in the Psalms, right? The hiddenness and the manifestation of God, that in the Psalms we encounter God as present and as not present. And that both are an encounter with God nonetheless, but in two very different forms. And we see that in the Psalms.
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
The lament of God's absence, and I was thinking, as that was pertaining to the practices, and thinking of that, like in the Christian cry of dereliction out of Psalm 22, you know, is, well, when God is absent, the righteous man is still present, right? And I think that that's where the practices in the absence, when you aren't getting the good vibes, you know, is as important as when, you know, everything aligns and you have a deep, rich sense of God's presence. That same sense has its negatives, like reverse negative. It has its reverse, right? Where it's like, we're still encountering that God, but in this sense of mysterious absence, where it does appear that he turns his back. And maybe part of why he does that is not just so we can chase after him, but so that we can stand on our own 2 feet.
Absolutely. And also the theology of the Psalms, right? Like the Psalms of Lament, especially Psalm 44 also comes to mind, right? Is that, like, you know, they show that even we can even canonize scriptures where people really take God to task, right? Like it's not a relationship unless you can't, like, I mean, and this goes back into our, what Nate was talking about, that we understand ourselves as God's co-creative partners to some extent. But like, it's not a true loving relationship unless we can also call him out when we feel like we're not being heard. And the Psalms of Lament, right? Some of those are tough stuff where they're really saying things like that we would say if we saw someone like saying that like in church or synagogue or something, like this person isn't really religious. They're not just accepting God's judgment. They're like, you know, they how can they do that? And but they're modeling this whole other way to be religious, which isn't just chasing after God. It's not just a game. It's not just love, but there's also this way to engage with God where one is angry at God. And like, and that's in a serious way, right? Like in a serious theodicy, you know, like, where are you and why, you know, I mean, there's the Psalm, right, that says like, why are you sleeping? Which is like such a heretical thing to say. Because of course, like we know God neither sleeps nor slumbers, right? There's all that other text. And yet he appears to be sleeping. And how could God do that? You know, he's not Baal. Yeah, like, why is he, but of course, like, and we can get into theology and like what that, you know, how that coheres in a meaningful sense. But if you just take the text, right, if you're just praying from these liturgies and thinking about it as a practice, the practice of being able to engage this full relationship with God, right, in all these different ways. I mean, right, and we're talking about all these different facets. I think is like, when you talk about my relationship with God, how it's affected by this liturgy. I think that's a really big part of it. Like we like Psalm 6 every morning. That's not a Sabbath or holiday. We say Psalm 6 is one of these. Is really like I'm crying on my bed. You know, why aren't you here with me? Right, like it's one of these really like, and we say that every single day after we have kind of, I would say, like the height of our prayer service, and that's like a kind of a communal like big prayer, and then we go into this like individual prayer space. I mean, like you're still sitting with people, but like you put your head down on your arm and kind of just like say this psalm to yourself, and it's part of the confession of like sins and stuff. But like before you get to that, you have this moment. But what's really lovely about that at the same time, even though it's really hard, and like you engage in this practice of calling God out after you just asked him. I mean, they're not really like request prayers, but like in some ways you've just had this like audience with the king is probably the best metaphor. And then you come away saying like, now like I feel bereft almost, like I'm out of that space and now I feel bereft. But you practice this going into the space with God and out of the space with God, and these different emotional postures, physical postures and attitudes. Because you go from standing up straight like you're before the king, and you bow and then go into the space where you're kind of on your arm. And we rest our hand on our left arm, and that's like this. And it's actually based off of this idea from Song of Songs, where it says God's right arm is around me, his left arm is under my head. And we're supposed to be like, it's as if we're hugging God in like on our bed. It's this very intimate moment, right? So it's transformed this whole thing where it's a song of lament, but you've now reframed it as an intimate moment after this presence, after this posture, where you're now in the song of songs space, but saying a psalm of David, right? So you're mixing all these kind of physical and emotional and intellectual things into one. It's complicated, but it really does shape, right, this relationship, because it's one of these moments when I learned about that framing of it, the Song of Songs framing, and I was like, I don't remember. I mean, I was probably like in school when I learned about this, but it changed how I understood that prayer fundamentally, right? Because like it's this really close, intimate, loving moment where it's as if you're whispering, like, right? It's like whispering to God, like, why aren't you there? But and you're talking about tears and beds, but it's also very loving, and it's this very like kind of interesting way to approach it. I was also going to say, like, at the beginning of the audience with the king part of the prayer, we take 3 steps back and 3 steps forward, and then we bow. And the 3 steps back, it corresponds to like 3 different moments in the Bible where someone like kind of withdraws from a presence, and then the 3 steps forward are 3 steps, like again, 3 moments in the Bible where someone moved forward. So, and one of the, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I know 2 of the steps moving forward are Judah approaching Joseph with his plea, you know, like to try to free Benjamin after the plot that Joseph tries to trick them with the plot. And then the other big one is Moses approaching at the burning bush, approaching the burning bush. And because the first thing we start with that prayer with is, blessed are you, O God, God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob. Sorry, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, right? Which is what that's a specific phrase from the burning bush, but it's, it has a lot of resonances, right? So those steps forward are supposed to be you're approaching out of curiosity, like Moses approaching the bush and like not knowing what it is. And like, so even though you're coming before the king, there's supposed to be this like curiosity posture that you're having. And also some sort of fearful, like, you know, an unsurety and uncertainty, being willing to be uncertain and humility that you don't know what's about to happen in this space. At the same time, you're using this phrase which God has told Moses is going to be my remembrance for all generations, which is the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. At the same time, it recalls the covenant of Abraham. But then there's this really famous reading of that passage from the rabbis that, why does it say God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, and not just God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? It's because he appears as a different God to each of them, and they have a different relationship with him. And Moses, therefore, has a different is being invited to have a different new relationship with God that, in some ways, is based on this past, this covenant, this promise, you know, this historical legacy. At the same time, he's being invited to have a new relationship with God. And every time we do this 3 times a day in our prayer, this is our main prayer. 3 times a day, we approach God with this, like, what's supposed to be. I mean, if you do it, like, if you can really, like, fully incarnate the right emotions, I don't know how to, you know, like, if you can do that with the curiosity and with the humility, and you're coming into a space where you're saying, I'm going to have a new relationship with God now, in this moment, you know, it's like a new approach, a new chance. And that happens 3 times a day, every day. And talk about discipline cycle, right? Now ours are not, so we have a different structure, obviously, than Lance, than the prayers or the hours, right? So ours are at the transitions, right? So ours are when the sun rises, when the sun sets, and when the stars come out. And they're very much tied to this, like natural cycle. On the one hand, they're also tied to when Abraham prays in the morning, Isaac prays in the afternoon, and Jacob prays at night. So we have that, and then they're also tied to the sacrifices, because there's 3 sets of there's 2.5 sets of sacrificial services over the day. So they each correspond to one of those sacrificial services.
So when you were describing the Psalms and especially like that lament, and then especially when you talk about like the way you're resting your head on your arm, is like this image of God's embracing you. It reminds me of this cheesy Christian poster of a single set of footsteps in the sand, and it's some poem. It might be Aquinas or somebody famous like that, but the prayer is about, when I was in my worst sorrow or my worst pain, I felt like you had abandoned me, and I look and all I see is a single set of footsteps in the sand. And then I think it's supposed to be Jesus, maybe it's God, says, well, yeah, you're right, there's only one set of footsteps. Those are mine. I was carrying you through that. And I feel like this is my understanding now, the feeling of the absence of God, or like if God's abandoning you, that's not what's happening. It's me abandoning him. So maybe I'm totally suffering. I might be being tortured, for example, but outside of the physical pain, the suffering about the fact that I'm being tortured is my loss of faith. Maybe this isn't the way it's meant to be, but that's kind of the way I'm looking at it now. And I think that's a tall order. So, but then it to me, in that light, all the stories in the Bible and all the history that I know of people who've really had a rough time. I listened to this lady last night tell us another thing that's just like horrible that happened to her. Part of who she is today, kind of like Stephen was saying earlier, But it's like it's not like, oh, it happened because God forsook her or God was like busy and not paying attention. That's not it. And so I guess it's a challenge to myself. Like in the worst moment of my life, can I remember to turn to God and focus on Him? And so I guess it's a challenge to myself. Like, oh, there's like a delay. Anyway, yeah. So do I? You know, is my redemption, is my salvation, how much of that is just a question of like, am I willing to go for it? Am I willing to bring my son up a mountain and kill him? You know, it's like, that must have been a sad moment for Abraham, but he may not have suffered if he had faith. And it's not like, oh, faith, because the hero is going to come in the last second and like absolve me of this command. It's like, I don't understand this. This is the craziest thing I could ever possibly do.
Well, actually,
but we'll be obedient. You
know. So that's one reading. There's another reading I actually really like of this.
Okay.
Which is that the harder test for Abraham was to not sacrifice Isaac at the second call.
Oh, interesting.
That, you know,
like, hey, I prepared myself to do this.
Because he, you know, was he hearing God or was he hearing himself? You know, like how did he know which one he was hearing, and like how did he discern that? And like the fact that he just chose and realized not to do it, and that it wasn't just his own, like, you know, compassion or compulsion or whatever, but that was the right thing to do at that moment, was the harder test.
Yeah, which I can understand that too. Especially someone who doesn't like to stand up for himself. To finally do it. It's like, am I just being a dick? That's what everybody seems to be saying, you know? So like, it's easy to doubt yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I have to head on the road. I'll leave this open. I'll be home in about a half hour or so. So I think you guys can, wait a minute. Brooks, let's see if we can get Brooks in here. Try again, Brooks. I might not have been paying attention. There we go.
Yep, I think I'm there.
All right.
And I've
Steve and Aaron, if you guys,
no,
you guys should be good being able to chat here.
Oh.
It takes me a little bit. I'll move my laptop to home, but I'll leave the stream open for you guys. So
thanks.
Take me about 25 minutes to get home. All right.
So I just, you know, I don't read the text all the time, but
yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
I just looked at it and it said somebody signs something. None of these practices mean anything unless you have the theological virtues, and I don't ever hear that around these parts, and I don't know the context of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand exactly what they mean, but I would maybe challenge that a little bit, because in some ways the practices give you the habits which build the virtues, right? I mean, if we're really talking about a true virtue ethic, that is the whole point of habits, right? Is, you know, you take on practices to build virtue.
So I know, you know, like adult learning theory, things like that you can learn by being given a model of, like, you know, an abstract model, and then you try something. And so the model, you don't know enough, but once you try it, you start to experience things, and then the model kind of like fits around the stuff that you're doing, and you learn it. Or you can try something and then afterwards discuss what you just did, and that you start to apply the model around your personal experience. And that's those two. So it kind of approaching learning something from two ends. And what I find is, especially for somebody like me who would rather just observe and watch something and consider it than actually participate, I'm lacking on the participation side of learning things. So I'm kind of lopsided and incomplete. So for me to like go to a church and be with people doing something together, or for me to like they're talking about like 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, all that. I mean, to me, that sounds foreign to me, but at the same time, I know like I will get something from that I won't get from just reading a paragraph explaining it something, you know, or explaining like what that all means. If I do it, it'll be a different thing. And so, like understanding of theological virtue, again, I also think like you could have a brain injury and still experience and display those virtues without being able to tell anybody or articulate those virtues.
Are we on the same page that those virtues are faith, hope, and charity?
I didn't know that.
I googled it real quick while you were talking, and I could be wrong. The theological virtues, like how Google will give you that one little paragraph there. So faith, hope, and charity. So it's a little like, kind of like the almost the distilled fruits of the spirit or something.
Yeah.
So
I hear faith and hope a lot in the limited time I've been participating in Grail country, and in the little I've listened and the lot I've been listening, Paul's stuff that he puts together, and then you guys are talking to him too, and a lot of those. I hear faith and hope a lot. Charity, maybe not so much.
Oh, that's fine. I would say there's quite a bit of charity. I mean, especially in Paul's discussions, because I mean, he talks about what he does with the homeless and addicts all the time. But I would also say charity is I would use it as a much broader sense, because I mean, I understand that it is translating a Hebrew term that is much broader. It's righteousness, right? So like
sacrificing yourself.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, that's
a little different. That's a little different. But yeah, I mean, giving of yourself, right?
That's the context I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like that guy I was just telling you, like this guy will call me. It's like 9:00 at night, and I'm like, I'm already established in what I want to do. And this guy calls me, and all it's going to be is vitriol. You know, I don't want to hear this, and it's also going to be loud. But it's like, it's not. If I take a stance of like, this guy's a dumbass and he's weak, and I'm totally strong, and so I'm going to help him out, that's not a redeeming experience for me at all. But when I get to the point where I'm listening and I'm hearing myself, and I see I'm this guy, I do this all the time. What he's saying right now, that's what I say about my parents. That's what I say about my best friend that I hate right now. That's what I say. Those are the excuses that I use to like not get any of the work I have done. You know, this is me. And I want to like listen to him and let him work that out, and speak to him in a charitable, merciful way without condemning him or trying to like shut him down. That experience, I feel like that's charity. I'm giving of myself, and it's also like I have what I want, and I just kind of put it aside. I even kind of don't want to even go back to it anymore after this experiences like that. And I didn't give him any money, but I feel like that's charity.
I think you're probably like the problem with the word charity is it's taken on a cultural connotation that I think is just natural in a, dare I say it, like capitalist sort of setting where where charity is giving out of your excess, which I don't think is the intention. The spiritual virtue is certainly not to give out of excess only, right? To like we want to be able to we want to hold charity is, to us is like holding the reins of a virtue and doling it out, like at our will, out of our strength or something like that, which I think is opposite of righteousness. I've never heard charity and righteousness conflated before. I'm gonna definitely have to.
Oh,
If you could expand on that, that'd be kind of cool, because I'm trying to learn what righteousness is.
So in Hebrew, they have the same exact. They're the same word. The word is tzedakah, and
amazing. I didn't know that.
Wow.
So it becomes and that word is never used as charity in the Bible, right? It's always used as righteousness. But and in fact, you'll know that word. Probably I don't know which. Well, Steve has given me a little bit of background. I don't know you at all, Aaron. But like usually the that is actually translated by Paul is like justification, which is the whole other take on that word, which is very complicated because. But so it's a very so like when it says like God attributes something to Abraham, and Paul's going to say like that, that's he was justified through his faith. That's the same word as the Latin's going to translate as charity, as caritas, right? Or is that? I assume it's Latin, maybe it's Greek. I don't know those languages. But in Hebrew, it's one word, and it does take on more of the charity as giving money, or not. It takes on that sense earlier, even in fact, it's not. It's not just a modern phenomenon in Hebrew, but for the most part, like they still have the same word. We don't differentiate between those two words. You just have to know from context which one you're using it in. So yeah, it's this very different, much broader understanding. But I would say.
So would it be charitable to like, let's say I think I'm a big wig. Everybody seems to like look up to me and think like I'm a smart guy. I'm a capable guy, confident guy. I'm handsome. I'm kind of like big man on campus.
Man, I can relate to you so much in all of that, Steve. I'm exactly like that, dude.
It's my life, man.
I'm talking in terms of delusion, but like that's kind of like what I'm buffering myself against the terror of living a daily life with this kind of crap. And to surrender that and like become naked, not physically take all my clothes off, to welcome somebody who is hurt and lost, or to put that aside and then maybe in the process of making myself look good, or something totally unrelated, I've hurt someone, and to just put it all aside. Like, I know I try to build myself up to be something special, but I'll admit to you right now that I am the dirtbag who treated you this way, and I know exactly what I did, and I'll admit that to you right now. And if I can make it right, I will. It may not be able to do that, but at least I will not lie to you. I will not try to fake myself as not being the person who did this to you. And this is what it is, like a real confession. We call it making amends in the group I'm in. But would that be considered charitable?
I don't know that to me is conflating another set of ideas. I'm not sure. I would say it's really interesting to me that you say like you don't really hear charity about, because you don't hear us talk about charity a lot, because I think TLC is really a space where it's embodied more than talked about directly, right? Like I think the very fact that Lance is on these streams, or Chad does his stuff, right? Like they've been here forever. They could leave, they could get tired of it, and they take breaks, whatever. I mean, that's fair. But like to me, I know Chad had a great episode of Friday Morning Nameless. I don't remember, maybe 7-8 months ago, 10, where he talked about like he sticks around BOM not because he like is still like on a journey trying to cross the bridge, but like he sees it as like this house, and he's the guy on the porch who welcomes everybody and wants to make sure that there's someone there to welcome everybody. To me, that's the charity, right? Like he is, and I think that you really see this among the AI, especially the AA guys here, because they know that you pass it on, right? Like you get helped by previous people, and you stick around and you help the next set of people. And like to me, like the very fact that Lance is spending hours hosting the stream the past 2 days, or all these people showing up, like these are acts of charity. We just live it. We don't talk about it directly, and so that's okay. I mean, especially in Grail country, like that is really we don't have to dissect everything and talk about things directly and propositionally.
Yeah, I guess displaying a virtue is superior. It is always going to be superior to simply describing it, but you're saying that coming hot on the heels of giving me these 3 words that are the same as charity, righteousness, and justification, all is the same word. So now I feel like a concept that I understood fairly well has been exploded a bit here. So I'm going to have to.
I heard a really beautiful thing earlier this week. I was actually surprisingly at an academic seminar, which is not where I thought I would ever hear this. But someone had named, they gave their book a very provocative title. And most of this seminar, which was about a year after the book came out, the first, like, I don't know, 2 hours, people were just like debating whether like the title was even like a real thing. And he said, like, that none of this is a problem for me. Even in my book, I problematized my title. The whole reason I gave it this title was because I wanted to open a conversation. I was not trying to name something to name it exactly. I was trying to name something so that people would actually start questioning in this direction. And this is what I wanted. And to me, that was such a, because we talk about words as propositions and words as poetry, but this is words as participatory in a way I hadn't really thought about before, right? Words as a sort of veiling or unveiling, but it's a hide and seek game I was talking about earlier, right? Where you want to use the words to bring someone in deeper and exploding them, or like just problematizing them, or whatever it is, just to like move in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's art. I guess that's, to me, that's one of the things that art does, is using less literal forms of expression, can be words or not, to point to something beyond the words. Yeah, I had a tweet like that the other day, where I tweeted it, and I wish I could find it, man. And then it can get shot down again. But somebody came back to me later and said, I've been thinking about this all day, which I really appreciated. And he's like, I don't agree. And it was like, oh yeah, I never thought about the potential that this statement could be like a complete pass fail, true false. Like in spiritual language, when you have these things that fudge, as Paul Vanderklay would say, and these words that, you know, you're giving me 3 words that all come from the same word: charity, righteousness, and justification, which is still melting my brain. I think a lot of spiritual language, it does that thing of stimulating a movement more than communicating one sort of truth in the modernist sense or something.
Right. And I think this is especially true. I mean, and people, I'm not the first, like, I'm drawing this from other people for sure, where like biblical Hebrew, like, it's many fewer words than English. It's a very compact language. I think, I can't remember exactly what it is, but I think it's under 20,000 words, like in the entire corpus of biblical Hebrew, right? We have like so many, like 5 times that in English, whatever insane amount we have. But there's a lot of almost intentional, I would say, ambiguity in the text. And it's very clear sometimes that the author is playing with multiple layers at the same time, when certain words are picked out and used. But there is, and it's also a fairly poetic text, but part of that is because of this high compression. I mean, I'm thinking of this kind of, I know in very modern terms, but there's this very high compression rate in these words that allow for a lot of layers of ambiguity and allow you to push and try, you know, and explore into different directions. The fact that tzedakah works in all these different ways is not unique. Right? Biblical Hebrew is just like this.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's something that I have not gotten into as much. So yeah, that would be a super valuable perspective that you bring to this little corner. And I'm just sort of starting to delve into this stuff now. So I appreciate those insights for sure. I feel like I jumped into the stream because I saw it was going on. I feel like I kind of killed it here. It's petering out. Steve's wandering away, and I don't have anything smart to say.
I'm sorry, and I'm not on video because I'm trying to get my house ready for the Sabbath. So I'm just like running around a lot. Well, tell me about yourself, Aaron.
I'm only stepping off because Adrian's audio is not working on my phone, so I'm listening on my computer. And then when someone else talks, I turn the computer off and come back here to listen. But I can't hear you via my phone. It's the sound is messed up.
Oh, crazy.
I'm not that I've watched the past 21 hours, but have you introduced yourself, Aaron, at some point on any of these streams?
Not really. I spent a good chunk of time in earlier. I guess I feel like I introduced myself through the things I say, but no, I don't know how to distill things down. The reason I know about this little corner at all is I've talked to Paul Vanderklay a couple of times on a podcast I have called Morning Talk Show that is not really happening much anymore and kind of fizzled out a little bit. But I sort of have kept a toe in the community. I'm a lifelong Christian raised in an evangelical background, which I think is such a banal and common thing. But raised in that background, had a super disillusioning few years, and after being in ministry for a while, and then left church, and then am now boomeranging my way back, as generic as that sounds. And so I really, but I just love to talk about these deeper kind of, I love talking about spirituality, and this is cool. And I'm glad there's people in the chat from that aren't just from Orthodoxy or evangelicalism, which is what it seems like almost everybody is here. But it's also really cool that some of the people come in through the 12 steps, because that's such a genuine and felt, like those people come through a felt need, which is not always the case. Well, it definitely wasn't the case with my faith. I never had a chance to feel a need for anything because I'm a pastor's son. Incredibly conservative pastor's son. I don't know. I'm rambling now, but that's me.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't know. If you've had PVK on your podcast, but you haven't been on his, then we wouldn't have had your story.
Yeah,
So-
my podcast it contains more biographical information than a lot of them do, because I have a very particular mandate of considering myself an equal in the conversation and setting a lot of context, which has sometimes resulted in comments that I talk way too much, and then other times has led to interesting places that seem like they've been unique to the guest as well. So. Yeah, but if you've watched a couple of my podcasts, you'll get to know me more than you probably want to.
Fair enough. Gosh.
What's your story, Joseph?
Well, I'm going to give a very fast one. I am a modern Orthodox Jew, and I've always have been. I didn't really leave whatever. I grew up this way. But my parents both went to the conservative Jewish seminary. So they went through a transformation more, but that was before I was born. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's see. I came here, I guess, through the Vervaeke route. I had never heard of Peterson, Peugeot, Vanderklay. Like all of those were totally random. Like I never heard of any of them. But I have a background in robotics and psychology. So I was doing cog psych stuff and was listening to Vervaeke for a bit, and like after the meaning crisis on 4E cog sci mostly, and then I listened to the whole series, and I was kind of hanging out on that Discord, and Jacob Federici found me and was like, this place isn't very active. At the time it's become more active since, I think, to some degree. But at the time, like no one was there, it was kind of dead. And he was like, you should come to like Paul Vanderklay's server. And I was kind of hesitant. But I actually have quite a bit of background in interfaith dialogue-y type stuff, but usually it's very kind of formalized, like this, we're going to do this and sit down and do this on purpose, as opposed to just like hanging out and chatting. I mean, I'm very fortunate in some ways because like within my community, we have this type of theological, biblical discussion like constantly. Like this is just like every day.
What always fascinated me about Jews is they just like the stereotype that an outsider like me is exposed to. They're always talking about this stuff, and this is like, does anything else matter? This is what they're talking about. I thought that's pretty. I think
Sometimes,
now I
yeah,
turned into one, but I'm also like a total heretic, I guess. So,
that's,
but I care about this stuff. I want to understand.
yeah, no. So I think this BLM or TLC or whatever, I don't know, like all of it has really let me have these discussions with a much broader group of people, which I appreciate, and get perspectives. I had a pretty limited, I say, understanding of parts of Christianity before I ended up here. I mean, I read the New Testament before. I actually had learned 101, did a kind of a comparative liturgy kind of thing with a Catholic before, and had some conversations, but most of my understanding of Christianity was, I didn't even realize that it was mostly just Protestant. I mean, hadn't gone deep enough with the Catholic to understand. I mean, I understand some differences, but like there's this, I've learned a lot. Sometimes it's hard for me to track all the different denominations and streams and things. It's a whole like language of Christianity. Even though I've grown up in America my whole life, like it's been very, very interesting.
You seem like a very studious
I get lost in it myself.
person. Yeah, I get a little lost. I sometimes feel like I don't I'm far enough down the rabbit hole of interfaith or exploded Christianity that I don't. You probably know more about. You honestly probably know more about the fine details of Christianity than I do, just based on what you've said so far.
It depends on what you'd ask me. I might know more about EO because I've like hanging out with these Orthodox guys in Grail Country and whatever for like years now. But and Sam teaching me about the early church fathers and whatever. But like I can't tell you much about. I probably know very little about evangelical Christianity. Honestly, it's one of the areas that has been discussed the least on this server in some sense because I think everyone just assumes that's what people know. So many people are coming from there that like. We haven't had, I don't think anyone's tried to like steel man evangelical Christianity in all the years I've been here. So I can't tell you like.
This is also probably super offensive, but I get the feeling there's not a lot of man to steal, or it just doesn't take much steel to steal man evangelicalism. And that again, that might just be totally offensive and I'm just ignorant. But it just seems like there's just not a lot of there. There's not a lot there. It
does seem.
So I just found out recently. I believe it's them that they refer to the music they play. That's when they say the word worship. That's what they're talking about. It's like the playing the music with the instruments and singing the songs.
No, exactly.
And I never heard that. So there may be way more depth to them than I'm aware of at all, but I just don't know. I just unless like all those like John MacArthur and all these other people are all evangelists and like their hours of video on YouTube is explaining all their theology, then I'm totally wrong. But just I get the sense going to those places that they just there's like, let's say sola scriptura probably, but they don't seem to be very concerned that I know what the scriptura is. That's my limited impression.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to go down a dissing evangelicalism trail again, because I beat that dead horse all the time now in here, but also in the rest of my life. I'd rather hear somebody steel man it, honestly, at this point.
You were a minister. Did you go to like an evangelical seminary?
Me?
Yeah.
No, and that's part of many things that I think are weird about evangelical Christianity. Is basically I'm a graphic designer and I worked in a company where I wasn't enjoying myself. At the same time, my son was having kind of behavioral issues, not responding well to his daycare. He was a year and a half old, and my church had posted a position for a worship pastor. And I went there and I was like, I'm not trained to be a pastor at all, but I'll be a halftime coordinator and like schedule the music and lead. We called it leading worship, like you said, Steve. If you want, and I got hired like instantly. part of it was because I had a little bit of like cred, like I was part of a musical community that was going to that church that we played out in the bars and stuff. So I think, unfortunately, I had cool guy credit, which is my skin crawls to even say that. But I got the job, and I probably shouldn't have gotten the job. Like I was not qualified at all, but I knew the songs. And but then at the same time, I don't feel like a bunch of the people called pastors were qualified either. So that's one of many things. They rush young people to the front there before they're ready to go. So I have a lifetime of like attending Baptist churches and evangelical churches, but I don't have the qualifications to do what I was doing. I'll be the first to say it.
Interesting. Hey, Sandy, how you feeling?
Better. Still called in sick today. I'm supposed to be working 3:30 till 10, and yeah, no. But I feel a lot better. So.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Saw you were in here chatting and thought,
Well,
I haven't talked to you. You always have 1,000, degrees more wisdom than anybody else. So.
No. I'm probably not. I'm probably gonna switch to listening for, honestly. I'm trying to get ready for Shabbat. I'm like washing, I'm cleaning, I'm cooking, and gotta, But how can I not take part in this massive epic stream?
Yeah. So speaking of Shabbat, and you talked about the prayers that you do and this kind of stuff. Also, I wanted to say I watched this show. It's a TV show called The Chosen. It's like only on the internet or whatever, but it's about Jesus, but it's called The Chosen, and it depicts like daily life of Jews, and they pray, and then they do Shabbat, and like they kind of really to somebody like me who has no idea really knows what is Shabbat.
I hate to blow this. I hate to blow this up, but so someone has sent me a couple clips from The Chosen. I have not seen this show. It's pretty bad.
It's like if you're a cop and you watch a cop movie, you're like, being a cop is not like that at all. One of those kind of things. I apologize.
It's painful. No, it's not. It's not your fault. It's like someone. The way I described it to somebody, at least understanding, like, to use that show to understand like art, like my practice would be like is kind of like almost laughable, because basically the way that of the scenes I've seen, the way I described it to the person who asked me about them before was, it's like someone went online and watched like a synagogue, like a Reformed synagogue service, like a modern one, like a current one, right? Streaming service or something. And then like they transposed all of those things, assuming that like nothing has changed, and that in the Reformed service is what, Jesus would have gone to, like whatever, 2,000 years in the past. Like it was just like so painfully like weird. It was like, I don't know.
Did you see the scene where Jesus was, I think it was, he was in Nazareth, and the guy asked him, hey, why don't you read from one of the scrolls? And he read something briefly, and then he sort of said, hey,
when he does the Isaiah reading.
So I was wondering, because like what I understand,
that was the first thing I
church, if it came from the traditions of the Jewish Orthodox, it wouldn't have looked anything like that. It wouldn't have been a dude in a chair like telling everybody, hey man, this is kind of what I think about what I just read. And so I thought that was a little strange. Like, how come he's not, like, where's the sacrifice?
Oh, no, there wouldn't have been a sacrifice.
I don't know. But
whoops, my phone is shutting down.
No.
You're
dying.
For my
Yosef.
Insulting blasphemy.
Divine intervention.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I just came on to say, Yosef, you got to steel man evangelicalism, because these Christians aren't going to do it. You got to do it.
Oh, but his phone's
your
dying now.
task.
You're here, Matt. Okay, so you want to laugh? So, my guy I was with, we won't go any further than that, because nobody else needs the big long story. He said it was one of the first thing he asked me is, "Are you evangelical?" I had to go to church and actually ask somebody because I'm like, well, I know what I think the definition is based on what he watches on TV, and no, I'm not that. And I'm like, so did you guys actually determine a definition before you decided to slash and
I mean, it's usually those people over there that we don't like, whether that's
those
a
people over
cultural
there?
paradigm or
Well,
it's a
I mean,
doctrinal.
this is my limited understanding is that there's, like what it's non-denominational. I think.
Oh,
Otherwise, you give it its denominational name. So it's non-denominational, and it's not charismatic or Pentecostal if they're not speaking in tongues and doing whatever those guys do.
Yeah.
So it's
So
just
it's Baptist.
I
Yeah.
was
so
leaning
it's
somewhere
like
in the
talking.
middle between, hey, those preachers that are selling you holy water, which is what he was wondering. I'm like, yeah, definitely no.
Yeah, but it's
We're
like
not that.
a person
And
who's been educated and is able to do what I used to do, which is like there's a body of knowledge, and I'm going to digest and try to deliver a point to you. Nothing to do with Christianity, but with other stuff. But like I learned this body knowledge, and I'm going to like in this moment at this time, this is the thing I think I can talk to you guys about, and hopefully it'll be food for thought at least, if not like really help you. If me on stage is kind of boring enough or it's not engaging you enough to really hear and really experience, because all I'm talking about is management theory, but if it's God, it's like, well, maybe you need to experience God. So people experience God through music and stuff like that, so we'll do that too. But
See,
it
none of that
seems like that's what
sounds
they're after. But
distinctly
like are they like,
evangelical to
you're
me.
elect or not elect? Are they worried about that kind of stuff at all?
well, I
No,
was
the
going to back up,
Reformed
way back
people are
up
not
to
evangelical.
say, like I was going with, well, I went and asked for somebody's opinion because I was going with, well, let's see, evangel, good news. Am I somebody who's like, I thought he's more probably wondering, am I one of those people that runs around witnessing to everybody? That was my question, not they, this and this and this, because I'm like, that's not really what it means at all anyway. Shouldn't have. And
Right.
if it does, somebody's, run away with it and it needs to head
Yeah.
home.
I mean, obviously, on a technical level, Christianity is an evangelical religion on that point, but that's not how anyone means it.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Which
it's a blanket term to describe a bunch of non-denominational churches that may or may not be actually connected or grouped. They may not consider themselves grouped together at all, but you can call them all evangelical. And I thought it was because they do their worship in a certain way. It's not they have a certain theology. That was my understanding. Is that it's not like
I think you're right. I think some people use it to talk about the culture, whether it's the worship format and the lack
That's
of
what I was going to say.
organization. Reformed people like myself define it doctrinally, which I think is funny. And I don't think either side's right or wrong, probably because Reformed people have, something that looks like worship. I don't know. The format can look evangelical. The culture can look evangelical. So the distinction really isn't in whether or not, what kind of clothes they're wearing in church or something, or what their buildings look like, or what their music sounds like. They're all
Presbyterian Reformed.
Yeah, but they're still Chris Tomlin, So that distinction isn't there, but the doctrinal stuff is how we think of it.
Which makes
is why, like, I went to Divine Liturgy over and in Tarpon Springs for the Summit Conference, Peugeot's thing.
Oh.
And I heard an evangelical Baptist sermon. I didn't hear a Reformed sermon. I heard here's some life advice. Be a good person. Try not to be a bad person. Make sure you show up next Sunday.
That was the homily.
And I'm not trying to be pejorative, but it just sounded like an evangelical sermon. But people wouldn't say that's evangelical because they're probably thinking about the culture, the how that manifests, which is obviously Russian Orthodox.
So that's that's the thing I'm really hearing a lot lately, though, is about, backwards definitions, but based off of what you're not. or stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm
That's
wondering,
helpful.
it's really not helpful. And do people is that so common now that nobody actually knows what they are?
Yeah, not a lot of people call themselves that, which tells you something. It's usually it's more of a pejorative term, I think.
It does seem to be becoming a pejorative term, and I'm realizing that I'm using it kind of, and I have to go soon, but I should figure out what I mean by it before I use the term more often. But I think usually people are describing a culture and a style of doing church and a style of authority structure within a church, not necessarily. And that was one of the funny things about the church that I went to, was it was so style forward, and our pastor would preach for 40 minutes every week, and then and basically there were a bunch of people there that didn't know where we even stood on certain issues. I remember him once saying, "It may surprise you to find out that we are actually a conservative, theologically conservative church." And I was like, and yeah, people were kind of like, "No, that's weird. We don't look conservative," or something, which was really kind of silly. So it was kind of a weird thing where there were that things. It was more like you're saying, like it was a culture being spiritualized through scripture. That's how that's the feeling that came off, was that we've got this culture first, and like honestly, it's about having a media team and a coffee shop in your a coffee shop in your foyer of your church, and a certain size of kids ministry, and a youth pastor, and that's what it has become. That's what most people are referring to. But I should figure out another way to refer to it. I think.
Well, that's interesting. I will tell a story that may speak into that. But Lance is also asking if Matt would give the distinctives between evangelical and reformed in your eyes.
No, you don't want
me,
that.
but does anybody know how to get Roscoe or Brooks into the chat, into this? He's saying in the chat that he's evangelical and good.
So has
bring him up.
Clicked on
I don't know
link?
how to do that.
Did he click on the
click the link. Just go up in the chat, Roscoe, and you'll see a StreamYard link. Click that. You can have my seat. We don't need another person talking about those people over there.
I was going to ask you that myself.
Yeah, it's not that far up. If you scroll up, it's highlighted Grail Country is and then it'll be the link there. You click on that.
So,
I thought you were in.
I would actually be interested in knowing that, because it will tie into the other thing I was going to say, because please answer him. Can be short.
Oh, well, you never hear a Reformed sermon that says, be a good person, don't be a bad person.
You never do? You never do? What?
No. You just wouldn't.
Why?
It might have a very similar culture. There might be a coffee bar. I can't think of a Reformed church that has one.
What would a Reformed sermon be? So, for example, a Presbyterian sermon, because I used to go to a Presbyterian church when I was very young.
Oh, yeah.
And Pastor Reverend Gerber used to stand on stage and up above all of us, and he would tell us stuff for, it felt like forever, like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And, so he'd be telling us, he'd be using scripture as a way to illustrate something that might be contemporary in his life or in life in general, and trying to give us some wisdom. Pretty sure that's what was happening.
Yeah. I mean, you're still going to get that. You'll hear that in divine liturgy too. I mean, anecdotes. I mean, that's just Western preaching,
Yeah.
In the Anglosphere. Yeah.
But what's different? What's different about Reformed than be good and like help put away the chairs after church kind of stuff?
So just simply put, not to debate it, but trying to just put it on its same terms so it doesn't look like clearly one is bad and one is good.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm
he's trying to be
ignorant
as neutral
enough
as
to not take
possible.
offense at anything.
Because I'm not per se. It doesn't sound like there's anything bad about saying be a good person, don't be a bad person. And on face value, I don't have anything wrong with that. Reformed people wouldn't, but a sermon would be God was a good person for your sake.
Okay, so I
So
want to
they would
challenge.
always land the plane on your. If you think you're a good person, you're not. God was a good person in your stead
Okay.
and suffered as a bad person in your stead. It's very you could say it's false. You could say John Calvin made it up. You could say it's medieval fabrication, but
No,
that's
I
what a
was gonna.
reformed sermon would be.
I was
Yeah.
gonna
And so that divine
challenge it
exchange would
based
be
on
there. So otherwise, it wouldn't just be. It'd have to be Jesus had to be murdered for this sermon to make sense. Be a good person, don't be a bad person. You don't need Jesus dying, being killed
so
for that sermon to exist. You know what I mean? So that's what a reform. They would always centralize that. Obviously, the gospel is shared in all kinds of churches. I'm not saying non-reformed churches don't share the gospel, but they would always say it that particular way. That would characterize a reformed sermon.
wow. I mean, like seriously.
Okay.
All right. Am I in?
I jumped in here real quick.
Helps me.
I'm
Sorry?
in, right?
Yes, you're in again.
Okay. I've got the green hair, which because I have green screen behind me, but I am a Celtics fan, so.
Yeah. And you're
Are you the evangelical?
learning
Oh.
person.
Where did Aaron go?
I think he left.
Is he
I don't
afraid?
know.
Okay. Aaron's assumption is that evangelicals are stupid.
I don't
That is why I brought all of my Kierkegaard books here to my green screen. Okay.
Look at that.
He wants to talk about Kierkegaard. All right.
This is great. This is what we're here for.
Apparently,
No.
the
Steel
opinion in
man
the chat,
evangelicalism, please.
green hair is more mainstream. So
I mean, I'm trying to get rid of the. How do I get rid of the green hair if I need it?
It's okay. It doesn't look that bad.
All right.
It
But
adds
I am a
character.
Celtics fan. And
It looks like either the knowledge is going into your head or what's in your head is coming out into the form of books.
All right. So anyway, I'll figure this out. And really, I just came back from a funeral. I'm wearing the armband they gave, so I'm a little bummed out. And I came back and had a gin and tonic right away, which means I'm really ready to rumble with Aaron.
Dig into this. Get crunchy.
All right.
It was the guy, the deceased was 39 years old with 3 kids. It was horrible what happened. It was a good service. And he played D1 football, lineman, was a large dude with, he had heart issues. And he had just gotten off a plane, which I think sometimes if you've got heart issues, but whatever. So the gin and tonic probably would have helped me talking to Aaron. What I want to say, and this guy, my next door neighbor, an engineer, played in Ivy League. I happened to have gone to an Ivy League school, and the person to my other side went to an Ivy League school. Evangelicals. All of us, don't tell us we're stupid. That seems to be what you're doing here. That we are just being sucked along. My wife is college grad. She's from Denmark and has sort of taken her Lutheran thing into a more Americanized. Well, she watched Charles Stanley is who she watches all the time. And we go to the local church and things like that, which is very much other engineers and business people and with families. We're not sucked into some kind of cult. I got to admit, if Joel Osteen's on once in a while, I'll look, but it's like a guilty pleasure, like eating too much candy or something. Hey,
he's preaching the gospel now. He's really ringing
Yeah,
that bell lately.
yeah, but the joke is that if there's a drinking game, every time he mentions Jesus, you take a drink. At the end of your half hour, everyone's sober. It's
Oh,
more
wow.
about, you know,
Oh.
that's the joke about it. It's not even it's
Yeah.
evangelical
Be a good
life.
person. Don't be a bad person.
Yeah, yeah.
Be a
And
rich person, not a
well,
poor
it's
person.
sort of like, things are bad happening to you, and they will get better. Is I think what his main message is.
All right, I'm going to listen from the chat. This is really good. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you're here. You're going to take my
I'm
seat.
going to tell you a story.
Okay.
Hold in there for 5. Oh, you
Okay, Sandy, tell me.
chicken. Okay, so they asked if he would talk about the difference between reformed perspective and an evangelical perspective. And the interesting thing to me was, and why I wanted to challenge him on it, was that in my previous 2 churches, where I used to live, actually these 2 churches still work together on a whole bunch of community projects and things. So we were in a Reformed church, going through a tough time as a family, and I switched over not by membership switch, but just by going with the kids a bit to an Alliance church, who I would figure would probably qualify for the label evangelical. Yes, they had a little coffee shop in the entryway because they bought an old bar that had, you don't want to know what they found in the walls when they renovated, but all kinds of interesting things. But they had decided to do a church plant, and had their we're probably going to hit the young families and regular expectations. But what they found actually happened was that a whole bunch of people from the 10 to 15 group homes that were in our small town of 10 to 15,000 people. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
It's raining very hard where I live, like really.
Oh, okay. I usually have a little more volume than this, but it's kind of
No,
crackly.
you're fine.
Okay. So, ended up my kids they were both in their teens, and one got a job there and one got a volunteer position there because the older one's deaf, autistic. Anyway, they were really good too, both of them. And the Reformed Church had some pretty evangelical sermons. Your basic, be a good person, but more than just the gospel. I mean, they'd work through the topics, Calvin's Institutes came up a lot. I mean, it's not like it didn't. But the small church plant, what was really interesting about them was they had a lay pastor and a young student pastor of Dutch descent, who was in the Alliance Church and used to spend from Monday till Saturday every single week, digging deep into topics, doing all of his research for the people in the group home and people like my son, who's deaf, autistic, and has very limited language. Oh, wow. And the, 15 to 20 people that maybe showed up that just were whoever else. And he would give these sermons that, miss it. It was one of those ones where you want to go and you hear somebody from back when evangelical was like the 1800s or something, and you would get here's all the proof. Here's all the things that you should do. Here's how it applies to your life. And he would have a somewhat interactive discussion with a couple of the guys that were going to be interactive no matter what. Anyway, worked it really well. And at the end of every sermon, he said, and what is this going to look like on Monday morning? So he never said, hey, be good, hey, be this or that.
Right.
But he gave some of the most strong Reformed position sermons in a little coffee shop church to people from a group home. And I got to say, that stands in my memory. That's the church I went and said, am I evangelical? Because I'm like, I don't know what we are. Whatever the heck we are, this is a really good place. But ask me to define it. Just people being what you're called to be and talking to each other midweek, and they would hang out in the coffee shop and other people. It's a dynamic that I wish we could see more in places that have the opportunity to do that, and I don't think it's a bad thing. You have to have the integrity and dedication that their ministry team brought to it. You have to.
Wow.
You can't just have nice music, which we also had.
All right.
I guess my thing is that, I mean, I spend a lot of time in the Word myself. And when I go to church, it's about fellowship with people in my town, really. And a lot of them, I'm not asking how, are they doing this much reading of the Bible and that. It's about fellowship, and their kids are there, and they're doing a parent thing. I think that's a big part of evangelical. My thing with Aaron is that he's thinking we're all stupid, and that's a bad implication to I mean, that we don't study, that we don't read the Bible ourselves.
No, that's where all the Bible studies that have publicly announced Bible studies are, as far as I know.
Yeah.
That's where the non-AA recovery fellowship, that's actually, I think, kind of big. It's at evangelical churches.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I should take it back because I don't know if they're studying the Bible in any way. But I just know they're trying to host people and bring people in. So that's a different topic. But the Bible studies at at the community center, here's a Bible study. It's not at the Catholic Church.
Right. No, I get that. My mom was Catholic. I insist that at Christmas time, I go to the Catholic Church. That's what I did as a child. And I enjoy that. It's really good. But myself, I've been, I guess, we saved for 30 years or so. I went to college and went through yeah, right. And then, came to seriously become a believer, and met my wife, and she is, and all that sort of thing. And I've never heard evangelical criticized because I really don't know I'm curious about Orthodox, because so many people on this little corner are engaged or thinking about Orthodoxy. And not that, I mean, we have one in our town that I could go to and visit. I went to my roommate in college was Ukrainian, and church in upstate New York. It was and it was gorgeous church, and he's still goes to would that be Ukrainian Orthodox or whatever? Yeah.
Well, you want to go I just spent a couple of weekends ago, went to Montreal to have breakfast with somebody. 6
Oh, wow.
hours, and spent the 2 nights on the floor at some friends of my son, and her family is Ukrainian. She doesn't speak Ukrainian because they fled Ukraine during the era where some people could speak Ukrainian, but she only learned Russian. So and they moved here when she was 5, so she does speak Russian. But she was saying, I mean, she must speak a little bit at home with her family, but she was saying, because I said, well, if I stay till Sunday, maybe I'll go with you. And she said, you won't understand of it. None of it's in English.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, their version of the Latin Mass for the Catholics.
I wonder if the one in our town, I wonder if they would have to speak in English, because we have Ukrainians, we have Russians, we have Greek, and all kinds of people. So they would probably have to be.
I would check the
one I
service
went to,
class.
it's all in English.
Yeah.
Nearby, if it happens to be Antiochian, and what I understand is all of Antiochian is in English in America. Maybe that's not true, because I really don't know a lot of this stuff at all. I really am a beginner.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know about like Joel Osteen. I know he's bad. You can make fun of him because he's like Tony Robbins, but I don't know really what's behind the stuff.
But I wouldn't. Don't paint evangelicals all as that. It's.
I know that. I know.
Yeah.
He is not. I know evangelicals because I have evangelical friends. I just
Right.
don't know what they believe or exactly what they do. I've been to pseudo services of them for another purpose, and then it looks a lot like what I'd seen in the past. And then a friend of mine goes to, I think, what would be a charismatic church somewhere else, where he says it's wild. They're like dancing around and all that stuff. And yeah, he's into that kind of thing, and so he describes it that way. And I'm pretty sure that's charismatic, not evangelical. Because evangelical, now I just read the chat, and it sounds like a couple people I've seen on YouTube, those guys are evangelicals. So that just looks a whole lot like the Presbyterian sermons I used to go to when I was a kid, without all the other stuff.
Right.
No organ singing boring songs from the 1920s or 1820s. It's like cool songs with guitars.
They're not all boring.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they bring back this peace to me.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing in the sheaves, as my dad always liked to say, or like Amazing Grace, that kind of stuff. This like, I mean, talk about, Sam was saying yesterday in the beginning of yesterday's talk, like, if you're going to go to church, like, once you like go back to your home church, and like, maybe something to say for that. But if they believe in predestination, I don't think that's true. I'm not going to go.
Then you get into the Calvinism thing, which
I don't know if that's what their deal is. I have no idea.
No, I mean, that would not be, in fact, my pastor, I had lunch with him, and he was making distinction that you can knock and find, which is really what Kierkegaard
I hear
is
you.
saying. That. And so that's within evangelical, and it's interesting to listen to Paul Van der Clay because he is Calvinist. And
right.
Wow, I've never experienced that. It's so heavy. Maybe it's.
I don't understand how Calvinism hasn't become nihilistic, because it's like, well, you may be saved, you may not be saved,
right?
And so, like, if you're not saved, then like, well, what difference does it? Really? Hey, you only got one life to live, and then it's not even just nothing; it's hell. So, geez, you really got to enjoy yourself.
I believe I'm
How
going
do
to do
people
this.
not know that unless it's the Pascal's wager? It's like, well, what if you're elected? That's where that stuff comes from.
Andy,
Online, there's a ton of people talking like it's that black and white. If you read through some of the documents, like if you go into Calvin's Institute or the Heidelberg Catechism or some of those things, you're going to see things about predestination. You're going to see, all the 5 points of tulip and all the stuff. I don't remember. My ex-husband was born in the CRC, so the thing is, the non-alliance church, the ones that had lots of coffee and kitchen helpers but no streets. Actually, they did. They had they put something in the parking lot for a while.
Okay.
Those guys kind of like each other. They're also trying to figure out, even though they've grown, the CRC has grown from about maybe 200 to 400 in the time I knew them. They need to generate more adult leaders, because they're getting calls from all around town to participate. The high school's calling them to help do stuff, and the Scouts work with the cadets, and the Alliance Church and the CRC do a little food for life food truck delivery thing that people can pick up.
Yeah,
it used to happen at social services, but it looks like social services has closed down, and one of the other churches that were doing it. So there is, but there isn't necessarily the complete black and white. This is this and that is that.
About Calvinist versus.
No, not in the people I know. Not really. Okay, so my ex was this dyslexic genius who would take 6 months to read a book, and by the time he was finished, God help you if you did not know it by heart, because he did.
That's great. I know that's a blessing, but not a blessing.
And he decided at one point, of course, the ladies all had their coffee break program, which I do admit, sorry, CRC, but I think the books suck. I mean, they're very basic. They're geared for inviting people who have no experience into your midst to learn.
Yeah.
Right.
I got they turned off.
But I feel like a little bit more to chew on.
I went to a Bible study and I just felt like, gosh, I'm like 50, this is like out of my league, or like, this is not good enough for me. That was my attitude about it. Then I went to another one that was super.
Can I tell you a Bible story? Professors at UCLA, believe it or not, in college, they have people who run a Bible study. They were famous professors. I'm not going to tell you what books they've written and what TV shows they've been on. And they came from, two of them had been Jewish and now one became Catholic and one became, and then we had someone from American Bible Society where we were looking for a verse and he would just like know it, it's like Anselman. And there was a woman there from similar to Bible study. So why was I allowed in here? Because of my Kierkegaard books, right? And
yeah, right on.
But it was amazing. And I think this is from the Jewish background, and I don't know if Yosef's still here to tie into this, but that everything is about the reading, and there were books, the A.N. Wright and this and that, and let's go look at the Hebrew, and they knew the Hebrew, and what are these words and all this stuff. There were so many books open and flying around. I would bring a couple of my Kierkegaard books and just sit there. But the capacity for a Bible study to go into these realms of just the word, and I was shocked half the time and numb half the time, but I always learned something. And a couple of times I would add a point, or because I speak a few foreign languages, that European languages, I would add something. And it was fantastic. And then I don't go to the Bible study at my local, because I went to one and it was, as you said, Steve, it just kind of like not up to that level. I was spoiled. I was spoiled by the UCLA one. I live in LA, so it was like just a drive up the street.
Yeah.
But
I was able to go to another one that I felt was pretty robust, and I got a little bit. They had just recently schismed, I guess, from a predestination group, and it was just interesting because we're reading epistles, and like 3 hours of discussing, like, so what is this? What does this mean? What's this history? What are they talking about here? And it's like, hey, unity, don't split apart, and all this. And then like right afterwards, they would just be complaining about, oh, the guys in the other church are bad. And they're, they're so silly. We left them behind. I'm like, I mean, I'm just new enough to like be taking what I've been reading at face value and thinking I should do it. Maybe I shouldn't, but it seems like St. Paul says this is the way you should be. And like, you guys would like totally being the opposite of that immediately afterwards. And but the real story was, it was like went till like 9 o'clock at night. I had to wake up at 4 every morning, so it's still rough. That's the main reason I stopped going. But also, and I did go in that. I think it was an evangelical church, perhaps, I don't know. But I went to it one of the Sundays, and it didn't what they were doing didn't float my boat, including the pastor himself.
I mean, that's fine. That's absolutely fine if it doesn't.
I don't like in the songs, especially if I have no idea what the lyrics are and no idea of the melody. I'm like,
no,
like
watching
this
live
ball
dangerously.
Words, but I have no idea what's going on. So I felt like a real fish out of water. I do all the time anyway, but it was worse there. And
get that.
Maybe if I had no other choice, if that was the option, which thousands of years that was the case, I'd be going there and like slapping my face to like make my ego get out of me and listening.
I hear you.
But I got choice, so including atheism, which I'm like, I don't even have a foot in that anymore.
Right. No, I hear you. Now,
So
I'm sorry, I have to go.
You go. Okay.
Worry about.
But I hate to leave. I hope someone checks in. But you guys are keeping it going, Steve. Did you do the whole marathon yesterday?
No. I did. I came in late, and then I was supposed to play a golf game, and we started, and then it rained like
okay.
Hey,
you're up in the Pacific Northwest.
So I joined back, and then I went to an AA meeting, and then I talked to my friend till like 10:30 at night. It was kind of a big deal last night. And I got home and it was still happening. I came
Oh,
and checked
wow.
to see like how long did it go, and it was still going on. So I was there at the end.
2 a.m. They bailed
Oh, wow.
just shy.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't sleep
Steve,
It was
last
late.
night.
It was definitely late. No wonder I'm so tired. I don't think I know what time it was I went to sleep last night, but
Yeah.
That's
I
crazy.
woke up at 5, and then there was a I missed part of what Steven Schneider or whatever his last name. I woke up to I was in a trance because I was kind of napping. I turned the camera off and was kind of napping, but I was listening and coming in and out of it. And then he was basically confessing some, not like his crimes, but like it was intense, and that pulled me out of sleep. And
I just want to know before I go, Steve, where are you? Because it's so beautiful in back. That's not a green
I'm getting
screen.
that question. It's North Idaho.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sandy, you must be upstate New York because you go across to Montreal. Or are you in Vermont?
No,
No, you flew up to
no, I'm in the evil country to the north.
Oh, you're up there. All right.
Yeah, I'm in southern Ontario.
I'm pretty
Oh,
close
wow.
to.
Are you a hockey fan?
Am I
In
a
fact,
hockey
some
fan?
people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, wait.
Well,
If you were a hockey fan, okay. All right.
everybody
let's
at my
go.
work is going nuts. Yes.
Great talk. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to get in.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, I stumble across because I'm like a child who says stuff that's like, hey, how dare this child say such a ridiculous and offensive, stupid thing. I'm like that, and, so I don't mean to say disparaging things about any denomination or faith. I truly don't know, and I'm saying what I do know, and so like it could be corrected. I'm not making statements. I really don't know. I just know Joel Osteen is kind of a joke. I know that. I know that that's true.
I don't have
Tammy
TV.
Faye Baker and Jimmy and
Kind of.
Tammy Faye Baker. Yeah, I know those guys
Oh.
are charlatans full of crap. I was around during that. But other than that, I really don't know the difference between. I barely know the difference between Pentecostal, charismatic, and evangelical. I know they're not the same, but.
No, I kind of hit Wikipedia when it first came up, and if you look at some of the names, like look at the names Knox, and you like talk about some of the Westminster and stuff, and
Yeah.
like the people we think of as being, I would have put down as maybe old Calvinists even. Apparently they're the evangelicals of the original round.
So when the Presbyterian church I went to when I was younger, it was probably built in the 20s or something like that, just by its architecture. It had on these different doors, these different offices or rooms, like John Knox, John Calvin, and I don't know, the other guys. They had like their names on it, and I didn't know what any of it meant. I was going to Sunday school listening to records about Zacchaeus, and then I got old enough to go into the big room, and it was like. At first, it was like blah, 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 like over the shoulders of the people sitting in front of me. So no idea. And then I got to a point where I could listen to Reverend Gerber talk, and he seemed like a really great guy, and he really cared about us, and he was trying to like honestly tell me and tell us all something that we should listen to, and it would make a difference if we followed his not direction, but like his kind of advice. And then, for whatever reason, we stopped going.
Yeah, I
just wanted to share, Sandy.
His last name was Gerber in my teens, but their dad was Anglican minister. And you'd have probably loved going there because we went to visit the church one time. And the two boys showed us how to climb up into the rafters.
Oh, nice.
We walked all around the upper level of the church, which is usually not open to the general public.
Right. Up where Quasimodo hangs out.
That.
All right. I'm putting out a call. Sherry stepped in. I've got to get ready to make some dinner here, but I'm amazed that you all are still rolling. We're only 45 minutes away from between yesterday and today of being 24 hours.
Oh, well, we got to make it.
Well, that's not hard.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be I'm just going to be listening because I'm doing stuff. So, if you guys see can you see when people are in the chat, Sandy?
Yeah.
Can you give me a shout because I'll be listening?
If they're making comments, or do you want to just
No. I mean, if somebody wants me to put them into the
if they're asking to, okay.
Like,
to have
can you?
what they said.
Do you also see us down below, or no? So you don't see. You don't
down
see
below. I see myself in the back, like just saying I'm in
Oh,
stream.
you just see yourself. Okay, I thought maybe you saw everybody.
Yeah, well, I'm not on the Grail country.
What people can do if they're trying to get in, they can just, because you guys can see the comments.
Just
if
say,
someone says, "Hey, trying to get in," you can see that and let Sherry know.
Yeah, and I'll just shut my camera off and I'll do what I'm doing here so I can see if somebody wants to join.
Before you disappear, the question was whether or not there was typing last night, or whether it was this thing you were working the wool on. What were you actually
Nate
doing?
typing. It was when Nate was typing. Yeah.
Nate was typing and I was carding, spinning, flying, and
the whole shebang.
like everybody got to see the whole process yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah. So my camera will be off, but I'm totally listening, guys.
Hey, Risto Vangelico and Evangelico.
Yeah, my name's Christopher, but Risto is like another shortened version of that name.
There you go.
Yeah, Risto, I
trying
remember.
to help me understand stuff in the comments. Risto.
Yeah.
What was that?
You were typing stuff in the comments to try to help me understand things. I appreciate that.
Well, and to try and help me understand things as well. I think even most evangelicals probably don't understand what that term means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think
that's the impression I get. And that's not a condemnation. It just is like, there's some places where they're like, you didn't split that hair properly. And then you're not going to stop talking about it until you run away. But like with the evangelical community that I'm familiar with, it's like they might say certain stuff, like, a friend of mine will talk about the rapture and some stuff like that, but he kind of drops it, and he tells me he argues with his friend about it. So the impression I get is that like correct doctrine is not a requirement in evangelicalism. Maybe that's not.
Yeah,
I think that'd be true. I might just have a bunch of heretics living around me.
I think the mistake is that people think of it as a denomination or as a church or even as a really defined movement. Whereas evangelical kind of, I don't know a good analogy. It's more like being an American. And it's like, oh, I met someone from Alabama, therefore I understand what people from Minnesota,
perfect sense.
where I'm from, and the cultures are very different.
Yeah. I mean, you could be an American, so you're bound by the Constitution, but you might think you need to burn it or abolish it.
Sure.
Right? You're still an American. So yeah, I mean that makes it's like, and everybody who's not American can recognize this.
And I think the term it's actually, I think someone pointed out earlier, I think, there was the kind of evangelical coalition, which would have brought a whole bunch of different denominational types there. So I think it was referring to something else, because like Matt, like when he was talking earlier, I just shared, like, I went to a Willow Creek based kind of mega model rock band sermon series. Like we did in the early 2000s, there was like a 4-week sermon series based on U2 songs or whatever. But the confession was, the confession, it was a seeker relevant church, right? So that's why you do things like that.
Yeah.
But the Westminster Confession of Faith was the statement of faith, which is very reformed, right? Mm-hmm. And you heard reformed-ish things, but the model was total like seeker relevant sort of stuff. So, well, but I agree with what Matt would have said, which is how Matt is properly viewing himself, because he sees himself through Reformed doctrine. And a lot of churches, the doctrine is how they are defining themselves. It's very important, right? So like for Matt or for, I even think most CRCs, John MacArthur's church doctrine is very important, right? Doctrine is very important in John Piper's church, right? So I can see where the Reform guys.
I don't know, but is that like St. Piper's church? Is that like one church?
Pardon me?
Like his you could say his denomination is the one church, the one fellowship. There isn't like.
Well, you have what you do is you have non-denominational Reformed.
Yeah.
You have certain denominations that are Reformed, right? I would just say more Calvinistic is a loose term, but there's some more of that stuff. And you might have people that are, 3 or 5 point Calvinists, and then you've got like Methodists, which is a whole different thing. And now it's really different when you've got, given the divorce that happened there. So
yeah, it looked good to me on Wikipedia when I was reading about Wesley and all that, and then in the real world, it was like, God, this doesn't look like anything I read about.
Well, the global Methodist,
but
the global Methodist Church, where the traditional Methodist Church are landing now that they've lost, like the progressives took over the whatever.
Okay.
The United Methodist Church, the UMC has gone full affirming, and it's a very different thing.
Yeah.
So, when I look back to what you were talking about, Lance, about like the seeker, these seeker sensitive churches and stuff, like my church half hour down from me, they went through that with the whole alpha, and they had 3 or 4 different theme kind of introductions to Christianity that they would run as the group, because they liked the fact that having the dinner format and the like that interactive style would help them to bring, you could invite people from the community. It's just like, hey, show up, have dinner, we're gonna chat, we'll talk about this, no pressure.
Yeah.
Now my husband John really he hated the term seeker sensitive. He really was not comfortable.
I don't like it.
Postmodernism, didn't like that, but he couldn't explain to me why. He'd just start venting about Calvin and bought the institutes. But then when he participated in the alpha, like he participated in the leadership. He just didn't like it. And then when they were looking at things, he wanted follow-up stuff for the guys because there wasn't much. And he's like, well, girls all have all these things, and then they've got all the kids programs and this and that. What do the guys have? And a friend that was in the small group said, well, if you want to lead something, show me what you want to teach. So he would write up every single week something. He'd read from the institutes. He'd work through a particular book of the Bible. And like I said, dyslexic genius, struggled to put things together and led a men's group Bible study. And when he finished the first one, and it wasn't terrible, which he wasn't sure it wasn't, but then they asked him for another one. Same thing. I have to wonder, like, when I'm listening to some of the arguments back and forth, whether you're this or that, it still goes to that place where I watched him do things. He was a carpenter, dyslexic carpenter. I mean, like, seriously. And one of the guys that went on to get a preaching thing for the church, what did they work in? How they used to, big equipment, family run business where they used to count the pennies out as the old couple, and then the kids learned it, and basically a blue collar church, total blue collar church. Everybody that went there was just your basic average working Joe. But he who said he couldn't do math and wasn't good at speaking, he gave amazing sermons. He worked.
Moses.
He'd have somebody, my ex would do that. And I'm like, why are we arguing about, like progressive this or what, or whatever that, instead of just saying, well, let's see what's the best way we can take up a plan and do what we've got to do, and just believe that, even though we weren't trained for this professionally, maybe if you've got the right backing behind you, you can go do it. Like they'd get their stuff checked and stuff. I mean, like, I'm so in love with people at that church who drove me crazy during the divorce, but I'm so in love with them and their concept of how to be church together. and with other churches in town and with the community. And I'm like, why are we not just doing that? Why?
You know, one of the things I think, and it's as you think about it, like it's really because of the rise of the non-denominational. The fact of the matter is, like, everyone is, it's like it's so unique. Like, it really is. Even if they might share a confession on their statement of faith, like how they've decided to express themselves. Do they really focus? So there are a lot of, you know, there are quite a few churches that have the statement of faith there, but they're not preaching to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
I've heard
you know,
that.
they've got sermon series that are programs, you know, and so on and so forth. But then there are other non-denominational churches that would absolutely have doctrine at the forefront of who they are or whatever. They just don't want to be associated with, you know, sort of any denomination. And, you know, so it's just, you know, it's just kind of all over the map. When I talk about one of the things, and there are amazing things going on, and individual Christians and people, like some of the best people I know, some of the most faithful people I know have gone through a wide variety of different churches and even that seeker thing. What I kind of am speaking to, and the one thing that I just noticed, and you're starting to see it in the numbers, and I'm starting to see pastors talk about it, right, is if you were going to put butts in the seats and have any chance to grow from the mid 90s through about now, you had to have a great worship team and a charismatic rock star preacher. And if you had those two things, now that charismatic rock star preacher might be a reformed preacher. Mark Driscoll is a charismatic rock star preacher, by the way, right? If you do those two things, you would grow. The thing that we're starting to see that I'm fascinated by it is that, and it's not just orthodoxy. You even hear Paul and Clay and I think his name is I can't remember. I keep forgetting the third guy's name. But what they're noticing is that the move where people are wanting to, like, there's a hunger for more. They want to get back to a more traditional CRC service, like a more liturgical service. That's wild. Like, and I think that's kind of some of the things we've been unpacking here.
Well, they've been looking at it through yoga and stuff like that. Yoga and
people want depth.
Other kinds of New Age stuff, or Indian, you know, Native American kind of like ritual. I think there's a lot to say for ritual, which I would not have felt this way in the past, but I think like we don't really have any good ritual other than wake up and look at the phone, you know, and it's like, how about
if you're out? One of the things I want to say, like, if you're out there and your family is enjoying yourself at the church you're at and you're connected and you're doing that, like, that's what you should be. I mean, I don't know. God will move you if he needs to move you. But if you're flourishing where you're at, like, who am I to tell you to pick your family up and do something else, you know?
Well, and I think it's part of a larger cultural trend where we feel an unmooring to anything solid, and people are looking for solid. Looking back in history, you see TV shows where people are doing blacksmithing, right? TV show competitions, like, and a lot of, like, people getting into old school crafts. And, you know, I think the same is true. I think that's part of the motivation for liturgy, is to find some degree of rootedness and in meaning, and kind of maybe something more historical.
I want to say something real quick, because I've been listening to you guys. I think because I just got off work. I know you guys were talking even before I went to work, and that's quite impressive that this is still going. And I know you guys were talking about several different topics and about, well, what you guys were discussing now. But I'll tell you a little story. A few years back, my brother-in-law had gone through a divorce, and he was going to move to where we live now. So he was going to move out of state, and he wasn't a practicing Christian then, but he was going to change his life around, and he wanted to look for a church, and we went with him on his journey. So we stopped going to our church, and we went with him as he was testing out the local churches, and he didn't care what denomination. He didn't care. Calvin, non-Calvinistic, doesn't matter, right? Whether they believed in pre-mill, post-mill, all mill, didn't matter, right? Whether this, that, didn't matter. He just wanted to. He says, I will know it. He was just, he was that optimistic. I just know it when I just know it. So we went on the journey. I feel grateful to have that experience because I wouldn't have done that myself. Yeah, I got to see so many differences all in the same town, and everybody considered themselves Christian, and some of them wrote some of the stuff that they wrote to preach, right? Some of it was from the scripture, some of it was not scripture, some of it was theme based. Others like, nope, we're gonna read this, whatever, and everything was different. And the thing that, to take it one step further, even when you go back to the same building 5 years later, 10 years later, you think you're going to find the very same thing that you found 5 years ago, but no. Now it might be a different spiritual leader, and the way they do things might be a little bit different. So if they were reading topical, maybe it's not topical, or vice versa. If they were emphasizing a certain point, they might emphasize a different point. And I've seen church splits, I've seen many different things, and all this in just one small town. And then when we travel to a different state and we visit the local places, I see the same but different, right? Now, if you ever take a trip in a different country, it's the same but different. And why? Because we all have our own unique preferences. We all, whether we like to admit it or not, we have our own biases. We like what we like and we dislike what we dislike, right? Some want to hear more scripture based. I'm like, no. Tell me stories, give me wisdom, give me metaphors, give me philosophy. Everybody's different. But one of the things that you guys were talking about as far as why this different movement now, and this is my opinion, so take this with a grain of salt, this nihilism from these very famous people from YouTube, because remember, these are new technologies that weren't here 20 years ago, were these popular atheists like Sam Harris,
right?
The four horsemen of the apocalypse, where they were gonna dethrone God, right? God is dead, and they were gonna give us this new philosophy, this new way of living in a righteous way without God. Who needs God? God is dead. We're done with that. We're way smarter than these fuddy-duddy Christians. What they know, they don't know nothing about wisdom. But what we ended up with is sheer madness, right? Where nobody even knows what truth is. Where 2 + 2 is not 4, and this is the professor saying this. Where it's so absurd that now people are saying, wait a minute. I was on board when they told me, when this intelligent person said God is dead and we can make something better than what they have, and we ended up with
Crazy
madness, sheer madness. And I think that's why people are starting to say, can you give me just foundational, traditional, concrete, something that makes sense? Can you just give me truth? Can you just be honest for once and just tell me truth? Right? And I think that's why, and I'm not trying to promote a denomination or a different, I'm just saying this is my opinion. This is what I've seen throughout the years. I just wanted to say that a little bit.
Yeah, I there's a lot to that. Alex, nice to meet you. I saw your video a few days ago, your first.
Yeah. Like I said, I haven't posted in years, and like I said, no subscribers, and and I wasn't even planning on putting any videos because it's been collecting dust for the longest time.
And now here you are on 2 24-hour long streams, man.
Right.
Like playing hardcore.
Right. Because there's something about being able to have a conversation where different people have different opinions, and we don't have to bicker. We don't have to call each other names. We can listen and understand.
I cried whenever Ben Shapiro first talked to Dave Rubin because Dave was gay and because Ben was an Orthodox Jew. Because the contention in our culture was so, and as a younger person, I was, that's pushing 10 years, like that we didn't feel like we could talk. And yet, and I also think that's, even in your pipeline, you laid out the pretty standard one of Joe Rogan to Jordan Peterson, to Peugeot, to Paul, like that's kind of the classic. But what did you just say? You just said, wanting to have conversations, and I'm with you, dude. That's there's such a need to be able to just sit around and share things that are deeply inside of us without the fear or the thought that the person across the table is going to think you are a bigot or a heretic or what this or that or whatnot, and there's reasons for that, but when you're deep inside, you're not those things, but you feel like if you say the wrong thing that you will be thought of as those things. That's just a terrible place our culture put us in. And, I think that's a big part of it. And I look in it and give the new atheism, the devil is due is, they at least were trying to exercise free speech. And I think that's ended up that's where the convergence actually happened. And that's what is free speech. Like this is kind of like that. And I think that's to your point. And I think that's so important. The Matt C on here said something like Christian can talk about understanding of evangelical. I'll tell you what's evangelical. These blue lights.
I have a different.
Have you?
I have a different definition of what evangelical means.
I have one too, but I was kind of making a joke. But yeah.
No, but this is, and for everybody listening, this is my opinion, right? So it's just my opinion, and like I said, I've been wrong before. I've been wrong many times, but this is because I've been around different people with different beliefs, whether they're priests, bishops, pastors, you name it, right? And when you say evangelical, the true definition of evangelical is the Great Commission, right? And my understanding is it doesn't matter what your denomination is it's that church community is going to support individuals that got this calling, that they want to go outside their safety net, and they're going to go to a different town, country, or overseas or whatever, and they're going to take the word there. So they'll foster a family, and they'll go to China, they'll go to Korea, they'll go to Iran, and the church support financially and emotionally and spiritually support these people that are going to evangelize. They're going to take the word where the word is not allowed to be mentioned, right? Where it's in most in need. And some evangelists have died for taking the word where the word is not allowed to be said, right? And we don't have to say what countries those are. I think because of YouTube, I think we can pretty much know what those countries are. But that's my opinion on what evangelism is. Evangelicals is where they, as a community, support people to go out into the world to take the word of the good news. There you go, the good news.
So that's probably like the non-cultural definition.
Right. I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to promote a denomination or
a culture. Yeah. But I would say the conversation I've had around that is that in the culture, it becomes something like a telos for a brand, quote unquote, brand of Christianity, which is spread and reach. And that can be translated into then grow and scale. That within those cultures and those churches, the actual telos, like the end purpose and goal, is actually mixed with kind of an American capitalistic, milieu as well. Is you get the mega church as the end point of that, and it's not just that, but what it defines that everything from when you step out of the car to the moment of you sign a paper and say you're a member and that you'll give money to this, everything is designed to kind of to decrease the friction so that they can get the message or get it. And even though the kind of benefit of the doubt is that it's trying to make believers in Christ, and I think that there's truth to that, but there's also something else like an impetus for growth. But the idea is reach, get the word out, reach. That to me is more culturally what. And so what do you do to do that? You have cool blue lights, you have awesome synthesizers, and really really emotive rock music.
There's nothing wrong with being shrewd.
With
as long
what?
as we, there's nothing wrong with being shrewd, right? And cunning, as long as we're peaceful and we do it in faith, and still loving people, right? Because Jesus didn't say be as dumb as dirt when you take the word, right? He didn't say that. He didn't say be as dumb, as dull as you can possibly be, but go get them. Go, when he set out the 72, right? What did he say? I'm sending you sheep amongst wolves.
Yeah.
Right? And what was his advice? He's cunning as serpents, but gentle as dove, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So we're not supposed to be dull and unimaginative.
Teo is
I've got to go eat dinner. Like Christian.
I do too.
Exactly.
Teo, I am megachurch. Teo, I am megachurch. Look.
But so Christian, you described really well a vibe. Like so when I would think about that, like not all of it, but my friends, like you were describing a vibe. This is the way I would describe it, right? And that would include like the type of music you're listening to, kind of somewhat the clothes, everything else, right?
Like,
and
V-necks aren't cool anymore. They're not cool anymore, but
my friends would like maybe even say that they were evangelical. But by the way, I was in that vibe, right? So again, like I say, like feeling like that there was a vibe about it. By the way, if you wanted to call me, I would just say this: if you wanted to call me an evangelical today, I'd be cool with that. Like, because I guess I know it's used as a pejorative term, but like I still call myself a charismatic because I am. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't take on all the, I was always a weird charismatic when I was only a charismatic soul spent, but whatever. But I guess I don't take those terms as pejoratives, but I certainly know they can be used. I gotta head out. I'll stay on here, but I've got to head out and eat some dinner.
I got
you guys eat
coming out of all the sorry, the last couple of rounds of stuff. So people talking about some of the how the conservatives in the Calvinist thing are young guys, and how it jumped off a place in my mind that the local pastor was asking people if they'd noticed, in January, so we're had started creating a music list, your basic general radio music.
So this is working. I'm trying to see if this will keep it from seeping into your. I may have to find a new location.
Anyway, his question to us was, had we noticed whether the fact that it seemed to be there was a lot more of the people writing songs, like popular music, about God, not necessarily, like, not saying they're coming from a faith religious context, but he said there just seems to me right now to be a lot more people exploring the concept of God and singing about it, talking about it. It's out there. He goes, that means that people are talking about it. So I'm looking going, this is kind of weirdly interesting, because we're sitting here talking about who can you talk to about stuff and how comfortable is it, and you're going to get in trouble for having the conversation. And I'm like, I don't think anybody at work or town or like a bunch of places where I'll talk about God has even asked me about what I am, what church I am, or whatever.
Huh.
People are, if they know you, they're willing to talk. That's my theory. And apparently people are advertising this possibility in their songs they're writing. God's a topic. So is that something anybody else is thinking is like, maybe it's a Canadian thing? I don't know. But just wondering. Staring at you, Christian, because everybody else.
What that the gods that in general more people are writing songs about God like in popular music.
Exploring it, like.
I definitely think I was watching Good Morning America randomly or saw a clip on the internet the other day, and the backdrop was a cathedral, and one of the people that were a regular host had written a book about their faith, and this is on like morning television.
Yep.
And that wouldn't have happened when I was a kid, like ever. So that I think that there is in the weirdness of that in some ways things are more secular or more something else. At the same time, there's also because of the nature that Christianity isn't the dominating cultural force that it was, people get away with talking about it in a victim hierarchy world where, well, they're actually not the most powerful people. And we'll let the Christians talk about their little Christian book on a like I think there's something to that as well culturally. And I don't know about music. I'm actually not, I don't listen. I'm not like a music file kind of person. So I don't know.
So you all of the instruments behind you.
Yeah, the keyboard and I've got a digital mixer over here. Yeah, and I've got a drum set over there. I'm not. I like to play music. I like to play rock music, but I'm not a. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a music file. I'm not like, oh, I heard this great new band you should check out. That's generally not been my. I did a lot. I mean, I used to do full time. Like I've got my lights going right now too. I used to do full time, modern church with rock music and out on the road with a Christian rock band doing worship conferencing and all that kind of stuff. And so that was actually, if I could talk, all the songs that I listened to were about God. So I didn't have a lot of other.
Which band was it?
United. Like I was a huge, Teo's over here talking about Joel Houston, who is basically the backbone of the second iteration of Hillsong worship music. Like in the 90s, Darlene Zschech wrote the song Shout to the Lord, and that kind of put Hillsong music into the radar. And then Hillsong then around 2005 had a song called Mighty to Save and then their youth band, which was called Hillsong United, ended growing up and basically until the last 5 years, a lot of the newer songs that you would have heard at an evangelical church that's trying to do this stuff would have been from Hillsong United. Songs like this, like Hosanna, songs like I don't know what Brooke Fraser is, a girl that's written tons of songs as well, and she's a lot of her songs have been very popular in that. But yeah, so I don't have a great context for music. Other than I do think that culturally people in a way are more open about their faith regardless. In the popular culture, I think it's less, I've got to keep that over here and this over here, that the lines are blurring all across the board. But I don't think that's necessarily Christian in a way.
Yeah. I think a lot of what you're seeing with evangelicalism, the past few years especially, is we're in this phase of, we're seeing more freedom. People are moving around more from, deconstructing to converting to a different group. And it's very much this, like the teenage attitude of, I've left my parents' house. Everything they did was crap, and so I definitely see a lot of that where evangelicalism deserves a lot of valid criticism, but it's really just getting piled on in somewhat somewhat imprecisely, I think. Not being defined very well, and everything gets lumped into the one evangelical church I came from.
So or I'm going to say the one that's famous that implodes.
Yep.
I'm going to say something real quick because you're right. There's a lot of nationwide. There's a lot of churches, and they all look different. And some might say that's blasphemy, right? To the extreme. But for those that are concerned, as far as what, right? I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going. I have this opinion, and again, this is just my opinion. The best way to change anything, no matter how small, no matter how big, is, I'm going to give this as a metaphor, okay? If you own a restaurant and you're starting to see that there's all these cheesy restaurants and there's nothing of, what you consider original, what you consider like maximum cuisine or whatever, the best thing you could do is you got to step it up and do what you do and create the best cuisine ever that could have that people that are looking for a restaurant have no choice but to sample yours because everybody's been talking about it because it's like, well, compared to this, what the heck do I want that for, right? Well, why would I go to that restaurant where this is the ultimate cuisine? So this is what I'm saying, opinion-based, right? We're always trying to fix, in my example, me, right? So I've done so many stupid things throughout my life. So when I was young, I was, you tell me I did it. So many dumb things that I regret doing. But I learned one thing: you can't change anybody. Not your best friend, not your spouse, not your parents, not your kids. But one thing that I have learned is that if I change inside, right? If I take things seriously, something that's bugging me and that makes me frustrated, I can't believe we're arguing. I can't believe we're right. If I start changing, and you fast forward years and years and years, I'm no longer going to be as ignorant as I was before, as impatient as I was before. So just by changing myself, the conversation changed all on its own, without changing the other person, just by changing myself. So if there's something wrong with Christianity in your point of view, or with this church or with that church, then we got to start somewhere. But we got to start here. We got to start here. And in time, if enough of us do it, right? If enough of our spiritual leaders do that, in time, that change that we want will manifest itself because it starts right here with each and every one of us. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, culture change, but it can't happen from the bottom up. It helps if it happens from the top down. The last thing
because there are leaders. Yep.
That I want to say is that the nature of the church, like churches that, like you talked about cuisine, and I earlier I talked about friction, and everyone say hi, Jude. He can't hear you, but the friction, they all wave, buddy. The friction that the frictionless nature of, oh, come check this out, this is the next new thing. There's a reality to things like a bell curve, and that's also represented into things like church. Where should I go to church? Well, the church that is probably the easiest, to get into. I'm not noticed. A lot of my friends go there. This politician goes there. This big mover and shaker goes there. I want to be associated with this that and that evangelical, that would have been in a lot of other situations, like within like mainline churches or Catholic churches, depending on where you were at. But there was something within evangelicalism that they harnessed, like the mega church, and I'm speaking more about mega churches, but they harvested this well, the popular culture, and as a result, they became popular, and it attracted a type of populace, that by and there's a pop singer and a popular band and a popular preacher, and it disseminates down, and that's a natural reality. However, that's not, and that we contend with in every part of work and of families and of friendships and all these things. But so they harnessed that. That's just true.
Right.
And so but the thing that's kind of what people are in this corner are pointing to a lot is, well, I guess the thing that is a different value from popular culture. It's like challenge and authenticity, and how can I get to that, and what does it mean to practicing a faith. The evangelical world also, in a certain way, in contrasted to other religious forms, made it to where you made it easier to practice your faith. Hey, show up, we just have community, or we're not going to call you out, we're not going to make you feel self-conscious if you're not a Christian, so everyone just sit in your seats and take communion. And that, like, these are like psychological realities that exist within those spaces that I have critiques for, but I'm also, anybody that hears me critiquing evangelicalism, just look at me.
Well, it depends on which evangelical church, though, because I just got done hanging out with a friend of mine who is in between churches. They've left church, and he was, they came from an evangelical church, and his critique is that because the church he came from, evangelicals are way too rigid.
Well, that's what's interesting, because
too many prescriptions.
Someone in here said something about fundamentalism, and on the chat, I don't remember which one it was. I can't highlight them, but it said the evangelical is just a new fundamentalism, and it's kind of this weird thing about being legalistic, being stringently like, because something looks casual doesn't mean that it is. The mega church stuff is anything but actually casually executed. It is executed at such a high form of precision, and they want things to be done a certain way, sound a certain way, look a certain way, be a certain way, which in some ways is similar to an idea within Orthodoxy: must be done this way, must be, or like a really fundamentalist or legalistic way of must be done this way, is this way, we have to do it this way, and if you don't, you're not sinning because you didn't make a sexual mistake, but you've definitely you definitely did church wrong today. So I think that there's parts of that too, that within it, that I've dealt with inside of myself, about wanting a song to be executed at a certain level that I thought was intended to be this way. And so I don't know if that's what you're pointing to about things being strict.
No, their church, again, this is how broad. I think people don't appreciate how broad the evangelical umbrella is.
Well, can you say what denomination it actually is?
Yeah, it's a smaller denomination. I think the church was called Evergreen. It wasn't one I was super familiar with. We only went to a few of their services, but like their culture was it was a very well-defined culture of, here are the roles for husbands and men and wives and women.
Are you talking about like complementarianism?
Yeah, very much. And you should homeschool your children.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
The husband should work.
I would say I wouldn't call that as much evangelical in my perspective. I would call that like more fundamentalist.
Well, I think fundamentalists can exist under the evangelical umbrella as well. It's because I'm pretty sure their denomination would say they definitely fit within under that evangelical umbrella. There's just so many expressions, like trying to find the commonalities is kind of interesting. I think there are some things you can talk about, like a focus on the Bible. You talk about Bible studies. Those are pretty common in an evangelical expression. No one's going to be surprised by by a Bible study or a men's group or a women's group that does that. An emphasis on like bringing people in and preaching the gospel and having some sort of conversion experience. You know, I think that the problem is that people experience one little type of it, one denomination or church, and then which was evangelical, and then they think all of the aspects of their church align with other evangelical.
Yeah, I think that's.
I've got to go, guys.
That's probably my deal. I think I know so little. I've seen something, and so I'm like, oh, so that's called evangelicalism. So that's what it is, and what I've been hearing today is basically it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Well, yeah, I think you never know what you're going to get, but in a box of chocolates, you still are getting chocolate. There are some candies you would be surprised to get in that box. So, like I said, like Bible studies and like a focus on like a personal conversion experience are going to be pretty common.
And I think was it Lance saying it, or Christian was saying it. Maybe the title evangelical works because a goal or telos or whatever, I don't know Greek, but the goal was let's get people here. So if like aromatic coffee in the lobby, plenty of parking, big enough space. So if you want to sit kind of by yourself away from other people for a while, like a big, lots of seating, not all cramped. And attractive message, not a "you're toast" kind of message, but then now I'm getting into the theology, which I don't know about, but if one thing that characterizes evangelical churches is attractively welcoming, regardless of the faith, or regardless of the doctrine, like you're bad and God is good. Or no, you should be good. One or the other,
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're describing is more kind of seeker-sensitive, non-denominational megachurch, which falls under that umbrella. But then you also have very kind of rigid, theologically structured. They go through the Bible. It's a small church that would also fall under that umbrella.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't be going like that. I mean, rock on, but I guess it's like this is actually about as bad as it can get. I don't go like this. I'm saying thumbs up to this. It says we just hit 24 hours of live streams in the last 2 days.
Yeah, you can.
I want to catch them all.
Oh, that's incredible. I think it's incredible, people. I think that's unbelievable. I do think that there's been we don't have the Discord conversations going anymore, which were feeding a lot of this. And I just you could just tell by the energy of people showing up and the fact that it just keeps going. So anyway, everyone we've got 82 people watching right now.
Yeah, and I mean this is a lot more embodied than Discord. No offense to Discord. I used to really like forums very much because it's so much easier to stay on topic and then to reference what people had said. Whereas like the kind of Facebook feed style communication.
Well, so on Discord we had voice channels, but you can turn your cameras on. So basically, all Discord was this. It just wasn't being broadcast.
Oh, okay.
And you could just kind of pop in, and there were always people there.
So it's not that it's not happening anymore, Lance, because I know I've hopped into 2 of them on Bridges of Meaning, and I often would get a Saturday night invite from Sam, Michigan man Sam, who likes to have Saturday night chats, trying to schedule them for after work would end. So they do happen. They're just maybe not advertised.
I'll have to pop in, and it used to. And now it was partly due to COVID, but it was pretty much like pretty full like this. You would get 15 to 20 people listening in, and then it pulse up and it pulse down. But kind of like anytime you showed up, there were people here doing something. And sometimes you'd pop in and they'd be chatting about something. You're like, not for me. And then other times you'd be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So.
Yeah. I posted a couple things in one of the Discord, what do you call them, threads, hashtag things. And it seemed like it fell on deaf ears, and it could have been because I was basically dropping a non sequitur in the middle of a real discussion, or it could have been just like, yeah, whatever. That's kind of not worth talking about. But I felt like there wasn't really activity to engage in. But maybe I was wrong.
I hope there's a resurgence there, because I think it's really good for people, because there's not always a live stream going on. And then also, like,
yeah, you could be
I just need to find
asynchronous in text. In video, you got to be there, right?
Yeah,
But in text,
I'm
you
gonna
can
talk.
type in, and
We're gonna create a just chatting, just Discord where it's just that, so people don't get overwhelmed by all the text channels or whatever. So we can do that.
okay.
I'm gonna pick a couple times a week. I'm gonna talk to my wife to see what works out best for what can work out best for her and her schedule. Where I'll commit to like being there, and then we can have other people being there too or whatever. So. Because there are a lot of people have reached out and said, hey, I would talk, but I don't want to come on YouTube, which I totally understand.
You can always wear a mask.
I mean, most those are the people that are kind of shy like you, Steve, and they don't feel real comfortable, talking out in public and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm actually shy, but not. I don't know how to describe it.
Same pot kettle over here. Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah. It's like when the rubber meets the road, I'm pretty shy. But this to me is pretty safe. Anyway.
Well, I like. There's a bit of security through obscurity here, right? Like, it is public, but not very.
Right. Yeah.
It's like a small room. It's like I know last night we had like 170 people, I think was the peak, which is still a pretty that's a pretty small congregation. It's a pretty small group. So it's
I have to get out for a second,
nice.
but I want to get back in.
Tayo Tunji and David are hanging out in BOM most mornings in the voice chat. So any of you guys that are interested and you don't want to come on YouTube, but you want to kind of see this happening or whatever, go out and see if you see Tayo Tunji and David, 3 amazing people to have conversations with. So I would like to pump that up.
They are, even if you just sit there and listen.
Yeah, this is kind of like you can turn this on in the background and it feels much better than like having TV on. You know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people, I don't do that, but a lot of people like to have TV on in the background. But I do find myself kind of turning on these live streams even when I can't listen or can't interact, when I just am working, because it is nice to have, like, I heard they were talking earlier about like I think it was McMo it was Nate who said he just doesn't like being alone. I grew up in a big family and there was always noise. There's always like like I'm the oldest in a family of 7. So there was just always sound. There's always kids talking, always. The only time it was quiet is in the middle of the night. And so I just got used to that noise. I got used to being, my wife grew up, she's an only child. She can't think if there's any sound going on. She has a really hard time having a conversation if there's background noise, and for me, it's like, I have a really hard time thinking if there's not background noise, but I don't want it to be mindless. I don't want it to be the radio or TV. I don't want it to be, because that's all programming. And there's like, I just don't trust it. I don't trust to have that streaming into my head, so like I'll listen to instrumental music or stuff, a lot of work, but I kind of like, I like that the topics here are always interesting to me. These are the things I like to talk about. These are the things I like to think about. And these are people that, like, everyone here I find is very articulate and thoughtful and interesting people, you know, and so this is a rare thing, but I also think McMo caught onto something too, where it can be too a little too engaging and a little too it is a super stimulus, you know. I have to be careful with that, not like let it take over my life and try to be here too much, because nobody wants me on the stream that much, right? So
Yeah, I'm usually listening to music and podcasts when I work. It goes back to the way I used to study, right? So then what I did with the voice chats, but what I'll do with these just chattings, like even here when I have to get something done or whatever, I'm just listening to it. It's I'm using it almost like a podcast. You know what I mean? Just listening to people talk. And then the cool thing about this is you can actually come, if you get something sparks your ear, you can hop in and talk to the podcaster and jump back down.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
Jeremy, I think I saw you mention the other day that you grew up LDS or Mormon.
I did, yeah.
Which it's been interesting. I've been like learning about that world the past few years. I actually just got a call from my local missionaries while I'm on the stream. So
you got called from what? Oh, your local missionaries?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it starts.
Well, I've been meeting with them for quite some time.
I see. Are you interested in pursuing what they're saying, or are you interested in helping them see the error of their ways? Like what's the engagement, or is it just kind of an open dialogue?
More the second, a little bit of open dialogue. Also, you know, just I think a chance when I'm able to show some kindness to some young men who are away from home for a couple years.
Yes, I like to do that. I like to just bring them in and give them some lemonade, and I don't get engaged because, you know, they're kids, right? Like, and they're already away from their family, and it's already uncomfortable, and they're already frustrated, and they're depressed mostly, you know. And so I just try to, like, I mean, I have icons in my house, so they usually ask a little bit, but I just be like, let's just have some lemonade, just relax. Tell me where you're from. Tell me about your family. Tell me about your, you know, what you like to do. I like to give them a little bit of a rest, you know, like because I like to kind of help them feel like they don't need to be on with me, and because I already know what they're gonna like. It's like, guys, I know your spiel. Like, that's not. Yeah. It's okay, right? Like, I was a missionary. Like, just have a seat here, have some lemonade. Like, just settle down. Like, rest your feet, you know.
Yeah, I met them during COVID just by accident, connected with them, and then we built a Finnish sauna in our backyard, and and we talked about that just in our online chats, and I ended up inviting them, hey, if you ever want to check it out. So they did. They came on P Day. I'm not sure, preparation day.
Right. Yeah.
Day. I'm not sure if they had permission to, but eventually I was hosting 6 missionaries every week in our sauna.
You know, those things, they have a lot more latitude for that stuff now than they did when I went. I was a missionary from 95 to 97. And at that time they were pretty, although I will say I did go to a blues jam at a bar restaurant, which all the restaurants in Canada are bar restaurants. So I was in Toronto, Canada as a missionary. And when I was there, there was a bar restaurant where they had a blues jam. And there was a guy who was in the band who had ordered a Book of Mormon off of the TV channel at that time. So so we went with him to the blues jam, and I play harmonica. So I'd hop up on stage and play a couple songs every week. And actually we taught quite a few people off of that because we were going into their space, right? We were there making ourselves available, but not in an intrusive way. We would just sit. We would sit at a table, not at a booth. We would sit at a table that had a bunch of chairs around, and you know, I'd go up and play, and then I'd come and sit back down, and just the fact that we were there and kind of hanging out and relaxed made people more comfortable to come and like approach us and like ask what we were all about, and then we'd go to people's houses and talk to them. And so my mission president first was really like, oh, don't do that. And then after we started, like, because Mormon at that time, they were all about numbers and counting and how many you this and how many you taught and all that. And our numbers started going up, and he was like, just keep doing what you're doing. Whatever you're doing is working. I don't care. It's fine.
You were helping him hit his quota, Jeremy. He's like, yeah, you guys keep going.
That's it. Yeah. Mormons were all about quotas and numbers. And if you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. You know, This very left brain way of approaching the faith, but that's what they did. I don't think it's like that now. It's not. They've changed a lot because Zoomers they don't buy that stuff. Zoomers is like, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, Zoomers need a lot more latitude, and they do a lot more stuff on social media.
It's interesting. I wonder if the numbers, like if you could track it, if the numbers are then way down of people out on mission.
No, it's kind of it dipped for a while, but then they lowered the age. So it used to be that young men would go out when they were 19 and they would stay out for 2 years, and young women would go out when they were 21 and stay out for 18 months. And then, they were just bleeding numbers, and they did not have, people were not responding. And so they lowered the age to 18 for young men and 19 for young women, but it's still 2 years versus 18 months. And that helped quite a bit. But they have a bigger problem with a lot more people coming home now. So when I was a missionary, we could only call home on Christmas and on Mother's Day. And other than that, you were stuck to letters. Like, they didn't even let us email. And email was just kind of becoming a thing at that time. Most people didn't know how to do it at that time. And so it was all just letters. And then, recently, like about 10 years ago, they changed, or maybe not even less than that, like 8 years ago, they changed it. So now they're allowed to call home every week. And then, they're constantly talking to their family over social media. Like, there's less, they've allowed them to, it's not so isolated anymore. They're more connected to their home life.
Yeah, I think a lot of people outside the LDS world, in the broader Christian world, especially in the evangelical world, don't really understand who a Mormon missionary is,
Mm-hmm.
or what the Mormon missionary is like, what the mission is like how intense it is.
Yeah, no, it's extremely hard. So you wake up, I'll just give you a day in the life if you want. So when I was a missionary, we woke up at 6:30, and one of you would hop in the shower and get ready while the other one was studying scriptures. Well, you had companionship prayer, and then one would hop in the shower while the other one was studying scriptures, and then you'd switch places. You're with somebody else 24/7. You're never alone. The only time you're alone is to go in the bathroom. That's it. And you don't pick that person. That person's assigned to you. You're just living with them in an apartment. The church rents the apartment for you, so you don't really have to worry about that. But so that usually takes about an hour and a half. Once that's done, then you would usually have breakfast. You would usually take turns cooking, or if one person didn't know how to cook and one person did, or whatever, we would have breakfast together. And then after breakfast, there was a companionship study. That didn't always happen in my mission, but usually you would study scriptures together. And then by 9 or 9:30, you were out the door. And we tracked, like, we did most of our work in apartment buildings, depending on the area. Some areas of where I was in Toronto, I was out in the suburbs and it was just houses. But you would keep track of streets, and you would keep track of, they had little cards that had all the house numbers on a particular street, and you would just mark if someone was home or not. And you would kind of keep track of that so that the people coming behind you would know how long it had been since missionaries had been in a certain neighborhood. And so we would go out, and we were expected to be knocking on doors or talking to people. We'd go on the street, sometimes just handing out pamphlets or standing and talking, or, but it was always awkward where you're getting on the bus and, you're always striking up a conversation with the person next to you. Hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, I'm a missionary. I'm from Utah. Oh, you're from Utah. Oh yeah. Oh, the Osmonds. Oh, so anyway, there was always that kind of conversation, but it was always with the intent of trying to, get people to listen to what you were sharing. And then, so we went out from 9:30 in the morning until 9:30 at night. Sometimes you would come home for lunch, sometimes not. Sometimes you would have what was called a dinner appointment, where like members of the local congregation would invite you over for dinner, and they would feed you dinner, and you would eat dinner and then leave them with a small spiritual message. It was usually, we were supposed to only stay there for an hour and then leave back on the street until 9:30 at night, which in Canada is terrible, because in the wintertime in Toronto after 7:30, people put their kids to bed at 7 or 7:30. It's dark outside, and if you knock on the door, they're very upset. Very, especially like in the suburbs. In the city, it wasn't as big of a deal, when you're in the apartment building, but in the suburbs, that was anathema. That was just horrible. Like, I remember right after I got out on my mission, I'd only been out a couple weeks, and it was like pouring rain. It was like November, and I knock on this guy's door, and it's clear like the house is dark, and he comes and opens the door, and he's like, and I said, "Hey, we're missionaries from Church of Jesus Christ," and it's pouring rain, and I'm soaked, and he just goes, "We're already Christian." So, right? Okay. So anyway, yeah, so it is intense, and you do that 6.5 days a week. So there's, 1 day a week. So on Sunday, we would still go out and knock on doors when we weren't in church, So then on Monday morning until, the time you get up, you're still supposed to get up at 6:30 on Monday, and you do the same routine in the morning. Get ready, study scriptures alone, study scriptures together. And then you could basically during the day, you were expected to do the grocery shopping, your laundry, any kind of errands that you were supposed to run, go get a new pair of shoes, whatever. And then you could do some kind of recreational activity, except swimming. We weren't allowed to swim, but you could go, play basketball, or, that's what all my companions loved to do. Like, people like at that time, Utah boys loved playing basketball, and all they wanted to do is go to the local church and play basketball, which I thought was really boring because I was in a foreign country and I wanted to kind of be more of a tourist. So I would usually split off and go with a different missionary, and we would go downtown and check stuff out and have a good time. But then at 6 o'clock, there was usually, like, a lot of times they would have a short meeting to kind of gather all the missionaries together to make sure you were not taking the full day. And we would have a missionary, like some of the other missionaries in the area would get together, and then we would split off. And usually, like Monday evenings, you would end up going with a different companion for the night, just so you could get a break from being with the guy you've been with for the last week, so you wouldn't kill each other. Although that still happens sometimes. But for the most part, you get along. You learn how to get along with people. You learn how to live with somebody that you didn't pick, and you learn how to kind of be polite and give each other space. But we were supposed to always be together, and it is intense. It was very difficult. And no movies. You're not supposed to listen to any secular music. You're not watching movies. There was a very restricted reading list. It's either scriptures or like these 4 books, and they were all very heavy, like Mormon doctrine kind of books. So it was rigorous. It was very difficult.
Yeah. For 2 years, and then I don't know if it's the same way when you were a missionary, but every 6 weeks, the potential to be shifted to another area with a new companion, right?
It was about so we had they were called transfers. We had transfers once a month. Okay. And that was always what are the rumors, and are you leaving? And and then so you would go, my camera keeps slipping down. But transfer was, you would pack up all your stuff, and you were expected to be able to transfer your stuff into, in a car, basically. And you had to kind of figure it out yourself. Sometimes we had people who would help us, but you had to get to your new area. And that was one time you were allowed to be alone, but even then they really tried not to let you be alone. They would try to find a member of the church or another missionary that you guys could travel together. But yeah, for us, it happened every month, but you would usually be in an area between 2 and 4 months. And you would rarely move both missionaries at the same time. There was usually one missionary who would be there, and you would move in, and then like a month or 2 later, he would move out, and you were there, and then someone else would move in, and then a month or 2 later, you would move out. So they were kind of rotating them through so that one person was familiar and had the relationships with the people you were teaching, and the other person was coming in new. But if there were problems, like behavior problems or the companionship not getting along, sometimes they would send them both out at the same time. That was called whitewashing. They would whitewash it, bring it in, and bring in a separate companionship to move stuff. And we had a geographic area that we were supposed to work within. We were not supposed to leave that area without permission from the mission president. It's very difficult. It's very ascetic.
Yeah, I think I've heard from former LDS members that they still have PTSD from their mission.
Yeah,
and
for some that happens. Yeah.
yeah, and and I didn't realize that, like, as an evangelical, you've just heard that Mormons are an occult, and then Mormon shows up at your door, and you're like, well, this is my duty from God to correct someone's heresy right now, and
Yeah.
you don't realize that this is like a 19-year-old, 18-year-old, 19-year-old who may not be very sure of their faith. They're away from home on this military schedule,
Yeah.
having many negative encounters.
Yeah.
They just learn that Christians outside their church are people who like to argue about doctrine and are kind of mean.
We're already Christian.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. And it is, people I think the missionaries know a lot more than they do. They're generally not well trained. They're generally not well educated in their faith. Most of them, like I would say 80% of my companions had never read the Book of Mormon all the way through when they went out. I was a zealot. Like, I had read it several times. I was all about it. I read way too much, and that's actually, I read my way out of the church. But it was, oh, and there was a question in the chat about dating. There was no dating. I mean, okay, that did happen, and there were missionaries that did that, but they would be sent home. Like, if that was found out, you were sent home. And being sent home at that time was much more of a stigma, because girls all wanted to marry returned missionaries. Returned missionary meant you returned with honor. You were out for 2 years, and that's what they were looking for. So you want that beautiful wife, you got to stick it out. That means you got to be tough, and you got to you got to keep your eyes down at the ground. Right. And it was really hard in some areas. I had this one area where there was a private, like, Catholic school down the street, and so, like, you'd get on the bus, and, like, the bus was just filled with Catholic schoolgirls. I was like 19, and there's a bunch of 16, 17-year-old Catholic schoolgirls. You're just like, Lord have mercy. It was hard. That was really tough, but you just have to, you learn self-control, and you learn stoicism and a sobriety, and it's very hard, and it pushed me to the limit. I think it was transformative. I came back a different person. And I don't regret it at all. I'm grateful I went, even though I'm not Mormon anymore. It was a meaningful part of my life, and it really transformed me. I think my grandparents kind of started the process. I lived with my grandparents my senior year in high school. I'd bounce between my mom and my dad. They were divorced, and I would go between households, and I didn't have any stability in my life. And finally, in my senior year, I lived with my grandparents, and they actually gave me, like, it was just pure love, genuine love, but also old school parenting, right? Like, my grandpa was a hard ass, but he wasn't cruel. He was just, I don't know how to put it. Like, he was a Korean War veteran, right? Like, he was a hard ass, and but it's what I needed. Like, he transformed me into being a young man instead of being a boy. Like, he taught me responsibility, and, like, we were living on a farm, so my actions had consequences. You forget to leave the gate, you forget to close the gate, and then the sheep get out, and then you have to get up in the middle of the night and get all the sheep back in the fence, because there's no one else is going to do it. Who's going to do it? You're going to do it, because you're the one who screwed it up, you retard. That was just life. Like, that was how it was. And I needed that feedback. I needed that. I had been very in my head, and that was like my first introduction of being embodied. It was living in a farm. And then going on a mission really also kind of solidified that. I think it solidified the taking my life a little more seriously and being more responsible, and kind of trying to have direction in my life, and being committed to something that's difficult. I think there's a lot of value in that, and suffering. There's a lot of value in suffering. Now it's anathema. Like, young people just think it's the greatest sin to suffer anything, right? And they're always seeking comfort. And I think that's very dangerous spiritually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm jealous of the missionaries in many ways. I've talked about, like, having my kids fake convert so they can just go on a mission to get that experience. And I can tell you're Orthodox because you keep saying anathema.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's funny. But I will say, I have a friend. His name's John Heers. He has a foundation called the First Things Foundation, and he basically gives the missionary opportunity for people. You don't have to be Orthodox. He's Orthodox. You don't have to be Orthodox. It's, I want to go to another country, but I want to live their culture. I want to adopt their culture. I want to get to know the people there, and then they eventually find the person in that community who is kind of the visionary for the community and who has ideas and wants to like improve their own community, and they help kind of give the resources with that. But it's also transformative for the person involved, and it is a 2-year commitment, and it's a volunteer work. So if you do have people who are interested in that, I'm putting a plug in for John Heers at the First Things Foundation. He's got a channel here on YouTube. Go check it out.
Does he know Peter Heers?
Yeah, his brother is Peter Heers. His brother is Father Peter Heers. John is the older one, and John is the only person I've seen who can get Father Peter to laugh, which is great.
Oh.
His Father Peter's generally pretty serious, but John can crack him up. That's pretty great.
That's cool.
So yeah, so John Heers, First Things Foundation. You go to Africa, or you go to Georgia, the country. You go to, they've got some Central America, South America.
It's like Peace Corps without the CIA.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what inspired him, is that he was in the Peace Corps when he was younger, but he saw the problems with that, because he saw that it was the white savior attitude that he abhors. He just really is not about that at all. It's more like, I'm going to go and I want to drop my own culture and try to adopt this culture for 2 years to see things. I want to learn the language, and I want to see things in a different way. I want to open up to the experience, and I want to be a part of what is going on here, and I think it's a really good approach. So anyway,
I did something like that for 2 months, and it was pretty formative for me.
Yeah.
As a 17-year-old.
What was your experience?
Called Amigos de las Americas.
Okay.
So it's private American thing, but we would coordinate, obviously for visas at least, but for some resources to do some kind of work for 2 months in the summertime. Usually it's before your senior year of high school, so we're young, and happened to be a Peace Corps person in the town that I was in, like pretty far away. Only saw her once or twice, but yeah, we lived with a house. We lived in a house with these people, and in our case, we kind of got a lot of our work done pretty quickly because it was a somewhat organized town. And so, like, the second half, we actually kind of came up with some more stuff to do at the school, and just, I was cutting sugarcane,
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was a pretty formative experience for me, I'd say.
That's good. Yeah, we were encouraged to do service, but we were only allowed to do up to 4 hours a week at that time. I think they've changed that. Now they've opened it up and people are more involved, because knocking doors doesn't work anymore in first world. It just doesn't. Like, nobody does that. And, culturally, it doesn't work anymore. You don't want to invite people in your home, and it's just not like that. And so they've had to change their methods. But when I was there, yeah, we would go and read at a local old folks home, or, when I was in a farming area, we would help haul hay and, help pull weeds. And I helped help 2 old ladies like lay sod on their whole, we laid sod for their whole yard, and whatever. That was also probably my favorite part, honestly. Like, I just liked it. I mean, it reminded me of being on farm again. And I like having long stretches of repetitive work where I can just think.
Me too.
And but my body's busy. I have ADD, and so that's the only way I find peace, is having something for my body to do. Well,
maybe that's why I like orthodoxy.
What's that?
Maybe that's why I like orthodoxy.
Why is that?
The Jesus prayer instead of something else.
Yeah, that helps.
Listening forever.
Oh, and honestly, standing is so great for ADD, right? Like I get in trouble at work for standing up in meetings, and they're like, "Why are you standing?" I'm like, "I can't sit anymore. You're gonna drive me crazy." I'm sorry.
Right.
So, but yeah, no, I actually really like that about Divine Liturgy. I like standing the whole time. Yeah. When I go to a concert, I don't want to stand the whole time because I'm old. But when I go to Divine Liturgy, I do. I want to stand. Because I see the value and like it helps me pay attention. It's much harder for me to drift off when I'm standing.
Well, I'm gonna head out. It was nice to meet you all.
It was nice to meet you, Risto. I hope you have interesting conversations with the missionaries. But I'm happy to hear that you're compassionate toward them. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
Can you hear the crickets?
I hear them. Nice. It's nice.
They're loud.
You can tell the temperature by the number of times they chirp in a minute. There's some formula. If you Google it, you can find it, but there's a formula for, they chirp. The number of times they chirp in a minute is related to the temperature. Kind of fun. So they chirp faster when it's hotter.
That's cool enough.
Oh,
That's just more of that farm stuff.
Jason, jump in.
Farm stuff is awesome. I love it.
It changed my life. I think I think I mentioned it before. Like one thing I really loved was the way my grandmother like moved through the year.
I know. I love that.
You'd come in the house and she'd be like, "Oh, I saw the first robin today. Springtime." And she's like, "Oh, now we've got a mayfly hatch coming in 2 or 3 weeks." And oh, there's this thing. Like she just knew the cycles and knew what was coming next, and she was always anticipating. And when you're farming, you're always planning, you're always working to get ready for the next season. Always.
Right.
Well, they're always indicators of other things too, right? Like whenever something new is emerging, and when
it's emerging, now it's time to do this.
Right.
Oh, we saw the mayflies. We saw the first robin. Now it's time to plant the potatoes.
Yep.
Yeah, because you only have this much time left. Like, we've had a really weird spring this year, and my husband's just like, "Oh man, I wish it would just settle in," because my sister lives at 4,000 feet, but she's only 2 hours away, and she sent a picture yesterday, and they had like this much snow.
Oh yeah.
And at our place, it was cold and raining, right? Yeah. But really cold, like it was like 5 degrees Celsius. So, it just makes for we only have, like I said to him, we can't blink and then it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, your growing season's even shorter than ours. So I live at like 4,500 feet, but it's a little more temperate. I live next to the Great Salt Lake, so that definitely moderates the temperature for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have to wait till Mother's Day to plant, basically.
We're at 800 meters, so that's I think like 1,600 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my sister's at 4,000 feet.
Meters. I don't understand what that is. I'm kidding.
It's Freemasonic. You don't want to know.
It's about 1 yard.
It's from the Freemasons who thought they can measure everything. There's hubris.
I remember
something that already exists and divide it by 10.
I remember when Canada switched
on the shoulders of giants. Huh?
I was in primary school when we switched to the metric system.
Rude.
And we had to. They were doing Montessori style classes for that because I could hear an echo. Because we'd have to get down on the floor and literally like feel out the centimeter compared to the inch, the meter compared to the yardstick, all that kind of thing. Yeah, everybody was crawling around on their hands and knees.
I'll make a case for a dozen versus 10.
And everybody was against it.
Alex, I think you have to mute yourself. There's an echo.
Yeah. It might be me.
So,
yeah, it is. Yeah.
So I'll make a case for the
dozen
versus metric.
It isn't Alex.
I'll turn mine down. Maybe it's me.
Lance? Jeremy, it's not you, Jeremy. Lance, it's you. It's you, Lance.
Okay. There we go. So a dozen is divisible by 2, 3, 4, and 6. 10 is only divisible by 2 and 5.
Yeah.
What? Sorry, what was the first? Was divisible by
So 12.
12. Right.
A dozen is divisible by 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Which I find useful a lot when you're building something or
Yeah.
when you're cooking something, right? And also an interesting thing, a lot of people go, well, you have 10 fingers, that's why metric makes more sense. But if you go to like a primitive culture, they count like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You've got 12. Oh, sorry, you couldn't see that.
Yeah, I couldn't see
So
your
they
hand.
go, yeah, so they go 1,
they go,
2,
yeah, 1,
3,
2,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? So they're using the segments of their, that's where decimal came from.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they would use like if you go to South America, Central America, or in Asia Pacific, that's how they count. So the decimal, like, oh man, I could go on for a long time about this. I've done a lot of research because I'm actually very anti-metric.
Those are fractions that are also good, like just like splitting things or dividing things. That's the imperial
it's
system
splitting in
works
half.
quite well. I learned it. I switched to metric because the math is easier.
See, I can't. I'm like morally opposed to metric systems.
And here's the thing, though, in Canada, everything's metric, but all the building materials are like, we still buy 2x4s, and you know, it's really good. My husband was so frustrated because he's Swiss. So he's completely metric because all of Europe is metric. And he can, like, I find the metric system really easy to think in because it's in groups of 10, right? So it's just like super easy. And he, you know, he's trying to buy tools, wrenches and stuff, and they're still 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch, and you know, and it's like, and then he's got metric. He's got, like, because he brought his stuff with him, so he's got all his metric tools.
Yeah.
And they don't fit anything.
Right. Well, so, and here's another argument against it. And the reason why this is another argument I have for why I don't think metric is so much as great as everyone says it is.
Oh, wow.
So America got started using the U.S. customary units, which are not the same as the imperial units, by the way.
No.
Mostly, like, for measurements they are, but like for volume they're not. But anyway, we had 50 years of standardization in America before they could decide what a meter was. So in those 50 years, we started building out a whole industry of tools and interrelated tools, all built on that, right? So that happened, but this happened in the late 1700s, early 1800s. We had a 50-year head start against the metric system.
Right.
However, metric system comes online, and the Freemasons tell you it's so much better. However, it has been in an environment competing with the customary system for 200 years now, and it does not offer enough of a benefit to justify the cost of completely converting all of the tooling over to the metric system. If it did, we would have already, because we are in a competitive capitalist system.
Right.
That, to me, in itself tells you it's not all it's cracked up to be, because I've dealt with millimeters, and 1/25 of an inch is really hard to build around. 13/25 of an inch is 13 millimeters, right? Like, that's the difference between 13 and 17, you know, and it's harder to read the tape measure. It's harder to do quickly, and it's not as related to your body. An inch is that part of your finger. That's an inch, right? You've got a foot. Everyone knows what a foot is. Is your foot exactly a foot long? No, but it's close enough.
So
you have a cup, you have a spoon, you have a teaspoon, you have a tablespoon. You know what they are.
Based
Jeremy,
10,
see
but
that?
it also has a foot. So it has like you know, it's shaku is like it's like an inch, and 10 of those is 10 of those is a shaku. So a sun is like an inch. And so it's
Japanese, you said? Sorry.
Japanese, yeah.
Okay.
So it's decimal, but it has that intermediate. It has feet essentially. and for building and stuff like that. It's actually kind of nice. But
I have feet
meters
for
are a little
building
long.
too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I mean,
Come on, you're
it's
still
definitely
reading.
a lot easier to divide something in thirds when you're using fractions and feet than it is with metric. Metric into thirds is kind of a pain in the butt. In fact,
Yep.
you're not in thirds.
Right. And how do you even measure it to make sure that it's in
never going to
thirds?
be.
You can't.
And
The
but
English
the
are
thing
still
is,
using
I'm not a
stones
metalworker.
for
I'm a
weight.
woodworker. So
What's that, Steve?
I'm not a metal worker. I'm a woodworker. So it's okay.
But it's related. And for you,
Oh, it is.
16th
It
of
is
an inch is
related.
enough, right?
If
Like,
I'm off by like a what would be a 64th? No, I guess I should say a 16th of a millimeter. Doesn't matter at all. I'll glue it up. You won't see the line.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
my husband is a precision machinist.
okay. Yeah.
Swiss.
Yeah. So if you're a 16th of a millimeter off in a car, you're gonna have a blown gasket.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he did his apprenticeship with Mettler.
With who?
Wow.
Mettler.
That's that's the industry. We have a precision machining within our fab shop.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different world, and it's fascinating. But even then, those guys don't think in metric. Like everything is in thousands and 10,000.
Well, my husband does. He thinks in metric, and he's super annoying because he's so caught up in the details.
That's why he's good at what he does. Like you have to be to be a machinist, right?
Whenever I do anything, he does it over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except for my wool and stuff.
I worked with a Swiss. So Brooks is talking about the Swiss. I worked at a cabinet shop recently, and
which is basically precision machining for wool.
We were all metric, and the guy that he was in his department. I took his department. Was he was Swiss living up here, and man, that guy was he was impressive.
Yeah, I know they're really impressive. They can't settle for not even a half a millimeter less. It's just terrible.
Half a millimeter is huge.
And whenever we talk about measurements, I'm like, yeah, it was about that big. He goes, no, it was this big.
Yeah, half a millimeter is huge.
And I'm like, no,
anyway, the guy would just walk around and fix all the machines, including like the $1 million robotic, like automatic sanding machine, and he just like be tweaking with it and calling the Italian maker. Well, there's like 2 in the world, and he's like calling them like, well, you need to like change the software in the box, and it's like, how do you know that?
That's cool.
How do you know any of this stuff? He's a pretty impressive guy. Very humbling.
Yeah. My husband actually took apart a clock that his grandfather had that had, what do you call it, seized? So the spring seized, but it was wound when it seized.
Oh.
And so it was winter, Telegraph Creek, minus 38 degrees Celsius. So he gets this thing out on the kitchen table, right? And he opens it up and I'm in the kitchen working, and he's like, he's touching it and jumping and touching it and jumping. And I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, oh, it's going to go. It's going to go. And then all of a sudden it just goes boom. And all these tiny little pieces just fly all over the room.
Yeah.
That's what happens when I mess with machines.
And I'm like, you're not going to ever put that back together again. And he goes, oh, well, see. And he's on his hands and knees, and he's got his little magnet thingy out, and he's finding all these pieces. And then he got that thing going again.
Yeah.
He got it all working. Oh, he just got so impressed.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Yeah, that's not easy.
Stuff works, and you just learn those principles, and you can like apply them. And, yeah, it's impressive to see people who know how to do stuff.
Yeah, he's really good, really good. But he can't remember your name or your phone number.
Right. Nathan agreed. Couldn't agree more.
Names
I agree with you.
are arbitrary.
Well, so I'm gonna talk this. So I'm gonna add a little more meat to my argument against metric. It comes to my argument against zero. So zero did not come to the West until Newton and Laplace. So before that, or Leibniz, sorry, not Laplace. So zero kind of violated the Western cosmology, because the idea of zero is that it represented nothing, but that idea was blasphemous because God fills all things. God is in all things. So we can't have a zero, because that would imply that there's a place that God is not. So zero was seen with suspicion, and it was not allowed into the culture.
Yeah.
Now,
I just listened to something about this recently, and it was so fascinating.
yeah. Well, and here's the thing with zero is that it represents nothing and it represents infinity. It's zero and it's infinity, which is why you can't divide by it.
Right.
So it's both. So it's like outside of category, it breaks categories, and that made the Western cosmology really messy. And what was interesting about it was that Newton came along, and Newton wanted to. His whole goal was to calculate Easter more accurately. So he set out to make a better calendar. But the problem with that's where he developed calculus to come up with the orbits that were not quite circular, to be able to predict where the planets were with a heliocentric model. And because of that, he was able to predict Easter more accurately using zero. And he could only invent calculus because he had zero. So he had zero that allowed him to make calculus that allowed him to predict Easter more accurately, which is what led to the Reformation.
Far out.
Wow, Jeremy.
So, and because here's why, right? So you have someone who says we have science and our math is more accurate at predicting Easter than your Aristotelian cosmology with a geocentric model of the world. So obviously our model is more effective than your model because we predict Easter better than you do. Now, he didn't set out to do that, but that was the result.
I just want to say that, so in conclusion, nothing started the Reformation.
Yes, that's
Man, I think the
accurate.
biggest reason to bring the zero to the West.
What's that?
So that the best reason to bring the zero to the West is so you can lose the zero and get with the hero. What else would we say if we didn't have that?
I think we know why God. No, I think I realize this. Now we know why God had us go for over 24 hours of live streams. We literally finally solved the Reformation.
Yeah.
And nothing started.
And this is why the metric system is demonic.
Yes, that's it. So
the 88 of you who are listening right now, I just want you to know we just tore a hole in the time-space continuum. We have figured it out.
It
Another
it
record.
significantly contributed to undermining the authority of the church and increasing the ascendancy of the autistic Freemasons' claim on truth and reality, right? So it was. I'm not saying it caused it. I was being facetious, but I am saying it definitely contributed.
The guys that I know that are Freemasons, that actually maps on pretty well.
Well, being autistic?
No, seriously. I only know 4, but all of them definitely are spectrum dudes.
Yeah. So, Jedediah, you just missed it, buddy. I took you through my exposition of zero. I read a really great book about it. It's called Zero, the Biography of a Dangerous Idea. And this guy basically traces the history of the concept of zero through history. And it's a really great book. And so I'm leaning heavily on that, but adding some of my own research into it. And I actually want to do kind of a series on it, or at least probably an annoying autistic lengthy video about it, because it is a really fascinating subject. So it goes back to Pythagoreanism, right? So it goes back to Pythagoras and the mystery religion, and it's been a part of it, and it's been very difficult to reconcile. And it, like I said, it undermined the Aristotelian cosmology, and the Roman Catholic Church had firmly latched on through scholasticism onto the Aristotelian cosmology. And so when you have something that undermines that, I'm saying it contributed to the Reformation.
Okay, we have a request from the chat, the Hive Mind.
Okay.
Nathan would watch your autistic video on Zero Chair.
Sounds good. I'll work on that, because I think there's a lot to it, and like I said, the other interesting thing about Zero is that it's a dual nature, right? So it's really interesting, because it actually kind of refers back to a transcendent God who is outside of time and space, but also but also the immanent God that's in time and space, right? So it ties back to that, because Zero itself is beyond category, because it's nothing and it's infinite.
It's the
So with
alpha
your
and
zero, so with your zero theory, are you then opposed to trying to line up the old and the new calendars, to try and line up Easter to bring unification across the globe, or are you a staunch, let's keep this, because Pascha and
Calendar's a
May
whole different thing, bro.
Pascha and May gets a little ridiculous, dude. We're doing Lamentations, and it's brightly and sunny out.
Yeah, no, I know. So that was the original, like originally Pascha was, the argument was, should it be always on Sunday or should it be on Pascha, which was, the first full moon after the spring equinox. And then, so it was, Pascha was first full moon after the spring equinox. And then it was, because that's from the Jewish calendar. That's what it was. And then it moved to, no, it's got to be on Sunday for all of the symbolism related to that. And because the first one was on Sunday. So let's always make it on Sunday. And so it was always been the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. But you had the Julian calendar, and then you have the Georgian calendar. And the Julian calendar thinks that the first day of spring, it's not related to the astronomical first day of spring. And so that's why we have the drift between the two, because half the Orthodox Church is on the Julian calendar and half of it is on the Georgian calendar. So yeah, no, that's way above my pay grade. Calendars are another fascinating thing for me, right? So like before Julian calendar, the calendar was 364 days long, so that it was always 52 times 7, so that all of the holy days fell on the same day of the week every year. But you drifted, your calendar drifted away from or around the astronomical events. So your calendar wasn't really related to astronomical events, but this holy day was always on this day every year. So there were no leap years, right? And that's actually what caused the Essenes to split off, right? So you had the Pharisees and the Essenes. The Pharisees said, we're going to adopt the Julian calendar, because they were trying to cozy up with the Romans. And the Essenes were like, that's anathema, that's heresy. We're keeping the calendar that was given to our fathers. And they traced it all the way back to Adam, said, this was the calendar, the holy calendar Adam was given. We're keeping it. And they went off into the desert. And that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls came from. But it was, that schism was over a calendar, right?
So the Orthodox are the SEC.
Hey, Jeremy, do you mind if I jump in here, just because I'm limited on time, and I just,
no.
You said zero, and sorry, I got the sun coming in here. You were talking about zero.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to throw something out at you, because I've been on that subject. Just, it comes up in meditation for me all the time.
Interesting.
So I was trying to get into how oneness gets experienced, and so the oneness, to me, there you kind of have this obverse relationship between the one and the zero, right? Because the one contains all other numbers, and then the zero is the negation of number, but they're related. So they just seem related. So it kind of fits into an idea of a binary monism.
Yes. And one defines the other, but it's an interrelated definition, right?
Like there is no one without zero, and there is no zero without one.
Yes. That is basically the worldview of the people who invented computers, that you could capture reality just with 0 and 1, right? Like all of reality can be modeled with 0 and 1, which I don't agree to necessarily, but that was their worldview.
Well, I think that what's missing in that kind of the computerized version of it is that it's actually just one essential whole in a sense, like that binary is the one, if that makes sense.
Yes, because they're interrelated definitions, right? Yeah, you can't like
It's
you can't
just
have one
it's like an
without the other.
observation issue for us.
Yes, yes,
So
I agree with you.
It's the observational problem. We're collapsing a wave front essentially, and it can only be observed as one, or it has this observational issue, but that doesn't mean that it's not.
But one contains the other. Yes, I would agree with that.
So anyway, I just have been thinking about that, and I don't know how that connected to what you were talking about with zero, but
No, you're dialing into the tricky nature of zero. So here's the thing, right? Like math people love zero and they've got to have zero, but zero breaks their system at the same time. You can't divide by zero, and zero can't be defined. Zero is nothing and it's infinite, and there's different kinds of infinite that it is. So it at the same, while being instrumental and key to a mathematical worldview, it also at the same time undermines it. It's basically zero is like the smallest manifestation of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, basically. Right. So Gödel's incompleteness theorem says I can either well, hold on, I'm trying to think of how to articulate it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to.
It reminds me of almost like the event horizon of like a black hole. Like at the edge of zero, everything, it can contain all the information, but then the information just evaporates. It disappears.
Yeah. And so Gödel's incompleteness theorem is I can, if my system is complete, then it's incoherent. If my system is coherent, it's incomplete. And that's the paradox that's at the basis of mathematics.
Right.
And it undermines mathematics and it breaks mathematics, but the math guys don't want to talk about it.
Well, what is that? How does that fit in with by the time you introduce things like chaos theory into the equation and come up with things like fractal geometries and that kind of stuff?
So this is how this is what deconstructed my materialist worldview. This is how I became orthodox. I discovered chaos theory unintentionally on my own by studying the production. I was a project manager, and there were two questions every week: how many are we going to ship next week, and when is this one going to ship? So I asked my mentor, who had been a project manager for 40 years, how many were we going to ship next week? And he said between 60 and 150. And I said, when is this going to ship? And he said, when it ships, and we won't know it ships until it ships. And I was like, you can't predict it? And he was like, no. And so I was like, well, that can't be right. So I set out to try to answer those questions, and I studied math, and I got into probability, and I had a background in probability because of a gambling addiction. And so I knew probability well, but that's what led me into studying. Yeah, you're right, Marcus. I was being a little facetious. Please forgive me. I'm saying it is interesting, but it's also very uncomfortable because it causes all kinds of problems. But anyway, back to the chaos theory. So chaos theory, what's really interesting about it is that when the way to know that something is a chaotic system is when there's no scale, right? So at every scale that you look at, the output looks the same. And what I noticed is if I look at the output of one person, it's a wave and it's within a range, and it's generally a predictable range, but every person has their own predictable range, right? There's no two people that have the same predictable range. So, but if you take 5 welders and you look at their output and you look at it, it's a wave. And if you measure the magnitude of that wave, it's the same as the magnitude of the variance in one person's output. And if you measure the variance in the output of the whole shop, it's the same magnitude of variance at the whole shop level. So that indicated to me that we had a chaotic system, which meant it's inherently unpredictable.
Yeah,
that's the nature of chaotic systems.
Well, have you ever, Jeremy? Have you ever heard of agile project management? Like it comes out of the software world. Yeah, and it only maps loosely to what we do because what we do is more physical. Like computer programming is so abstract that it's much easier to manage it with that system, but it's much more difficult because we have the physicality. Right. We've looked at that, but it really just doesn't map on very well.
And it's also super unsophisticated. The Kanban method, which is like applying lean to software,
I think has a lot of the Six Sigma kind of stuff without the expectation of determinism and predictability. So Gamma
Yeah.
method's pretty good. You might be interested in that, but
No, we use that in my IT department to track all of our internal IT projects, but we don't use it on the floor because it doesn't translate well. Here's the reason: we have between 20 and 30 projects going on at any given time, and every week you're assigning different numbers of resources to each of those projects, and they're all in different states of starting and stopping. So they're all in different life stages as far as the project goes, but we're all also trying to keep our resources busy. But we can't predict which resources, how many resources a supervisor is going to attach to a particular project. So basically, when our customers ask us how long is it going to take, the official mathematical answer is we don't know, and that doesn't sell well. I'll just tell you that. I ended up with in the hospital as a project manager because of stress and a panic attack that I thought was a heart attack. Thank God it wasn't. But
did you cover this? 1 and 0 are the same?
Yeah. We just talked about that. Well, the dirty shop talk, by the way, on project management is stuff I love. So I'm a general manager, so I work side by side with PMs all the time. So
I see. Yeah. So as a project manager, I was trying to answer those things. And actually what I ended up doing was I built we had a beautiful data set. We had 10 years of data from 7 large scale pipe fabrication shops. And I was able to throw that all into a database and do whatever I wanted to it. And it was so fun. And that's where I discovered chaos theory. But I also built a Monte Carlo simulation shipment predictor, and it worked really well up until we sent it to paint. And here's why: because everything in production is based around size and material type. So all the stainless stuff needs to be together, all of the carbon stuff needs to be together, and then we had some like nickel and stuff like that. But those were the 2 main categories: carbon, stainless, and size. Right? Those are how things move through the shop until it gets to paint, because paint is batching everything around paint batch size, like paint batch sizing and paint batches. So there were different paint systems that needed to be applied. So they were waiting for a sufficient batch size so that they weren't wasting paint, which completely breaks all of the prediction model. So it was already unpredictable, and then you throw it to paint and forget about it. So you would know something was going to ship when it shipped. So after 4 years of doing a rigorous mathematical study of all of this, I went back to my mentor and he said, how many are we going to ship next week? And I said 60 to 150. And I'm 82% sure of that. That's my 80% certainty range. And he said, and when is that one going to ship? And I said, when it ships.
So let me back up.
Right. He was dead right.
Though. Okay, Jeremy. So you're discovering that, like, and I'm terrible at math, but I understand the concept of chaos theory. Like, I understand it tracks, right?
Right.
So as you're discovering that, how does that connect into like your Orthodox? I'm Episcopal. I'm progressive Episcopal Christian, right?
Sure.
But how does that build into your cosmology, right? So you're
currently, or at that time,
or how that has influenced how you're seeing things now.
So it's what formed the first cracks in my reductionist deterministic thinking. Now, chaos theory is deterministic, but it's not predictable. Right. So I know the inputs to my system, but I don't know the outputs. And also the crazy thing with chaos systems is that you can change one small thing over here and it has this huge effect over here, and that's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to, what keeps a chaotic system alive is that it is organic and that it is people-based rather than machine-based. And so it has to be resilient. You have to build anti-fragility. This is where the whole anti-fragile book comes in, right? Mm-hmm. It's related to this. Yeah. So it started undermining my reductionist, like I believed in Laplace's demon, right? So Laplace's demon was, if I know the position and velocity of all particles in the universe at a given time, I can predict where it's going to be anytime in the future or the past. If I just knew that, if I knew, and chaos theory breaks that. Chaos theory says no. Yeah. There are too many variables that interact for it to be predictable. And and even small, here's another way that you know you have a chaotic system. Tiny fluctuations lead to very diverging results when they're iterated over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's big things divide out. So what this led to for me was starting to go, okay, maybe there's more to the world than this science stuff. And honestly, this is where I started this is where I started like reopening up to meditation and reopened up to starting to get back into my Eastern practices. But that's when Jordan Peterson came on the scene and started talking about the Bible in a non-historic, like he's like, I don't want to talk about the historicity of the Bible. It's irrelevant to my discussion. And I was like, pardon me? Like what? I've never heard anyone talk about the Bible like this. Because the Mormon, like I grew up Mormon, and Mormons are very Bible literist, right? Literalist, as much as everybody in this realm hates that word, and I do too, for all of the reasons. But that's what they call themselves, right? They just see it very straightforward, and that's what I grew up in. You know, so to answer your, I know this is a really long answer to your question.
No, it's okay.
I'm trying to wander my way there, but this is something that I shared with Lance earlier today. What I realized, and it just dawned on me today, I had been handed a completely immanent God. Okay. The God of the Mormons lives in this universe. He was created and he developed and eventually became God as a result of his perfect obedience to the laws of this universe. They believe that matter is eternal. And they believe that the laws, the physical and spiritual laws, are eternal. And they believe that all blessings from God are a result of obedience to the law on which those blessings are predicated. Okay, it's transactional. I was handed that God as a child and as a young man, and it was a missionary for it. The problem was,
just to interject something that reminds
sure.
me so much of like a deeply Mesopotamian myth form.
Yes.
That the gods were subject to the tablets of destiny.
Yes,
right?
Exactly right. Yes, they have that. My daughter actually came to that conclusion on her own. She was like, I think the Mormons are pagans. And I was like, because she's been reading Homer this year for school. She's been reading, you know, the Iliad and the Odyssey, and then she read the Epic of Gilgamesh. They read the Aeneid, and now she's in Dante's Inferno. And she was like, I think the Mormons are pagan. I was like, yeah, I agree with you. So I was given this imminent God, and that wasn't working. That was broken. And honestly, what happened was it was broken by The Matrix, that movie, right? I was in 1999. I was 23 years old and newly married, and I saw The Matrix in the theater 7 times. What was so transformative for me is that it points at the transcendent God, and transcendence is the truth, right? And that's the kind of the Eastern monism approach. So I started getting into martial arts. I started practicing martial arts, and I fully engaged with the transcendent God, and the Gnosticism and the New Age and the Taoism and all of that. And then that was deconstructed one time by a speech where a woman was sharing that she had a stroke on the left side of her brain, and she was having these right brain experiences, and she was explaining experiences I had in my meditation. And I was like, oh, that just means it's just a product of my brain. And I went right into materialism and gave up immanent God, gave up transcendent God. Then chaos theory showed up and started undermining that. Jordan Peterson shows up, starts undermining that. Jonathan Pageau starts undermining that. And I start getting the symbolic worldview. And all of a sudden, I'm being introduced to a transcendent God who's immanent.
Okay.
He's outside of category. He's outside and above all things. And he's in all things. And let everything that hath breath praise the Lord. Right.
Awesome.
So I think everything participates in the divinity now.
Okay. So I've got a question that I kind of want you to problematize. But Steve, it sounds like you might have had something to say.
Oh,
you have something? I just didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it was just what martial art. I was curious.
Which martial art, Jeremy?
Oh, I did. Jeremy, it was called Ninpo. So it was ninjutsu, but it was an old family line of ninjutsu, and there had been like a split. There had been a schism in the ninja world, and
not Hakamatsu. I know what you mean, but Japanese.
Yeah, it was Japanese.
Okay, so here's it's interesting because I think based on what we're talking about, I think you'll probably be able to track. I want to present a cosmology to you.
Okay.
So my practice, I would say, is like Christian mysticism. So I'm very influenced by the Eastern theologians, Dionysus and Maximus and Gregor of Nyssa and these guys are very important.
Yes.
But I think I remember discovering chaos theory maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And so I'll take those concepts into meditation, and some of my meditation practices is just if something's sticking in my mind, I'll spend time kind of looking at it. And what's emerged is two things: is a principle of plenitude, that at an ontological level, there is not a distinction between possibility and necessity. So something, and by thing, I mean it must be perfectible or subject to theosis, right? It has to be, it has to reach. So if a thing can exist, it must exist, because that thing would then reflect the glory of God. So there's no lack in God, essentially. So it's more of a theological point than anything else. But as I began to meditate on that, what emerges was, and mind you, this is at a symbolic level. I can't supply mathematics for it, but I've been thinking about some of these concepts that like Tegmark talks about, like this ensemble multiverse type thing of like, well, that would mean that if a world is possible, it's going to happen at some point, right? So what I was seeing was this, it's this fractal unfolding of, in a sense, universe after universe after universe. Like we reach the eschaton. This is the seed that blows the whole thing up, right? That ultimately what ends up happening is the most coherent icon I can provide for a cosmology is actually the tree of life.
Yep.
It's this fractal branching, so it has it has an order and a structure, but it's an organic order and structure that repeats on that self-similar concept within chaos mathematics and with the fractal geometry. Is this principle of self-similarity, is that there is the world that God creates unfolds to the superlative degree that it can unfold. And so it's a cosmology that I think, where in some senses, like if you take the concept of theosis and maybe even say that, guys like Joseph Smith were actually not bold enough in their eschatological imagination, because they didn't account for what theosis, like in the Orthodox sense, would actually look like, is that in some way we will be participating in the lives of not just this world, but whatever worlds would unfold from that.
I don't have a problem with that. The way I was explaining theosis to my daughter was that she had just learned about asymptotes in school. So an asymptote is something that it goes up very rapidly at first, and then it starts curving off. Like if anyone has started lifting weights, like the weights you're lifting go up really quickly, and then they start kind of leveling off, and then you have to do a lot more work to get it to go up a little bit. That's an asymptotic relationship. But the idea behind an asymptote is that it gets closer and closer and closer to one, but never becomes one. It just infinitely goes closer and closer and closer. And you have to go further and further out in time, and you have to go do more and more, expend more and more effort to get closer to one, but it can never reach one. And that to me is theosis, right? Theosis is getting closer and closer to one, but we can never, this is the difference between our cosmology and Mormon cosmology, is that in Mormon cosmology, they see that as a repeating pattern. They believe God was created.
Right.
And he lives within that pattern. For the Orthodox, God is outside of time and space and above it, because he's the source of it, and he's uncreated. And we are created. And because we are created, we will never be able to fully bridge the final divide between created and uncreated. We will never be able to participate in that.
Here's a metaphor that I would like to stack. I would stack on that, is that you kind of have the regressive infinite.
Yes.
Right. That you're talking about, like the asymptotic, right?
Yes.
And then you have the progressive infinite, right? And they're, I guess a way you could say is overlapping, right? Is that the progression that I see within theosis is that you have arrived at a union such that your progressive experience is fully divinized. but you're
Yes.
never arriving at the regressive point. Right. That's the point. That's the journey that this never ends quantitatively, but this is, in a sense, the journey deeper into the mystery where there is no ultimate arrival.
Yes.
And there doesn't need to be an ultimate arrival.
Yes. This is
relationship.
Yeah, this is sainthood, right? Sainthood. Yeah. And this, so a saint has gotten close enough to that to understand a particular domain of the Logos and participates in a way that aligns with God, the way Adam did when he was in the garden, and God would bring him the animal, and whatever Adam named it was appropriate because Adam saw the world the way God sees the world. Mm-hmm. That's what sainthood is. That's what theosis is. Theosis. So there's 9 levels of contemplation. There's 9 levels of prayer in the Orthodox tradition, and the final level is called contemplative prayer, but it's actually not even prayer. It's just called God's vision. It's the vision of God, and it's not you seeing God. It is you seeing the world the way God sees the world. That's the final layer of prayer, right? And so yeah, this totally maps on what you're saying, and I also believe in a recursion, right? So the fractal can go up or down, right? That fractal goes up and down.
Right.
You know, and this is kind of what I was trying to explain the other day, where like a fractal, like another way to think of a fractal is, so instead of saying, okay, when your capillary, like capillaries are a good example of a fractal. When your capillary gets 1 centimeter long, split it, and then when it gets down to 3.8 centimeters long, split it. There's not enough room to store all of that information, and so your genetics they store fractals. So what your genetics say is when your blood vessel has gotten the length of 5 diameters of the blood vessel split into something that's like 80% of the size of or like 70% of the size of the original one. And so it splits down and it splits down and splits down because it can do that all the way down. Right. Because it only needs to know one rule, and that is when you reach 5 diameters split. That's a fractal.
And that's the tree of life.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
You guys excited David from off the sidelines when you started talking about this computational stuff, and he's ready to jump in.
Well, guys, I'm gonna step off screen and just watch. Jeremy, I love this interaction, man. That was so rad.
I feel the same way. This is really fun, Jedediah. Thank you.
So Jason's calling in from India. Is that right, Jason?
Jason's the one who drew me out. I saw him on. I haven't seen Jason in a while, so I was like, oh.
I know.
I'll jump on.
It's been a few weeks. Yeah, I probably can't stay long, but it's not always a good thing hopping in mid when Jed's going on his tangents. I hopped in the middle and I'm like, oh no, I gotta pay attention now. You guys are talking about some crazy stuff. But yeah, I'm in India right now, so I probably can't stay long because I gotta go spend some time with the kids. It's one of them's birthday today, so.
Welcome from India. That's cool.
Yeah,
Jason is reading a book that I have recommended to him, and I want to talk to him about so bad, The Epic of Gilgamesh.
My daughter read that this year in her classical literature class, and she loved it
so much.
Read that in the 5th grade. I went to a Catholic elementary school for a couple of years.
I like it so much.
Cool.
We have a guy who grew up a Syrian Catholic, and and now he's Orthodox, and yeah, we've had some great discussions about Gilgamesh.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys know he's Nimrod, right?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Jeremy, I hered you talking yesterday, and I was like, oh, he knows some things. He knows
No.
things.
No. Listen to me. I put the subtitle rubbing you the wrong way because, like, I spend way too much time thinking about stuff, and I'm not very good at talking about stuff. So when I start talking about stuff, I'm like overly confident, and it really it's abrasive.
No, there's things that people can't fake, and so when you mention something in passing, I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I'm curious what you're referring to because I dropped quite a few of those.
I don't want to seem like a crazy, guys. I don't want to seem like a crazy. But you were talking about Joseph Smith, and you were talking about Freemasonry, and you were talking about a couple of other things, and I was like,
yeah,
okay, yeah.
Well, you know, I didn't know what it meant to, like, all these people were like, well, Joseph Smith was Freemason. And I was like, so, okay, was that a problem? Like when I was a missionary, right? I didn't know. And then I got home and started studying Freemasonry. And I was like, ooh, this is a problem.
Right.
Yeah, right. So, and to be clear to the audience, if you haven't studied Freemasonry, it's Luciferian. So what does Luciferian mean? Luciferian means you are manifesting your will in the world. That's the difference between magic and mysticism. Mysticism is a surrender to God. It's a surrender of your will. Magic is manifesting your will in the world, and you are trying to appease or trying to cajole or bribe demons into helping you manifest your will in the world. And that's magic, and that's Freemasonry, that's Luciferianism. And another way to think of Luciferianism is the spirit of grabbing and reaching into the future and pulling it into the present.
Jeremy, I wonder if you will agree with me on something, which is I think some of how far do I want to go with this? I think the founding of America is considerably, it's so Masonic, and people don't understand the difference between, like, I think Mormonism, sorry, this connects. I believe Mormonism is the most American religion that has ever existed.
I couldn't agree more.
And
yeah, I couldn't agree
people
more.
don't realize that the founding fathers they're more Freemason than they are Orthodox Christian.
Yes. So in our state capitol, or I mean in the Senate, I mean in the Capitol building, on the dome, in the Capitol dome, there's a picture. It's
ascending.
an icon of
George Washington ascending,
experiencing apotheosis.
Yeah. Yes,
what is the difference between theosis and apotheosis?
Or let's another one is that the image of a temple is what the Lincoln Monument is.
It's the Temple of Zeus.
It's the Temple of Zeus, but instead of Zeus is Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, and he's sitting in the same posture that Zeus sat on.
Yes,
it's a remanifestation of the Roman Empire. Yeah, and
sorry, everyone within this corner has had all these conversations about, we all know what it means if Chicago is corrupt and all this, Pajot and all these conversations about principalities. America certainly has a spirit, and I don't think people have fully reckoned with what it is.
Right. So, and to tie on to your connection between Mormonism, Freemasonry, and the founding fathers, Mormons literally believe that the Constitution is a revealed document from God, and that the American government is God's revealed government on the earth.
Well,
and if they had saints the way we have saints, the founding fathers would be saints. They would be revered. They would be venerated by Mormons.
Yes, and I think this actually ties in with Jason and I, and then Jason abandoned me, and I had to lead my judge's Bible study all on my lonesome. Though Sandy joins in. Sandy does such a great job. But a lot of people have said, and it was written directly, that manifest destiny, and during the time of the founding of America, the indigenous people were referred to as Canaanites. That was written in because the idea was the Christians needed a promised land just like Israel had, and that America is a great contender for it. And so they needed to clear the land and everything. And here's the thing, is I read Judges over and over again, and I've studied it immensely, is that, please bear with me because I'm going to say something crazy and then I'll back it up. I think that Judges and the conquest narrative actually do overlay well on each other, but that's because Judges is a tragedy about how the sins of the leaders are ingrained in the way that they are leaders, and that it's a corruption that will lead to the exile. It's
a revelation of the inversion. Judges is an inversion, right? All of the characters of Judges are inversions. Like Samson is an inversion of David.
Right. And it's not just that, but it's God using utter failure, and that it is supposed to be, it's the issue with with tone and genre is very, very important. Tone and genre lets you know whether or not what you're watching is horrifying or if you're supposed to be laughing, right? And so many people grew up reading Judges as heroic and not realizing that they were reading an epic tragedy.
I agree with you. I agree with that reading.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that you're supposed to cry and exhale deeply. I told this to Jason when we were talking about Judges initially, is when you finish that book, you are supposed to go.
Yeah.
That is the implied last line.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh no, Jason is leaving though. What? Has he already left? Perhaps.
No. So
Okay,
it looks like his internet might have frozen. Oh, he's back. So we need to let India speak while India can speak.
Yeah, speak for the country.
Oh no, I gotta run, but speak for the country. No, I gotta run. I just I love everything you guys are talking about. I wish I could catch more because I love talking about those topics and everything. But I was gonna ask a quick question before I go. Hopefully this won't throw too much of a curveball because I still struggle. I grew up in quick context. I grew up in like the kind of, I guess what you classify as health, wealth, prosperity kind of gospel stuff, which is very, very similar to magic in my mind now. It's like you're kind of, which I still struggle with that because I'm like, I don't necessarily always see things wrong with that because their basic principle is like, ultimately God wants you to be healthy, like wealthy, prosperous, things like that. And so
does he?
I do see. Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Well,
I don't know if I accept that presupposition.
Well, I think that's kind of our idea with heaven, but maybe it's in a different way than we think of. Like when you're prosperous, it might not be about like money because you can't take that with you anyway. So I think that's where it goes off the rails. I'm not trying to defend it. I guess
I
saying
understand.
that's my context.
Sure.
So that's what I'm used to. But I often still wonder things. There's something I still experience this, and I don't know if it's right. So I constantly struggle with it. But when you see somebody struggling with an illness, I have that inside of me where like I want to almost be like, if this is God's will that they die, like if they get cancer and if they go on to get sicker and sicker and die, if that is God's will, there's something still inside of me that wants to be like, I'm going to draw my circle and I'm going to pray fervently against this, even if it is God's will that they die. I'm going to pray against it. And like that feels to me like magic, but something about it still feels like it's almost coming from a pure place because you don't want, because what we know of death is departing and you don't want them to depart. And it is selfish in some ways, but I still struggle with it. And I think the only places I maybe could justify it in scripture is like where there's one place in Ezekiel where God says, I sought for a man to stand between me and the city that I wouldn't destroy it, but I found no one. So he's almost like looking for a man to stand in between his judgment and so that's what I still struggle with. Is there a time and place to actually draw your circle and perform your, like, you know what I mean? Like even that's probably the worst way to phrase it, but yeah.
No, I mean we're told. I mean, there's the parable of the unjust judge, right? Where the widow is knocking on his door, knocking on his door, and finally he's just like, "Fine, please." So I hear where you're coming from, but also I will say a couple of things from the Orthodox view that have helped me with what you're troubled with. One is they teach that God takes us at the best possible moment for our salvation, right? So when you die, that was the best, like the most merciful moment, the most repentant time for you as a person, that he can give you all the benefit of the doubt. So when someone dies, we see that as a mercy, regardless of when it happens, regardless of the age. Not that it's easy. We see it's still a tragedy. Death is a tragedy. It's a fallen nature, right? But it's still, we are taken at that time. So second of all, I would say that there's another tradition there's a story of a saint who his spiritual father had died and came back to him. Oh no, it was a woman, and she came back to her spiritual daughter and told her, if I would have known when I was alive what I know now, I would have prayed for more suffering. and
Yeah,
and we believe there's like there's a healing and there's a holiness that is forged only through suffering.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah,
And
I've often
if
prayed
you
the
want
same
to
thing
experience
myself.
the resurrection, you have to experience the crucifixion
Yeah,
of Christ.
like in that reminds me of Philippians, where he says, "I would like Christ, I ask that I would suffer the loss of all things, that I might experience His resurrection." Yeah,
That's
so I
it.
think I completely agree. I think it's good to pray for your suffering. I often pray for it myself. It's hard for me to pray it over others. Like I don't know how to do that, but for myself,
Well, what we just do is ask for God to have mercy on them, but we don't know what that looks like, right? We don't know divine justice. So mercy might be them dying, and mercy might be them being healed. And there's this story in Scripture too. It was like, well, who sinned, Lord, him or his parents? And it was like, no, he was born blind for the glory of God, right? So the glory of God could be revealed, right? So we don't know. It's not transactional like that. I think that's that's the danger. That's the magic, is when you get into the transactional view of, if I'm holy and if I pray a lot, then God's going to answer my prayers.
Well, and if we do become familiar with what we require for repentance and for goodness, if we know what that is, then Jason, difficulty has made you who you are in quite a positive way. And so I don't think that it is a non-Christian thing to ask that for other people.
Right. I agree.
I've actually, one of the times that this became the most evident is I had a friend and he was making a terrible decision with his life. And it was relationship related. And I was praying to God. I was just like, please, like, it seems like he will not do this willingly. And if he won't, then, bring about tragedy for good to happen. And then I took what I was praying and I prayed it for myself and said, God, I ask that you bring about tragedy in my life if there is anything keeping me from you. Just to draw me closer, I'm telling you right now, I do it willingly, and that's what I want, right?
Yeah.
Is that I think when we do things that we could interpret as negative, one of the ways of understanding them fully is actually taking them inward and seeing if they can be judgments upon ourselves in a positive way, to seek to figure out how we can move forward. And I think this probably connects with what you were saying, Jeremy, as well. I think the incredible flip of Christianity is the understanding that the Messiah is Joseph primarily, and like the Messiah
Joseph
was
Smith?
No. So
Don't put that again.
In Judaism, there's 4 messiahs, also known as
sorry. Okay.
also known as
I
the
was
4
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, also known as the 4 craftsmen. And the Messiah was the son of David, or would just be called David. And that's the one that's like everyone thought of as the Messiah. So oftentimes when you're having conversations with Jews about the Messiah, there's 4 different ones. And some of the passages of scripture we use are in fact used within Judaism about the other 3, but we're trying to make them about David. Okay. But the glory of Joseph who becomes the king of the world, but he does so, the son of Joseph, the craftsman. Oh, I wonder what that sounds like. The son of Joseph, the craftsman.
Who was sold for 30 pieces of silver.
By Judas. Judah in Judas is the same name. So Judah betrays betrayed Judas of the 12 betrays Joseph, and he symbolically is killed, right? He's buried in the ground. He's like, his clothing is literally dipped in blood. It's a sacrificial image, and he's continuously again and again betrayed, but is righteous. And through that, he saves the world.
He heals Egypt. Yeah, Egypt is the world, right?
And he appears first to his brothers, and they don't recognize him. And he must leave and return before they recognize him. And Judah is the one who realizes realizes their sin and says, truly, he is more righteous than I. To me, that's the redemption of Judah. And when Judah's there, he leads the brothers in redemption, which is related to, I think, Paul's ideas about the Jewish people.
Interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, but that image is that in the end, the king is Joseph. Is an image of Christ as Messiah that I think Christians have not focused on, because
that's why they call out "Son of David, have mercy on me" in the New Testament,
right.
for healing, right? Like the two blind men, "Son of David, have mercy on me."
I believe also so again, it was called the four craftsmen, or sometimes the son of the craftsman. By the way, Joshua, like the book of Joshua the son of Nun, who defeats all of those demons, because the Nephilim are who the demons become, are who the demons were. Joshua is a descendant of Joseph. So sometimes the Josephite Messiah is called Yeshua, the son of Joseph, the craftsman. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe, unless I'm mistaken, I'm going to have to look it up. The only time carpenter appears, it doesn't refer to Joseph as the carpenter. It refers to Jesus and says, "Is this not the son of the carpenter?"
Huh.
Which again, this title, the son of the craftsman.
There's also a Syrian tradition that the 30 pieces of silver that Judas used to sold Joseph for are the same 30 pieces of silver that Judas was paid, and that Jesus was actually the one who gave them to the treasury. He gave the 30 pieces of silver, and it's the same 30 pieces of silver that they were created by, or they were made by Abraham's father, uncle. So I can't remember the tradition, but yeah, if you look that up, Syrian tradition of 30 pieces of silver, that's a fun read, because it all ties. They tie it all together, and it's a Syriac tradition. Sorry, not Syrian, but a Syriac tradition of it being the same 30 pieces of silver.
Yeah.
So, and that they were also involved in like the Temple of Solomon, like they were in the doorway of the Temple of Solomon.
The two references in the New Testament to a carpenter is, it says, "Is this not the carpenter's son?" And "Is this not the carpenter, the son of Mary and brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon?" So again, it's related to this idea, the carpenter was actually a messianic title. It's the beginning. You can look it up. It's got a good Wikipedia page, surprisingly. If you just look up the four craftsmen, Messiah, great Wikipedia page. Follow every single thread. It's yeah.
Wikipedia is actually the name of an ancient Hebrew demon that should be avoided at all costs. And also another thing, I think, to really end this stream and the symbolic fervor it needs, I think Sherry needs to ask all of us to not fall asleep and to stay up with her and pray. And I think we all should just go to sleep.
There you go. Well, I'm not going to go to sleep, but I'm going to go somewhere. I'll be back if you guys are still here. Goodbye.
See ya. Thanks for joining, Steve.
Yeah. That's how you do.
I thought I had too much time on my hands, but
I know.
There's been a
Memorial
couple
Day
of
weekend,
faces.
McMo.
It's a holiday weekend. So.
Yeah, that's true. There's been a couple of faces on this stream that reminded me when I worked for a bar, where it's like you know you love seeing the same person over and over again, and recognize a familiar face, but after a while it's like, come on, dude.
Hey, I take offense to that. I was that guy.
It does feel like Cheers sometimes.
But the best thing is like, I mean, alcoholics keep the bars open. I mean, these casual drinkers that come in just for the fancy days, it's us alcoholics that keep the bars open.
It's right. That's why we give you guys the discounts.
It's addicts that run the world. Really, it does. Really, it is.
Well, especially on the internet where they could find each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, That's when I was talking. Yes, terrible.
Yeah, before the internet, like the people around you were like, "Dude, chill out. Like, what's your problem?"
Well,
now you're just like, "There's 1,000 people just like me, and we're having a conference next weekend. It's awesome."
Yeah. You're talking about
Kinda not
furries,
good.
right? This is where furries.
Not just furries. I'm talking about
specific.
Look at us. We're a bunch of degenerates sitting here on a Friday night.
I do like that the Lord of Spirits guys called their conference LoserCon. That I just love the fact that they did that.
The self-deprecating. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and that they're going to have a
Yeah,
like a
but Mo, I'm
D&D
sure
game
you went-
running the whole
Mo,
time.
you went to that, right? You went to LoserCon?
I should go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wonder, Lance, have you gotten the Lord of Spirits guys to autograph something for you yet?
I have. I really should. Get some, maybe I can autograph some underwear or something.
Get a tattoo of his autograph.
Actually, you know what? That's one thing that I get it. I've listened to a couple, and there's some I want to listen to, but that's actually something I haven't listened to a lot of.
Lord of Spirits.
The Giants episode is like, if you want to tie in the Book of Enoch to the Orthodox view, you really all need to you just need to listen to the Giants episode. They really kind of tie it, kind of what I was trying to talk about last night with the angels and demons and the Nephilim and the fallen ones and the Watchers. Like that at one episode kind of gives you a taste of what they're talking about and how it relates to Christianity.
But see, I had gotten into Heiser, so all this stuff's been around. I mean, this is. Damick and Steve, Father DeYoung, they didn't make this stuff up. It's been around, like very obvious stuff. So I'd kind of been through the Heiser thing, and I'm such a charismatic, like McMo, like, oh yeah, totally, yeah,
Are they the Lord of Spirits, or is it like a Lord of the Rings thing where nobody really knows who the Lord?
No,
Lord is?
it's a title in Enoch that's given to God.
I know. I'm sorry. I was being snarky.
No. Well, and this was a conversation not too many people saw it, but me and Michael were talking about that both C.S. Lewis and Tolkien had an understanding of what would be considered unseen realm, and so Sauron is very clearly a Nephilim. He's an ancient king, but actually an embodied fallen angelic figure, and once he dies, he possesses people through temptation. That's
yeah. And Gandalf is also a spiritual being.
Yeah. He's an angel. Yeah, very clearly, and appears like a human being, a taller than average human being. But there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, I get the difficulty in encountering that stuff, but for me the easiest way to enter into that space is to just tell people, look, Monsters Inc. isn't so crazy, and it's not just a kids movie. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know how it's going for other people, but I know that some of this stuff might seem deeply intimidating for people, but look, I know a lot of people that got closer to the gospel because of the revelations of Jeffrey Epstein, where it was just like, well, that's terrifying, and you just go, yeah, seems kind of strange, because aside from all the evil stuff, it also seemed effective. What do you? Doesn't that seem kind of strange? And that opened up a lot of scary but very important questions.
And that just ties in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it reminded me that Sandy asked a very long time ago, theosis and apotheosis. So, and this relates to what you're talking about. So theosis is surrendering your will to God's will and becoming one with God as close as you can. So you'll be 0.9999999999999, and you'll just every once in a while add another 9 to that, or a 1 to it, or whatever. You'll never become one, but you'll become as close as you can as a created being.
I hate that. Yeah, I hate that definition of theosis. But keep going, Jeremy.
It's very mathematical.
I love you. Keep going.
I know. Thank you. I love you too. It's my left brain autism, right? It's my math brain, right? It's coming closer and closer to God through eternity, right? Deeper communion with Him. Apotheosis is basically what Prometheus did. He stole the fire from the gods, gave to the people to manifest his will in the world, right? Like he saw the world as an unjust place and that the gods were being tyrannical. And it was the same story with Lucifer, right? So it's the Luciferian spirit is apotheosis, where you are trying to take the light from the gods and manifest it yourself because you see yourself as God. And it's different than theosis, which you don't lose your personhood in communion with God, but you are always in submission to God. In
and
apotheosis,
isn't
you
that
are
what
trying to
happened in the
manifest
garden?
yourself as God in the world.
Isn't that what
What's
happened in
that?
the garden? You were trying to grab something before you were ready for it.
Yeah, you're reaching into the future and pulling it into the present. That's Luciferianism, right? And that's apotheosis. You're trying to manifest yourself as God in the world by transcending the God, by violating all the rules of the world, showing that the world does not have an effect on you.
Do you guys see to me, there's like a glaring parallel, and I wonder if y'all see it, between the way you just laid that out with kind of my radical understanding of works righteousness versus grace by faith kind of an idea, where like a works righteousness would forgive me, but I'm surrounded by the ortho, so I'm gonna pick a little bit on the orthodox.
No, go ahead. No,
but
because I think
they won't
agree
be
with you.
they won't be substantive picks. They'll just be little jabs that show how immature I am.
I
But
live in a
like,
passive aggressive environment. I'm used to
that. But like the Luciferian spirit, to me, I don't like the idea of bringing the light of God down or something. I prefer the idea of something closer, like climbing Mount Athos, because it has to do with your ability to climb. And I'm sure Chad, you may have heard Chad mention this before, but there's a song that is really, really, it's kind of one of my like anchor points, and it's called Lower Still. And it kind of just tells the story of Christ as this kind of infinite descent. And you know, the first verse is, look, he's covered in blood, or he's covered in mud, the blood of his mother is mixed with the earth. And so yeah, it tells the story of him from the manger, and instead of it kind of being this like he grows in wisdom and stature, it's like he dives deeper into service, and he lowers himself further and further and further until he's, you know, the zenith of the song is like, hang him like meat on a criminal's tree, he has to go lower still. And then, you know, it's bury him in the earth like a seed, he has to go lower still. And then there's kind of like a little bit of a Selah music interlude. And then the next lines are, the earth cannot hold him, and all therein is put beneath him.
What is the name of this? I'm going to look it up.
It's called Lower Still by My Epic. And if you have any type of rock and roll inclination, I think you'll like it. If you like more new stuff and more weird stuff and darker stuff, if you like the album Yeezus by Kanye, then you can look up Lower Still by McMosav and hear my version of it. But mine is not as good, and it's much darker and creepier. And I was really trying to play with the Lucifer being the bringer of light, and Christ being a bloody, emaciated man on a cross. And kind of how the aesthetics of those two things are often assumed by people, but are not necessarily as straightforward as we think. So,
no, actually, what you're saying there, McMo, I don't want to blow your mind, and you can correct me if you're wrong, Jeremy, but I don't want to blow your mind. Actually, the inversion that's supposed to happen in the hierarchy of the Orthodox Church is the patriarch is supposed to see themselves at the very bottom, serving the top. Also, when you think about a priest, one of the things, like, not every priest gets to hear confession. Like, that's actually something that's earned. And one of the things before you can get there is until there's a confidence that priest can sit in confession and see themselves as lower than the person who's giving the confession, right? So there's no judgment, there's no looking down. It's this sense of, and you see saints who talk about, and that's why Paul can say, like, I see myself as the greatest of all sinners. It's this sense of, it is that descent, right? That going down. And it's the going downness, which then ultimately connects you, like the first should be last, last should be first sort of thing, whatever. So I don't know. When you were hearing that, I was just hearing saints, priests in confession. The patriarchs are supposed to be at the very bottom. And
right, but there's there's always that kind of both and thing, right? Where there's like, for those who have ears to hear, they'll understand that the ascent, you know, climbing Mount Athos is a descent and a difficult one. But it also, you know,
the only way up is down.
Right.
That's
And
that's the Christian, like the
yeah, and so it kind of there's, well, for one, I don't want it to go without saying that I also thought of this you know, years ago, Jeremy, when you were talking about the difference between Joseph Smith and the saint who ended his life saying, "Brothers, I have not yet begun to repent." And so, but what I see oftentimes and this is across the board for Christ followers, is we find it. I think that we find it very, very difficult to remain consistent on the lower being better and the higher being worse. And it's kind of like one of those things where it's really hard to debate against like total depravity because because there's always someone better than you, and instead of thinking that that's a good thing, we always think it's worse. You know, it's like whenever we're beaten, you know, like it's really, really hard. At least, and maybe maybe I should speak for myself.
I was really meditating on this a lot when I was a lay pastor at a church that was heavily involved with the homeless. Like we had homeless drop-in, and we had food, and we had dinner and lunch, and we had an arts drop-in. We had a whole bunch of different stuff that was going on. And while I was within that community and I was focusing on these things, what I realized was this weird irony of the fact that I started judging people for their strengths and not for their weaknesses. Because what I would see is, first off, I would see people who were, I also came up with an expression that's kind of funny that it's just an extension on an expression that we've all heard, which is beggars can't be choosers. Which is beggars can't be choosers, but they are. Because we had to have a vegetarian option, because people would come for dinner and they'd be like, "This is bullshit. I want a vegetarian option." And I was just like, "But they are."
Only in America, dude.
Yeah, choosers end up begging. Yeah.
But it's also this thing that I started realizing, that people would take the things that were their weaknesses and they would use that as an out, as an excuse, as all these other things, right? Where people would give them sympathy, they would then weaponize that sympathy one way or another. And that to me really showed just how corrupt people were, was that they were willing to take this thing that they were pretending to be humble with, but they were actually using that as a way of clawing for more. And what I started seeing as well was that people's strengths were almost necessarily their vices. And I was on earlier talking about personalities of pastors, and a lot of pastors for evangelical churches, you have to be a workaholic. If you are healthy, you are not going to be successful.
People think it's really easy being this charismatic and charming, but I tell you, it really is kind of it's a weight around my neck, you know, like joking, but that's funny. But then it's also kind of true because, you know, if we can get real for a second, there is like, you know, I know that I can be funny and I can, you know, say things that make people giggle, but there's a huge temptation to, I mean, that's why I was hired by a megachurch, because of, in part, by my charm and charisma. And that, you know, there's a lot of people like me who were hired by the megachurch who were workaholics, passionate, charming, attractive. But then there's also this, you know, but the thing that's good news about that is that, like, there's nothing that saves you from suffering. And so, except for Christ, but Christ saves you through suffering. And so, like, so if you love Christ, like, there's nothing really to worry about, whether it be demons or your own shortcomings or your fear of not being strong enough to sacrifice when it's able, because, and I'm going to tie it back to what I started with, you know, yesterday morning, which was just like the absurdity of it all. And so the reason I come back to it is because the other piece of the absurdity is that it's often missed for Christians, especially Christians who have grown up in the church, who have either deconverted and reconverted or anywhere on that, spectrum, there's often a failure to understand just how absurd the life we're living is, and the life we're living to die daily. Like you can't actually be a Christian, I think, and not at some deep sense have a relationship to the absurd. And I was actually talking to Jonathan Demir about this earlier. I'm not certain that it is necessary to be aware of it. Like I don't know how much you need to be self-aware of the irony with which Christ is placed at the center of the universe. And so I'm often fearful to even mention it.
I think you're bang on, because I think that grace is, you could describe grace as ironic.
Well, and that was the scandal of the Romans, right? The scandal of the Romans was like, how could you, and the Muslims too, how can God be crucified? What are you talking about? How can God even enter a body? That's disgusting.
Jeremy, I'm wondering your thoughts on this, on the idea that I believe that the North American church, I'm in Canada, so I bring myself into it, even though
blame Canada.
Yeah, it's look. I'm part of this too. Our first prime minister was also a Freemason, so it's fine. I'm dealing with the same demon, guys. Okay,
the Windsors,
City of London, etc., etc.
Yes. I grew up in a place where Stephen Colbert made a reference to Windsor, Ontario, and he referred to it as Canada's taint, I think, because we were in between. Anyway, doesn't matter. But with that idea of manifest destiny, what manifest destiny means is that the North American church does not understand itself in exile. And one of the most important theological ideas is that we are right now in exile. We are not in the promised land.
Yeah. So I would agree with that.
Yeah,
but I would also take it a step forward, which is to say that no church understands anything about itself, because the church does not have understanding. Individuals have understanding, but I don't want to get off on the whole, like, I'm a super hyper Protestant. I think God saves everybody because of his individual relationship with each of them. And the fact that it's diverse is just a testament to the infinite nature of God, et cetera, et cetera. I'm getting sleepy and I am going to sign off with that, but thanks for letting me hop in and keep this thing going a little bit longer.
Wait.
Absolutely.
I wanted to add just one word, the Greek word kenosis. It's what you're talking about. It's the self-emptying. It's the self-emptying of Christ, kenosis, right? That is like killing your will.
Well, if it makes you better, if it makes you feel better to have a Greek word for it, then God be praised.
They're Orthodox. They always
No, I just wanted to share with you that, yeah, I'm totally on board.
McMo, you were on when we just passed our 26th hour, so
good
congratulations for that.
Jeremy, sorry, I just saw something. Lance, is it okay? Jeremy, were you actually a missionary in Toronto?
I was a Mormon missionary in Toronto from 1995 to 1997. That's correct. That's what I was talking about earlier. You weren't here for that.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you were a Mormon and a Mormon missionary. I didn't know it was in my own personal little Sodom and Gomorrah over here. Wonderful.
Canada, Toronto East Mission. I served
Mark is back for more. Mark is back for more.
All right.
Mark,
and I'll be right back. I have to go change laundry, but I'll be like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Bye, Jeremy. Mark, what you had to say at our 11:30 or so yesterday, I clipped it. I immediately was like, this is exactly the type of the type of dialogos, dare I say, that makes 24, 26-hour streams like this possible. It's
what did I say? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
It doesn't matter, Mark. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
what you
good.
Good. It's that you said
I think at that point it was all glossolalia at that point. There needed to be an interpreter.
Yeah, I need an interpreter just talking to all these Greek orthos. All right, y'all. Y'all have fun. I'm gonna sign off.
Well, it's a shame. I just heard that I didn't know you worked for a mega church. What church is it? What church is it, McLo?
Well, no, I don't anymore. I got fired about
Good or bad? I don't know. I'm sorry.
6 years ago or something. Yeah, no, it's yeah, that's one of the jewels in my crown, I suspect. But it it was not a fun time. It was certainly a
What qualifies as what is a mega church these days? How big? What are we talking about when you say mega church? I don't even
well,
know.
our church was about 1,400 a Sunday.
Okay.
A
lot of people.
Too many people in my opinion, but that's a whole nother conversation. So, but yeah, good luck, guys. I'm getting sleepy. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. Well,
Bye,
take
y'all.
care. Bye. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just checked in. I thought I'd check in. That's amazed that this is going again. How late are you planning there, Lance? What do you got in you?
Oh, I don't know that I have much more in me. I wanted to make sure we passed the 24-hour mark. There's been some interesting conversations, so I've kept it rolling. Sherry's here. She might be a while. She might keep it open for a while, but I probably have about another half hour in me.
Yeah, I don't have much to say at this point. I'm kind of beat up from physical therapy, and I think I'm catching a cold, so I'm kind of dragging. But I thought I'd check in and say hi and see the guys and the familiar faces here. At this point, it's just been an opportunity to get to know more people in depth in the corner. Instead of just a hit and run that we typically have, we're actually getting to know people, and I've dipped in and out all day, and I was like one point it was Steven Schwartz. Does that sound right? He shined at one point when he started talking about Mary. I thought that was impressive. That knocked my socks off. We're having these special moments that are beautiful.
This is quite incredible, but it is also, how do I describe it? This pill has become too large and is now a suppository. It's too big to be taken conventionally.
And Mark,
No, I will
Mark,
be taking Memorial. No, other people can do it, but I'll be taking Memorial Day weekend off. It was just fun. That yesterday was organic, and then I wanted to just do a recap, and then people kept flooding in. I'm like, well, we'll just keep it rolling. So.
Yeah, and I won't be here this weekend either. But Mark, I wanted to tell you that after I left the call yesterday, I spent a lot of time praying and thinking about what you were saying, and missed a few hours of sleep over it. And I'm very grateful for your feedback, and I'm grateful for your perspective and your wisdom. I'm not pulling back from what I said, but I am pulling back from my method of delivery, which definitely lacks tact and lacks sensitivity. And I chalk that up to being a very uncivilized and uncouth person that had a very unstable upbringing, that I really wasn't civilized.
I believe, though, that having this recorded, I know everyone talks about the recorded nature of the internet as being so negative that our sins would be remembered. But this has really helped me to be more self-reflective. I do the Bible study on Jacob's channel, and I watch every single episode and ask myself if I'm actually listening, how am I doing? And I feel like this could be a kind of a tool for self-reflection, where we may not have it if this was instead a community center where we were meeting, or a bar, if I might be so bold, Lance. I was in England, and in England, they actually use their bars as public houses. So we went, and there was, on a Sunday, we arrived, and there was a family who showed up with board games and the card games, and like a whole family. And they sat for an hour before they even ordered. And when they ordered, they got like family roast, like it's a big thing in the UK.
Right.
And so that I saw that as so beautiful, that you actually had these public houses, hubs. But the other part of it is that how good would it be for us if some of our worst arguments were recorded, not to rub it in anyone's faces, but for us to see ourselves more clearly.
Well, I appreciate the generous statement, Jeremy. I don't want to let that pass without acknowledging your kindness, and I'm sorry you lost sleep over it. I'm
It's not
pretty
you. I'm not
thick
blaming you for
skinned.
that.
You
It
know.
was self-reflection. It was am I speaking in the spirit that I want to be speaking? And it's
Yep.
easy for me. Like, I'm a passionate and a loud person, and I always have been. And I've also known that people either fall in the category of loving me or really being annoyed by me, and it doesn't take long for that sorting filter to turn on. And so but I don't necessarily want to be that way for the rest of my life. And your feedback definitely served as a good feedback to me on how I can be a better member of this community. I don't need to sacrifice my experience or my point of view, but I can definitely be more patient with trying to lay out what I'm trying to say, and try to do it in such a way that other people can understand what I'm trying to say. Because I kind of fell into a mindset of thinking that that everybody in this corner shared a lot more worldview than we actually do, and just because we're all Christian doesn't mean we're all that's a very broad tent, and I forget that sometimes. And so it was good for me to be reminded of that, and I'm grateful for your feedback, and I'm grateful for I'm grateful that you caused that inner reflection in me and gave me an opportunity to reevaluate how I'm approaching joining and being a part of this community. So thank you. And I'm grateful.
Which isn't just Christian as well. There are also Jews, and there are also Tails.
Right. Yes, that's very true. And but I was saying even Christians don't all share the same worldview. But yeah, then I probably have more overlap with Jews than I do with Protestant Christians because of my Orthodox worldview. Right. Like that's the cool weird thing about being in TLC. That's what I really enjoy. And I don't want to ruin that spirit. I don't want to be known as the guy who shows up to stir the pot, because it's really not my personality. I don't like being like that. But
you're extremely articulate, Jeremy. Both of you guys, actually. Everybody's brighter than me on this channel. You guys are both Lance and Sherry. Everybody's just so friggin' smart, and I'm doing the best I can just to keep up. So what you guys really are exceptional. This right here, right in front of me. The four people in front of me right now are exceptionally capable, articulate, thoughtful, caring people. I think you all qualify. And it's not a crime to be passionate and hold strong beliefs. I think in holding the strong beliefs, like what we ran into, the difference between us, I guess, in our positions is I can hold pretty strong beliefs too. It's just I tend to hold them from a kind of slightly different, maybe off angle, you know. And so I don't. It's really funny. It's well, like at the end with Hezi last night was. I'm always in awe with Hezi. And I, if you couldn't tell, I'm always slightly intimidated by him, even though he's probably young enough to be my son. But one, he's so deeply rooted in Jewish tradition that's ancient and profound, and he's got such a good grasp of it and the ability to articulate, to kind of use it as a platform from which to springboard his whole worldview and his thinking and communicate it so effectively. It's awe-inspiring. And like I said, right at the end, it's like, man, I just feel like a barbarian around you, you know, because I don't think about God at every turn. Not like that. You know, my thoughts about God are much more random, and they're much more wild, much more barbaric, much more just I'm a kind of savage that just kind of moves through the world like a savage, eat, drink, if I'm lucky, sex, I mean, so on and so forth, and do the things that human beings do in the world: work, engage, entertain myself, think about God.
Not to be,
and everything's systematic with him. It's just they've got so many routines embedded in the day. The fact that he prays a certain prayer 5 or 6 times a day, they've got it for this setting and that setting, and it's just remarkable to me. Yet I could never do it.
Have you read the Brothers Karamazov by any chance?
Oh yeah, long time ago. I don't quiz me on it, but yes, yeah.
It's interesting because the intellectual brother is not the one who can be saved, but the one who is like a animal, Demetrius. He is a man who's so inspired by his gut and just seeking after these things, and that passion which he leads his life utterly destroys him, but also is what leads him to repentance and regeneration. Right? Is that intellect also does, without a doubt, lead to stubbornness, and is a cross that I have seen within my family, where I know for quite a fact that intelligence does not make you a good person at all.
But I would say though, because I don't know about you guys, but I have no interest in converting any of the Jews in our midst.
No, of course.
I mean, I would almost. I would never. If one came to me and said, it would be controversial, but I mean, if he asked me, I would want to be. I want you to baptize me, say, and into the Christian faith. What I would frankly do, in all honesty, I'd probably try to talk him out of it first. I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't not do it ultimately, but I would certainly challenge him and try to talk him out of it, because it would almost feel like inappropriate at the very least.
I'm sure you've
I don't
heard
know how
of
you
it,
guys
but
feel.
That is what Jews do when someone asks to convert. Is you're supposed to tell them no.
That's right. Yes, I've heard that. And there's a Buddhist tradition that's very similar to that, where you refuse. The applicant to the monastery, you make them sit outside the monastery walls for days, and you keep telling them no and no and no until finally, after so many days or weeks, they finally let them in, and they're half starved.
Like Fight Club, right?
Okay, you can go.
They did the same thing in Fight Club. One thing I was going to mention, Mark, a couple of years ago, I heard about the tradition of the Book of Hours, and like in medieval Christianity, everyone carried their Book of Hours, and if you didn't have your Book of Hours with you, you were kind of seen as like low class. But the whole idea is and everyone would make their own little personal Book of Hours. But the Book of Hours there's 3 Psalms you pray at the first hour, which is at sunrise. There's 3 Psalms you pray at the 3rd hour, which is 9 a.m. 3 Psalms you pray at noon, which is the 6th hour. And then there's 3 Psalms you pray at the 9th hour, which is 3 p.m. And then you have Compline, which is your evening prayers. But praying the Psalms is a really beautiful way of entering into that embodied praying ritually every day. And I actually, during Great Lent, my priest told me to do that. And so I started setting an alarm, and I would just get up and go, and it takes like 10 or 15 minutes, if that, like 10 minutes. So it was like a smoke break, I just used that excuse. I'm going to have a prayer break. And, but entering into that space is another way of like entering into that ritualized, repetitive, but deeply meaningful practice of prayer that's been part of Christianity since the beginning.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a big. You're right. There's no question that we have that in particularly Roman Catholic and Orthodox tradition. There's a lot of discipline in your you guys, your calendars are laid out for you, and you have your feast days, your fast days, and everything in between. And what are you up? I mean, it's not quite every day as a saint. You have a saint attached to it, but It's
Yeah.
over 200, isn't it?
Oh no, we have saints every day, and multiple saints.
Oh, you have
every
a
day.
saint for every day. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, it's genuinely.
and I've looked at all of it, and I just am where I'm at. I'm afraid I'm a
Oh.
hopeless Protestant, not even Protestant, evangelical, whatever you call it.
And I wasn't trying to convert you. I was just trying to say that one thing you could try is picking up the Psalms and trying the Book of Hours. Like if you look up Book of Hours, you can see what the Psalms are that you read during those times, and it's a really great practice, even if it's something you just take up for a week as a
that's what I meant to say is I've tried all of that. I've done all of these. I've really tried ritualizing my spiritual practice. And to date, it's yet to work. What generally works best for me is running much more intuitively. Like I did get. I'm in the Psalms right now. I have been for several weeks. Funny that you mention it, and am trying to teach myself how to pray by reading the Psalms. And sorry about my dog. She's German Shepherd puppy is a little crazy. She's banging around with her toy. But it's if I ever sit down and say I'm going to follow this routine, this practice, maybe it's the authenticity problem. Maybe it's just my lack of self-discipline. It never works. It always falls flat. Whereas if I just follow where I think I need to be now, and I study things systematically. So that's not to say I don't engage intellectually. When I take on a book, I take on a book. But it's but to do some like the whole who's the father who has got his Bible in a year program. It just becomes like torture after a while. I don't know what it is about it. It's like I can't do it.
Yeah, my wife did that
February,
one
I'm
year,
dying.
and I couldn't keep up. I was like, this is too much. But
It's
we
stuff
do
like
live-
that.
we
But
do
I
listen
appreciate
to
the
the lives of the
suggestion.
saints every morning, and that's been really meaningful. On our commute to work, there's like a recording of the lives of the saints of that day, and it's
Oh, okay.
usually about between 15 and 25 minutes, which is my commute time. And so my wife and I, when we were commuting together, we would listen to that. Now we commute separately, but at that time, for a couple of years, we were listening to it every morning, and that was a really meaningful way to kind of start the day as well. It was really nice, and it was just stacking it into our already routine. Right, we already have to drive to work. We might as well listen to something helpful.
Yes, that's always helpful. I'm going to switch. Are you guys still going to be around for a few minutes? I'm going to switch to go inside and go to my desktop. If you're going to still be around, is everybody going to be around for a little longer?
I'll be around for at least 10, so hopefully we see you.
Okay, I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Great. Chad, you're the other person I want to apologize to.
Oh, you don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything
I know
wrong.
I don't have to. I'd like to, though. I just want to say, I think you and I have a lot of similarity in our background, and I love that you do tile for a living, and I wish I could do a physical job, because I took a desk job because I didn't want to have a physical job that would destroy my body, and so now I have a desk job that destroyed my body. So but I love doing stuff with my hands. I love building stuff, and I really miss it. But I just wanted to tell you that I don't mean to be the ortho bro, and I don't ever mean to be that way. I'm coming just because I was excited to find Christ again. And I was excited to be able to find him in an embodied way that's transformed my life and my family. And my only experience of that is through Orthodoxy. And so they're conflated for me, and it's hard for me to kind of separate. But when I say Orthodoxy, I mean Christianity. And when I say Christianity, I mean Orthodoxy, just from my point of view, from my experience. But I don't care. Everyone is on their own path, and everyone has to work out their own salvation with fear and trembling. And I just want you to know that I'm really grateful to be a part of this community. I know I was in it early, and then I left for a long time, and then I came back, and I kind of have come in and as it seemed to just be a pot stirrer every time I get into a live stream. And I don't mean to be that way. And I just wanted to apologize if I've offended you. Please forgive me. I never meant to, and I don't want to be, I don't care about converting anyone. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to share how my life's been transformed through Christ, and PVK was the one who introduced me to that. Like he was influential very early on for me. So I just I just wanted you to know I don't want to have any kind of negative feelings between us. I pray
Well, I
that
appreciate the thoughtfulness. Don't listen to any of my complaints. They're not valid. They're just like bad attitude here and there. And I, if anybody owes an apology, it's me. And I think that all of us here are brothers in this walk, even though we have very different different paths up the mountain. And no, I appreciate I appreciate all you guys. So I have to apologize for being such a weird sourpuss from time to time.
no, I like your I like your bullshit detector. When it goes off, you let everybody know. And I think that's a really important role. And I'm grateful for it because I am prone to falling into bullshitting people. So I'm
Chad,
thankful for
I
your
wrote
feedback.
your name, by the way, because you asked to be prayed for in the middle of, I think, the first live stream. And that was to remind me to do it, and I did. Just so you know as well.
Thank you. I was just at a some friends of ours, Kent and Debbie. They own a property that they purchased when they early on in their relationship, and it was a foreclosed property that was a complete dump, an old barn, an old farm, and they when they purchased it, they put a call out to the community, their recovery community. Kent and Deb bought the barn or bought the farm, and so they had a bunch over a weekend. They had over 100 people come and completely strip out all of the garbage, all the bad walls, everything, and the place was a complete dump. And they filled some crazy number, like six dumpsters, and ever since then they for a long time, for about 14 years, they held a meeting there at that barn, an unofficial meeting, and they would host camping events once a year, and on the weekend they would cook they'd have a big barbecue, and then they would have 300 people camping on their property, and then they'd have a speaker on Friday night, Saturday night with the band, and then Sunday morning they would have a speaker. And it was they helped out many people along the way. And that's the first place where I ran into my wife in AA. That's where I met her in AA. I met her at the restaurant first years before, but when she came to AA, that's where I first learned of her being in recovery. And we've had a couple of that property, that barn, that fellowship is very much wound up, very closely knit with our relationship with God. And they had last year they stopped hosting a regular meeting there because it got to be just too much, and they basically retired, and they've been traveling for the last year all over the country, all over the world. And they wanted to have it was supposed to be a bonfire, but it's storming, so we had a meeting there tonight, and that's where I just came from. And it was good to reflect on how much life can change in such a short period of time, in ways that you could not predict. And so that's why I'm kind of in this I'm in a moment of ease and comfort, and that's a very, very nice thing. Gratitude, all that good stuff.
That's good. It's very
Glory
good.
to God.
So
That's beautiful.
Kent, he's like the kind of guy where when you meet this guy, I've never seen him ever. I don't know. There are people you meet and you think, how can they be that loving, that full of joy? It's like, wow. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys before I wanted to say hello. And we're at the 11th hour here. Looks like 11 hours and 39 seconds.
That's crazy.
and you guys are whacked, and I love it.
Before
And
you go, Chad, and well, finish your thought, but I want to say something before you go.
yeah,
to
go ahead.
you.
That's it.
One, I really enjoy your little musical interludes on these long streams. I enjoy the presence you. It's like Fellowship Fest. If we had you know, but I think there's something about the work you've been doing. I know you kind of went through a little discouragement phase recently, but it seems like this is the fruit of your labor because you more than anybody else, you've worked hard at this, in addition to working physically hard in your daily career. And I think in many ways, this was, I mean, the vision has been ascribed to Jacob as the 24-hour channel, and that makes sense. But in many ways, you've made it possible through so much of your work in the way you've done it. And I mean, everybody, I mean, there are lots of people who deserve credit, but I think the spirit, the spirit of Chad is behind a lot of this, if not the main part of it in some ways.
Well, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate the kind words. What I do want to say is, we need to find a way to rally around Grizz and do our best to figure out how we can encourage him to tap into something greater. And I love Grizz, and I don't know why. And I'm telling you, if that guy stops doing this, this is going to be a very different place. Mm-hmm. And so whatever we can do I'm trying my best to do what I can do to help. But so whatever you guys can do to encourage him to keep trying to fight the good fight, that would be very appreciated. Keep him in your prayers, please. Please, I mean that very deeply. So, love you guys.
Love you
Good
too.
night.
Thanks, Chad.
Words.
Good night.
CW mentioned something to me in a text that said I may have put you guys in an uncomfortable position when we prayed for Rebecca's mom last night, Lance. That technically it's myself being heterodox might be inappropriate to pray with Orthodox. Because I guess I volunteered us to pray, and then was that?
We can't hear you, Lance. You're muted.
You want to? Is that correct, or was that a problem?
Oh, you did great.
Okay?
No, I told you. Yeah, you did great. You were
You're
there for the
hetero.
moment.
See, this is the problem with being with people who are Orthodox. You guys got such a good name. It's just like, man, it's really good to be speaking to Christians who are right. I grew up Catholic, so that means I grew up the only Christian, right? Universal. We are all you guys. If you are Christian, you're part of us, not the other way around. And now we get to have conversations with Christians who are right. It's great. It's great.
There's a slogan in Mormonism. It's "Choose the right," so it was inevitable. They have little rings they give them to like the 8-year-old kids. It says CTR. It's like a CTR ring. Choose the right. Which there's all kinds of weirdness with that, but anyway.
Mark, seriously, are you heterodox? What do you mean by that?
I'm not Orthodox. I'm not officially Orthodox, and I'm probably I am. I'm most comfortable calling myself a Pauline Christian, and will stretch myself as far out from there to say I'm Nicene. By the time we get into what the Seventh Ecumenical Council, I feel like I'm stretching So I would, if it, not that I have, like I said, I tend to hold I am in every way a very conventional Christian, except how I got through the door. Um, I kind of accept. I've often thought that it might be before I decided to go ahead and stick with the Church of Christ where I'm at right now. I thought seriously about moving outside of, into Catholicism or Orthodoxy. We have churches nearby. We have a beautiful Catholic church in our town. But ultimately, it was, and I really found one thing that I find the magisterium of Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, quite handy, because you can just kind of, rather than hold an opinion, you can say, well, it's whatever those guys say, and that's what I go with. But that ultimately won't work with a personality like mine. So, and I think the Lord wanted me where I was originally. It wanted me where I am. That's why I'm at it. And, it's Church of Christ. It's technically an independent, so it's a Christian church congregation that holds Stone Campbell theology out of that movement, with all the with carrying whatever baggage that goes along with that. But they've of all the churches that evolved out of that period, they're probably the most mainstream and most close to small O orthodoxy. Fairly conservative, biblicist.
I'm kind of surprised, Mark, that like from the way that you came back into Christianity, that you're not more inclined towards a more smells and bells kind of Christianity. I mean, you have the prayer rope, you got the icon there on the wall behind you. You've got
maybe it's because I already have all of that.
You've got the chanting. Maybe, I don't know. Like, it's just interesting. Like, I'm just going to ask you, like, are you keeping those two things separate?
No.
Are they separate for you?
No, everybody knows. I mean, I don't run around flagrantly.
I mean, for you personally, like, are they separate? Are they two separate things? Your Christianity and your
Buddhism,
your devotion to the beautiful parts of Buddhism.
No, they're not separate at all. I still this is where I suppose I'm not orthodox. If I were depressed, if someone put a gun to my head and say, "Tell me your worldview," I would say non-dual.
Yeah, well, that's very orthodox, actually.
Yeah, it can be. It depends on the person you're talking to. But the funny thing is, the reason why I am where I am, and I know it makes no sense whatsoever, and I probably am more smells and bells by instinct. I like it. I like liturgy. A good compromise might have been a Lutheran church or Episcopalian church or something. But I am where I am basically because I got one of the things I do is I've been a caregiver to my mother who's got very severe mixed dementia, Alzheimer's and vascular dementia. And so at one point I tried to take her to church with me, and it was catastrophic, and she couldn't, it just dysregulated her. Well, one thing led to another. At the end of the year, she had to go to the hospital for COVID and basically never came home. She went from the hospital and had to be discharged to memory care. And that freed me up then to begin thinking about going to church again. Well, the Lord forced my hand by getting me involved in a dog attack. And basically I was walking the German Shepherd out that I was just with, and another dog shot out of his door and attacked us. And in the process, I broke my shoulder, and the scripture I was given was Luke 22. In the moment, one thing, I landed face down on the cement, or shoulder down on the cement, and didn't move until the paramedics got there. I couldn't budge, and I'm hearing all this stuff. I mean, it's so I got a hound from hell or heaven. I don't know which he was, but he. But anyway, my dog survived fine. She came out without a scratch. I assume the other dog is okay. I'm the only one who got hurt. But in all of this pain, and they overloaded me on drugs on to the point where I don't know if I was passing out from the drugs or from the pain. But at some point during that day in the emergency room, I was given the scripture from Luke 22, where it's Simon, Satan is seeking to have you, so that he may sift you like wheat. But I have prayed for you, and when you return, strengthen your brothers.
Mm.
And
Nice.
yeah. So what am I going to do with this? And this whole the way that the Greek in that specific verse is very general. When he's saying Satan is seeking you, he's seeking you all. So it's the group Satan has sought after. But I've prayed for you. And then he turns to Simon and he says to Simon personally, I've prayed for you. When you return, strengthen your brothers. And I kind of interpret that as when you come back to your right mind, when you return. Who am I supposed to strengthen? Well, who's been sifting? Well, the family that I'm with, the church I'm with, has been through a sifting of sorts, or certainly a challenge. And I shared some of that with you last night.
Yeah.
So, and I couldn't figure out when I thought about, well, where's the church? What's the best church? There, and then of course I look at all the history and look at all the current events, and I look at there is no best church. So it's basically find one where you can plant roots and grow and serve.
Yeah.
And that kind of, but then I had this scripture kind of hanging around my neck through this selection process, and I just decided, well, this is what I got, so I'll go with it. And I don't know if it'll work out. They're puzzled by the estuary. I try to get. I showed them the pastor is also my cousin-in-law, as well as an old friend going all the way back to like the 6th grade. So we've known each other for a very long time.
Right.
Went to high school together. He went off to Annapolis, and I went off to do what I did. And certainly nothing that auspicious. So he's had this. He in many ways is a perfect candidate for kind of pastor in many ways. But he has no official training. But he was put in this position. Basically, was going to be mentored by my uncle, who is his father-in-law. But my uncle died 2 years ago from COVID, and just as before he really had a chance to get trained, the whole thing was just dumped in his lap. And so it's a challenge. So I feel like I'm there to support them. But churches being churches, and little churches, it's amazing. People can be so unpleasant towards each other. I mean, there are a couple board members who just last week were like saying, well, we can get rid of you. It's like, well, I'm like going, guys, there aren't enough of us to argue. Wait until there's 200 of us, then you can bicker. Until then, we all need to be pulling in the same direction. But I don't know if the church will survive or not, but that's not my problem. I'm there to support them. And if anything, until things change, that's it. Did I lose you? No, people are moving. Okay.
We're still here.
Just listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
I totally respect that. I don't know. Like I tried going back to the Mormon Church when I started coming back to Christianity, and I couldn't do it because it was like trying to wear the suit from when I was 18 years old, right? It just doesn't fit anymore. I had moved into a different direction that I couldn't integrate it. You know, I like Sam talks about rescuing your father, but there's also there's a mythical tradition of going to find your father and finding out that your father never cared about you, and that he's a detestable person, or that he's loathsome, or that he abandoned you and he doesn't know who you are, and I don't and doesn't want to repent. He doesn't want a relationship with you. And I'm not saying the Mormon Church is filling all of those roles, but I'm saying for me, it felt like I was trying to reconcile with a father who had no desire to have a relationship with me. That's how I felt about the Mormon Church. And so, you know, I had to continue moving through that. And now, you know, when I go to Mormon services, like with family and like funerals, etc., it feels very foreign, honestly. I was asked to say the opening prayer at my grandmother's funeral, and I told them I can't pray that way anymore, and the way I pray will just be a distraction to you from this funeral, and I don't want to do that. Please forgive me. I said, but I would love to read a psalm instead. And I didn't pray the psalm. They had someone else say the opening prayer, and then during the service I read Psalm 51, which Mormons generally haven't encountered. And it's it's a deeply moving psalm about repentance and calling on the mercy of God, and having God will not despise a contrite heart, and that was fine. And they welcomed my contribution, and I felt like I could be a part of it, but I couldn't be a part of it in the same way that I was when I was young, because it wasn't, I could see it for what it was, and I couldn't connect to it anymore because of that. Right.
It's interesting because I also, and I feel this way having conversations with people within the corner, and I feel this way having conversations with you, Mark, and these conversations about orthodoxy and my own feelings about orthodoxy. It makes me, I am not a Calvinist, okay? I need to say that. But it feels like we can't choose what we are compelled by. We feel God beckoning us, and we're kind of going in these directions, and we hear what compels other people, and we go, yeah, but do you find this compelling? Do you find, and we mention the things that we ourselves, the beauty that has drawn us. But it's like there's no argument, it feels. Right. It's like I don't know what to say. And I mean, for some things, God, please make me humble, please make me humble. And then I have the conversations and I try to review in my heart, okay, am I not opening myself up to something? Am I not seeing this in its full light? And that's the best I can do,
They in Acts where Philip is just seemingly transported to minister to the Ethiopian. He serves the Ethiopian, and then it's God's using him like a puppet in ministry, and that's how it feels like sometimes. It's just like and that's where I'm really happy if I can when I can have that. That's where I really feel blessed, and when I don't have it, I just pray for endurance because I know I'm going to make messes. And I do. I mean, it's not like it's not. I don't have that sense. Like I really feel very sound in the choice I made regarding the church I'm in right now. And if all that were to end, I wouldn't know. I have no idea what would happen after. I mean, I have no plan B, zero. But then on the other hand, there are times like I jump in on a stream and I go, "Oh, that was a mistake," you know, because I feel like, "Oh, I'm going to make a mess," you know. But sometimes it's like, "Oh, it's really interesting," you know. Or I will. Have you ever? I think it was yesterday. Sherry mentioned she doesn't. She has experience being homeless and with homeless people, and doesn't generally give money to homeless people. And there have been times when I'm more reckless. I'll just, you know, again, I just go by my intuition. And there have been times when I know oh, that was probably a big mistake. But it's like, and then you kind of say, Lord, forgive me, and go on. But the ideal would be to be so in tune with God and so full of the Spirit that you're just like Philip, and you have an answer for that Ethiopian, right? Sherry made an appearance. What you going to say?
Me? I just want to say, I'm tired.
Yeah, I think so.
We're at the end.
I'm probably about there too, and I promised Jess. So I was going to finish up the live stream playing Jess's latest music video to take
Oh,
us out.
I actually didn't mean that I was ready to quit.
Okay. Well, sorry to interject, just because I have Sherry here. Sherry, I want to ask you. You do stuff with poetry, eh?
Yeah.
How would one contact you if they wanted to talk to you about poetry sometime?
I'm on the Discord.
Okay. So just
And also, Grail Country has an email address.
Oh,
and
okay.
you could email Nate and just you know attention to me, and then he forwards them to me. I don't have access to the YouTube account.
Okay.
So
I have access to Jacob's YouTube account, so we can do it on there instead.
Jacob?
Federecci?
Yeah, but I'm not. There's no contact information for me on his.
Okay.
It's just that, like, Grail Country has an email. I think.
Okay. I think I get you.
In the description, and then you could email Nate, and he will forward it to me.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
I should have a separate email account, but I just don't do those things.
Yeah.
This is it for me. I don't do any. Never have had any social media or anything like that, and I have one email, and
I get
that's
you.
about it.
How do you get such good bandwidth, Sherry, being out in the country? Typically, you don't. Are you using?
I have an internet hub that hits a cell tower, and we're right on the outer edges of the range, but because we're high, we're like we have line of sight to the cell tower. And theoretically, we're not supposed to have this plan. Like, we're not supposed to, because there's a satellite internet company that has an area that this phone company that has a cell tower doesn't interfere with. And we're just kind of like right in that in between space. And for some reason, they let us have, like, at the place where we bought the internet hub, they sold it to us, and then we found out later they weren't supposed to, but it was all too late.
Nice.
Anyway,
great.
So sometimes with weather, I have some difficulties.
You're in Canada, aren't you? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in BC.
You're in BC. Okay, other side.
Where are you? You're in Canada too, right?
Yeah. I'm just west of Toronto. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was born in Toronto and lived in like Unionville, Oakville, Markham, all around that area till I was about 12, and then we moved to North Bay. And
I lived in Oakville and Mississauga when I was a missionary.
my brother was born in Mississauga. My sister was born in Sudbury. I was born in Toronto.
Oh, okay.
My youngest brother was born in somewhere
I'm in a
else.
little town called Hornby, but it's really Halton Hills, between Georgetown and Milton, kind of right in the middle of there.
I went to school. I went to public school from grade 1 to grade 4. That was the longest I was ever in one school. In Palermo. You know where Palermo is?
Yeah,
Palermo
yeah.
used to be a place. Like it used to be, it was a tiny little farming community. And I can remember, like I was there in, 68, 69, kind of thing. Way back there. My teacher, I remember my first grade teacher, and she had the poofy, like, hairdo, black hair, and it was short. She looked like what was that woman's name? Anyway. And and the kids used to boast about how many acres their dads owned. Like
all those places have all been, they've all been swallowed now. Yeah. So it's like,
and we lived on this. Oh man, this is where my imagination went absolutely wild. And I was a wild child. Like my mother had postpartum depression for those years, and it was just really weird. Like, I can remember being like knocking on the window in the house at the, the big picture window, and my mother's on the couch and she wouldn't let me in, kind of thing.
Goodness.
And so I was just outside. We rented and it was a 55-acre property, but get this, it was built in the 1920s, and it was an estate. So like there was a mansion, there was a pool house, there were servants' houses, there was a circular drive, there was a fountain in the middle, there were huge willow trees that grew all around the circular drive. It was all landscaped with flowers everywhere. But when we lived there, it was all overgrown, and the mansion had burnt down, and it was all collapsed except for a huge chimney that stood up in the middle of it. And so it was like living in Narnia.
I was just going to say Narnia. I was going to be like, if
going
there isn't
through
a
the
gateway
wardrobe.
to Narnia in there.
Like I used to hang out in these giant, then the willows by then were huge, right? And the branches had grown into the ground because nobody looked after the place. The pool was filled with frogs and all kinds of things, and the pool house was my laboratory. Like I had everything in there. I had spiders in jars and frogs, and I had a rabbit in there. I just, and one of the servants' quarters was my dad converted it into a barn. So it was actually a house. Like we'd bring the horses in through the front door, park them in the living room kind of thing. And then our house, the one we lived in, was also a servant's quarters way back in the day. And it was insulated with straw and newspaper.
Wow. And
it burnt down one day. My mother was baking something in the oven, and she left the house. She just went outside to get me. And I think it was the birthday party. It might have even been my birthday party. And we were driving back the car past the house to go out the driveway because it was at like a mile to the highway. And we saw these flames shooting out the front door. And my dad was on the roof fixing it. It's like up there hammering. And so we lost everything, like everything. And then but after the fire, like the community got together and, helped us out. And there was another house on that property. And after we got recovered from that, we moved into this other house on that same property. So we ended up on that property for like 4 years. And it was just like, you'd go through some underbrush, and then there would be all these beautiful flowers that had been planted, perennials that had been planted there in the 1920s, and they would all be blooming, and it was just so magical. And stone steps that you'd find, and it was just an amazing place. And I was just outside all the time. Like when I think back on it, I'm like, my mother didn't even know where I was. Like I was outside all day,
The door was locked on my house in the summer from after breakfast until the streetlights came on. It was locked. You couldn't come in.
Wow.
We were boys, so we just used the bathroom wherever. But and you drank out of the garden hose.
Well, I was 5.
I don't think
I drank water until I was 26. The first time I drank water, 26 years old, I'm sure.
What?
Well, we would drink out of the hose. It would get hot, you'd be thirsty. But we were not allowed in the house during the summer.
We would
How
catch
old are you, Jeremy?
47.
Okay.
Yeah.
David, right? I'm sorry, I don't see your name right now.
Yeah, David.
Yeah. You look like you're under 40.
I
Is that
am
accurate?
30. I am 38, but
Okay.
I'm ethnically ambiguous, so that makes determining my age more difficult.
I got close.
Ethnically ambiguous? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Is that like a Heinz 57?
So there's part of it is a Heinz 57, but the best story I can share about that is, yes, I received growing up random racial slurs. Like white people would use racial slurs at me, at whatever they thought I was, sometimes very wrong. But this one time I'm in an ethnic grocery store, and this Indian woman starts speaking to me in Punjabi. She's asking me a question because I'm in this grocery store, but it just happens to be like an ethnic grocery store. And I look at her and I just go, "What?" And she just goes, "Punjabi?" And I just go, "No." And she went, "Ah." And I remembered the face that she made, because what it clearly communicated to me was, how dare you have that face but not speak my language? You, sir, either learn the language or get another face. So yeah,
I wouldn't have put it now that you said it, now I can't unsee it.
So what is your ethnicity, David?
So my mom is Irish, Scottish, German, British. She's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
And my dad is Maltese.
Okay.
Mediterranean.
Cool.
That's what I was thinking at first.
Yeah, so he was born in Malta, but because of that, I have my mom's nose. If I had my dad's nose, it'd be one of these guys that I could be hired at Pearson Airport sniffing luggage. But I don't. I have my mom's nose, but that just makes me even more racially confusing. So depending on how much facial hair I have, people speak to me in different languages. When I was. Yeah, at different times, and people would associate me with all kinds.
Busatil is Maltese.
How did you do that? You actually pronounced it correctly.
Because I speak German.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. My dad was born there. He came over when he was about 12 or 13.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So, but also as a result, because of the way I look, I don't know if you can tell how dark I am. I think the lighting might be throwing it off. I'm darker than khaki. I'll just say that. And when I was in Toronto, when I was in university, I grew my hair like down to my shoulders. And people, more than once, someone walked up to me and asked me if I'd played Jesus in their Easter play. They're like, and I was, which was funny because they didn't even know that I was a Christian, and I was just like, I don't know your.
Well,
church.
at least you were trying to be authentic.
Yeah. Finally.
Has anybody seen The Chosen here? That series?
I've seen little bits and pieces of it.
Jeremy, I'm sure, has very strong feelings about this.
I'm being quiet. I'm being respectfully quiet.
Jeremy,
I don't have to like it.
No, the one scene, this is what turned me off. The one scene where it shows Christ like rehearsing the Sermon on the Mount before he goes out on stage to deliver the Sermon on the Mount. I was like, I can't, I'm sorry.
You can't do that.
Isn't Angel Studios Mormon? I heard
I
something.
don't care. I don't know.
No. He's evangelical. It's kind of a mega church type of evangelical.
No, they
Yeah,
have.
it's not Mormon.
some
Although
kind
the
of a
Mormons
Mormon-
love it. Mormons
there's-
love humanizing Christ. Mormons all about humanizing Christ. They don't. The humans don't even have it. They don't really have it. I mean, humans. Mormons don't. Mormons don't really have a transcendent God. They have an immanent God. Who's in creation and was created. Like they believe God was once a man, and was created and became God over time, right? So they think that God is like an office in the priesthood, and that it's a repeating pattern, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like eternal regression, or they would call it eternal progression. So, but anyway, so yeah, they really like humanizing Christ, and so they're all about that series. But I find it really problematic.
The only reason I brought it up was the one thing that there are these moments, they are these interludes that just knock you out of the narrative, because they're kind of like contemporary interjections into, like for example, they're promoting, and maybe it is the Sermon on the Mount they're trying to promote. They're trying to get the crowd, and they made little handbills, and they're out there passing out flyers to promote the sermon, which is in what is basically an illiterate culture. It's a hysterical series. Scenes. Yeah. It's in the show. It's probably the worst written of all the episodes. Particularly, it is particularly bad. But there's little things like that. But the one thing I thought that the one mistake they made is I never understood why they didn't go with would have been Aramaic or Jewish name of Jesus. Why do they call him Jesus? But Jesus, that's Greek.
Yeah.
Yeshua.
If you're
It
going
should
to
have
give
been.
people, if they're going to be speaking English, he should be Joshua.
Yeah, it should and pronounced. I would have at least. I know you're gonna do the dialogue mostly in English. I get all that.
Yeah.
But
I
for
agree.
movie purposes,
Call him
why wouldn't you
Joshua.
do the name correctly?
Yeah.
Because that alone would make it so much more
Yeah.
easier to buy.
Well, and honestly, I want something that calls him Joshua. I know that everyone's crazy about the Yeshua thing. Running into
You think a good compromise would be Joshua for English ears, American ears?
I think
what's
so one of the problems that I have with the use of the name Jesus, this is just like, it's not a problem I have. I have no issue using the name. It's that one of the points of the name is that it's a name. It's a common name, right? Like that to me is like, that is the incarnation, not this man that's floating that far off the ground. That Jeremy, I completely understand what you're saying, especially coming from a Mormon context. But you know, there's a lot of biblical traditions that make Jesus non-human, that it's not a full incarnation. And to me, part of the incarnation is that, guys, our God was a construction worker named Josh, right? like that to me, it's just like, that is very humanizing. The name in and of itself humanizes him, I think. And
ties it to the book of Joshua. Right?
Yes, and connects him with Joshua.
I had a long conversation with somebody once about calling Jesus Jesus. She was Swedish, actually not a Christian, not raised in a Christian family or anything. She converted to Orthodoxy after Buddhism for some time, and it was just interesting. We both felt like whenever I'm talking about the gospel, something that Jesus said in the Gospels, I say Jesus. But whenever I'm talking about Jesus in a more transcendent way, or I use the word Christ, and it's actually not something that I'm really like making an effort to do. It just kind of happens that way. I'm not comfortable with the familiar language in certain contexts when I'm talking about Christ. And but if I'm quoting him, then I'm calling him Jesus, right? And the two of us were talking about it. We were just kind of wondering at how we just naturally gravitated to those things. It's just interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some real questions as to how we understand some of that stuff. Because part of how I understand the Trinity for myself, and I'm trying to parse this out, is that I see the Father as God above us, the Son as God equal to or below us, and the Spirit as God within us. And so Christ takes on the position of the lowest. And we were talking before about this, like that God is all in all, like this bringing everything together. And for that, I'm still trying to work this out, because Jacob has this big issue with not that God is three. He's like, sure, God's three, God's five, God's right. In Kabbalah, you have the Sophiros, so you have like all these different, what I guess the Orthodox would call emanations. But he's like, why three canonical? That's the problem I have. And I think that because as human beings, we can experience God in one of three ways. And that's him above us, him like the God who is incarnational at our level, or sometimes even below us. And then there's how that is communicated to us, which is within us. So it's either,
I think of it, I don't know if I'll be able to articulate it very well, but I think of it in terms of like the creation myth or the creation story itself of humans. It's like, and yeah, this is going to be hard for me because I haven't really talked about this, but it's like there's always this discussion about the marriage of heaven and earth, right? The bringing together of heaven and earth in Christianity, in mystical Christianity, actually. And Matthew Pajot one time said something that I thought was really helpful. He said, anything that is the highest is heaven, and anything below that is earth. And so that, when I heard that, I was, because I was already wondering about this question, I thought of the mind-body connection, or the mind-body disconnection that we have. So like this would be our heaven and this would be our earth, right? And so what's really interesting about that is that Jesus is the head and we are the body. That's that same, that's that same illustration of heaven and earth, right? We also, and this is where George MacDonald comes in for me. We stand on the earth and we look to the heavens, right? So we have the body being grounded and the head, in the clouds, so to speak. And then in the creative, when we are co-creating, which is any kind of creativity that we exercise, we take from the imagination, which is here, right? And it's infinite, and we bring it into our body and we create. So we take the infinite and we make it finite. So we have all this kind of language of that which is above us being incarnated into our bodies, and then emanating out. And especially if you think about like the basics of creativity, which I think would be like what we're doing here, what we've been doing here for whatever, how many, 27 hours, is talking, right? Which is breath.
Yeah.
And so like in the Garden of Eden, we have God making something from the earth, right? So heaven coming to earth, and then breathing his breath into us. And I see the Trinity as an expression of that continual, theme of heaven and earth and breath.
So if I can just connect with that, I think you'll really like the poetry of this. If I want you to think of something, right, I speak to you, I use a word. So the word appears in my mind, then I physically manifest it in my mouth, right? So I have this physical shape that my mouth and my tongue takes, and then my breath pushes out. And if we were, you have to imagine, if we were in the same, if we're in the same room, my breath literally goes into your ear. So you literally become possessed with my breath, and that's how you in your head then think what I was thinking, right? It's so crazy because speech is essentially telepathy. It's like so nuts, but that idea of three different.
Well, there's even more going on in the back of my mind when I'm talking about this, because George MacDonald says, and I think Maximus also talks about this, is that creation is the human being turned inside out. And Barfield makes the case for this, right? That representations, that we see outside in creation are what we derive our language from. So George MacDonald uses the example of, a guy frantic, like, we can gesture, like we've all been in a foreign country or tried to speak to someone who speaks a foreign language, and we do a lot of, gesturing or whatever, but we can only get so much meaning out of that. If we have deeper meaning, more philosophical thought, then we're going to look for something to express that with. And the only thing we can do it with is what's out there, right? So we use nature to clothe our thoughts. This is what MacDonald says. But then he also says that the representations, they already contain meaning that is God given. So God filled them with meaning. They all have a lamp inside of them. And our imagination is the light that lights the lamp in the forms. He calls them the forms, but they're not Platonic forms. They're actual representations. So essentially, we are living in God's imagination, which is also us turned inside out. Okay?
There's a sacramental theology, right? Where everything is participating, right? And we're participating in it all the time.
And he has this great phrase. I don't know if I'm going to get it right, but he says something like, when God says something, he always means what he says. When we say something, we mean more than we say, something like that. Because we derive our language from God's imagination and we speak that out, there's more meaning in there than we know. Okay? We think we're saying one thing, but it contains everything. Like this is what Luke Thompson's talking about when he says, when you say one thing, you're saying everything. And so this is the thing that we have the most difficulty with as human beings, is passing our meaning on to one another, right? Like we're constantly checking. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Because what I'm saying doesn't necessarily, transfer meaning. And so in one of his essays on the imagination, he's asked by a fictional character in the essay, how do I know I'm getting the right meaning from your stories? And he goes, maybe your meaning is better than mine. Right? And he also says, if it doesn't mean anything to you, set it aside. Right? So for him, it's the work of the spirit, right? The breath, which is what happens when we speak. We're exhaling, right? Like David said, we're exhaling out the words. And then if you take Tomberg and stack him on this beautiful sandwich, then you've got contemplation and meditation and sacred magic, right?
Right. Well, and
So
it's also that the breath is tied to the force of life as well, right? Is that to
yeah,
give
but
up your
the way I see that, David, it's that we are sustained by God's breath. He breathes his life into us, and we are living his life. Like,
yeah.
that's how I see it.
We are his lamp.
We are his body.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to tie on to related to what you're saying with the head, or the head and the body. This lives more clearly in Greek, but we've kept it in our language, in English too, where it's the heavenly is pattern, paternal, father, right? And the mother is matter, maternal,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
mother, right? So that is there too, where you have the pattern is in the heaven, and the pattern is revealed into matter, into the earth, into the mother, right? The father, the seed of the father is placed into the mother, and then you have a new thing, a new creation.
So Jeremy, when I was trying to understand the Theotokos as a catechumen, because of course I did, growing up in Protestant circles, I had no clue. Like, what is this veneration of Theotokos? I don't, and I didn't have a problem with it. I just knew that I didn't understand it properly. And it was during COVID, and the priest was doing a liturgy on Zoom, but he did it in his office. He said, if nobody can be in the church, then I won't do it at the church. I'll just do it in my office, and we'll do a matins, and that's it.
Mm.
So every Sunday was matins, which is Theotokos centric. Okay. And so, and I didn't know that, but this was my whole thing. I was like, okay, I said, I prayed to the Theotokos. I want you to reveal who you are to me. And then I just did the Matins liturgy every Sunday, right? Listened to it and prayed along and so on. And one day I had this image of, because, okay, I have to clarify. I had a neighbor that I drove to the hospital at like 4 a.m. because she was having a baby, and she had her baby in my car. Okay. On the way to the hospital. She literally just leaned forward and pulled this little guy up, She had to take her underwear off. She's like, in the front seat of a Prius. And then when we got to the hospital, it was minus 15 degrees Celsius out. It was February. And they had a gurney for her, and they were trying to figure out how to get her onto the gurney without exposing the baby or her to any cold. And she was pantless, right? She just given birth in the car.
Yeah.
And so she stepped out. She just finally said, "Oh, forget it." And she just stepped out onto the sidewalk. And I'm watching this whole thing. And she's standing there with just a t-shirt and a naked baby and an umbilical cord. And I'm like, and I thought to myself, he looks like a little astronaut. So I'm doing the matins, and I realized, I was like, wait a minute, it is the Theotokos that tethers us to the earth. She is what tethers us. And Christ is tethered to her. Like, and then suddenly I started going, okay, this is why it was so important to the early church that the two natures of Christ were not disputed. Like, it was just, and one thing I can say about my priests, I've had a few of them, and